Yo, when this kid went for the item selection, he didn't just pick one, he made everything in the room resonate. The whole crowd was shook. You gotta understand, even the family's top-tier genius usually only awakens a single talent. But this little dude, he awakened 4 different talents. No cap. He's a once-in-a-generation monster. Even his dad was totally overwhelmed and just sighed. Looks like I'm gonna have to teach him all 4 skills myself. See, in his past life, he was Eric the Empire's fiercest swordsman. By 18, his mana had already smashed through to 4 cores, making him the most cracked prospect to reach. 6-star knight status. But his luck ran out when he ran into the Antian Empire's 6-star duke, a guy known as the Deep Abyss Blackwave. Talk about a boss battle he wasn't ready for. Facing that kind of OP strength, he felt like an NPC totally helpless. The duke looked down at him and said, "Too bad. If you just surrendered, you might have actually surpassed me one day." But that wasn't an option. The moment he drew his sword, he knew he was cooked. The duke launched a savage attack, and instantly a blade pierced right through his chest. Just like that, the battle genius logged out for good. But then the scene shifted. When Eric opened his eyes again, a warm, gentle hand was holding his. He looked around and saw a couple grinning down at him like he was the best loot drop ever. This child is truly a blessing from the Lord. His new dad laughed. Ha 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 ha, straight up a divine gift. Eric was tripping out his limbs, flailing around. Wait, what a baby? What are they yapping about? Seeing his distress, the dad scooped him up with both hands, eyes crinkling with joy as he teased. So you're gonna grow up to be a legendary spearman and follow in my footsteps, your awesome dad's path. Archon stared into those laughing eyes, suspicious. But Lily, standing right there, cut in with pure shade. Excuse me, what did you just say? She snatched the baby back, scowling. Den is absolutely going to be a master assassin. Archon started stammering, but honey, come on. That's Lily Sowers, his sweet-looking but deadly mom. Archon tried to reason with her. Seriously, why would you want our youngest to be a killer? That's way too dark. Den was not vibing with this, his little face scrunching up. Archon insisted, a real man uses a spear. That triggered Lily. She snapped back. Oh, so spearmanship is the perfect, most beautiful art, huh? I told you. Being an assassin is way better than poking things with a stick. He can strike from the shadows without anyone knowing. That's way more fire. Meanwhile, in that fancy carriage, I thought my story had ended back on the battlefield. But nope, I respawned. And not just anywhere, I'm in the Antian Empire, my sworn enemy's turf as the son of a count. Back in the carriage, Archon finally waved the white flag to Lily. Fine. How about this? We teach him both. Lily thought about it and nodded. Bet. But Den is definitely gonna main the assassin class. Lately, my new parents have been at it non-stop. Archon whispers, Den be a spearman, it's the meta. Lily holds me tight, frowning. He's an assassin. They're beefing over my future constantly, probably because I was born late, so they're desperate for me to carry on their legacy. The coachman pulled up. My lord, we have arrived. Archon blinked. Huh, already. He turned to his wife. Lily, hold my hand. Lily blushed. Ah, what if the city folk see us? Archon stepped out of the carriage with a charming grin. I just want to hold my wifey's hand. Is that a crime? He gripped her hand tight. All right, easy does it. Lying in Lily's arms, Den felt like he was third-wheeling hard. Watching them flirt was pure cringe. Suddenly, Den's eyes went wide, taking in the luxury as they walked toward a magnificent, glittering castle. Lily carried him through the doors, past bowing servants, and cooed. Oh my, looks like Den is hyped to be home. Look at that happy face. Den waved his tiny fists, laughing. Hell yeah, if this palace is my spawn point, grinding my stats back up is gonna be a breeze. Fast forward 2 months to Den's nursery, where baby noises filled the air. A boo-boo-da-da. Lily rushed over, totally starry-eyed, picking him up. OMG, my little Den is talking, he replied with a sophisticated, a boo-boo-boo. Hearing Lily squeal, he thought, wow, so I'm really out here speaking gibberish. This is a weird new patch update. Den wanted to drop some facts, but his vocal cords were nerfed, so only a boo-boo came out. He flashed back to his days as Eric. Spending all his time on the battlefield meant zero interaction with kids. The few he did see were usually hurt, bandaged up, crying, and homeless. He'd watched orphans weep for their parents before starving to death. But compared to that hell, House Sowers was absolute paradise. I'm definitely not starving in this server, he told himself. Suddenly the door slammed open. Ha ha ha, Den, check this out. Archon slammed a spear into the floor, beaming with pride. This is a spear. He looked at his son, desperate for a reaction. What do you think, Den? Long and gorgeous, right? Den's mouth twitched. This guy is really my dad. He's the kingdom's strongest 6-star spearman, Archon Suarez. Den knew Archon was a goofball at home, but on the battlefield, a cold-blooded killer. He was a war hero. known as the Blue Hurricane. Lily put Den back in the crib and marched over, getting right in Archon's face with blazing rage. Are you serious right now? Why would you bring a weapon into the nursery? Den just watched the PvP match, gurgling, "A-boo-boo." Archon, getting pushed back by his tiny wife, laughed nervously. I just wanted to show Den the goods, that's all. Lily's expression turned even darker. I told you absolutely not. This woman used to be the kingdom's deadliest assassin, Lily Sowers. She scolded Archon like it was her daily quest, even though he was OP too. Archon could only mutter, well, if you keep acting up, I'm gonna start teaching him basic stealth skills while he's still in diapers. So yeah, that's my mom who knew she had that assassin energy. Archon quickly switched to whining. Come on, it's the trend. Even famous magic families put staffs in the crib the second the kid spawns. Lily roared back, how is a spear the same as a staff? That thing is sharp. Den stood there watching, mentally sighing. What a chaotic happy family. The reason they were so obsessed with my build was because my two older sisters chose paths totally unrelated to physical combat. Scene switched to another fancy room, Arabella and Claire, leaning over the crib staring at Den flailing around. Arabella giggled. Look, Den, if I do this your cheeks puff up. Den understood the assignment and babbled, ah boo boo ah boo boo. Arabella couldn't handle the cuteness. Look at him, he's so precious. This is Arabella Sowers. She pinched his cheeks until they turned red. Ouch, my poor face, Den mentally cried. Quick bio on Arabella, she's got crazy magic talent. She's been on the mage path since she was a toddler. At 12, she's already a 3rd circle mage. Considering the level cap is 5th circle, she's a certified genius. For clearing the tutorial so fast, she couldn't stop poking Den's cheek. Den, you want to learn magic with Big Sis later? Grinding alone every day is super boring. Den was in pain, thinking, stop poking me. Then Claire, standing off to the side, spoke up. Summoning is pretty clutch too. That's Claire Sowers. Let me introduce her, she's a top-tier summoner. Doing it since she was 7. She can already micro 2 summons at once. After speaking, she went silent, deep in thought. Suddenly, Den caught a whiff of food, his eyes lighting up like high beams. He was about to drool, making greedy noises. He thought, at first I thought she'd beef with me, but it feels more like she was just jealous of the new player. Claire finally couldn't resist and gently booped Den's nose, dropping her guard. She whispered, why is he so soft? Arabella grinned, teasing her. Right, hey hey. Claire leaned in, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. Den, if you awaken summoning talent, that would be fire. Big Sis will power level you herself. Den laughed it off internally, pure sarcasm in his soul. Everyone wants to flex their talents on me. Look at this lineup, my dad's a 6-star spear god, mom's a retired legendary assassin who tried to clip the king, and Big Sis is a mage prodigy. And don't forget second sis, a genius summoner. The Count Sobrez clan is the definition of a perfect noble family, literally the OP dream team I always imagined. Den's eyes narrowed, a cold glint appearing. So what's the point of revenge in this life? I got absolutely wrecked on the battlefield before trying to say I'll get payback against the people who stomped me. That's just a joke. The whole squad of 4 is standing right there arguing over my build path. Spear art. He has to pick the spear. No way stealth and assassination are the meta. You're both wrong, magic is the future trend. Summoning is top tier too. Den stood there watching them bicker, a small smile playing on his lips. I always wanted a home, no cap, I'm lucky to be born here. Watching my parents fight over me. Even my sisters are beefing everyone, trying to force their main class onto Den. His head was pounding, eyes squeezed shut. He wanted to cover his ears, but his baby hands were too small to block out the noise. Talk about a chaotic, wholesome family, right? The Sobrez clan has a special ritual, the selection ceremony. When a child turns 1, a buffet of destiny is laid out on the table. Everyone predicts the kid's future stats based on the loot they grab. The scene shifts to Den's birthday party, and the place is packed with NPCs. Today is young Master Den's first birthday, right? He's already one time his speedrunning. 2 noble dudes stood there gossiping. The young ladies already became a summoner and a mage, didn't they? Wonder what class the young master will pick. An old man chimed in, we'll know after the ritual. Let's head in. Inside the banquet hall, all the high-tier noble ladies had assembled. The hall was massive and crowded. Up front sat a table loaded with weapons. Den was placed right before the armory. The crowd whispered, whoa, look, the young ladies brought their own gear too. Oh my god, so cute. When did they get so big? Lily lifted Den and plopped him on the table, ignoring his salty expression. Lily said, Den, just grab whatever vibes with you. Den glanced around, calculating. What's the play here? Everyone is thirsty for me to pick their item. Archon crossed his arms, internally smug. The little guy is going to be drawn to the dragon tail. That spear tip is made of rare audio grand. When you channel mana, it gets heavy and sharp, matching the user's energy. A mystical magic spear. This is the weapon I mained my whole life. Come on, Den, pick your dad's spear. The kid is too handsome to be an assassin, but he's definitely grabbing the dagger. Arabella stood with hands on hips, eyes blazing with confidence. No way Den is going to be a legendary mage trust. He's coming to the academy with me. A spatial bag, an accessory only mages or mana users can equip. Unlike Arabella, Claire looked stressed out, praying her little brother picks her bag. If Den learns summoning, I'll take him dragon riding with me. The summoning seal, the badge of a beastmaster. Summoners use this to input their codes. Depending on their stats, they can call forth their beasts. Claire thought, that's my dream for you, bro. Den looked at the legendary loot on the table, sweating bullets internally. I'm cooked. Why does it feel like I can hear all their thoughts in 4K? Den closed his eyes, letting out an accidental sigh. Looking at the 4 treasures from his family, it was a hassle, but there was no escape. Den gave up and crawled forward on all 4s. Which one should I snag? The crowd's eyes were glued to his every move. Den glanced down at the audience. Right, I'll check the reactions and then pick. The mob started whispering, oh, he's making his move. Archon's eyes lit up, hands clasped in pure joy. Look, that's it. Den, grab the one you want. If you can pick the one that's long and hard. Lily stood by him, shaking her head frantically. No, the short and sharp one is way more aesthetic. Arabella pointed at her bag. That bag is my favorite, okay? Remember, I showed you already. Claire, filled with anxiety, whispered softly, Den, come summon with me. Den was done with this dramatic family. He prepared to reach out. But then, his eyes went wide. Suddenly a blinding light exploded in front of him. The 4 treasures on the table began to glow with a faint golden aura. Dean gasped internally. Huh, what's the glitch? Wait, Lily asked, panicked. What does this mean? Archon shook his head. I have no idea. Sisters Arabella and Claire stepped closer in fear. Down below, the crowd saw the scene and erupted. Did you see that? All 4 items reacted. Oh my god, is that even possible? A man in white robes exclaimed, it seems the young master is a verified genius. Den sat there totally confused. Then he laughed internally. Haha, I was already a pro on the battlefield. His mouth fell open. But this life, I'm built different. Arabella asked nervously. Dad, what do we do? Has this ever happened before? Archon's eyes bugged out. I can't even believe it myself. Archon and Lily looked at each other, loading dots appearing over their heads. Then all 4 of them turned to stare at Den. So, I guess all 4 of us will teach him. Arabella and Claire dropped their jaws. All 4 of us. Den turned to them and grinned. Cut to the training grounds. The sound of steel clashing rang out constantly, punctuated by massive booms that grabbed everyone's attention. Whoosh! It sounded like the wind itself was being ripped apart. And then, someone stumbled back a few steps. On the other side, the hand gripping the spear was trembling slightly. Dust clouds rose, proving a high-tier duel just went down. It turned out to be the Count and his son sparring. Archon praised him, satisfied. Good job, Den. You've completely mastered the tech I taught you. 7-year-old Den Sobrez smiled shyly. Thanks, Dad. His father rubbed his head, laughing loud. Good, very good. That's my son. Nearby, someone approached carrying an item. Den's gaze shifted, looking suspicious. Archon asked. The servant bowed respectfully. My lord, I have brought it. His voice hyped up. Ah, right, perfect timing. Den, confused, said, Dad, is this? Archon grabbed the spear and announced, That's right, it's your birthday present. I plan to give it to you at the party, but I want you to have it early. He smiled with pride, signaling him to take it. I've been prepping this build for 2 years. This spear was crafted by a famous artisan in the capital. Den stared blankly at the gift his father had worked so hard on. Archon smiled gently and said, Happy early birthday, son. Den dropped the training weapon he was holding and reached out to grab the new spear. Thank you, Dad. I'll use it to dominate. Den looked at the light shimmering from the spear tip, thinking with satisfaction. Absolute fire. The tip was razor sharp, the black shaft and silver blade combined for a sleek aesthetic. Den lifted it without using any stamina. It's light too. Archon suddenly asked, You like it? Den cheered happily. Yeah, I love it. Archon nodded, satisfied. Good. I told them to scale it to your stats. Use it until it feels natural. Then he spun the spear, continuously laughing like a maniac. He looked at his son intensely, his face overflowing with love. Suddenly Archon called out, Den, do you remember the difference between a spear and a sword? He grabbed a nearby weapon. Den thought for a second. The length of the spear keeps the enemy from getting into my hitbox, and the small impact area buffs the attack damage. Archon was pleased with Den's answer. Correct. Even the servant smiled and nodded as the Count added on. However, once you hit a certain level, it becomes harder to use than a sword. This is the fundamental bug of a spear. To attack an opponent, you are forced to maintain minimum distance. Archon smiled slightly. But don't worry, every weapon has its nerf. He gave an example. Even the sword considered the perfect weapon is weak in certain matchups. Den smiled brightly. Okay, I got it. Archon gripped the weapon tight. All right then. He spun the weapon in the blink of an eye. You got a new spear, so let me show you something interesting. Den stared eyes wide with disbelief. Dad's aura was absolutely cracked. A 6-star spear knight. The sheer pressure coming off him was suffocating straight up OP. The old man kept his eyes shut while flexing his skills for his son. He shifted his stance, gripped the spear like he was about to end someone's career, and aimed forward. Mana spiraled around the tip like a glitch in the system. Den's jaw hit the floor as a blinding light erupted, a literal tornado forming right at the spear point. The space is warping because I unleashed my internal mana and struck at the exact same frame, Archon explained. It's the ultimate exploit for core characteristics, concentrating everything on one pixel. Den searched his memory files. Yeah, I heard humans can break their physical level cap. Once you stack enough cores, the limit break unlocks. He bowed his head, feeling a bit salty inside. In my last run, I maxed out at 4 cores. Archon winked, looking smug. You catch on quick. Your old man is rocking 6 mana cores. Den acted shook. 6 for real. Inside, he was feeling the FOMO. If I hadn't been game-ended, I would have reached that tier 2. Suddenly, Archon grabbed his shoulder. Why don't you give it a shot? He pointed to the new spear. Den stiffened. Yes, father. Archon noticed his son looking a bit cooked. Chill out, Archon coached. Clara your cash, stop overthinking and just thrust. Den looked up with big innocent eyes, giving a polite, yes sir, while locking in. He gripped the weapon, downloading the feeling. He remembered his past life the moment he realized his sword skills were goated. Den took a deep breath. Honestly, spears are kinda mid to me. I only leveled this skill as a backup. He widened his stance, eyes locking onto the target. Alright, time to go full try-hard mode. He closed his eyes, charging up his mental energy. Archon watched every micro-movement, analyzing the form. Not bad, he thought, frowning slightly. It took me 7 years to master the mechanics of this tech. With Den's talent, who knows? Suddenly a weird sound glitch screeched through the air, and space shattered like a broken screen protector. Archon stared, absolutely flabbergasted, as the dimension darkened. The spear tip held enough power to delete a map. Den, how did you pull that off? Den retracted the spear, and reality rendered back to normal. Archon walked over, laughing like a maniac. Ha 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 ha, that was insane. Den looked up like a good NPC. When I thrust, I focused all my mana on one hitbox and pushed it into the tip. Then the second it connected, I cancelled the flow. Archon paused. Wait, hold up. You transferred mana and then cut the connection, Den. Did you just accidentally craft a mana core? Den nodded. Yeah. I was reading a tutorial book and decided to test the mechanics. Got lucky, I guess. Correction, I actually crafted it while AFK breathing earlier. Archon's laughter echoed. You formed a core just by reading my family really spawned a genius. Archon took a knee and gripped Den's shoulder. I suspected it since you were a noob, but now I'm sure. Den, one day, you're gonna be an S-tier warrior. Den smiled, but his inner monologue was different. Just wait, old man, I'm gonna blow your mind even more. Archon smiled, satisfied. Will he be a summoner, assassin, spear, knight, mage? The build possibilities are endless. Today was Den Sogris' 7th birthday and the whole server was invited. Everyone was dripped out in legendary skins. The music was a vibe, the food table was stacked, and the chat was popping off with laughter. The dukes were raising glasses. A man walked up with a drink. Ha 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 ha, Archon. Long time no see. Duke Archon grilled him back. Duke Bert, you good? Duke Bert laughed loud. Bruh, drop the formalities. Just talk normal. This was Bert Temerian, head of the most OP family in the Antheon Empire, the leader of the Temerian Duchy. Archon whispered, too many eyes on us. I'll act casual later. Bert grinned, getting the signal. Haha, whatever you say, man. Then he asked, where's the little guy? Archon called out, Den, come say hi to Duke Temerian. Hearing that name triggered a flashback. Den remembered his beef with the Duke. The past life memories hit like a truck. Can't believe I'm seeing this guy here. Bert looked at the kid. So this is Den. The son you won't stop flexing about. I'm Den, sir. Inside I'm raging. Seeing his face makes me want to throw hands. But outside he kept it classy. It's an honor to meet you, Duke Temerian. Your kid is well behaved, no cap. Bert praised. Doesn't seem like the type to cause drama. He added, is he grinding the spear path like you? Archon nodded. That's the plan. Den was low-key surprised. He didn't expect his dad to hype him up in public. Archon noticed Den's expression glitching, but couldn't figure out why. Suddenly, a red-haired girl approached slowly. Greetings, Duke. This was Layla Temerian, the youngest daughter. I am Layla Tomarian. It's an honor. In the hall, a three-tier cake stood tall while classical bangers played. People were dancing, and the musicians were totally in the zone. Everyone was vibing to the melody. Meanwhile, Archon stood with a drink getting deep with Bert. "How's the wife holding up?" Archon asked. Bert sighed, looking defeated. "I've tried every patch and potion, but nothing's working." Archon looked sympathetic. "That's rough, buddy. She'll pull through, trust." Bert looked down with a sad smile. "If I suddenly ghost the party, don't take it personal. I might need to warp back to the capital." Changing the subject, Bert looked around. "Where'd Den go?" He admitted, "Honestly, I vibe with the kid. He's sharp. I wanted to chat more." Archon shook his head. "No clue. Layla's missing too." Bert glanced at the window, spotting two small silhouettes. He smiled. "Looks like the kids got bored of this NPC gathering." Layla smiled outside. "I usually hate trailing my dad, but today's actually kind of fun." Under the moonlight, she looked up. He looks even more like a main character up close. Den nodded. "Facts. Our territory is chill and peaceful." Layla hated how busy her home was. Layla's eyes darkened. "Must be nice. Tomarian is always chaotic. Nobles spamming us every day. Even the royals show up." She wanted freedom. "I don't want to be dealing with those toxic people. I have to greet them all and I hate it. I just want to wear comfy clothes and practice swordplay." Den was shook. "Oh ho, she's a sword main." Seeing his silence, Layla asked, "What about you?" Den thought for a second. "I like both. This place isn't as hype as the capital, but I look forward to grinding my spear mastery every day." Layla's eyes widened. "Spear? Really?" Then she remembered. "Oh, right. Your dad is the Blue Whirlwind. My dad told me he's goated. So you're trying to get into the academy?" Den shook his head. "Nah, I'm not training for the clout." Layla was confused. "Why then, isn't the academy the meta getting accepted is super hard?" Den scratched his head, acting shy. "I just want to train so when I do get in, I can dominate." Layla blinked, confused. "Huh. But what if you fail?" Den replied with pure optimism. "Then I respawn and try again." He laughed. "If I still fail, I guess that build just wasn't for me." Layla shot him a skeptical look, eyebrows raised. "That's cap. I don't believe you." She leaned in, pressing him. "You ain't scared of your family roasting you for being weak?" Den just shook his head, cool as ice. "Nah, not really." Hearing his chill response, Layla's eyes lit up with low-key admiration. "Must be nice. I'm honestly jealous. My clan treats failure like a crime." She waved it off. "Forget I said that." Den looked at her and sighed internally. "I didn't know noble families were stressing over stuff like that." He broke the silence. "Why you tripping anyway? Your skills are pretty cracked already." Layla perked up instantly. "For real? You want to see my swordplay then?" Den was caught off guard by the sudden switch-up. "Huh, your sword skills." Layla nodded vigorously, all smiles. "Yup, let's go." Den shrugged. "Bet. But just for a sec." Her eyes were literally glowing with hype. Just mentioning swords made Layla lose her cool. She was addicted to the grind. "Sweet, where's your training spot?" Den laughed and led the way. "Follow me, a quick spar won't hurt." They headed straight for the dojo. Layla grabbed a blade and started swinging, slicing through the air. Her movement was fluid. Her agility stats were clearly high. "Ha!" Watching her strike, Den was actually impressed. She's actually got hands. Not bad. Her offense and defense flowed like water, her timing impeccable. Den rubbed his chin, analyzing her like a pro coach. But give it a minute and her rhythm starts to lag. Layla went all out until she was dripping sweat, then turned to Den. So, what's the verdict?" Den gave a thumbs up, no hesitation. "Fire. Absolute fire. You actually surprised me." Layla's eyes went wide, staring deep into his soul. "No cap." Seeing her expecting face, Den felt a bit awkward. Should I tell her the truth, or keep it wholesome? Den pointed at her stance. "Yeah, it was dope. But on the third form, you're lagging by half a step." Layla tilted her head, confused. "Huh?" Den replayed her moves in his head, breaking down the frame data. "If I recall correctly, you hesitate. That half-step lag throws off your aim for the whole combo chain." Layla's eyes turned into saucers. She stood there frozen like her game just crashed. Den felt bad seeing her stunned. "Did I roast her too hard? My bad if that was harsh. I just haven't seen potential like that in ages." Before he could finish, Layla cut him off, energy exploding. "That's it." She grabbed the sword again, instantly adjusting her speed to fix the bug. Den pointed out. That was the missing puzzle piece. She was going so hard she tripped over her own feet. Layla stumbled and face-planted right into Den, tackling him into a hug. She laughed off the cringe moment, but deep down she was serious. You really saved me there, Den. Den felt the awkwardness level rise to 100. Yo, what are you doing? Layla ignored him, nuzzling her cheek against his like a cat. You got eagle eyes. Den, you spotted the glitch I've had for years. Thanks, I'm locking that tip in memory. Den pushed her back. Chill, you're suffocating me. Put the sword away, yeah? Layla giggled, stepping back. Oops, my bad. She leaned her face close to his, grinning like a mischievous gremlin. Den straightened his clothes, flustered. Why did she have to cling to me like that? The air was getting thick with tension when a voice saved him. Young Master Den. Are you there, Lady Layla? They both snapped out of it. Looks like the NPCs found us, Den sighed. Let's head back. Layla nodded. Kay, the two servants finally spotted them. There they are. Where did you two go? We've been searching the whole map for you. Den was escorted back to the banquet hall. Lily walked up holding a gift box. Happy 7th birthday, sweetheart. And congrats on unlocking your first mana core. Den took it smiling. Thanks, Mom. Thanks, Dad. He opened the box and his jaw dropped. It was a golden lion brooch. The family crest pin, the ultimate flex his sisters always showed off. Lily smiled. Guard it well, Den. Lily explained the lore. This pin is proof of your honor and status in the server. As soon as she said that, the crowd below started spamming congratulations. Happy birthday, bro. Congrats, young Master Den. He's finally recognized as a true secret. He's gonna be OP like the Count one day. Den looked at his parents, seeing them beaming with pride. This is the first time I've felt this much clout. Suddenly the whole room shook. It felt like a boss monster just spawned nearby. The guests started freaking out. What's that noise? Damn it, is it a raid? Intruders? Vases and plates smashed to the floor. Den spun around on high alert. His dad Archon didn't even flinch. Chill out, don't panic. Archon looked up at the ceiling. Here we go again. Thought we'd get a quiet day for once. Lily just kept patting Den's head, unbothered. She asked, can you guess who it is, Den? Den looked blank. No clue. Then it hit him. Wait. It can't be. A massive surge of power began leaking through the ceiling directly above the party. Magical light flooded the room, blinding everyone. The atmosphere got heavy with mana. The guests looked up, terrified. What is that? Suddenly a figure phased through the ceiling and dropped in. It was Arabella. She stuck the superhero landing, touching down softly right in front of everyone. She stood up and smirked. I'm not late for the event, am I? The nobles finally stopped hyperventilating. It's Lady Arabella. Did she just use instant teleportation? I heard you need to be at least level 5 to open a portal that small. Our young miss is a literal genius. Den stared blankly at his oldest sister. She's always got to be so extra with her entrance. Suddenly everyone's gaze snapped to the window, looking at the sky. Monster in the air. The crowd started panicking again, but looking closer. Oh God, that's a wyvern, it's Lady Claire. She was riding a massive dragon-like beast hovering outside. Looks like I'm lagging behind, Claire muttered. She leaped off the wyvern's back like an action movie star. Claire walked in and heard the whispers immediately. That's the genius summoner. Taming a wyvern at 16, she's cracked. Claire frowned and walked up to Arabella. You're here already. Claire ignored the crowd. Both sisters stepped up to Den, flashing dazzling smiles. Congrats, Den. Happy birthday, little bro. Both Claire and Arabella held out gift boxes at the exact same time. Hope you have a blast today, Arabella said. Same from me, Claire added. Den stood there overwhelmed. He laughed nervously. Thanks for coming all this way just for me. Please, Arabella laughed. Of course we'd come. Now open it. I guarantee you're gonna love what's inside. Archon watched as Den was presented with gifts by his daughters, and suddenly the Count felt salty. Tears streamed down his face. You two only sent me a letter for my birthday, but the youngest gets actual presents. Lily stood beside him, trying not to laugh. Den opened Arabella's box. Sis, isn't this a spatial bag? Arabella nodded, proud of herself. Bingo. And I designed it myself. It's using top-tier spatial magic. Me and my professor built this from scratch. Den smiled for real this time. Thanks, sis. I know how hard it is to enchant space magic onto an item. This is legendary tier. Arabella picked up the ring embedded with the magic. Give me your hand, let me equip it for you. Den's mind was racing. Creating a vessel that can handle that much mana is even harder. This is some Grandmaster level crafting. As she slid it onto his finger, she whispered, Just so you know, I locked it to your DNA. Nobody else can use this. It's a unique item. Den stared at the ring. The blue gem pulsed with energy. Seeing Den silent, Lily leaned down to explain. Judging by the mana waves, that's a max-level magic stone inside, isn't it? Arabella winked. If you pump a little mana into it, it opens a subspace inventory. Now you won't have to lug heavy bags around like a noob. Den looked at the ring stunned. This is worth a fortune. Thank you so much. This was the kind of gear only rich commanders or high-ranking mages used on the battlefield. Never thought I'd get my hands on one of these. He tried channeling a bit of mana into the ring. Instantly it lit up like a flare. Arabella gasped. Oh, it should auto-adjust as you level up, but the light didn't stop. It grew brighter. Archon's eyes popped out of his head. Don't tell me. Even Claire frowned in shock. The Duke of Bulf dropped his jaw. Arabella couldn't believe it. You opened the subspace. You're actually faster than me, bro. You're absolutely cracked. Arabella couldn't stop hyping up her little brother. Seriously, you're built different. I bet both you and Claire already unlocked your mana cores. Claire handed Den a loot box. Open mine too, don't leave me hanging. Den grabbed it and started the unboxing. Thanks, sis. Inside a yellow egg with red spots. Den looked at it skeptical. What's up with this egg? Claire saw him holding it like a grocery item and panicked. Yo, that's not for breakfast. Handle with care. It's fragile. Den was clueless. Okay, so what's the utility? The whole family looked confused. Claire leaned in, whispering the alpha. It's a familiar. I tried summoning Karen once, and this dropped. It's total RNG on what spawns, but everyone knows this is S-tier loot. Like world-class value. Den stared at the egg, his gamer brain activating. Right. I've read the lore. Familiars aren't just standard summons. They're a whole different entity class. A familiar is a permadeath immune companion. Totally different from temporary summons. Claire tapped his shoulder. Top secret, Den. You're the only one with this cheat code. Keep it on the down low until it hatches. Den nodded, locking it in. Bet. My lips are sealed. Arabella, seeing them whisper without her, got salty. Hey, why are you guys whispering? Don't gatekeep the convo. Claire ignored the noise, still whispering to Den. I don't even know the spawn time. Just make sure to pump mana into it daily. Morning and night routine. So it imprints on you as the master. Den nodded, determination in his eyes. Consider it done. Mom bent down, laughing. Look at this legendary loot. You girls really came back at the perfect time. Den smiled. Facts, Mom. This is fire. Dad, feeling like an NPC in the background, cleared his throat. All right, princesses. I'm glad you're back, even though you said you couldn't make it. But are we just gonna ignore your dad? Arabella flinched. Oh, Dad. My bad. You good. I was just too focused on spoiling Den. The trio burst into laughter. I'm good. Dad patted their heads. You guys look healthy. Long trip, huh? Go recharge your stamina. They replied in sync. Yes, sir. Layla watched from a distance, smiling. Then her vibe shifted. Dark mood. Den side-eyed her. She looked down, radiating pure loneliness. He wondered, she dipping already. Why she looked so cooked. Scene cut to the courtyard. Duke Butts was strolling, thinking she's even more OP than I expected. He replayed her entrance. Diving from the sky, that's top-tier mage behavior. She's a perfect match for my son, the Academy's best swordsman. If our families merge, we'd be a superpower. Not even the Imperial family could mess with us. We'd run this server. The Duke sighed. All right, I'm gonna drop the marriage proposal today. Suddenly he heard a noise behind him. He glanced at the training grounds. Someone's grinding at this ungodly hour. It was Den, spinning a spear with fluid motion. His eyes glowed. He stopped, pivoted, and struck the empty air. Whoosh speed that tore through the wind. His footwork was insane. He crouched, thrusting the spear so fast it created afterimages. Duke Butts watched from the shadows. He was shook. The youngest Sogret kid, Den, kept grinding, unaware of the spectator. The Duke thought, that focus, it's unreal. He's not moving like a 7-year-old. That technique, even the basic stabs are Grandmaster level. My veteran soldiers could learn from this kid. Den stopped, gasping for air. The Duke was awestruck. This is actually insane, no cap. He watched the boy resume training. I heard rumors he was a prodigy at 1 year old. Thought it was just family hype. But it's legit. Den's feet shuffled. Just the sound of his breath. The Duke squinted. Wait, that stance? That looks like swordsmanship. Is he dual-classing with a sword at this age? Den sensed a presence. He froze, slinging the spear over his shoulder. He spun around. I don't know who you are, but quit camping in the shadows and come out. The Duke flinched, busted. He stepped out. More importantly, that movement was way too familiar. I've definitely seen that style before. The Duke spoke up. My bad, kid. He walked forward. Wasn't trying to stream snipe your training. Den rushed over. Oh, it's the Duke. Butts stared at him. He looked into Den's eyes. Those weren't the eyes of a normal NPC child. Den bowed. Den Sogret, youngest of House Sogret. Greetings, Duke Butts. The Duke looked awkward. I was distracted watching the recruit's morning grind. Forgive the intrusion. Den nodded calmly. I forgive you. The Duke expected a scared response. He was stunned. Oh, kid's got guts. He glanced at Den's hands and posture. Now that I look closely, how is he not shaking after that intense workout? I didn't even have a manicure at his age. Your thrusts are fire. You definitely got Archon's talent. That spear. Den knew what he was looking at. Correct. My father told me he had this custom crafted for me. Den smiled slightly. I'm grateful you noticed the gear. The Duke smiled back. Best answer possible. My own son has skills, but he's not on this level. His imagination started running wild. Maybe I should switch the marriage arrangement to this kid. Suddenly he dropped a random comment. Actually, my Layla is maining the sword too. The Duke continued. You guys are the same age. You'd make a cracked duo at the academy. Den grinned. Yes, sir. I'm sure we'll vibe. The Duke laughed. Ha ha ha. I like your straight shooting style, young man. Anyway, I interrupted your grind. The Duke turned to leave. That's all. Then he paused. Actually, one question. Have you ever trained with a sword before? Den's body went stiff. Alarm bells rang. Oh no. My muscle memory leaked. He clocked it. Den forced a poker face. No, sir. I've only read the beginner guides. Never actually equipped one. The Duke nodded. Is that so? He closed his eyes, thinking. Strange. I swear I felt the aura of a veteran warrior. Looking at Den's innocent act, the Duke laughed at himself. Haha. What am I thinking? He's just a noob. Ain't no way that's happening. He's just a kid after all. The old man made up his mind and waved goodbye. Man, I only meant to take a stroll, but I've been walking forever. Guess this is it. Catch you later, kid. Den bowed with perfect manners. Yes, sir. Safe travels. But as the old man turned to leave, he tossed back one last piece of advice. Hey, if you ever hit up the capital, come find me. Gotta repay the Count for treating me like royalty here. Plus, I actually vibe with you, kid. Den kept his poker face. For sure. Watching the old legend walk away, a smirk crept onto Den's face. Interesting. Low-key doubt he'll even remember me. But staring at that retreating back, taking down the guy who once destroyed me, just the thought gets my blood pumping. If I grind levels slowly, I can definitely pull this off. His youthful face hardened with killer resolve. In this life, I'm definitely gonna cook you, old man. Den went straight back to the grind. Hours later, a voice cut through. Young master, time to head back. Den turned to Hugh. You've been waiting this whole time. The servant nodded. My duty is to silently support your grind, sir. Hugh offered a fresh towel. Thanks, man. This guy should have been an assassin, no cap. His stealth stats are maxed out. Wiping off the sweat, Den asked, So is the whole house going crazy right now? Indeed. Everyone is rushing to prep for the next banquet. The staff is scrambling like headless chickens. And it looks like the other VIPs are already pulling up. Getting 30 noble families here on time is a logistic nightmare for real. Oh right, what's the status on my sisters? Hugh took back the used towel and reported. They popped a teleport gate and went straight back to the academy. The master and mistress waved them off. Apparently midterms are coming up, so they had zero choice. Damn, that sucks. But it is what it is. Den slung his spear over his shoulder. Let's bounce. Hugh fell in step behind him. As you wish, young master. I really need to check out the loot my sisters left me later. But right now... Ugh. Mom and Dad watching my every move like hawks. Greeting random NPCs I've never met. Dressing up in flashy gear for boring parties. Endless feasts where I don't even know what to say to people. It's all just a fake highlight reel. Den let out a heavy sigh. Man, living the noble life is actually exhausting. And since it's my birthday, the schedule is absolutely packed. He spotted colorful butterflies vibing in the flower garden. At least I can chill out here for a bit. The gardener really went all out on this place. Just looking at these flowers lowers my stress levels. Pure white petals, and crimson roses glowing under the sun. Big Sis mentioned that natural flowers hold the most concentrated mana. Den stepped closer to the rose bushes. Since I've got time, might as well analyze the mana flow. Den closed his eyes, entering the zone. Petals drifted through his mind's eye. I've been grinding as hard as I can, but my magic and summoning stats are barely moving. Still don't know which build to main. He opened his eyes, looking stressed. Suffering from success. Having too much talent is actually mid. Suddenly Den gasped. Yo, look at that mana. For such a tiny flower, the energy flow is absolutely cracked. A crazy idea sparked in his brain. If I can sync with nature's mana and convert it, I can lock it in my core and build a new magic circle. He reached out. Pure mana flooded into his hands. My body's absorption rate is insane. Den stood up, grinning. I can actually see what others only guess at with their sixth sense. Let's go. He stared at the aura swirling around his hand. Found it before it was laggy and blurry. Now the connection is crystal clear. Den clenched his fist, locking the power in. The transparent petals in the air seemed to glitch, signaling a change. Den blinked in surprise. Wait, what just happened? Nearby, two voices broke the silence. Bro, this is so boring. Dad just dumped us to chat with the other big shots. He totally ghosted us. Let's just show our faces and then dip back to the guest room. The younger one hesitated. Are we allowed to do that, though? Crunch. Digron stomped right onto the rosebed. Stop acting like it's our birthday. Who cares? You think the little Lord Sogrit gives a damn about some flowers? He ground his heel into the blooms, scattering petals everywhere. They took their anger out on the garden. Damn it, I think we're lost again. Why did they build this map so huge? It's trash design. Den was still buffering, analyzing his breakthrough, ignoring the noobs. Dina pointed. Bro, there's an NPC over there. Digron squinted. Huh. Is that kid lost too? He shouted out. Yo, with those weak clothes! You must be a servant, right? Den frowned, turning to face the disrespectful tone. Digron waved his hand like he owned the place. Show us the exit. Now. Den saw them stomping on the garden and snapped. Get the hell out of there. Are you blind? Look at what you're destroying. Digron didn't like being yelled at by a mob. Excuse me, the audacity. You're yelling at us over some grass, or are you tripping? Use the sidewalk. Why are you walking on the flowers? You completely wrecked the bed, Digron sneered. Small guy, big mouth. Cute. He puffed up his chest. Do you have any idea who I am? Den didn't flinch. Yeah, a flower-stomping brute. Digron raised a hand to slap him. Brute, watch your mouth when talking to your better's servant. He grabbed Den's collar. I'm the son of Count Tyron, a VIP guest at this castle. Den's eyes widened slightly. Count Tyron, the memory unlocked. That's the corrupt noble who got arrested after I soloed him on the battlefield in my past life. He was a total pain in the ass back then too. Like father, like son. Digron leaned in, voice dripping with malice. Even a hillbilly from the south knows the name Tyron. We run the capital. My family could delete a nobody like you without a trace. So watch your tone. Den looked at the wannabe gangster and thought, talking to this trash is a waste of XP. Den raised his arm fist, clenching like a loaded weapon. Are you crazy? A filthy servant dares to look at me like that. Wham! A sickening impact echoed before anyone could process it. Digron's eyes bulged out of his head. Den delivered a savage headbutt right to the face. Crack right on the nose bridge. Dina screamed in horror. Brother! He scrambled over. Bro, are you okay? Digron touched his face and saw red. You psycho. What the hell, I'm bleeding my nose. His bloody hand shook with rage. I'm gonna kill you. You're dead meat. Den looked at him like he was a joke. He smirked, his aura flaring up. You kill me. You think you're tough. Try me. Digron's face twisted in pure rage. Have you lost your mind, Bet? Let's dance then. Dina stood on the sidelines, trembling as she warned him, Bro, watch out for your nose. But Digron ignored her barking warnings at Den. Den saw the guy posturing like a tough guy and just hit him with a bombastic side-eye. Den took a single step back, effortlessly dodging Digron's haymaker. The bully swung again, but Den ducked with lazy grace. Digron clicked his tongue, annoyed. Slippery little rat. Digron kept throwing hands, but there was zero power behind them. Den analyzed the sloppy footwork with a critical gaze. Definitely not a weapon user. His balance is trash. While dodging, Den's mind raced. If he's this bad at melee, is he a mage, or maybe a summoner class? Seeing her brother throwing punches that hit nothing but air, Dina screamed. Digron was dripping sweat, absolutely cooked. He shouted in frustration, This kid's speed is broken. I can't even touch him. Den backstepped again, a fist grazing his shirt. The mana flow he sensed earlier triggered a wild idea. If I can control that mana with my will, can I manifest it into physical force? Let's run a test. Suddenly, boom. A blinding light exploded. Dina's jaw hit the floor at the scene unfolding. Den simply raised, his hand aura flaring from his body like a god. Digron got yeeted backward, carving a long trench in the dirt. He groaned in agony, blood gushing from his nose like a faucet. Mana swirled around Den like a protective storm. He looked at the falling petals and frowned. Aw man, the flower garden is ruined. Digron pushed himself up, screaming, Damn it, you have mana capabilities. Who even are you? Dina cried out. Bro, stop, this is bad news, we gotta chill. Digron shoved her aside. Move, I'm gonna delete this clown. He raised his voice, chanting, Heed my call. The atmosphere around Digron turned pitch black. Den froze. A summoner. I knew it. Crimson light twisted into a violent vortex, and from the center a ferocious wolf emerged, bearing fangs that looked ready to tear steel. Digron cackled like a maniac. Bwahaha! How's that, Witness Redpool? This is the price for messing with Digron Tyron. Genie, rip him to shreds. Den rubbed his chin, unimpressed. Mid. Compared to Big Sis Claire's dragon, this mutt is barely a level 1 mob. The wolf opened its maw, razor-sharp teeth glinting. Degron commanded. That's right, go for the throat. Den narrowed his eyes at the beast, showing zero fear. Suddenly, Genie's pupils dilated. It bolted forward, but its tail was wagging like a propeller. The killer aura vanished instantly. Now Genie stood next to Den, staring down the Tyrant brothers. Even the bullies looked terrified of this plot twist. The wolf lowered its head in total submission. Degron gasped in horror. What is this glitch, Red Pool Genie? Why are you lagging? Tear his throat out! Dana shrieked. Bro, is it wagging its tail? Degron screamed. What did you do? Den ignored him, petting the wolf's head. Who's a good boy? Wait, even I don't get it. How is this even possible? He remembered Claire's dragon letting him pet it, but he always assumed that was a bloodline buff. Even Sis Claire's summons were friendly. But I thought that was just family perks. Den ruffled the coarse fur. This situation makes no sense. This wolf has zero connection to my bloodline. Degron's brain was buffering. He couldn't process why Genie switched sides. Maybe my Tamara affinity is just S tier. Or maybe that guy's affinity with his own pet is in the negatives. Ignoring his bleeding nose, Degron roared. This is absurd. How does a summon betray its master? Den looked up, eyes cold. You want another round? Degron still looked ready to throw hands. Dina grabbed his arm, sobbing. Bro, let's dip, we lost. Degron realized he was outmatched and hissed to his brother. Shut up, I'll cancel the summon. The younger boy whimpered. Bro. Den tilted his head. The kid's voice sounded weird. Degron looked down. Dina had wet his pants from fear. Degron cursed internally. Damn it. So cringe. Den pointed helpfully. Yo, listen. Guest bathroom is on the first floor of the main building. Degron grabbed his brother and dragged him away. After a few steps, he turned back. You stay right there. I'll be back. Let's go, Dina. Den watched them retreat in silence, then called out, Hey, at least recall your dog before you leave. Twilight began to fall. Den looked at his hand, thinking, actually the logic is pretty simple. He visualized the mana threads just like Claire taught him. The link between that loser and Genie is weak. He raised his hand. Overwrite complete. Genie was now connected to him. Den walked forward, looking at the wolf floating in the air, following his every step like a loyal shadow. I shouldn't have any talent for summoning. Light shimmered around them. But apparently high affinity is all you need. Suddenly, a heavy footstep grabbed his attention. It was the bully dragging his dad along to snitch. Yep, that scumbag really escalated things. Den laughed internally. Ha, idiot just made this a boss battle. Degron pointed accusingly. He didn't just beat us up. He hacked the connection between me and Genie. A massive man walked up slowly. I am Degron Tyran, head of the Count Tyran household, for one of the great noble families. He glared down at Den. Are you the brat who messed up my son's face and hijacked his summon? Den nodded politely. That's me, no cap. He looks even fatter than in my past life. I guess peace made him soft. Degron pointed to the side. As a guest, I intended to let small things slide, but this disrespect is too much. He frowned. Why are you out here alone? State your name. Den sighed. Can't hide it now. He straightened his back and dropped the bomb. I am Den Surest, youngest son of Archon Lord of the South and head of the Count Surest family. Degron and Degron froze, screaming in unison. Say what? They couldn't reconcile this savage kid with the rumors. They stared at each other. Degron thought the sourest runt. This changes the meta. His internal calculator started running. My son got owned and he gained nothing. But I can flip this. I'll pressure the Count, claim damages and use it as leverage to demand those mining rights. Those snobs will be kneeling before me. Degron cleared his throat, asking, So you're the birthday boy? Din nodded again. Yup. The casual attitude triggered Degron. He ground his teeth. You arrogant little brat. I didn't travel to this backwater just to celebrate you. Degron gestured to his battered son. So, how do you plan to fix this? He put on a righteous face, acting like a protective father. You assaulted my son, a VIP guest you invited, and you stole his summon. That's a felony, kid. Den frowned. His expression darkened as Degron kept yapping. That's right. You're cooked. I'll speak to Count Surest and demand full accountability. Let's go. Den looked at the falling petals and the roses that had been crushed in the fight. He spoke slowly. I hear you. But before that, I demand an apology. Degron's scoffed voice rising. Excuse me. Apologize, you're tripping. Degron chimed in. Yeah, screw you. Den stood firm. I broke his nose in self-defense because he threatened me. Simple as that. And I didn't steal the summon. Genie chose to follow me. Degron shouted. Liar, Genie would never dad, he's lying. Degron stroked his chin, thinking. Wait. The second daughter is a summoning genius. That's it. She must have taught this kid how to sever the mana link. That boomer really thought he was 200 IQ, acting like he had the whole situation downloaded. He figured my words were just background noise. But seriously, he's crying about a lost summon but demands an apology from me. That's wild. I didn't back down. Yeah, exactly what I said. That triggered Digron instantly. He screamed, "Who does this trash think he is, acting all high and mighty? You're way too arrogant." Butting in while the grown-ups are talking, Mogad's face twisted. Dealing with this kid was a total headache. He tried to keep his cool, masking the rage in his voice. "Fine, I won't grill the brat anymore. Let's see what Count Sogras has to say about this mess." I looked up, catching the anticipation dripping from his tone. But then footsteps interrupted the drama. Two figures approached Aiken and Duke Butte. The cavalry had arrived. "You looking for me?" I called out to my old man. Digron's face went pale, cold sweat dripping instantly. Mogad started stuttering like a glitching NPC. Count Sogras saw who was walking with my dad and realized he was cooked. He realized Duke Thurman was in the house. Knowing he couldn't win a power struggle against a duke, Digron switched tactics fast. "My brother and I just got lost in the garden. We only asked your son for directions, honest." I watched him yap away, spinning that fairy tale, then glanced at my dad, who was listening intently. "That's my old man for you. He doesn't play games when it comes to family protection. But he ain't the type to play favorites blindly." Digron pointed at his own nose, entering full victim mode. "He sucker punched me right in the face, and he kept using some weird cheat skill to mock me." The guy lied without even blinking. "I only brought my summon out for self-defense, but he hijacked it. Then, he attacked me." I lowered my head, hiding a scoff. This guy could lie with a straight face like a pro actor. I'm actually kinda hyped to see how this clown turns out in the future. After letting his son spin the narrative to make himself look like a saint, Mogad finally jumped in. Count Sogras demanded justice for his innocent boy. I was just going to let him off with a warning, but stealing another mage's summon, that's a violation. I can't let that slide. Aiken remained ice cold. We can't just listen to one side of the story. That's only logical. I want to hear Den's side, assess the situation, and then drop the verdict. Fair. To ensure zero bias. He gestured toward Duke Butte. "If you're worried I'll be biased, let's have Duke Thurman give his objective opinion." Butte nodded, exuding authority. "If you need me to step in, I'll oversee it." Mogad shut his mouth instantly, but internally he was screaming, "Damn it! Thurman getting involved." This just got infinitely more complicated. He could feel the bad omen hanging over him. Aiken turned to me. "Den, explain." I pursed my lips, calculating. Well, stating the facts should be enough to wreck them. I pointed to the ground, highlighting the messy footprints, and the crushed roses scattered in the dirt. Even if the details were slightly tweaked, the core of Tyron's kid's story had a grain of truth. Then I raised my voice for dramatic effect. "However, the rose garden we worked so hard to grow, he stomped all over it like trash." I added the finishing blow. "And the one who got triggered and grabbed my collar first, that was him." Panic flashed in Digron's eyes as his script fell apart. He started sweating bullets. Since when did I?" His dad's jaw dropped, speechless. Aiken didn't let up. "Keep going, Den." I frowned slightly, dropping the bombshell. "And one more thing. I heard it loud and clear when he summoned Genie. He gave a direct order to kill me." Butte's mind was racing. What 7-year-old speaks with this kind of clarity? I stood my ground, voice steady. "I never stole his summon." Mogad suddenly snapped, roaring, "Bullshit!" He refused to believe it. "There's no way a non-summoner could hijack a contracted beast. That brat must have used some dirty secret technique." I clapped back immediately. "Wrong. It's innate resonance. A summon that doesn't vibe with its master will choose someone like me instead." Mogad smirked condescendingly. "That's hilarious." Aiken looked serious. "Is that actually possible?" I nodded. "Yeah, 100%. Mogad burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. He really expects us to buy that fairy tale." Two completely different narratives, Butte noted, stepping in. "Then let them prove it with the summon itself." Panic washed over Mogad and his son. The Duke was taking control of the board. Aiken put a hand on my shoulder. "Den, can you prove it?" I nodded confidently. "Yes, father." Digron stared at his dad in silence, and his dad shot a nervous glance back. Digron pressed his lips together, sweating like a waterfall. Internal panic mode engaged. "What do I do? I can't summon Genie anymore." Seeing his son freeze, Mogad pushed him. "Digron, what's the holdup?" "Summon it now." He hesitated. "Dad, about that." Realizing he was cornered, Digron whispered, I can't." His father's anger flared instantly. "Why suddenly can't you summon the thing you call out 10 times a day?" I suppressed a smirk. I already severed the link. Obviously he can't call it. I stepped forward. "Father, I'll summon it. But to do that, I'm gonna need the catalyst item he's holding." Digron's eyes bugged out. "What did you say, my crest? You've lost your mind. You want my crest. Even if you have the item, the unique mana code won't work for another summoner." Aiken cut him off cold. Based on your logic, even if the boy uses your crest, it shouldn't work right. So there's no harm in testing it. Wouldn't that just prove you right? Degron bowed his head, defeated. Damn it. The logic was airtight. He couldn't argue. Mogad, still clinging to a shred of hope, ordered his son. Hand it over for a second, Degron. Tears started welling up in his eyes. But Dad... Mogad went silent, then snapped, "Just do it." Reluctantly, the crest was handed over to me. I grabbed it. I gripped it tight. Normally, a summon crest with a unique mana signature is locked to the user. No one else can use it. But the genie that Degron had summoned, my mana flooded the object. The crest was just a medium. Genie was already soul-linked to me. I closed my eyes, letting the blue arcs of mana coil around my body. Boom. Genie materialized instantly. It lowered its head for a head pat proof that it answered my call. Then it playfully licked my cheek to show affection. Aiken and Butte watched, their eyes wide with shock. Degron gasped, "Dad, how is my genie?" Mogad was in total denial. "Impossible." Butte let out a low whistle. "Incredible. You said the boy has zero formal training." Aiken nodded. "Correct. I'm not sure what triggered this awakening." I patted Genie gently. "Sorry for summoning you just for a flex, buddy. And thanks for showing up." Mogad finally realized the situation had spiraled completely out of control. "We are so cooked. This is a catastrophe." Aiken broke the silence. "So what's the play? We've confirmed the summon belongs to him." He turned to Mogad. "Do you admit it now?" Looks like Den was telling the truth. Mogad lowered his voice, defeated. "It seems we misunderstood the situation regarding the theft." Then he tried to save face. "But surely my son didn't intend to kill Den. Right, Degron?" My blue eyes narrowed dangerously as Degron stammered. Yeah, I just wanted to scare him a little. I never wanted to kill him." Mogad nudged his son. "See, he didn't mean it." Aiken glanced over, knowing these two were trying to dodge the heavy charges. I clenched my fist, rage bubbling up. These scumbags are really trying to rewrite the script. Suddenly a voice cut through the air. "That is not true." Everyone turned toward the sound. My eyes widened in surprise when I saw who it was. As the girl walked closer, I questioned my own eyes. Layla, seeing his daughter, Butte asked, "Layla, what are you doing here?" She answered with perfect poise. I heard Father's voice while passing by. "Greetings, Count Sogres and Count Tyron." Degron was sweating bullets, panic written all over his face. "Wait, is this kid really the Duke's daughter?" Archon cut through the tension, his voice sharp. "Spit it out. What exactly are you trying to say? You think he's capping?" Layla stepped up, crossing her arms. "Actually, I heard the whole tea. Caught them yapping about their plan during my walk earlier." Degron looked like he'd just seen a ghost. "Say what?" Archon's demeanor flipped instantly, his voice softening. "For real, Layla. Do you mind dropping the lore on exactly what went down?" "Bet." The little girl nodded. "Here's what happened." As Layla spilled the beans, Den watched her, thinking. Didn't see that coming. But thanks to her clutch assist, we're actually gonna survive this mess. Degron turned on his sun, veins popping. "Don't just stand there like an NPC, apologize now." Degron stammered, trembling like a leaf. I'm sorry. My bad." Archon just shook his head. "Save that weak apology for my son, not me." Degron panicked, stuttering. Right, I get it. I was just about to make him do that." He shoved Degron forward roughly. "Hurry up!" There was no escape. Degron dragged his feet over to Den, looking like he wanted the ground to swallow him. The silence was loud. Den stared him down, eyes cold and unimpressed. Finally, he forced the words out like pulling teeth. "Sorry, Den." Layla rolled her eyes internally. "He's only bowing his head because he got caught in 4K. Total fake. Is that apology even real zero sincerity?" Den didn't want to accept that trash. Archon seemed to be on the same wavelength, glaring daggers at the kid, thinking the exact same thing. But holding a grudge here, not the play. Den calculated his move. Better to look like the bigger person than a stubborn kid. He sighed. "Fine. I accept your apology." Degron couldn't believe his luck. "Thanks." Degron let out a breath he'd been holding. Close call. Duke Bolt crossed his arms, smirking from the sidelines. I knew this kid was built different. Most kids would have kept raging since the fault was clearly on the other side. Archon stepped in to seal the deal. "All right, wrap it up." Den accepted it, so we're done here. But me. Archon's eyes went cold, his aura flaring up. "I'm not letting this slide. You tried to end my son with a summoned beast." Degron waved his hands frantically. "Count Sogres, wait, it wasn't..." "Zip it, Count Tyron. I'm done listening to your excuses." Archon's voice was ice. "Pack up your fam, and get out of my castle." Tyron's jaw dropped. "What, I came all this way without complaining once?" If I get kicked out now, everything I worked for is cooked. I gotta stay here no matter what realization hit him hard. He lunged forward, grabbing Archon's arm. Count, please. Have mercy. I'll do anything you want. Just give me one chance. But Archon shook him off like dirt. I don't need a thing from you. Guards will be at your room shortly to escort you out. He turned his back on them. Let's bounce, Duke. Duke Bolt nodded silently. Coming, Layla. Den glanced back one last time, his eyes saying get wrecked. Watching Degron scream at his son in the background, Den shrugged. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. But man, didn't know Dad could be that terrifying when he's triggered. Duke Bolt walked beside them. Real talk though, you took that beast down with a single mana bullet. Den nodded calmly. Yeah, pretty much. The Duke frowned, impressed. Summoning spears and slinging spells, that's broken. Has history ever seen a build like that? Archon beamed, radiating pure dad energy. Facts. My boy is absolutely goated. I couldn't be prouder. Layla's jaw hit the floor. She turned to ask, wait for real. The crowd whispered as they passed. The talent is crazy, but his composure ice cold. Usually kids throw hands and tantrums when they fight. Not Den, though. Duke Bolt grinned. No doubt about it. Your son's gonna be a top-tier legend. Archon patted Den's head, smiling. Let's not jinx it. We'll see when he levels up a bit more. Layla looked up, soaking in all the hype the adults were giving him. But hey, we owe this W to Layla. Without her clutching up as a witness, things could have gone south. Duke Bolt smirked, noticing something. Oh, he's vibing with my daughter. Seeing an opening, the Duke pushed his luck. She just kept it real. Speaking of keeping it real, should we discuss an alliance? Maybe a wedding? Between the kids, Archon panicked internally. Is he seriously trying to ship them right now? He looked at the sky, desperate to change the topic. Oh wow, look at the time. Sun's down, party time, I gotta go prep. Archon bolted like his life depended on it. Duke Bolt yelled after him, Hey, Count Sogras, don't run. He turned to his daughter quickly. Layla, take your time walking back with Den. Then, he chased after Archon. Get back here, Archon. We need to talk. Layla blushed, watching the two grown men play tag down the hallway. Can't stop him once he starts. She turned to Den. Anyway, how'd you get that summon to listen to you? That was weird. I've seen pro summoners in the Capital duel, but never seen a glitch like that. Den shrugged. Dunno, it just kinda happened. She pouted. Your gatekeeping secret's not fair. I totally saved you back there. Dean raised an eyebrow. Unfair. Pretty sure I saved you first. Didn't I help you with your sword skills earlier? Den thought back. Layla's face heated up as she remembered hugging the life out of him in excitement. Oh yeah, that happened. Den nodded. Okay, fair point. You came in clutch. Let's call it even. We can just keep helping each other out. Layla's eyes lit up. Bet that's a fire idea. I'm cashing in my favor right now. She moves fast. Alright, what do you want? Layla thought about the glowing lights she heard about. Teach me the mana bullet tech. Den blinked. Huh, why grind for that? Layla pumped a fist. To get OP, obviously, I want at least 2 mana cores before I hit the academy. She's still a kid, why the speedrun, why the rush? Layla's expression softened. I want to level up and make my mom happy. She loves me so much. If I get strong fast, I know she'll smile more. Den's gaze softened. Ah, that hits deep. Right. Countess Thermia is sick. Dean stayed silent for a beat, then nodded. Okay, if that's your reason, I can't say no. Layla beamed. For real, let's go start tomorrow or tonight. Den shrugged, unbothered. Whenever works. It's not hard once you feel the mana flow. Her eyes sparkled like Star's voice, trembling with excitement. I'm so hyped. Okay, your turn. What do you want? Den paused, his voice drifting into the night air. What I want? Back at the banquet hall, the party was lit. Then someone dropped a bomb. Yo, did you hear Count Tyrion just got permabanned from the castle? The gossip mill was working overtime in the banquet hall. Yo, word on the street is Tyrion's eldest son got absolutely wrecked. For real, I heard he started beef with Den and got humbled instantly. A guest smirked, acting like he had all the tea. Facts. He tried to step to young Master Den and got taught a brutal lesson. Tsk-tusk. Coming all this way just to get owned, total embarrassment for their squad. But wait, there's more, another voice whispered. I heard Den is actually a cracked summoner. The crowd gasped. No way is the Soares family about to become an OP summoner clan. That's insane. It's not just summoning fam. They say he's slinging high-tier magic too. One guest looked shook. Is that even possible? Just then a man dripping in luxury stepped forward, commanding the room. So you're the young Master Den, everyone's hyping up you. I am Baron Open. Do you know anything about my turf in the east? Den bowed respectfully, keeping his cool. I know a little bit, my lord. I hear your territory is legendary for grilled salmon and top-tier sapphires. Baron Open laughed loudly, clearly loving the ego boost. Ha ha, this kid has a big brain. You know it. The Open family's loot is the finest on the continent, no cap. The Baron nudged the girl beside him forward like a chess piece. I heard you're talented in multiple fields. Seems the rumors weren't just hype. Anyway, that's why I brought my daughter along. Almost forgot the introductions. Sylvia, say hello. A pair of dainty feet in blue doll shoes stepped into Den's personal space. Den blinked, caught off guard. Wait, what? Why is this happening so fast? A girl with blue hair and a matching dress looked him up and down. Hi, I'm Sylvia. Nice to meet you. Den felt the awkwardness rising. Hey, I'm Den. Suddenly Sylvia leaned in way too close, invading his bubble. She covered her mouth, whispering conspiratorially. So, you're the one who's gonna inherit the Soares family, right? Den hesitated. I honestly don't know about that. Sylvia grabbed both his hands without hesitation. Don't play dumb with me. I heard you're OP at everything. Take care of me, okay? There's a high chance we'll be family in the future. She winked, dropping a massive hint. Den was speechless but kept his poker face. Right. I'll do my best. Inside, he was screaming. Why are kids these days so aggressive? Zero chill, absolutely no filter. Layla walked in and froze. She saw them holding hands, looking cozy. Den, you're here. Den pulled away nervously. Layla. Sylvia frowned, sizing up the newcomer. Lady Layla. The air turned icy instantly. Layla's face went dark, her eyes flashing with jealousy. Who is this? Den panicked, looking for an exit strategy. This is Sylvia. Sylvia stepped up, introducing herself again with a smirk. Greetings, princess. I'm the eldest daughter of Baron Open, Sylvia Open. Layla forced a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Oh, really great to meet you. The vibe was so awkward, it was suffocating. Den felt a headache coming on. Ugh, this murderous aura. It's familiar. He remembered Arabella and Claire giving off the same scary energy. Conclusion. Girls are terrifying. Suddenly, Layla snatched Den's hand. Excuse me. I'm borrowing Den for a sec. She glared at him, her voice low and threatening. We have plans, right? Den looked confused for a split second before catching on. Oh, you're right. My bad, Sylvia. Let's talk later. Sylvia forced a stiff smile, clearly salty. Uh-huh. Too bad. As the couple walked away quickly, Layla muttered, fuming. Was she trying to say I'm the bad guy here? Her expression darkened even more. The Duke's beloved daughter. Does she think she can just steal you? Layla glanced back at Sylvia, who was standing alone and looking annoyed. Layla thought to herself, compared to some Baron's daughter, we're way more compatible. In the darkness, she finally asked the burning question. How do you know her? Is she like... Your fiancé? Den choked. Fiancé, no shot. We literally just said hello. Layla smiled, her mood instantly lifting. For real? Den glanced at her, a bit annoyed. Yes, for real. No cap. Seeing Layla's bright smile return, Den thought, her mood swings are insane. He led her to a secluded spot, acting mysterious. Check this out. We're here. My secret base that nobody knows about. Layla gasped, looking around the ancient ruins. Whoa! Who knew a place like this existed? Den nodded, feeling proud. Exactly. Zero interruptions here. Just us. He walked deeper into the clearing. Layla followed, hyped up by the scenery. This is actually fire. I didn't know the estate had hidden gems like this. She looked up at the night sky, whispering, Nobody will know what we're doing here. Den agreed. Yep. Perfect spot to grind levels. By the way, have you ever felt mana before? She hesitated. Maybe a little, not enough to form a core, but I've tried breathing it in. Den frowned slightly. So you haven't had your awakening moment yet. That's rough. He was surprised. I learned this in the trenches of war. I thought a duke's daughter would have elite tutors. Den took a deep breath. All right, let's start with the tutorial level. First step. You gotta feel the mana you inhale. Don't just breathe air, breathe power. Layla tilted her head. Feel it inside my body. Den nodded. Facts. If you want to blast mana out, you gotta control the flow inside first. The key is visualization. Imagination is everything. Layla repeated the word, confused. Imagination. Den raised his index finger and spun it around. Close your eyes. Visualize the mana spinning inside your gut, he smirked. Picture it circulating like blood in your veins, but you know, spicy. Layla looked like she was trying to calculate advanced physics. She clenched her fists. Okay, bet. I'll do exactly what you said. Watching her struggle, Den thought, yeah, she's cooked. She doesn't get it. He sighed. Give me your hand. Consider this a cheat code to help you feel the mana. Widen your stance, center your gravity. Layla relaxed her body completely. I know you can do it. She squeezed her eyes shut, concentrating hard. Her face was still tense. Den watched every micro-expression. Suddenly, Layla opened her eyes. Den, it's not working. I'm failing. He tried to comfort her. It's basic stuff, but it's your first run. Don't sweat it. Meanwhile, behind a tree, Arcane was watching the kids. He chuckled quietly. Oh ho, my boy is teaching a girl, that's my son. Watching the two of them, Arcane felt a swell of pride. He's really growing up. Suddenly, Butch's voice boomed from behind him. What you doing there? Arcane jumped out of his skin. Holy mother of... Butch leaned against a tree, laughing. Haha, chill out. Why so jumpy? Spying on a secret late-night date. Arcane stuttered, flustered. Date? What do you mean? And how did you sneak up on me? Butch bowed mockingly. Did I ruin your stealth mission? Whatever, man. You're terrible at sneaking. Your wife is a legendary assassin, didn't she teach you anything? Arcane blushed. I was doing my best, okay. Butch grilled him. If the Lord of the Manor gets caught peeping on kids, you're gonna get cancelled, old man. Arcane scoffed. Peeping? I'm just looking out for my son. Butch burst out laughing. Huh, you too, I'm literally here stalking my daughter. Arcane deadpanned. I have no room to talk, but you really are a hopeless dad. Suddenly, a surprise noise came from the clearing. You just noticed, let me see. The two dads went silent, eavesdropping hard. Den was touching a barrier. Layla stared wide-eyed. You have a spatial inventory bag. Den nodded. Yeah, my sister crafted it as a gift. Layla pouted green with envy. Bruh, I'm so jealous. My brothers totally ghosted me once they went to the academy. Den pulled an item out of the void. He set up a full-length mirror. Layla was confused. A mirror. We doing a fashion show? Den kept it brief. I bought it for the grind. Looking at her reflection, she was skeptical. Wait, for real? Den nodded. Visualizing is way easier when you can actually see yourself. It's a hack to bypass pure imagination. Layla still looked doubtful. Seriously, Den replied. Trust the process. Stand in front of it and look at your whole body. She moved into position. All right, let's run it. Let me give it a shot. Layla started spamming the same moves she did earlier. Den watched her form closely, thinking, she's actually locking in right now. Suddenly, weird noises started coming out of her mouth as she exerted herself. Duke Bart lowered his voice, dropping a truth bomb. Looks like Layla is low-key down bad for your son. Aiken whispered back, for real. Bart knew his daughter's stats well and nodded. No cap, she's usually icy with everyone. Aiken was confused, asking, did something happen? She looks like a total sunshine character. The Duke's expression went dark, silence taking over. Remembering his daughter's lonely silhouette, Bart's voice dropped. That's just a skin she wears. Inside, I don't know if she's okay. After you guys dipped to the academy, her mom got bedridden. Layla couldn't be a kid anymore. She was stuck by that bedside 247. That trauma made it hard for her to open up to NPCs or anyone else. Aiken still didn't get the logic. But if you know her lore is that tragic, why are you acting so toxic toward your own daughter? Bart looked down, whispering, you haven't noticed the old man's eyes are closing. He continued, I have my reasons. Seeing Layla's cheerful vibe, Bart's tone got heavy. When I raised my sons, I gave them too much attention and they grew up spoiled and mid. Total trash builds. Aiken looked at that bright smile and waved his hand. Don't compare Layla to them. You're gonna wreck her emotional HP. Aiken finally realized why she asked Den for the carry. Bart pointed at him. You're still yapping and nagging just like the old days, huh? Aiken denied it, instantly flustered. What? When was I ever like that? Bart suddenly switched topics. Spit it out. You gonna send your boy to the capital? If you do, how about letting him crash at the Duke's mansion? Aiken went silent, processing the offer. Meanwhile, Layla was screaming in the background. I did it. I actually clutched it. Success. Right. Den nodded. Yeah, that was a W. Good job. Aiken wasn't a boomer dad, so he said, I'll let Den decide his own path just like Arabella and Claire. But if he wants the capital, I'll definitely take you up on that offer. Bart nodded. It'd be fire if you visited too. Aiken lost his composure and yelled, say what you want to beef with me all day or something? Bart clicked his tongue. You've gotten sharper, old friend. Nearby squirrels suddenly froze, shaking like they sensed a boss monster. Turns out Lily was standing there staring at the group. She crossed her arms, menacingly silent. I wonder where those two wandered off to. Why are they acting so cringe? She sighed, looking into the distance, seeing Den dodging Layla, who was trying to hug him. She thought parental love really gives people a weird debuff. I'm just gonna pretend I didn't see anything. Layla looked at Den seriously. Thanks, Den. Den, you're actually a genius. I've heard people call me a prodigy, but compared to you, I'm mid. Den quickly hyped her up. This is just the tutorial phase. You're gonna get way more OP. As he spoke, Den looked around for the adults. The two dads had quietly exited the chat. Layla asked curiously, "You heading to the academy too?" she added. "That's where all the Empire's top-tier players gather." Den hesitated. "IDK yet. Is it necessary I can just grind solo and get strong?" Hearing this, Layla stomped her foot, triggered. "You dummy, studying isn't the point. It's about building your guild. It's for networking with nobles." She insisted, "You have to go. If you want to build alliances early game." Den chuckled internally. For a 7-year-old, she understood the meta pretty well. He lowered his voice. "I know, but I'm not interested in the academy arc yet." Den explained he had a mountain of unread lore in the library, and still had skills to learn from his parents. She interrupted. "True, but don't you want to play co-op with other kids? Your big sisters are already there." Den sighed at Layla's stubbornness. She was relentless. Den had to compromise to end the conversation. "I'll think about it later if I feel like going." She warned him again. "You better tell me if you decide to go. No cap." Den replied, "Yeah, all right." Layla kept reminding him, "When you come to the capital, bring Ohari to visit my house and watch me practice." "You promised." Den quickly agreed. "For sure. I'll send you a letter if I head to the capital." Suddenly, she remembered something. "Oh, right, Den. When are you gonna tell me your request? The favor I owe you." He just smiled. "I'll unlock that content when I get to the capital." Layla's face went blank. "Bruh, what?" The next day, Layla came to say goodbye. "We're heading out." Den and his parents stood there to see them off. Den subconsciously gripped the stone in his hand. He stared at it confused, then looked up at Duke Bart. "What is this drop?" The Duke answered, "Birthday present. Hope you like it." He inspected it for a moment, thinking looks like high-tier loot. Bart explained, "The sigil of House Thormine represents vengeance, the sword, and the blacksmith. House Thormine's history started with my ancestor, a legendary blacksmith. He dropped the lore. Thanks to him, their family had the best forge in the Empire. No, the best forge on the entire server. Every weapon leading the Empire was crafted in that furnace." Den smiled slightly. "Yeah, I know the meta." He had flashbacks to his past life. That place had every ore and weapon type, plus mysterious artifacts forged on the continent. Bart gave Den a hint. "If you go to the forge and flash that badge, they'll craft you a custom weapon. That symbol proves you have honor and skill." Aiken panicked. "Omg. That's a god-tier gift. Isn't that something even the royals are desperate for?" Bart didn't reply, just patted Den's head gently. "Grow up well and help your dad, kid." Den politely responded, "Thank you for the drop, Duke." After the farewells, Layla waved goodbye. Lily crouched down to check on Den. "You sad about your friend leaving?" He replied gloomily. "Yeah, big sad. She was my first friend." She comforted him. "You'll see her again in the capital." Then Lily jokingly added, "Get a glow up and shock her next time." In reality, Den was silently wishing Layla well. "I can't stay in the starter village forever. I'll see you when I visit the capital. Stay safe, Layla." The carriage rolled away. Bart sat inside, lost in thought. Strange. He closed his eyes, remembering. "Every time I look at Den, I remember that guy." An image of a warrior with tragic beauty and heroic aura appeared in Bart's mind. A warrior named Agar, with tier 3 skills, at such a young age. If he were still alive, the Duke thought with regret, he would have been an Empire tier 6 knight by now. The carriage kept moving. Bart looked at the sky, thinking, Den, I want to see your full build as soon as possible. Time flew by, and a few days passed in a flash. Den was staring at an egg, mumbling, I feed it mana morning and night. Is it still too early for the hatch event? He stared at the mysterious egg, waiting for a familiar result. Den started theorizing. Even if I'm not a summoner class, if I feed the egg mana and mark it as mine before it hatches, I can permanently control the summon. Something usually only temporary. My mana quality needs to match. Maybe there are complex conditions I haven't met yet. He reached out, dumping more mana into the egg. I heard some eggs are bugged and never hatch if conditions aren't met. Hope that's not the case. Den closed his eyes, focusing his power. Even if I change the flow and intensity, still no reaction. He hugged the egg. Suddenly it drained all his mana instantly and exploded with blinding light. He put it back in the box, comforting himself, expecting a one-shot success. I was too greedy. Just then, Herman called out from outside. Young master, are you done in there? Den quickly replied. Is that you, Herman? Suddenly a sus noise triggered his senses. He spun around to check the perimeter immediately. I swear I heard something. Herman burst in zero chill, asking, Young master, what was that sound just now? He cradled the mysterious egg in his arms. Hold up. Let me check this little guy first. But after a quick scan, Den let out a disappointed chuckle. No changes. Was I tripping? Total false alarm. Herman stepped up curious. Did the egg actually react, sir? Den shook his head. Nah, probably just my imagination. Let's dip. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, Den was moving faster than the eye could track. The blade danced in his hands, a symphony of steel and wind. Den unleashed a flurry of razor-sharp slashes. He stuck the landing with perfect grace. Pure main character energy. Herman was on the sidelines, hyping him up like crazy. That was fire, young master. When did you grind sword mastery? Den shrugged it off humble brag style. I just felt like swinging it around a bit. Herman kept glazing him. A true genius. You're cracked at swordsmanship too. Den couldn't hide that grin. Learning a new meta is actually fun. Dad's been helicopter parenting so hard I haven't touched a blade in ages. Thank God my skills haven't been nerfed. Herman slid in with the clutch refreshments. Let's refill your HP before the next round, sir. Bet. Thanks, Herman. He paused the grind to enjoy the sweets. Honestly, training here is a vibe. Elsewhere, Archon stared out the window, brooding. Same grind every year. I'm absolutely cooked. But that last banquet, huge W for us. His expression turned serious. The vultures are circling. Everyone's eyes are locked on the south. They're all desperate to ally with us now. Archon knew the score. Since the war ended, the south was the new meta for resources. Their thirst is obvious. He let out another heavy sigh. But that's nothing compared to the hype surrounding Den. Flashback to the incident. That beef with Count Tyron's son, totally unexpected. But my boy stood on business. He handled it like a boss in front of the adults. But that maturity. It actually worried him. He's flaunting his talent. He's built different. Sometimes I wish he'd just act his age, you know. Guess that's just me being selfish. Archon checked the time. No time to overthink. It's go time. He glanced behind him at the prize. The dragon tail? Let's see if the boy can handle this heat today. Weapon in hand, he marched to the training grounds. But the moment he looked up, Archon's jaw hit the floor. There was Den, absolutely cooking with a sword. Since when is his swordplay this god tier? He couldn't believe his eyes. Why is he maining a sword instead of a spear? Confusion hit him, then a realization. Right. That old duke must have leaked some strats. Otherwise, why grind sword skills after mastering the spear? Oblivious, Den kept flowing his strikes lethal. Archon watched pride swelling in his chest. Not gonna lie, that's impressive. He handles that blade like a veteran. The Lord analyzed the movements closely. That power output masters train their whole lives and still look mid compared to him. Den's eyes were locked in, focused. Those weren't the eyes of a child. Archon stood silently witnessing greatness. When did he even level this up? One thing was certain, the kid was a prodigy with the blade too. As Den cooled down, Archon stepped into the light. Den, I've been watching. When did you pick up the way of the sword? Den panicked internally. I'm exposed, better come clean. I didn't exactly learn it, father. Archon froze. Say what? Just pure raw talent. Spear arts, magic assassination, summoning, and now swords. If this was anyone else, I'd call cap. No kid should be this OP in every single category. Archon looked him in the eye. Are you curious about the world out there? Den blinked, caught off guard. Huh, what do you mean? The world beyond these walls, son. Archon's voice dropped an octave. Serious mode activated. This territory, it's too small for a beast like you. Keeping you here is basically nerfing your potential. Den stayed silent, head down. He knew his time in the tutorial zone was over. But Archon just smiled warmly. It's time to prep for the global server. Den's head snapped up. Wait for real. No cap. I hate to see you go, but I gotta respect the grind. Archon slammed the dragon tail into the earth. And today I brought you a little buff. Den stared, eyes wide. Is that... Recognize this artifact, the dragon tail. It chose you on your first birthday. Memory unlocked. Right, I remember the resonance. Go on, equip it. Den grabbed the weapon. Zap violent energy exploded outward. Den grinned, feeling the rush. This energy is absolutely fire. Archon watched, thrilled. The reaction is even crazier than before. Pride surged through his veins. Now, nobody can deny his destiny. With this spear, my son is going to dominate the entire continent. Time to head out. Suddenly, a familiar voice spawned from behind him. So you finally locked in your decisions, son. Den jolted awake, bolting upright. Mom. He panicked, his heart rate spiking. When did you even enter the room? Lily smiled with that gentle, high-level mastery vibe. Chill out. Were you dissociating so hard you didn't even hear me knock? Den awkwardly scratched his chin, feeling totally called out. Is that it? She leaned down, her presence overwhelming. Dad told me you'd be deep in your thoughts. So are you curious about the map outside our territory? Den lowered his head, unable to hide the truth. Yeah. Dad said my talent would be wasted totally mid if I stayed here. After thinking it over, I realized I want to unlock the open world. I'm sorry, Mom. Lily looked at her mature son, a pang of sadness hitting her heart. She hugged Den, buffing his morale. No need to apologize, Den. He still hesitated, the guilt debuff lingering. But both my sisters are gone too. If I dip, you'll be alone. Lily rubbed Den's face, her voice soft but firm. I'm Gucci, really. I know your stats are broken, Den. Even if you didn't want to go, the outside world would summon you eventually. His voice cracked. Mom, she spoke gently, it would be S tier if you stayed with me longer. Lily recalled the memories, clinging to the past with zero regrets, but she looked out the window and dropped the quest. So go. Do what you gotta do, Den. Den nodded, eyes downcast. Yes, Mother. Even if I leave the base, I'll fast travel back often and drop all the lore I find for you. Lily chuckled softly. Thanks, son. Well then, looks like I need to prep some gear. Time to launch you into the world, just like your dad. Den looked confused. Huh, prep what exactly? She dropped the bombshell immediately. I'm gonna teach you detective skills. I was gonna take it slow, but looks like we're speedrunning trap mechanics and evasion now. Den wanted to log out right there. I have to take special tutorial levels from you too. Lily started listing the curriculum like it was nothing. Oh, and body disposal techniques. Right, you also need to memorize human anatomy weak points. Den was absolutely terrified by her casual tone, screaming internally. Bruh, I'm gonna be depleted before I even step foot outside. She continued enthusiastically. Anyway, Mom's gonna teach you the meta. He just nodded, accepting his fate to keep her happy. Yes, Mom. I'll grind hard. Lily looked at her son with eyes full of pride and affection. Den felt a wave of gratitude. Special lessons from his parents taught with pure love. Suddenly a thought buffed his resolve. Right. If I want to survive the outside server. Den gazed at the sprawling city of light. He told himself, I need to be fully maxed out. The southern region of the Antian Empire, Shogras, a central development hub. Skyscrapers stacked like Tetris blocks, warm climate, and infinite resources. This zone became the MVP of the Antian Empire, keeping their economy from crashing during the war. The streets were buzzing with NPCs and players alike. Archon was chatting with his staff. Thanks to Count Shogra's admin privileges, this region was always peaceful. Archon nodded with a satisfied smile. When the war arc ended, the remaining rebel mobs were all captured. Civilians flooded the streets, young, old, everyone vibing. Finally, the era of peace, which felt like it would last forever, had returned. Looking down from the high ground, the people below looked like ants. Gossip started spreading through the streets like wildfire. Yo, did you hear the tea rumor has it? Young Master Den stopped by the shops. One person gasped. No cap. The other replied, facts. He bought something, and apparently the shopkeeper's daughter literally fainted from the visuals. A brunette girl on the street got hyped. OMG, so the rumors are true. The orange-haired girl beside her giggled. She continued, I heard his glow-up is insane. He's getting more handsome by the day. Wish I could see his face just once. He doesn't have a main girl yet, right? Should I shoot my shot? The brunette snapped her head up. Excuse me, are you delusional? Seeing the orange-haired girl thirsting hard, she dropped a reality check. Wake up, bestie. He's only 14. Don't be weird. The orange-haired girl turned to her. Well, from what I heard, his build doesn't look 14 at all. The brunette was shook. For real? The orange-haired girl nodded. Yup. Word is he's already as tall as the Count. The brunette gasped. Sheesh. Is it because the Countess is tall too? Those S-tier genetics are no joke. The orange-haired girl imagined Den's strong back. Her eyes sparkled like anime effects. I bet if you saw him you'd think he was 20. No cap. She started describing Den with passion. Platinum hair, blue eyes. My heart would literally stop if I saw him. The brunette laughed. Next time he spawns there, I'm camping the spot. Wonder when he'll come out again. The orange-haired girl replied. Apparently he frequents that shop. The brunette remembered something. Oh right, the forest keeper dropped that info. Chatter filled the street. The orange-haired girl asked, serious? So if we find the forest keeper first, locating him will be easy. The brunette was stunned. Huh, you're actually gonna do it. Out in the boonies in the conifer forest, birds took flight. Deep in the woods, wild wolves moved in the shadows, howling at the sky. Warm sunlight filtered through the canopy like a graphics shader. Birds glided on the wind currents, a place overflowing with mana, the Apocalypse Great Forest. Here, Den was grinding his escape mission assigned by his mom. Den moved silently, gripping his spear like a pro. The handkerchief in his hand fluttered. He muttered, wind direction south. Den stashed the cloth in his inventory and moved forward. I've seen Chero spiders camping this lane before. Gotta rotate west. Den flipped his hood down, calculating. 3 hours to clear the map before sunset. He kicked off a tree trunk for a boost. Launching like a cheetah, he dashed forward with insane agility. Den's speed stats were increasing. Rule number 1 for an assassin: never let the enemy get a lock on you. Den's silhouette vanished into the air stealth mode active. Within the time limit, he had to dodge the nets and traps his mom set up and escape this hardcore dungeon. He glided through the forest without leaving a trace. Finally, he paused at a clearing, taking cover behind a massive rock to recover stamina. Den looked up, inhaling the mana-rich air, holding it for a second before exhaling. The sun was high overhead. After blending with the environment, the hidden traps rigged in random spots would trigger. Den could sense the razor-thin threads woven into the air. He stood frozen, scanning the nearly invisible wires everywhere. Looks like if my hitbox even grazes one, the trap activates instantly. Den slammed his spear into the ground. Basic mechanics, but deadly. He rolled up his sleeves, muttering, "Lucky this type is easy to disarm." Suddenly, Den's eyes widened. He froze. A mob of monsters resembling giant rats spawned right in front of him. They clung to the trees, staring at Den with pure aggro. Den was shook. Ugh, what is that? One monster kicked off a rock, leading the charge. The rats behind it opened their maws, revealing long, jagged fangs. Covered in spikes, they rushed Den, ready to attack. Den's body locked up. He thought, "I'm cooked. It's a Zeusit pack. Didn't expect a mob spawn here." The Zeusits were closing the gap. Their speed was terrifying. Den instantly decided he had to wipe them out fast. He reached for the spear planted next to him, then he remembered, "Wait, if I move and trip a trap, it's game over." The Zeusit pack screeched, eyes glowing red like LEDs. Seeing them lunge with open mouths, Den thought, no choice. But he decided to tactical retreat for now. The Zeusits were in his face. Their ear-piercing screech echoed through the forest. Screech. Den didn't hesitate, he spun around and bolted. The Ruzel horde was hot on his trail, pure aggro mode. Den glanced back while sprinting, calculating his odds. Those beasts had zero chill, swarming like a nightmare flood, but then they rushed straight into the invisible wires rigged through the trees. Snap, the trap card was activated. The tension broke and a barrage of arrows launched from the shadows nearby. Death rained down through the canopy, locking onto the Ruzel pack. The monsters didn't stand a chance. Sharp steel pierced their hides before they could even react. A total mob wipe, wave after wave of arrows ending them instantly. One by one, the Ruzels hit the dirt. Game over. Den looked back, a smirk playing on his lips. He baited. Cleared the whole wave without burning any stamina. But suddenly his eyes went wide. One elite mob had survived the arrow storm and was rushing him. It unhinged, its massive jaw rows of jagged teeth dripping with nasty white sludge. The last Ruzel lunged, going for the kill shot. Den sidestepped with a smooth juke, dodging the attack. His gaze locked onto the beast's movements like a hawk. Whoa, this thing's agility stats are insane, he thought. The Ruzel missed but whipped around instantly, eyes blazing with fury. It opened its maw again, hacking up a glob of red corrosive fluid straight at Den. His instinct screamed red alert. That spit was definitely toxic. Den spun his spear rapidly, the motion creating a blurring shield of steel in front of him. He deflected the red slime just in time. Phew, that was close. Den gritted his teeth. Can't waste time farming this guy. He launched himself forward, vanishing from his spot with a burst of speed. The red-eyed monster charged to meet him. Den's expression turned icy cold. As the beast snapped its jaws, silver arcs of light danced in the air, Den's spear thrusting forward with lethal precision. With a confident flourish, he unleashed his skill. The Ruzel's head was sliced clean in two midair. The beast's eyes bulged in disbelief before it crashed. Den didn't even wait for the loot drop. He turned and dipped immediately. He dashed through the forest as the sun began to dip. The horizon burned with crimson light, painting the sky in sunset hues. Den's breath came in ragged gasps. Ha! Ha! He collapsed onto the ground, totally spent. Ugh, my stamina bar is empty. Covered in sweat and grime, he panted heavily, muttering, "At least I made it out of the zone alive." Suddenly, a rustle echoed from the bushes. Den clenched his jaw, annoyed. Another wave! Seriously? He snatched his spear and sprang up, thinking, damn it, give me a break. When did my detection skills get so sloppy? But as the figure emerged, Den froze, then shouted, "Mom?" Lily nodded, a proud smile on her face. Claren worked Den. She stood before him, exuding aura. 3 minutes and 30 seconds. You broke my speedrun record. Den blinked, surprised. Wait, were you spectating the whole time? Lily stepped closer. Of course. I'm not gonna let you solo a dungeon without backup. She beamed at him. I know your stats are OP, but as a mother, that's a different story. Den nodded obediently. I get it. Lily reached out and gently patted his head. You crushed it, she praised. Technique was flawless, no cap. Then her expression softened. Did you take any damage? Den shook his head. HP is full, Mom. Lily pinched his cheek. For real. Keep grinding like this and the Assassin Guild is gonna try to recruit you. She flicked her wrist and something materialized from her sleeve, a sleek dark dagger. She held it with both hands. She presented it to him. Here, equip this. It suits your build better than mine now. Den stared at the weapon shook. Wait, isn't this your main weapon? You're really gifting it to me? Lily smiled. No doubt. I don't use it anymore anyway. Den took the dagger, inspecting the craftsmanship. Lily explained, it's forged from mystic ore, high-tier material that absorbs the elemental properties of anything it touches. Den's reflection shimmered on the blade. Lily continued, if you wanted, you could load every poison in the world into that edge. Den fell into thought. So it has a passive skill that absorbs and utilizes toxins. Den sheathed the dagger and bowed. Thanks, Mom. I'll treasure it. Lily giggled. You're welcome. Let's head back to base. As Den pocketed the weapon, he thought, phew, guess that concludes the tutorial for today. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air nearby. Birds scattered into the sky, terrified by the noise. Den and Lily snapped into combat mode, scanning the area. Den turned to Lily. Mom, you heard that right. The forest fell ominously silent. Lily nodded grimly. Yeah, someone triggered an event in the woods. Let's move, Den. On it, Den replied. They vanished into the trees, moving at max agility. The scenery blurred past them as they rushed toward the source. Meanwhile, at the So Grace County estate, in the annex tower of the massive castle, a groan echoed from a guest room. Ugh! Followed by a rough cough. Kuh! Ha! An old man bolted upright in bed, screaming, Gah! Ha! He panted like he'd just respawned from a nightmare. Regaining his senses, he looked around. Where the heck am I? I was just gathering mushrooms in the forest. The door creaked open. A voice drifted in. Oh, you're finally awake. Den walked in with a tray of water. He approached the bed calmly. Your detox isn't finished yet, so don't move. The old man looked up, confused. Huh, why is this kid here? He asked. Detox. Did you save me? Den replied casually. Yup, you ate a red cap mushroom. Lucky we found you before the poison debuff hit 100%. The memory of the weird red fungus returned. The old man's face went pale. That was a red cap. Den handed him the glass. High-level poison. We got there just in time. Any later and you would have been a corpse. Here, hydrate. The old man took the glass. Ah, thanks. He downed the water in one go. Den watched him analyzing. That belt buckle. Nexian Magic Tower insignia. This guy isn't a random NPC. Den recalled the rescue. If I didn't have Mom's dagger to absorb the toxin, he would have been cooked. The old man finished the water and turned to him. Thanks, kid. So what map is this? Den answered, the So Grace County Annex. The old man gasped. So Grace County. He rubbed his throbbing temples. I didn't just get lost heading south, I got poisoned and ended up way over here. What a mess. He sighed and put the glass down. Den spoke up. Just rest for now. I pinged my father. He'll be here soon. The old man froze. Huh, your father. Then he asked, wait, then you are? Den kept it cool. That's right. I'm the youngest son of Count So Grace. Den, So Grace. The old man looked up stunned. For real? You're the younger brother of Arabella. The genius mage, every tower is trying to scout. He shook his head, shifting topics. But wait, how did you even find me? Den shrugged. I was just grinding or training with my mom in the forest. The old man thought back to the monster-infested woods. He shouted, what in that forest, are you insane? He recalled his own brush with death. Even a level 8 mage like me got turned around in there. My mana flow reversed while casting, and I completely collapsed. He looked at Den with disbelief. Seriously, that place is thick with ancient mana and rigged with traps. Den smiled effortlessly. True. That forest is our family's private property. Total danger zone for outsiders. The mana density there messes with modern casting styles. Mages really shouldn't go there. Plus, you got crit hit by a poisonous mushroom. The old man slumped. Is that so? I really almost died. Then a realization hit him like a truck. He stared at Den wide-eyed. Hold on. Does that mean this kid is strong enough to train in that hellscape? Skeptical, he asked. Did you craft the antidote yourself too? Den replied, yeah. Watching the confident teen, the old man's mind raced. He looks like a high schooler, but he brewed a specific antidote that fast. That requires massive knowledge and precise alchemy skills. He chuckled in disbelief. Ha ha ha. What kind of OP genes does this family have? He thought of the sisters, and now Den. Aside from his 2 genius daughters, the old man's thoughts drifted to his youngest son. No cap, if this were still the war era, the Souls family would be the most OP clan in the entire empire. Laughter bounced off the walls of the room. I owe you big time, kid. Den didn't even flinch, just dropped a casual, yeah, facts. The old man had been totally cooked in the forest until Den pulled a clutch rescue. Staring him down, the old man thought, check this kid out. Zero fear. He's got that main character energy. Clearing his throat, he announced, Ahem, it's time for me to pay up my debts. He stroked his beard, flexing hard with a proud expression. But first, let me drop the name. I am Siren Goss. Until recently, I was the big boss of the Nixon Magic Tower. Name your price. I got everything in this world except for L's. The former master of the Nixon Tower, Den thought. This guy is actually a legendary NPC. He's definitely talking about a subspace inventory. Den realized, throwing on a polite smile. Oh, for real. His mind wandered. Plenty of mages lived that hobo life, just hoarding loot in their spatial pockets. Siren glared, eyes popping out in disbelief. Bruh, what he thought. I just dropped the Tower Master title. Normal people would be losing their minds right now. Or at least simp a little. But this kid is chill as ice. Flustered, Siren started throwing hand signs like he was casting a spell. Yo, you're never gonna get a golden ticket like this again. Don't fumble the bag. Stop capping with the humility. Tell me what you want. Den lowered his eyes, looking like he was deep in thought. Siren grinned, ready to grant a god-tier wish. Then Den spoke. I'll brainstorm a bit and hit you up later. The answer made Siren grind his teeth, his rage bar filling up. Seriously, he doesn't care. Is he ghosting my offer right to my face? What kind of monster is this kid? Den balanced the tray like a pro and turned around. Get some rest, old man. He walked out and the door slammed shut on Siren's ego. Siren sat on the bed looking totally washed. You could practically see the gloom lines over his head. He rubbed his temples and let out a goofy laugh. That's the first time anyone's ever treated me like a background character. He looked out the window. I was gonna bounce in a day or two, but nah. As Den walked away with the water tray, Siren muttered to himself, I gotta stick around. I need to figure out what this kid's deal is. He's sus. Meanwhile, the mansion was buzzing. Herman's jaw hit the floor. The master of a magic tower. That guy must be absolutely cracked at magic. Den didn't miss a beat. No cap. From what I heard, he's an 8th circle mage. Top tier. Herman gasped. Sheesh. That's a higher level than Lady Arabella. Den wiped some sweat off his brow. Yeah, big diff. True that. Herman's gears started turning regarding the guest Den had saved. Young master, that means a literal god-tier mage owes you a favor. Those magic towers are basically independent kingdoms. They don't answer to anyone. Den glanced at the blade in his hand. Right. Who would have guessed that stray old man was such a big shot? Herman looked curious. But why was a tower master wandering the woods like a noob? Den swung his sword the air, whistling. That wasn't just any forest, Herman. Mages call it a forbidden zone. The Apocalypse Forest. Herman went pale. The Apocalypse Forest. That place is a death trap even for wizards. He's lucky I was there to carry him, or he'd be finished. Den stared at his own reflection in the cold steel, lost in the sauce of his memories. He turned to the servant. Herman, drop me a new sword. These ones are too light and short. They're mid. Herman jumped. Ah, those are damaged blades the Count brought back from the war. No wonder they feel off. Herman switched to professional mode. I'll go prep a proper longsword for you immediately. For tomorrow's grind. Den swung again. Thanks. I'll finish today's set with this trash tier one. His lips moved silently. He recalled the chat about Duke Hermione. Come to think of it, I've got that cheat code too. The mark the Duke gifted me. Den smirked. 7 years since that day. Time flies. White clouds drifted above. If I ever hit up the capital, I'm definitely pulling up on him. Aiken was waiting by the training grounds. Den, you're grinding hard today. Den stopped. Father, I thought you had business. You're back early. Aiken grinned. Speed ran my tasks. Plus I had a reason to rush home. Den connected the dots instantly. Is it about the Magic Tower Master? Thinking of his daughter, Aiken nodded. Exactly. Who knows? Maybe he can power level Arabella. He could be the perfect mentor. Den remembered Arabella's violent streak and winced. I don't know if even a Tower Master can handle her toxic trait, he thought, recalling how she KO'd an annoying upperclassman. Aiken patted Den's shoulder. Either way, you saved a life. That's big. Den stayed humble. Just did what anyone would do. Aiken beamed with pride. Nah, most people would have choked. Den soaked in the praise. The maids swung the doors open for them. Are my sisters ghosting us again this time? Den asked. Father and son walked side by side. About that. Seeing my daughters is harder than a boss raid. Arabella finished her semester and is shopping for a magic tower to join. And I heard Claire got invited to some fancy gathering as an assistant professor. Den laughed. They're both crushing it. Your sisters are built different, Aiken agreed, turning to Den. But I'm betting big on you too. He laughed loudly, remembering Den and the Duke. Just thinking about it cracks me up. Den's mind drifted to Duke Hermione's legendary swordsmanship. The Duke, I want to run it back. Sword versus sword. He looked out the window. Anyway, I wonder how Layla is doing. Haven't seen a message notification in a year. Picturing her smile, he thought, guess I'll find out when I get to the capital. A few days later, Siren's voice exploded through the mansion like a siren. What do you mean I'm not at 100% HP? I'm going insane, rotting in this room. A servant stood firm, hands on hips, blocking the path. Please don't wander off the map, and for now your magic access is banned. Siren gasped. Excuse me, banned. Correct. Your mana flow is glitchy, and the poison debuff hasn't fully cleared. You need more cooldown time. Siren clicked his tongue. Fine. Guess it's been a while since I played on normal mode without magic. He stood up looking salty. But staying in this room, absolute torture. I'm cooked if I stay here. I'm touching grass. The servant sighed heavily. Sir, you don't even know the layout. Siren ignored the warning and rage quit the room. The servant panicked. If he triggers a flag or causes trouble, I'm the one getting nerfed. Outside, a group of maids were huddled together spilling tea. Mages are always one of two things, genius or psycho. The line is thin, fam. The orange-haired maid spilled the tea. Yo, listen, he's been pacing the first floor like a glitchy NPC for 10 rounds, and now he's been staring at flowers in the backyard for hours. Totally sus. No cap. The maid with chestnut hair looked shook. But isn't he supposed to be like the most OP mage in the game? The GOAT, the orange-haired maid clapped back, so what bro is definitely cooked in the head. The maids whispered among themselves, Lady Arabella deserves a chill life, not this drama. Meanwhile, the garden vibes were immaculate. Butterflies danced around blooming petals. Elder Siren crouched down, peeping the flora, mumbling, I'm legit curious who designed this garden. It's actually fire. Elder Siren reached out to pluck a flower. Damn, didn't expect these petals to be leaking this much mana. Straight up magical. Suddenly, a presence materialized behind him. Jump scare. A voice cut through the air. Came to check on you, old-timer, but you weren't in your room. Guess you're out here touching grass. Siren turned around to see Blake. The old man chuckled. Haha. Thought I ghosted you, huh? Siren stood up, fixing his drip. Someone told me I gotta stay put until my HP is fully restored. Blake nodded, smiling. Facts. That's exactly what I want for you. The sun hit different, warming up the scene. Siren sighed. This spot is legit. The perfect healing zone. No stress, just vibes. After soaking in the aesthetic of the bustling city, Siren admitted, I finally get why all the high-tier nobles rush south for vacation. This place is valid. Blake replied, Real talk, kinda sucks I gotta dip so soon. Siren's eyes went wide. Say psych right now, you're leaving where to? Blake grinned, cool as ice. Not far, heading to the capital. Siren stroked his beard. The capital, you aiming for the academy. Suddenly he remembered Blake's sisters, the legendary duo. He casually asked, Your sisters are grinding at the academy too, right? Blake nodded. Yup. Siren mused. With their skills, they're probably cruising on easy mode. Internal monologue. His sisters are S-tier prodigies. So just how broken is this kid? Siren locked eyes with Blake, analyzing him like a raid boss. He pondered, should I stat check him? Suddenly Siren flinched. He saw a massive surge of blue energy coursing through Blake's veins. His eyes almost popped out. What the hell is this mana density? It's insanely concentrated. Blake just stood there smiling like he knew he was the main character. If other geniuses are streams, this kid is a raging tsunami. Blake looked at the old man, confusion written all over his face. Siren froze. That much mana should be unstable. He should be blowing up right now. How is he keeping it together? Before Siren could spiral, Blake cut in. Yo, scanning my stats without asking kinda rude, don't you think? Busted. Siren scratched his head, awkward laugh. Ah, you caught me. You got hacks or something. My bad, that was uncool of me. Siren's mind was still racing. No shot. This defies all logic. Is a human with that level of condensed mana even possible? Blake tilted his head. Why is he tweaking out all burr? Siren looked up, gears turning in his head. Wait, I don't see any mana circles with that density. I should see layers. Panic set in. Siren focused on the beat of Blake's heart. 2 power sources. Does this kid have dual mana cores? Losing his cool? Siren shouted. How did you craft a mana core like that? Blake blinked. Is that a problem? Siren was sweating buckets now. Hell yeah, it's a problem. You got this insane mana pool, and you still want to play with spears. Siren sounded desperate. You have a core without a circle. Are you trying to throw away the most broken talent in history? Blake looked confused. Why can't I just use both? Siren grit his teeth, clutching his head like he had a migraine. Ah, you're stressing me out. How do I even explain this to a noob? You know why magic swordsmen have short lifespans. He didn't wait for an answer. They're OP because they have a core and a circle. But those two systems crash. It's a glitch in the matrix. Compressed mana from the core hits the circle. The circle can't handle the pressure and boom. Game over, Blake pondered. I did my research, but is it really impossible? Siren crossed his arms, eyes closed, done with this conversation. Tusk. Such a waste of godly potential. Amidst the butterflies, Blake asked the million-dollar question, can't I just cast spells without a circle? Siren replied, I mean technically, but without a circle to filter it, how are you going to control raw mana? Siren elaborated. People have tried that build before. Spoiler alert, most of them failed. Blake pressed his hand to his chest, serious mode engaged. Let me cook. Siren sputtered. Excuse me. Blake opened his hands. Never tried it, but the theory holds up. Siren grit his teeth. This kid is actually delusional. Blake continued calmly. If I just recode the mana flow... He started channeling immediately. Energy surged out of him. Blake clenched his fist, the air vibrating with power. Whoosh! A crimson flame ignited in his palm. The fire crackled, pure magic made manifest. Through the flames, Siren saw Blake smirk. Easy. It worked. Just a basic tier 1 spell, though. Siren went pale, screaming, What? How you don't have a circle? How is he casting? Looking at Blake's confident face, Siren's brain short-circuited. Impossible. You need a circle to refine raw mana. And yet... Blake waved his hand, weaving mana into a complex geometric barrier. Through the glowing pentagons, he looked at his mansion. Sis Arabella said my mana affinity is off the charts. Maybe that's why I'm built different. Siren stared at the construct. He froze. His eyes widened in horror and awe. This is what they mean by God-given talent. He's not just a genius. He's an anomaly. Blake tweaked the barrier. It's actually stable. Using magic without a circle, totally viable. I get it now. Siren fell to his knees, shaking. Innate mana affinity. His jaw hit the floor. Purer and denser than anyone alive. Staring at the boy, Siren questioned reality. Does a monster like this actually exist? He stumbled toward Blake. Hey, wanna be my disciple? Siren's desperate shout echoed through the estate. Wait up, don't leave. He chased after Blake like a total fanboy. Siren Goss wasn't letting him go that easily. Hold up, we need to talk. Letting a god-tier talent like you slide, that's a straight-up crime. Seeing Den look totally unbothered, Siren speed-blitzed past him to block his path. You know how to drop some second-tier magic, right? Den felt the cringe rising. This guy was doing too much. Never heard of that spell, so that's a hard pass. But Siren just burst into manic laughter like he heard the best joke ever. Oh ho, listen, become my disciple, and I'll flex some legendary 8th-tier magic right now. Den didn't even hesitate, hitting him with the cold shoulder. No thanks, I'm good. Siren's smile cracked instantly. Veins popped on the old man's forehead, his eyes bulging with rage. You little... But just as the vibe got toxic, footsteps echoed nearby. Archon strolled up with his hands behind his back, looking totally chill. Haha, didn't expect a big shot like you to be vibing with my son. Den nodded. Father? Archon grinned. Son, what's the tea? What are you two plotting? Den shrugged. Ugh, he's just thirsting for me to be his disciple. I already told him it's a no-go. Archon rubbed his chin. A disciple, huh? Siren Goss realized the dad was the key and switched up his attitude real quick. Count Sogris, your son is packing the potential of a legendary archmage, no cap. Archon played innocent. Haha, is that so? Siren slapped Den on the shoulder like they were besties. He's even more cracked than you think. This kid literally spammed chain magic without a single mana circle. Archon's eyes went wide. No mana circle. Are you for real? Den was slow to react but kept it 100. Yeah, Dad. Archon threw his head back and laughed. Haha, nice. That just means you skipped the tutorial and have zero basic knowledge? Siren Goss was shaking. The kid's potential was off the charts. Archon grinned. As expected of the former Tower Master, spotting my son's OP stats instantly. Siren beamed. He's not just talented, he's a whole glitch in the system. He could even become a super rare magic swordsman. Den imagined himself looking drippy in knight armor, waving a sword. A sword that sounds fire. But suddenly the air around Archon turned heavy and dark. A magic swordsman. Den shrank back, sweating bullets. Bro read the room. Don't say that in front of Dad. But Siren was totally clueless. He kept laughing. Exactly. The ultimate hybrid build. You're interested now, right? If you join my squad, I'll carry you all the way to the top. I'll turn you into the Empire's most broken magic swordsman. Finally. Siren noticed Archon's murderous aura and broke into a cold sweat. Wait. What's with that face? Why do I feel like I'm about to get cooked? Before Siren could process, Archon roared like a raid boss. He will absolutely not be a magic swordsman. Siren fell back confused. Siren flinched but tried to clutch the argument. But why, though a swordsman with magic is basically a cheat code? Archon glared, emphasizing every word. My son is not touching a sword. He's going to be a magic spearman. Siren froze his brain, buffering. Wait, that's the deal breaker. Den was sweating buckets, closing his eyes and praying for the ground to swallow him. Archon looked ready to explode. Archon stared at Siren with pure darkness. Siren couldn't help but think, bruh, is everyone in this family totally unhinged? Sunlight hit the annex tower. For a mage, taking a disciple is a massive deal. Den flipped through a book deep in thought. Mages usually groom their heirs through something called succession. It's an ancient tradition that's still relevant, even with modern magic schools popping up everywhere. Den snapped the book shut. That's facts. The Tower Master isn't just looking for a student. He's looking for his heir. Den thought about how desperate Siren Goss was chasing him around like a fanboy. If an 8th tier archmage is simping this hard, my talent must be actual god tier. Den adjusted his fit, feeling himself a little. After all that glazing, I can actually feel the energy buzzing inside me. Den's eyes lit up. Yo, I got it! He remembered the crystal ball Arabella gave him. She said to pour mana into it whenever I wanted to vibe with her. Den grabbed the orb, grinning. Bet let's hit up Arabella. For me opus G sis. Arabella was chilling in the library when Den's voice dropped. Sis, it's me, Den. She froze, snapping her head up. Her pen halted mid-sentence. Her face lit up with pure joy. Den, my baby brother. Then her voice cracked with shock. Wait, what, you just cast first-tier magic? She jumped, completely shook. You don't even have a mana circle yet, Den replied casually. Yeah, no circle, but I still pulled it off. Arabella was floored. I knew you were built different, but I didn't think you were this OP. Den mused. Mana circles just filter stuff right. Maybe my mana is already pure gas. Arabella walked out of the library. That actually tracks. She thought of a sparkling blue gem. Okay, I've got a way to check. I'm sending a magic stone through the teleporter in your room. Just inject a little mana into it. Den nodded. Got you. He sat in front of the orb, smiling. Big Sis is the MVP, and this mana stuff is getting interesting. The crystal ball glowed. Advice from a level 6 mage was clutch. But then Arabella cut in. By the way, if you can already cast spells, you're going to be the main character at the academy. Den froze, panic setting in. Bro, I don't want that clout. Arabella moved to a quiet spot. She laughed. Can't hide talent like yours. But if anyone tries to bully you, tell me. I'll wreck anyone who touches my brother. Den suddenly remembered the rumors. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Did you really break that guy's nose for flirting with you? The Duke's second son? Thinking of that trash? Arabella saw red. She gritted her teeth and yelled, Don't mention that loser. People nearby turned to stare at the sudden outburst. She went silent, dying of embarrassment. Once the coast was clear, she whispered, Anyway, without a circle, can your mana actually get even purer? Den kept it real. No clue. Arabella nodded. I'll do some research. Suddenly, a female student sprinted over. Senior Arabella, the professor is looking for you. Arabella sighed, not wanting to hang up. Ah, Den, duty calls. Got a dip. I'll hit you back later. Den replied, Bet see ya. Sending the magic stone ASAP. The connection cut and the orb went dark. Den felt like he was unlocking a new map. He grinned, hype building up. I never thought my mana would be this pristine, he murmured. Do I have a dragon heart or something? Meanwhile, in the annex tower, Siren Goss was spiraling. Bruh, I'm actually cooked. He sat there stressing. I used mana to scan him, and now I'm in too deep. I wanted to bounce early, but I can't leave now. He gritted his teeth. Not until I lock him down as my disciple. He replayed the L he just took. He had been all smiles. Oh ho, if you join me, I'll teach you 8th tier magic instantly. And Den just shut him down. Nope, I'm good. Siren held his head confused. How do I get this kid to sign the contract? Should I bribe him with some OP artifacts? Siren Goss was spiraling no cap. His ancient knowledge was priceless. If he just handed it over, that kid would dip without looking back, leaving him with absolutely zero leverage. He'd be cooked. Knock knock. Reality check. Den's voice cut through the door. Yo, you in there, it's Den. Siren Goss snapped back to reality instantly. Why's he here? Did he finally realize I'm the GOAT? Siren cleared his throat. Enter. The door creaked open and Den strolled in like he owned the place. Perfect timing. We need to talk. Siren's curiosity piqued. Oh, what's up? Seeing that smirk on Den's face, Siren paused. Wait a minute. Something's sus. Siren stood up, laughing confidently. Ha, I knew it. You finally want to be the disciple of a legendary 8th Circle Archmage, right? Den shut him down immediately. Nope. Tea was poured, but the vibe was icy. Siren deflated. Then why pull up? I thought magic wasn't your thing. Den sat down, looking unbothered. I never said I wasn't interested in magic. Get your facts straight. Then why reject me? Do you already have a master or something? Den shrugged. Nah, I'm solo. Siren's blood pressure spiked. Is this kid trolling me right now? The old mage gritted his teeth. Then what do you want? Den's expression turned serious. Internally, he was calculating. I'm stuck. I don't know how to level up now that I've hit the second floor. Big Sis is too far away to carry me. Den thought back to the forest, remembering how he saved this old guy's life. Logic dictates, this geezer is my best bet. Plus he owes me big time. Den finally spoke. I don't want to be just a basic mage, that's mid. Siren blinked. Huh, so, a magic spearman. Den shook his head. Wrong. I'm gonna be a mage, a spearman, an assassin, and a summoner. Siren slapped his forehead. This kid is delusional. Bro, does a class like that even exist? Den sipped his tea, adding calmly, oh, and a swordsman too. Siren groaned. That's actually the dumbest thing I've ever heard. The old mage sighed. I can't even... He leaned in. You're really turning down the opportunity of a lifetime. Den didn't blink. Yup. Siren rubbed his chin. Damn, his mental fortitude is OP. Suddenly a light bulb went off. Siren's eyes widened. Wait, I can finesse this. He slammed the table, jumping up. How about a recommendation letter? Den froze mid-sip. Recommendation letter. Siren grinned like a Cheshire cat. I heard you want to get into that academy. With my signature, you'll skip the entrance exams. Straight accept. Den set his tea down. The offer was too fire to ignore. All right, I'm listening. Excellent, let's talk business. Den cut in. I have conditions, though. Siren was doing a victory dance inside. He got him. He's taken the bait. Once he's in my web, there's no escape. Siren laughed heartily. Of course, name your price, kid. Teach me the mechanics of second-tier magic, Den demanded. Siren didn't hesitate. Done. Easy clap. I'm a walking encyclopedia of magic. Den raised a brow. For real, I'm counting on you then. Siren thought this was a steal. A piece of cake. He looked at the young boy. He's just a newbie. A simple letter and some basic theory that costs me nothing. Shall we start the grind right now? Siren offered. My HP is low, but I can handle it. Den stood up. Bet. Let's go. Siren smirked internally. He's completely in my pocket. Suddenly, Den dropped a bomb. By the way, we'll call this even for saving your life in the forest. Siren turned to stone. Excuse me, Den smirked. You said it yourself. You owe me a life debt. This is me cashing it in. Siren clenched his fists, shaking. What? But what about becoming my student? Den shook his head. Not happening. Siren's face fell. Did I just get played? I got hustled by a 14-year-old. Siren pointed a trembling finger. Hold up. You asked for a letter and lessons. That's two things. I only owe you one favor. Den looked unbothered. Nah, the math ain't mathing. Siren blinked. Come again. Den recalled, dragging the old man out of the forest. He started counting on his fingers. First, I saved you from the beast. Second, I used the knife Gamli gave me to detoxify your system. I also carried your heavy self all the way back here, but I'll let that one slide. Siren slumped, tears streaming down his face. I'm cooked. How is this kid so savage? My pride hurts. Later at the training grounds, they faced off. Siren crossed his arms, trying to regain composure. He watched Den. It's fine. I just need to play the long game. If I flex my skills enough, he'll beg to be my student later. I can't let a talent this cracked slip away. Siren turned his back to Den, entering lecture mode. Forming a mana core? Before forming a magic circle is basic stuff. The real flex is casting magic without a circle, but second-tier mana flow, that's where it gets sweaty. Siren glanced back. Countless mages rage quit at this stage. He stared Den down. So you better lock in. Den nodded, smiling. I'm listening. Look at those puppy eyes, Siren thought. But I'm not handing you a free win. He cleared his throat. I'm about to humble you, kid. Den tilted his head, confused by the sudden aggression. Siren's voice turned serious. Second-tier magic is built different. Unlike Tier 1. You have to manually calculate your internal mana output, the ambient atmospheric mana, and your physical conditions simultaneously. That's why most people drop out. It's too big brain for them. Siren smirked internally. Ha. Bet you're confused now, aren't you? Go ahead, beg me to dumb it down. Siren wagged his finger. That's the gist of it. You tracking? Den nodded brightly. Crystal clear. I just interpreted the logic through my own framework. There's a lot to download, unknowns included. Siren's jaw dropped. Wait. You actually understood that? He stuttered. Then explain the fundamental laws. Den started scribbling notes. First law, coexistence. Den visualized the vibrant world around him. Mana isn't solitary. It vibes with the physical world and resonates with other mana sources. He pictured butterflies flapping their wings. Through this coexistence, a mage syncs their internal energy with the environment to cast spells. Second law, conservation. Siren froze completely shook. Impossible. He didn't just memorize it, he sees the matrix. If enough physical matter is gathered, the law of conservation allows magic to manifest across all elemental attributes. Siren was sweating bullets. This kid is a monster. Den wasn't just listening, he was remixing the theory with his own insights in real time. Siren Goss had to do a double take. Most NPCs would be snoozing through this lecture, but this kid, he was locked in. Siren Goss cut the chatter and got straight to business. Listen up. Every time you level up, the complexity spikes exponentially. Forget the boring explanation. I'm about to show you how the pros do it. Mana exploded from the old master's arm, weaving into a shimmering barrier instantly. Peep this, Siren Goss explained, gesturing to the shield. This is Tier 1 Magic Basic Starter Pack stuff. You execute it with simple commands. Den was scribbling notes like his life depended on it, downloading every word Siren Goss said. But Tier 2, that was a whole different beast. As he spoke, the barrier morphed. The mana structure knitted together tighter, altering the atmosphere itself. And this, Siren Goss announced with a flex, is the logic behind Tier 2. Den fell silent, analyzing the code. The links were knotted in a chaotic pattern way harder than the textbook theory. Siren Goss smirked. Well, this is the engine that powers the Fire Arrow, a Tier 2 spell. If you want more firepower, you just stack the cast. The old man chuckled internally. He must be shook right, he's never seen Tier 2 mechanics in action. Den reached out, brushing his hand against the raw energy structure. The design is pretty intricate, huh? Siren Goss's voice boomed across the training grounds. Most normies take a full year after mastering Tier 1 before they can even touch this stuff. Siren Goss grilled him with a smug look. Kid, I don't care how big your brain is, you're only grasping a fraction of this. The key is the rule set. If you don't get the logic, you're cooked. He thought, enjoying his superiority. I'll spectate you for a week, then we'll get into the real techniques. Den pocketed his notebook calmly. Should I give it a shot now? Siren Goss blinked. Huh. It's gonna be super hard, but sure knock yourself out. Den took his stance. Bet. Siren Goss's eyes went wide. Den closed his eyes, syncing with the mana flow. Boom. His aura flared, wrapping around his outstretched arms. A barrier identical to the master's materialized instantly. This is Tier 1, right? Den asked casually. Siren Goss was floored. Correct. He stared at the barrier, deep in thought. Whoa, he can manipulate the dimensions perfectly. Impressive. So Tier 1 is cleared. Suddenly, the magic in front of Den shifted, evolving into something complex. And this is the thing you just showed me. Siren Goss nearly jumped out of his skin. For real. Did he just copy the source code of a Tier 2 spell perfectly? He understood it after seeing it once. Siren Goss couldn't hold back. How did you do that? Den shrugged, totally chill. I just memorized the rules and patterns while I was watching you. He smiled, dropping a bomb of a glorious explanation. Visualizing the magic isn't that deep, honestly. Siren Goss stared at Den's creation, his mind blown. This is beyond broken. Even a genius like me took time to grind Tier 2. This kid just manifested it without even needing a magic circle. Den suddenly bowed his head. I'm gonna try the Fire Arrow now. Siren Goss gasped. Say what? Den didn't wait for permission. He started remixing the mana flow around him. Pure mana wove together in a perfect lattice. Den's face was dead serious. In a split second, blazing arrows materialized from the energy streams. Oh, Den noted. Looks like it works. Siren Goss stared up at the fiery projectiles, his jaw hitting the floor. Huh, he cast that like it was nothing. Watching Den play with literal fire, Siren Goss felt his soul leave his body. This is illegal. If I had that kind of talent, I would have hit Tier 9 and achieved my dreams ages ago. Den guided the arrows, pulling them right in front of his face. Am I doing this right? Siren Goss stammered, barely recovering. Yeah, very impressive. You pick up skills insanely fast. Den beamed with hype. I'm actually surprised I clutched it on the first try. Siren Goss was spiraling. A mage who doesn't need circles. The world is going to lose its mind when they see this. Looking at the boy, Siren Goss made a command decision. I have to gatekeep this talent. Every leech in the kingdom will try to use him. I need to protect him until he's officially my disciple. Siren Goss cleared his throat. All right, let's move to the next spell. Den nodded instantly. Yes, sir. Siren Goss was already distracted, thinking, how do I write a rec letter to the academy without exposing him? That night, the stars shone bright through the glass window. Den let out a long breath. Phew, magic class was way more fire than I expected. Lying in bed, Den reflected. I need to grind both theory and practice. But being able to use magic, memories of his past life flooded back standing on a mountain of corpses, gripping a sword drenched in blood. In that life, he was forced to abandon magic. He lived in a survival horror game where he didn't know if he'd see the next sunrise. He had to fight everyone. Studying magic was a luxury he couldn't afford. To survive, he had to live by the blade. Stacks of books he never got to touch, simply because survival demanded swordsmanship over spells. It makes this second chance taste so much sweeter, Den thought, his heart swelling. He remembered how Arabella tried to tutor him, combining it with the theory he already knew. Plus, his new body was absolutely cracked pure mana and god-tier talent. He was hyped that he could already cast Tier 2 spells. In just one afternoon, he had speedrun the curriculum with basic instructions. The thrill of that first cast was addictive. Finally, he thought of Siren Goss and his old master from the magic tower. Den grinned in the dark. What kind of broken magic am I gonna learn tomorrow, 2 weeks later at the Annex Tower? Archon's voice cracked with surprise. What, you want to brew magic potions? Siren Goss stood his ground. Yeah, we're out of loot, so we need to go farming outside the territory. Archon looked skeptical. Potions already? Siren Goss shrugged. Don't worry about the kid. He's already mastered the logic up to Tier 4. Archon was stunned. Doesn't it usually take a month to clear 1-tier potion? Recipes aren't common knowledge. Archon narrowed his eyes. Where did you learn that? Den stepped up smiling like an angel. I read it in the library, father. It was super interesting. Siren Goss slapped Den on the back, laughing. See, certified genius behavior. I never thought he'd be into alchemy, though. Most people think it's boring. Siren Goss patted Den's head. But for this kid, even gathering ingredients is going to be a vibe, no cap. Archon pondered for a moment before nodding. Fine. This will be good XP for you. Go touch some grass. Den, check on the territory while you're at it. Den grinned. Understood, father. In the earldom of Solgris, tall buildings crowded the skyline. The streets were buzzing. Locals spotted Den on horseback and totally lost it. It's young Master Den. Young Master, take these snacks, they're the new drop. His silver hair fluttered in the wind, looking absolutely majestic. Din waved to the fans. Hope everyone's doing good, I'll grab those snacks on the way back. Siren Goss watched him, thinking Earl Solgris runs a tight ship. Judging by how they treat the kid, the vibes here are immaculate. Fruit stalls lined the streets. Siren Goss commented, the South has the best food, hands down. Great weather and chill people. Siren Goss scanned the crowd, noting the genuine warmth, a rare sight compared to the toxic capital. Den smiled. Yeah, this place really feels like home. Siren Goss was totally done with the wait. He turned to Den. Yo, how much longer till we hit this magic shop? Den leaned back with a chill smirk. No clue, old man. First time for everything. Sidrain blinked. Say what? Den just glanced back at Herman, riding designated driver style behind them. Herman, you take point. Lead the way, fam. Herman beamed. You got it, young master. The trio blazed down the road, kicking up dust. Herman hollered from the front. We're almost at the spot. Den sighed finally. At the shop, the vibe inside was straight up immaculate. Whoa, is that really young Master Den? A silky voice drifted through the air. Silver hair, emerald eyes. The rumors were no cap. You're stunning. Den brushed off the glaze like it was nothing. Thanks for having us. He locked eyes with the shopkeeper, cutting to the chase. So, how's business popping lately? She crossed her arms, keeping it real. Mid, honestly. Locals don't care about magic tools. I'm mostly dealing with tourists and magic geeks. Then she clocked Sidrain. But hold up. I never thought I'd see the goat himself. Former Tower Master Lord Sidrain. Den mentally noted she recognized him instantly. This lady's got skills. Makes sense. Tower Masters are basically mythical rare Pokemon in the Empire. She bowed respectfully. Feel free to browse. Holler if you need anything. Den nodded. Bet. Sidrain's voice boomed. Since you're a newbie here, go explore. I need a word with the boss lady. Den didn't argue. Cool by me. The shelves were stacked with artifacts normies never see. Den thought, damn, this place is fire. But then, a chill ran down his spine. Something here felt haunted. Den's curiosity spiked. He scanned the loot fingers grazing the artifacts. If I touch them, I can read their mana signature. Let's see what we got. He closed his eyes, tuning in. His mana sensitivity was literally cheat level. Suddenly his eyes snapped open. Wait, what's that noise? A massive energy spike was screaming from the corner. Den looked up. Found you. But the shopkeeper interjected. Oh, that just cheap decor, young master. Den frowned. For real. Why not check out these crafting mats? This moon root is top tier. She eagerly showed off the goods to Sidrain. Fresh harvest, no cap. It's perfect for at least 50 different potions. Homegrown quality. While she pitched, Den was deep in thought. Something ain't adding up. Even walking away, the mana from that so-called decoration was tugging at him. Den whipped his head back, locking onto a stone. It's not the shelf. It's that rock. The stone was literally singing to him. Hypnotized, Den bolted toward it. Herman froze, panicked. Yo, young master, what's the move? Den whispered, Herman, this rock. It's speaking to me. Herman scratched his head. Huh, that dusty thing. Den stared intensely. I don't know, but this vibe is different. Den grabbed the stone. Bingo. The more mana he poured in, the harder it pulsed. He analyzed the feedback. Is it only syncing with my mana? Meanwhile, the shopkeeper was hyping up Sidrain. You've got eagle eyes, sir. This specimen is absolute perfection. Sidrain nodded. I'll take the moon roots and some berries. Suddenly, Den cut in, holding up his prize. Yo, what's the story on this? The shopkeeper blinked, startled. Where'd you dig that up? Sidrain raised an eyebrow. Is that just a rock? The shopkeeper waved it off. Like I said, just a paperweight. Den's eyes narrowed. A paperweight. Yeah, right. No decor reacts to mana like this. She sighed heavily. Honestly, just looking at that thing tilts me. Sidrain asked, why bad memories? She rolled her eyes. Got scammed a few years back. Some sketchy wandering merchant paid me with a mystery box. When I opened it, just that rock. Dude was already gone. I was so cooked. I had it appraised, hoping for a miracle. Verdict, just a rock. I didn't want to toss it, so it's been collecting dust ever since. Den wasn't buying it? Weird. This energy is too potent to be nothing. The shopkeeper gestured to another shelf. Young master, if you want real gear, look over here. I've got some legit artifacts. Very demure, very mindful. Look at this name card scroll. Den nodded absently. Uh-huh, cool. The shop was full of treasures, but Den only had eyes for the stone. I need this. The shopkeeper kept yapping. It saves contacts automatically. Just say a name and boom, info retrieved. It's super convenient. She smiled. Den cut her off. I'll take the scroll. And the rock. She froze. Come again. Why do you want that trash? Den grinned internally. Trust the process. Even Sidrain was confused. What's the plan, kid? Den just gave a mysterious smile. You'll see. Once they were outside, Sidrain pressed him. Didn't know you were into abstract art? Or is there more to it? Den laughed. Haha, you caught me. Sidrain smirked. I knew it. Why else would you buy a brick spill? Den looked back at him. Facts. It's not just decor. It reacts to my mana. It's special. Sidrain stroked his chin. Interesting. Now I'm invested. Too many eyes here, though. Let's take it back to the crib and run some tests. Den whipped the reins. Let's ride. By sunset, they were back at the tower annex. Den asked, so can you identify it? Sidrain scoffed. Boy, do not disrespect my gear. My lab is state-of-the-art. He puffed up his chest. We're about to find out exactly what this is. That previous appraiser was a noob. But this setup... He pointed to a massive machine. Nothing hides from this baby. I blew my entire budget on this tech. It analyzes anything instantly. Den grinned. Sick. Let's fire it up. Sidrain placed the stone on the scanner. All right, hype level's rising. He prepped the machine. Here we go. Channel your mana. Now, Sidrain's magic swirled around the stone. Suddenly it flared up. The glow became blinding. It's waking up. Beams of light exploded outward, ripping through the air. Sidrain held his ground. Den watched in awe. This isn't just magic. It's a spectacle. Sidrain laughed like a maniac. Gotcha! The mask comes off. Suddenly, complex runes and glyphs started pouring out of the light, filling the room. They floated in the air like a hologram. Den gasped. Is that magic code? Sidrain squinted at the data stream. Yeah, but this ain't basic stuff. Sidrain's mind raced. This is insane. The structure, the laws... I've never seen coding this clean. This is easily sixth... No seventh circle complexity. Den turned to him, waiting for the verdict. So, the mana hidden inside is finally showing itself. Siren confirmed with a grin. Exactly as you said. Your energy is the key to cracking this code. I'm telling you, this thing only vibes with your specific frequency. Den stared at the stone, curiosity blazing in his eyes. What even is this thing? What kind of spell is locked inside? And why does it only react to my mana? Siren hummed, stroking his chin. The seal on this, it's unfamiliar. Even to a master like me. But as the former master of the Magic Tower, I'll give it a shot. Den grinned, hope rising. If this clutch play works, maybe I'll finally understand why my magic is so different from everyone else's. Siren nodded. Most likely. Outside the sub-tower, sunlight bathed the world in gold. Siren's voice echoed through the air. Let's hope this works. Meanwhile, at the academy where Arabella was studying, in her private lab, her sanctuary, shelves were stacked high with ancient tomes. A typewriter sat on the desk half-finished, surrounded by scattered notes. Arabella stood before a wall covered in frantic research notes. It's definitely built different. Clearly, this isn't your average run-of-the-mill magic. She reached out, tracing a specific note on the wall. A unique attribute. There's a special quality to the mana he shares with me. Something even I don't possess. Arabella sank deep into thought. But what magic system does this actually belong to? The results are coming up empty. She cycled through the possibilities: alchemy, potions, warp gates. Magical engineering. If it's none of these, then what the heck is it? She mumbled, frustration growing. It has to fit somewhere. Suddenly a realization hit her like a truck. Her eyes lit up. Her voice echoed through the silent lab. Oh snap, that's it. There's a lost field of magic. One that's been forgotten by time. Den's power. It's a perfect match for that. She rushed across the lab, adrenaline pumping. Where did I put it? She tossed books aside in a frenzy. A moment later, she grabbed a tome and cheered. Found it. Alchemy, divination, spiritual arts, necromancy. And even the realm of primeval magic. Suddenly, a heavy book tumbled from the stack and hit the floor. Thud. Arabella spun around, startled. She looked at the book lying there. What's this? She bent down to retrieve it. The Book of Ancient Arts. Holding the dusty tome, memories surfaced. Come to think of it, there was a legendary magic kingdom eons ago, and magic inherited from the fallen empire of Arcana. She murmured, deep in thought. Since it's from 2,000 years ago, nobody knows how to wield it anymore. Arabella let out a nervous, self-deprecating laugh. Ha, what am I even saying? I'm tripping. Ancient magic died out 2 millennia ago. No way Den's powers linked to that. She glanced at the pile of books. But you know what? Whatever. I've got 0 to lose. Her voice softened, determination setting in. Let's just send it and see what happens. True to her word, Arabella spread her arms wide. With a serious expression, she channeled her mana. Energy flowed into the typewriter before her. Clack, clack, clack. The keys moved on their own as she closed her eyes. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open. Words were forming on the paper. She couldn't help but mutter. Something's actually coming through. She yanked the paper out, curiosity peaking. What is it? Alchemy, divination? Or maybe... She held the paper up to the light. Please don't let it be necromancy. She scanned the text rapidly, but a split second later, Arabella froze. Her eyes widened in pure disbelief. No freaking way. Her scream tore through the lab. What the hell is this? Meanwhile, back with Den and Siren. Azure mana shimmered in the air. Den and Siren stared intensely at the stone sitting on the analyzer. Crack. The stone suddenly fractured into pieces. Siren grinned wildly. Booyah! The seal is broken. Is it? Den hesitated. There's something inside. You bet there is. Let me grab it. The old man reached towards the shattered remains. He pulled out a metallic object. Den stared at the item in Siren's hand. A silver bracelet. Siren frowned, unimpressed. Honestly, it looks more like a cheap anklet, like something you'd pick up at a bargain bin. I thought we'd find some OP artifact, but this material is mid. Den didn't blink. He just stared at the band. Siren tossed it to him. This is definitely the loot. It only reacts to your mana signature, so try equipping it. Den snapped out of his trance. Oh, right. He took the bracelet and slid it onto his wrist. He watched it closely, waiting for a stat boost or something. Whoosh. The bracelet erupted with blinding blue light. Siren whistled. Well, would you look at that? Instant reaction. Den squinted at the glowing metal. I see. Some weird symbols appearing. What? Let me get a look. Do you know what they mean? Old man. Siren leaned in his eyes, scanning the markings. This is... His voice trembled with excitement. I knew it. Den felt his heart race. It's an ancient script. A language dead to the world. Ancient script, Den asked. Siren nodded grimly. These are runes used by the ancient magic kingdom of Arcana. Den looked down at his wrist, mind blown. He thought back to the legends of the prosperous Golden Age. Arabella used to tell me stories about this place. She said it was an era where even the smallest trinket was forged with magic. But then, one day that era just ended. Game over. That glorious kingdom was reduced to rubble. All that's left are a few ruins and bedtime stories. And apparently, this magical code. Siren sat back on the bed laughing. Ha, I knew your mana was special, kid. But I never guessed it was linked to the ancient kingdom. Den pieced it together. So that means, that's why I could move so easily through the forest these past few days. Siren raised an eyebrow. Makes sense. No cap. The mana in that forest, it originated from Arcana. The old man thought to himself, I have to make this kid my disciple. Den interrupted his scheming. But, I don't see any other stats or skills on this bracelet. Siren closed his eyes, dismissing him. Figure it out later. Just keep your mouth shut about this. Understood. My lips are sealed. Boom. Suddenly, the entire building shook violently. Deafening blasts followed the quake. Siren and Den jumped. What the heck is that noise? Den asked on edge. An alarm blared repeatedly. The white-haired master panicked. Don't tell me that's the monster raid alarm. Then a terrifying grin spread across Siren's face. Perfect. My body is finally back to 100%. Time to let loose. I've been waiting to pay them back. But while Siren powered up, Den stood there completely chill. Seeing this, the old man snapped. What are you doing? Grab your spear. Let's go. Den didn't move. He calmly reached into his pocket. He pulled out a strange glowing blue stone. What is that gizmo? Siren asked. It's making the same noise as that alarm. Den finally answered. That noise. It has nothing to do with monsters. He looked at the device in his hand. This sound just means my big sister is spamming my comms. Siren's jaw dropped. Say what? You should have led with that, you brat. Den laughed sheepishly. There's no way monsters would spawn in this zone. Now, if you'll excuse me, I gotta take this. Siren fell silent, looking salty. Green battle aura still swirled around the old man. Den ignored him and spoke into the stone. Yeah, sis, what's good? On the other end, Arabella held a matching communication stone. Her voice trembled with anxiety. Den, why did you leave me on red for so long? Sorry. Did something happen? Listen. She rushed out. I was analyzing that magic code. She stopped mid-sentence. Wait, is there someone next to you? Den realized something was off in her tone. Don't tell me. You figured out the truth about my magic. It's ancient magic. Arabella's voice cracked, totally losing her cool. Yo, how did you even figure that out? After breaking it down, the realization hit her like a truck. No way. So you and Lord Sidrain analyzed the mana stones and traced the signature back to the ancient kingdom. And let me guess, the stone only vibes with your mana, right? Den nodded. Spot on. Meanwhile, Sidrain Gaz stood there like a statue, silent, but taking in every word. The Archmage was low-key shook. She figured all that out just by analyzing the kid's mana flow. I knew she was sharp, but this girl is actually a genius on another level. Arabella's tone dropped deadly serious. Does anyone else know? Nope, just us? Good. Now listen to me very carefully, Den. Lord Sidrain, please heed this warning too. This info stays in the vault. If this leaks, we are all absolutely cooked. Sidrain finally cleared his throat, announcing his presence. Lady Arabella Den has told me quite a bit about your talents. Arabella gasped. Lord Sidrain. My apologies. I went straight into business mode without introducing myself. Don't sweat the small stuff. The old mage's eyes narrowed. I'll lock this secret away. If word gets out, it's not just Den, the entire Sogre clan would be in the crosshairs. Arabella was impressed. As expected of a legend, you grasped the gravity of the situation instantly. Is this comms channel being recorded? He asked. Negative. The moment we hang up, the data self-destructs. Sidrain let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Clutch. We can't leave any receipts behind. I plan to return to the Magic Tower and launch a full investigation into this anomaly. Thank you for having our backs, my lord. No need for thanks, he waved it off. It's just my duty as a mage to handle the heavy lifting. Then the Archmage switched gears. Speaking of mages, rumor has it you're scouting for a Magic Tower to join. Have you decided which banner you'll fly under? Arabella didn't even hesitate, reading the room perfectly. Not yet, but I'm definitely skipping the Nixon Tower. No offense, but their specialty is barely mid compared to my interests. Sidrain took the emotional damage in stride. I wondered where the kid got his savage decisiveness from. Turns out it runs in the family. To kill the awkward silence, he laughed. Fair enough. You aren't obligated to join my faction anyway. Den watched from the side, thinking Sis really has zero chill. Don't get me wrong, Nixon is top tier, Arabella added smoothly. I'm sure plenty of other geniuses are lining up to join your squad. Anyway, Den, let's talk strategy later, okay? Got it. Stay safe, Sis. The connection cut off with a soft hum. Your sister. She's turned into quite the formidable mage, Sidrain noted. Den didn't even blink at the praise. Obviously. She built this entire comms device herself, after all. She says these compact crystal balls are the new meta for young mages. It is impressive, Sidrain admitted. But a guy like me has no use for such toys. When you reach the 8th circle, you don't chase people. If someone has something important to say, they come to me. Simple as that. I see, Den replied politely. But internally he was roasting him, so basically you have zero friends. The scene shifted to the family estate where Archon's voice boomed. Did you say ancient magic that sounds like trouble? Chill, Dad. It's under control. Den smiled. Archon stood up, hands clasped behind his back, radiating dominance. If anyone targets you, Den, I will make them regret being born. Lily, his mother, chimed in with a sweet but terrifying smile. Sounds fun. I'll make sure anyone who looks at you wrong goes permanently silent. Den's sweat dropped. Their killing intent is actually off the charts right now. But hey, with these two as bodyguards, I'm untouchable. Archon rubbed his chin, going into detective mode. So Mana, if this is true, it means the ancient magic is coded into our bloodline, right? Excellent point, Lily mused calmly. We don't know which ancestor passed it down, but I'll run a background check on my side of the family. Den sat back, watching his OP parents brainstorm. If both families dig into this, what kind of secrets will they unearth? It's not critical for my leveling, but I'm low-key curious. Lily turned her gaze back to her son. Anyway, it seems you've hit a level cap here. She sat beside him, her voice gentle but firm. Den, if you stay in this village, you're going to stagnate. You're too big for this pond. It's time you move to the capital. Den's eyes widened. The capital. That's right. Archon confirmed. You know the rules. The academy minimum age is 14. You're finally eligible. Honestly, I wanted to keep you home for another year or two. But let's be real, there's nothing left for you to learn here. His mom squeezed his hand. Den, the choice is yours. You can leave whenever you're ready. I didn't expect them to be this supportive. Archon struck a proud pose. Go, Den, unleash that talent of yours and show the world what you're made of. Den's expression hardened with resolve. I understand. I've made up my mind. I'm heading to the academy. Archon grinned, satisfied with his son's grit. That's my boy. Den was internally screaming with excitement. This is it. Time to ascend to the next stage. Cut to the training grounds with Sidrain Gaz. A bit sudden, isn't it? The old mage asked. Is that your final answer? Yeah, Den replied. Sooner than I expected, but I'm ready. Sidrain nodded, mirroring Archon's approval. You made the right call. Rotting away here would be a crime against your potential. Sidrain crossed his arms, his vibe turning serious. But take some free advice from a pro, don't show your full hand right away. The academy claims to love geniuses, but jealousy is a nasty beast. Den recalled Arabella's warnings. Yeah, Sis warned me about the haters. She dealt with a lot of shade back in the day. Normal brats won't be able to keep up with you anyway, Sidrain scoffed. But the Tomir family, they're a different breed. That name triggered a memory. Oh right. I totally promised that girl I'd visit if I ever hit up the capital. If I ghost her now, she's gonna be pressed. I should probably craft a weapon using that sigil Duke Tomir gave me. Sidrain was already doing the math to optimize Den's grind. Let's see. Enrollment is in 3 months. That means you depart in 2. Sounds like a plan, Den agreed. What about you, old man? I'm returning to my tower, Sidrain replied. I've got business to attend to. You made this trip surprisingly entertaining. If I find any intel on that ancient magic, I'll ping you. Den's face lit up. For real, that would be clutch. Sidrain cracked his knuckles. Now back to the grind. We need to speedrun your training. Breaking through to the 3rd circle is no joke. The 2nd circle is child's play compared to what comes next. I'm ready to work, Den said, digging into his inventory. Oh, before we start, I got a little something for you. Oh, and a gift. Sidrain raised an eyebrow. Den handed over a sleek wooden box. Sis teleported this over yesterday. It's hot off the press. What is it? The new compact crystal ball model. Arabella wanted you to have the first prototype. Sis liked me enough to hand it over. The old geezer held the sleek crystal ball, vibing with it. It's small, aesthetic. But honestly, I don't need this junk. Still, since you went through the trouble, I'll take it off your hands to be nice, Den added. Please use it to hit me up, okay? But the old man was too busy fanboying over the gadget to listen. Oh, I can imprint my mana code right here. Den rolled his eyes internally. For someone who said he didn't need it, he's acting pretty hyped. He stepped in to help Sidrain Gauss set it up. Here's the tutorial. Just tap into the flow here. The old mage grinned. This interface is actually clean. Easy. Seeing his excitement, Den felt a sudden worry this boomer might ghost him. Is he actually gonna slide into my DMs though? Later, alone in his room, Den's mind drifted to the academy. He had to lock in. It was time to get serious, with only 2 months on the clock. Den mused. My summoning magic is low-key decent. He started sorting his priorities like a pro gamer, optimizing a build. Mission objective. Secure a spot in the summoning class, unlock the summoner's mark, and crush the capability assessment exam. Sis Arabella is an assistant professor, so I'll probably see her 247 once I enroll right. Mid-thought, a sudden realization hit him. The egg. He'd totally ghosted his little buddy today. Picking up the egg, he channeled a blue aura around it. Staring at the shell, he thought 7 whole years. I've been grinding mana into this thing day and night, but it's still AFK. No reaction. Still, he refused to give up on his partner. However, if the mana isn't leaking out, that means my guy is absorbing it all. It's gotta hatch eventually. Meanwhile, at the academy, Arabella was dropping knowledge on her little brother. The current meta for entrance exams is simple. 2 stages, she explained. Den blinked. 2. Yup. 1 general exam, 1 major specific. Den leaned in. Go on, spill the details, sis. Arabella nodded. The general exam is basically a filter to weed out the noobs. It covers culture, history, and empire politics. For you, it'll be a cakewalk. Easy clap. She winked. But don't slack off. High scores boost your overall ranking, so you want to crush it. Next is the major exam. You pick your class, you take the test. The content depends on the professor's mood, but I know you'll clutch it. Plus, you've got that OP recommendation letter. Den nodded. Right. You aced this part too, didn't you? She gave a devilish smirk. Oh, absolutely. It was barely a tutorial level. She continued. Just one catch. Once you pick a major, you're locked in for that exam. She stood by the window, hands on her hips, striking a pose. Den raised a brow. What if I want to respec later? Exactly why you need to choose wisely now. I'm still hoping our baby brother picks the magic department. She is relentless with this propaganda, Den thought. Ignoring her agenda, he shrugged. Bet. I'll think about it. He pivoted back. So if I enroll and realize my major is mid, is transferring my only option? Arabella nodded. Pretty much, unless you graduate and want to do New Game Plus from scratch. She paused. You can still audit other classes though. Den absorbed the info while grinding his daily training routine. Arabella's voice cut through. But keep in mind, once you hit 3rd year, the advanced major classes are region locked. No outsiders allowed. Den paused, his workout actually concerned now. So, I really have to commit to a single build. If I want the good stuff, yeah. Suddenly Arabella chirped, oh wait, there's a cheat code called the free major for sweaty tryhards like you. Den froze. For real. Sounds fire. Arabella strolled through the courtyard, voice dropping. But unless you're trying to speedrun a failure, nobody picks it. Why is it bugged? Because literally 0 people have ever passed it. Den didn't even flinch. Typical impossible quest. Huh. Makes sense. Hearing his chill reaction, Arabella panicked. Don't tell me you're thinking of challenging it, you'll get cooked. Den waved it off immediately. Nah, no cap, I'm good. Oh, Sidrain Gauss is here. TTYL sis. Click. Arabella rubbed her temples. Am I pressuring him too much? No magic major is the meta. Her thoughts were interrupted. Senior Arabella, the professor is looking for you. She shook off the worry. On my way. Meanwhile, Sidrain Gauss handed Den a sealed envelope. Here. The recommendation letter I promised. Den's eyes lit up. You actually came through. The old man stroked his beard, looking smug. I didn't just write it, I crafted a masterpiece. I've written letters before, but this one I put my soul into it. Consider it a legendary drop. Den stared at the letter, feeling the weight of it. I won't let this go to waste. Sidrain huffed, tilting his chin up dramatically. If only you had said you wanted to be my disciple, things would be perfect. But knowing you, even if I took you in, you wouldn't call me master anyway. Den's face went rigid. He read me like a book. How did he know I'd be rebellious? Sidrain changed the subject. You packed for the trip. All set, Den replied. My inventory is pretty light, honestly. The academy dorms are fully kitted out, so I don't need to bring much. The old mage nodded. True. The facilities are top tier. But there are certain players who think they own the server. You're not the type to let them walk all over you, right? Den pictured the academy. Sounds like a hive of toxic pay-to-win nobles. Sidrain's expression hardened. Listen up. It's going to be savage in there. Show even a split second of weakness and the sharks will circle. They'll come at you with fangs bared. He visualized a war zone. It's basically a battlefield without the blood. Understood. I'll stay on guard. Good. Hit me up if you get in a jam. That crystal ball is actually pretty clutch. Den frowned, sensing a shift in the vibe. Wait, why do you sound like you're saying goodbye for good? Sidrain blinked. Sharp kid. You noticed I'm logging out of here tomorrow? Den gasped. Tomorrow, no cap. I can't AFK here forever. Your dad offered me a position, but I'll consider it later. I've got quests to finish back home. He placed a heavy hand on Den's shoulder. I thought I cleared my quest log, but turns out I missed a few side missions. Den's mind raced. Is he talking about the grand magic? Helping him unlock that mystery benefits me too. Not a bad trade. Sidrain looked up at the sky. Anyway, thanks for everything, brat. Thanks for the carry, old man. The mage grilled. Indeed. I can't wait to see how OP you become by the time we meet again. Den didn't speak, just offered a confident smile. It was time. Sidrain Gauss turned his back, throwing up a lazy wave. I'm out. Don't see me off, it's cringe. Roger that. Stay safe. As the old man's silhouette faded into the distance, Dem felt a hollow ache in his chest. I guess after grinding together for so long, seeing him go actually hurts a little. Back at the estate, Lily's voice echoed through the hall. Lord Sidrain Gills has already dipped. Dem is heading out today too, right? Archon nodded. Yeah, the kid said his inventory is packed and ready. Lily sighed. Glad he's moving early, but I hope he doesn't get griefed on the road. Archon squeezed her shoulder. Relax, babe. He's using the warp gate Arabella built. What could possibly go wrong? Lily finally chilled out. True. I'm just spiraling for no reason. Archon thought about his OP kids. Look, we raised them right. No cap. Unlike those other trash families where the siblings are trying to frag each other for the heir title. A shadow flickered near the door. Archon continued. We'll have to pick a successor eventually, but right now, I'm staying neutral. The shadow materialized. It was Dem fully geared up. He stepped in, Mom, Dad. Archon grinned. Yo, Dem. Ready to log out of here. Lily got serious. You got the token and the seal I gave you. Dem smirked. In the inventory, safe and sound. Lily gripped his shoulder. Listen, if the difficulty spikes too high, go to the coordinates I gave you and flash that token. Dem nodded. Got it. Those guys are your old guildmates, right? Lily smiled. Best in the server. Haven't seen them in ages, but they'll clutch up for you. Archon watched them, a shadow crossing his face. Is my son really about to unlock the assassin class just like us? He cleared his throat. Hey, hit up Duke Thormia in the capital before the academy arc starts. He's got your back. Dem nodded. Understood. Lily started tearing up. My baby's level is too high. He's leaving the nest. Archon laughed, patting her head. Send him off with a smile, wifey. She sniffled. Hurry up then, before I change my mind. Dem watched them, feeling his legs turn to lead. He gripped his bag strap. Damn, why does this feel so heavy? All right, I'm out. He headed downstairs. Archon watched from the balcony, signaling into the shadows. Armor tail him. Make sure he hits the warp gate safely, then report back. A figure wrapped in cloth eyes visible bowed. Yes, master. He vanished instantly. Outside, Lily stood by a table. Long time no see silhouette. You know the drill. Watch the gate entry. Check for any glitches or ambushes. The shadow assassin disappeared to follow orders. Overprotective parents, am I right? Meanwhile, Dem and Herman reached the device. Herman gasped. Young master. Seeing this IRL is insane. Dem nodded. Yeah, big sis Arabella cooked this up ages ago. Herman shook his head. Lady Arabella is actually built different. Dem agreed. For real. Now I see why she spent a whole year grinding on this project. Herman pointed. So we just step in and the fast travel triggers? Dem shrugged. Probably. Watching the mana swirl, he thought, she must have dumped so much mana into this. He recalled Arabella's research. Teleportation wasn't just copy-pasting code. It required constant mana cycling and structural realignment. It was high-tier stuff. But this gate was flawless. A masterpiece. Herman broke his focus. Stay safe, young master. Dem patted the guy's back. Yeah, take care of yourself. Herman looked like he was about to cry. Dem stepped toward the hum of the gate, inching closer to the center, waiting for the system to engage. Sis said just pump some mana in and it's instant. He flared his aura, and the energy spiked. A blinding light exploded, forcing Dem to cover his eyes. Mana flooded the zone. He squeezed his eyes shut, and when he opened them, lush green trees surrounded him. Teleport successful. Welcome to the capital server. The streets were buzzing with NPCs and players alike. Dem, now on horseback, looked up at the massive gates. We're here. The sign loomed above Athena Capital entrance. Suddenly a voice cut through. Been waiting for you. A warrior in a blue cloak stepped up. Young Master Dem. A gnarly scar crossed the man's face. He bowed. I am Elfki Asma, captain of the Thormia Knights. Dem recognized him instantly. Oh, it's you. Damn, the captain himself. That's a heavy flex. Elfki barked orders. We're escorting the VIP from here. He turned to his squad face, grim. Secure the perimeter. Move out. The knights shouted, Sir, yes sir. Elfki signaled, let's roll. Dem rode silently, polite as always. I'm in your care. But internally, this feels surreal. I never thought I'd be back in the heart of the Athena Empire. The place I used to hate. And now I'm some high-tier prospect. The architecture was massive. Imposing buildings stacked like Tetris blocks. Street chatter filled the air. Check this out, rare magic tricks. The crowd was dense. Hurry up freeze spells for just 1 silver coin. It's a steal. Dem scanned the area, processing the vibe. Weird. Didn't expect the capital to be this lit. Elfki pointed. That's the Thormia estate ahead. Dem looked. It was a fortress. Whoa, that place is huge. They moved forward, but Dem's instincts flared. A chill ran down his spine. Something's off. Like I'm being spectated. He bit his lip. Just my imagination. He stepped onto the Thormia grounds. Not dirt, but red carpet. Maids and butlers lined up like soldiers, bowing in perfect sync. "Welcome, young Master Dem." He nodded. "Thanks. Look at that discipline. Their formation is tight, totally different from the chill vibes back south." He reached the main entrance. Duke Thormia was waiting like a final boss. "Greetings, Duke," the man smiled. "Long time, kid." The Duke's aura was warm. "Dem, you good trip must have been a grind. Go rest up." The Duke scanned him, eyes widening. "Damn. Just a glance and I can tell. You've leveled up like crazy since 7 years ago." The Duke grabbed his shoulder, hyping him up. "Forget kids your age. Even the older students, they're cooked. No one compares to you. Archon must be flexing hard." Dem stayed humble. "You're too kind, Duke." Duke Thormia laughed. "It's not the Bakjiang level yet, but relax before the academy entrance exam. I'll assign a personal attendant for you. Anything you need, just ask." Dem nodded. "Appreciate it. By the way, how's Layla doing?" The Duke blinked. "She's fine, but did you guys have beef or something?" Dem paused. "Huh, what do you mean?" The Duke scratched his chin. "Whenever your name drops, she looks salty as hell." Dem was confused. "Wait, for real? I can't say for sure." The Duke rubbed his chin deep in thought. "Maybe the pressure of the entrance exams is getting to her, though knowing Layla, she'll crush it, no cap." Den stepped up immediately. "I'll go check the vibes myself." He wondered, is it just puberty hitting different? The Duke sighed. "Fine, we'll talk later. You just don't go too hard on her, all right?" Den blinked, confused. "Excuse me." The old man dodged the question like a pro. "You'll see soon enough." Den's brain was doing gymnastics. "What is that supposed to mean?" The Duke pointed down the hall. "Go rest up. My servant will show you the way." The maid bowed at the door. "Please make yourself at home, young master." "Thanks, appreciate it." The door clicked shut, leaving Den in blissful silence. Got a week before the exams. Time to lock in and prep. He scanned the room. This guest room is straight up luxury, though. Den dropped his bag. Time to grind. Gear first, then I'm hitting the training grounds. Suddenly a shadow loomed in the doorway. "I'll take you to the training grounds myself." That voice. Den froze. It was Layla. She stood there, hands on hips, radiating pure fury. "Den, why are you so late? I've been waiting for ages." Den spun around, eyes wide. "Layla." He beamed, totally missing the danger signals. "Long time no see, you good." "I'm fine. Actually, I'm better than fine." She marched toward him, aura menacing. "But you got nothing else to say to me." Den stood there looking clueless. "Huh. Are you serious right now?" Layla exploded, voice cracking. "Why did you ghost me? No letters. Nothing." He looked innocent, but he was definitely cooked. "Letters, I meant to reply, but it slipped my mind. My bad." Layla screamed, "You're bad, is that it?" "Look, I came here in person. I was busy prepping to leave the capital, okay? My head was spinning. Let it slide this one time." Layla's chin went up. Not happening. Den thought she is absolutely livid. He had to defuse this bomb. "Okay, name your price. Anything to make it up to you." "Anything I say." Layla paused, eyes narrowing. "For real." The silence stretched out. Den started sweating. "I need to survive this conversation first. What is she plotting?" The suspense was killing him. "So, what's the move?" She smirked. "Fine. How about a light spar?" Den blinked. "A spar? Yeah. You versus me." Den hesitated, concern written all over his face. "You sure about that? Let's run it." Layla scoffed, full of pride. "You confident you won't regret this? Don't let the looks fool you. I'm on a whole new level now. I'm not the little girl asking you for mana tips anymore." Den analyzed her. "Check out that confidence. She really leveled up over the last 7 years." He nodded. "Now that you mention it, you wrote about winning some tournament, right?" Layla blinked. "You actually remember that?" "I won the Royal Red Sparrow Cup." Den snapped his fingers. "That's the one, the big league for teen fighters. Under 15 division, right?" "Exactly. The competition was insane. If you were there, we definitely would have thrown hands in the finals." "Shame I missed it," Den smirked. "But hey, we can settle that score right now." Layla started the fight, but now she looked worried. "Wait, are you actually okay? You have the entrance exam soon. If I hurt you, you're cooked." Den thought, who's worrying about who here? But he kept his mouth shut. Not wanting to ruin the vibe, he lied. "I'll be fine." Layla nodded. "Bet. It's late though. Tomorrow morning, first light, we throw down." The next day, Den's voice cut through the air. "We're using practice gear. They stood in the arena. Layla frowned. Seriously, you still use blunt weapons? Nah, just keeping it chill for a spar. Practice weapons work fine. Den switched to lecture mode. Even top-tier warriors can't predict everything. What if things go south and someone gets hurt? Layla waved him off. Chill out. We have Hela, the Empire's best healer, is on our payroll. Den wasn't having it. And if something happens that even Hela can't fix? Layla stammered, speechless. Den pressed on. If you want to wield a real blade, you need that kind of mindset. Safety first. Layla pouted. It's just a spar, why are you being so serious? But seeing his eyes, she knew she lost this one. Fine, whatever. Practice weapons it is. Good. Layla turned to the servant. Bring the training gear. Now. Yes, my lady. Watching her, Den analyzed the situation. She really grew into that proud lady reputation. He recalled the rumors. People said she'd surpass her brothers. And they were already active knights. Duke Tomier might just have his first female successor. Den drifted into deep thought. Teaching her mana release back then. That was the catalyst. Memories of their childhood flooded back. Little Layla was actually cute back then. Layla was thinking the same thing. Because of him. I mastered the basics way faster than the other kids. Now I have 2 mana cores. I'm OP. She stared at him intensely. I've been waiting for this. Will he be salty if I crush him? The servant returned. My lady, your weapon. Thanks. She tossed a wooden spear toward Den. He caught it one-handed. Light. Makes sense. It is a training weapon, but something felt off. Whatever. On the battlefield, a weapon is a weapon. He stomped the ground, stance locked. All right, let's get this party started. Let's go. Den gripped the wood, knees bent. Layla drew her wooden sword, mind racing. Lucky me. I fought a spear user at the cup. This won't be hard. She replayed her past victory. Spears have range, but once you get inside, their power drops to 0. That's the win condition. She exploded forward, instantly rush him. Don't let him breathe. Layla committed fully, no hesitation. Her blade was a blur of speed. The tip was inches from Den's face. Got him. It's over. But then, Den vanished into thin air. Layla gasped. What the? Where did he go? Suddenly, cold wood tapped her shoulder. Den was standing on her right. She froze, brain lagging. Den, good thing this wasn't real steel. If it was, you'd be bleeding out right now. Layla couldn't process it. But I definitely hit him. Impossible. Den slammed the spear butt into the floor. All right, reset. Round 2. That rushing strat won't work twice. Watch your spacing. Layla gripped her sword knuckles white. You jerk! She took her stance again. I was just nervous. I'm not going easy this time. Suddenly, she sensed a presence. Huh. Duke Tomier was on the balcony watching like a hawk, arms crossed. Silent judgment. Den clocked him immediately. The Duke came to see the results. Den knew exactly what the old man was thinking. After she won the cup, she worked herself to the bone. He's worried. Time to put those worries to rest. Layla's aura flared up again. Den, get ready to get wrecked. Since the old man is watching, I'm actually gonna try, Layla declared, eyes blazing. Den just smirked, cool as ice. Bet. Bring whatever you got. Layla raised her sword and Den readied his spear. The duel was on. They clashed instantly. Their weapons moved so fast they were nothing but a blur of steel. Den's muscles rippled with every movement, clear as day. Suddenly, Layla unleashed a spinning vortex attack super fast, but Den's defense was absolute. He wasn't lacking for a second. Seeing an opening, Layla shouted triumphantly, Gotcha, Den! Not so easy now, is it? She lunged, but Den parried it effortlessly. You're still way off, he quipped. Better give it 100%, princess. Duke Tomia watched from the high balcony. They look evenly matched so far, but then a chill ran down his spine. He frowned, sensing something dark. What is this disturbing pressure I'm feeling? He zoomed in on Den's face and realized something was wrong. That friendly smile Den usually wore, gone. In its place was the cold, hardened look of a warrior ready for a bloodbath. The sparring match raged on, seemingly equal. But every strike Layla threw, Den deflected with 0 effort, his counterattacks getting faster every second. Their footwork was a blur, but Den's stance was unshakable. Den held his spear at a perfect 45-degree angle. Layla charged low, her sword parallel to the ground like a missile. She gritted her teeth, calculating the distance. She saw a pixel-perfect opening at his waist. But Den was 10 steps ahead. In a flash, he dropped his spear tip, slamming into her arm. The impact forced her grip open, and her sword clattered to the dirt. Layla stood there, jaw on the floor. The steel hit the ground with a heavy thud. Looks like another W for me, princess, Den stated flatly. The Duke sighed from above. She took another L. He turned to his aide. "What's your read on this Asma? Maybe this will finally check her ego," Asma replied. "So you noticed it too," the Duke noted calmly. "Yeah, she's been getting too big for her boots ever since the short title cup. After winning the championship, she thought she was the main character. Below, Layla was still trying to spar, but she was losing her cool, swinging wildly with zero composure." The Duke watched his daughter struggle without blinking. "I was going to give her a serious lecture, but letting her hold this loss is a better teacher." Asma nodded. "That's a high IQ move, sir," Duke Tomia asked. "How many monocores do you think that kid has?" Asma watched Den dodge a strike with unnatural grace. "Judging by that clean movement, at least 3. "I disagree," the Duke said. "He has at least 2, maybe 3. But look closer." Asma rubbed his chin, confused. "What am I missing, boss?" "Look at his hand speed," the Duke pointed out. "His spear speed is overwhelming her, but look at his feet. It's not just speed hacks. It's his whole body mechanics. The one thing Layla lacks," the Duke analyzed, "is battle IQ." Back in the ring, Layla gasped, "You blocked everything!" Den spun his spear effortlessly. "I just read your movement." Then he dropped a truth bomb that hit harder than his spear. I could see most of it coming. Layla wondered, is he just a grinding maniac? The Duke was also puzzled. He shouldn't have real combat experience. The Duke clasped his hands behind his back, staring at Asma. "I can hardly believe my eyes." His gaze turned serious as he recalled a memory. It was 7 years ago during the Southern inspection. A young Den stood before Count Sogris and introduced himself. That was back when Layla was reaching her peak potential. "It's just like back then," the Duke thought. Asma added, "Interesting. The young miss won the cup, but she was nerfed. She couldn't use her full power. Count Sogris must have put her through hellish training." The Duke shook his head immediately. "No, you don't know Archon. He's not like that. He doesn't do the brutal training method like I do. And then he didn't need it either." Asma looked confused. "What do you mean, sir?" "I mean raw talent," the Duke whispered the verdict. "Normal people pause to think. He just flows." He sighed in admiration. "Den is a straight-up genius. He probably skipped the cup because it was too boring for him. No competition." Asma listened intently, the pieces finally clicking. So that's it. He was smurfing. Exactly. He had zero interest in a tournament every other kid in the Empire dreams of. The Duke continued, "Because right now, no one in his age bracket stands a chance. He's in a league of his own." The fight finally ended. Layla collapsed, gasping for air, totally cooked. The Duke prayed silently. "Layla, I hope you realize you're not the OP protagonist you thought you were. Drop the arrogance, grind your sword skills, and maybe you'll surpass your brothers." The Duke clearly had high hopes for his daughter. Layla was dripping sweat, mind racing. "I can't beat him. I knew he was talented, but the skill gap, it's massive." Den shouldered his spear coolly. "You're done. Let's wrap this up," Den said. Layla stayed silent, then dropped her sword. "Fine. You win." Den thought the Duke's plan worked. She finally realizes she's not number 1. Layla glared at him furious. "Seriously, how the hell do you train?" Den gave a 2-word answer. "Hard work." That triggered her. Layla screamed, "Everyone works hard, you idiot." Den turned to walk away. "Then work harder." Layla froze. The words hit different. "I'm heading out," Den said, waving goodbye. Layla yelled at his back, "I won't lose next time you hear me." Unlike her tantrum, Den was calm. "Sure. I'll be waiting." He walked off without looking back. Layla thought Den is the only kid I've ever looked up to. She remembered their childhood. "Back then, he noticed my footwork was off by half a step." She found hope in that memory. He was the one she wanted to surpass. The one she waited for. Flashback to when they were small. Den was teaching her. She was so hyped. Okay, like this right? Am I doing it?" Den was gentle back then, praising her. "Yeah, that's a perfect strike." Layla wanted to prove herself not just to her dad, but to Den. She wasn't a little kid anymore. Layla stood there for a long time watching Den fade into the distance. The repeated losses hurt, but they didn't break her spirit. Instead, she asked herself, "Why is he leaving me in the dust?" Her resolve hardened. "Just watch Den. Next time I'm taking the W." Morning came bringing a crisp blue sky. White clouds drifted lazily overhead. The Royal Academy exam was practically a festival. Geniuses from all over the Empire were flooding the city to test their might. Everyone was moving in one direction. It wasn't just the students. Nervous mom servants and huge warrior dads were all part of the chaos. Counting the families and entourages, nearly thousands of people were swarming the capital. The massive Royal Academy gates were swallowing the endless crowd. 6,000 applicants. That was the number. Every boy and girl looked serious, dressed in clean, simple fits to show they meant business. You couldn't just pay to get in. You had to qualify. Tension was high. Everyone knew the stats 2/3 of them were about to get eliminated in the first round. After a day of filtering, the crowd on the school grounds thinned out, but the survivors couldn't relax. The results were public, giving the whole city something to yap about. Dan and his childhood friend Layla cleared the first round easily. But now the real game begins. They locked in for the next challenge. The first prelims done and dusted. 2,000 survivors are gearing up for the second round, and the vibe's immaculate. The future is looking bright. But inside the Academy Council room, the faculty lounge is absolutely buzzing. 2,000 students cleared the first hurdle. That's wild. It's a full house, but the big shots at the conference table, they're cooking up a different conversation. The red-haired OG speaks up first. How many are actually gonna make the final cut? Someone replies instantly, 200 tops, no cap. Outside, the students are standing tall, lined up and looking serious. But inside, the professors are scouting for the real ones. Any OP rookies this year? A few with potential. That red-haired boss, that's Professor Denabo, head of the magic department. He nods, satisfied. Stats aren't finalized yet. Enter Ingrid, head of theology, messy brown hair, zero chill. She pushes back a stray lock. Still calculating. Then she drops the real question. Who bagged the top score? Who's the MVP? No one answers her directly. Instead, they pivot. The sword major top dog is Duke Thornyun's daughter, right? Denabo lights up instantly. Facts. She crushed the Denter Cup finals. Her gameplay was absolute fire. Everyone nods along. The Duke really raised a monster. Then the lecturer with purple hair and round glasses crosses his arms, Den Pinaso, head of summoning. He raises an eyebrow. So the Sword Princess is the one to watch. But Professor Esther, head of swordsmanship, is flexing hard. Watch, please. It's already a wrap. She has zero competition. The other professors are low-key salty. Must be nice to have a generational talent like that on your roster. Only Denabo is silent, stroking his chin. Then he decides to disturb the peace. He slams an open letter onto the table, cutting the chatter dead. Hold up. I think the script is about to flip. Everyone peeks at the letter. Ingrid can't help herself. What's that? Denabo drops the bomb. A rec letter from Sidrain himself. He flashes the paper. It's got the Nelson Magic Tower seal glowing with actual mana. That's not a forgery. That's the real deal. Jaws drop. Ingrid's eyes go wide. Wait, Sidrain actually vouched for someone, the Sidrain. But Esther shuts it down immediately. Doesn't matter who it is. Nobody beats the Denter Cup champ. The tension between magic and swordsmanship is spiking, and everyone starts whispering, "She Sidrain." The guy famous for having 0 disciples sent a letter. That old man is a living legend, silver hair, black and white drip, totally unapproachable. And the rookie he's backing, Denabo, reveals the stats. He's barely 10 years old and already at the 3rd circle. The room explodes. 3rd circle, at 10. Who is this kid? They're desperate for the lore drop. Everyone wants to know who the Tower Master of Nelson is betting on. Denabo leans back and casually drops the name. And the moment he says it, the entire room freezes. Esther looks shook. Even Ingrid and Den are buffering, they can't believe it. Their hands are shaking. This reaction. Exactly what Denabo expected. He confirms it smoothly. Count Soars. The chat goes wild. The Soars clan again. They already have geniuses in magic and summoning, and now the youngest son too. Denabo smirks. The Soars bloodline is just built different. Everyone agrees. 2 top-tier clans clashing in 1 year. That's main event energy. Esther finally chills out after the shock. Wait, isn't House Soars famous for theology, but a Mage Tower Master recommended him? Looks like the family is pivoting to magic. Denabo sounds smug while Ingrid fakes a cry, literally sobbing. Bro, I thought I had a theology prodigy in the bag, but now the betting starts. Which major will he pick? Denabo is feeling himself. If he joins my department, him and Arabella, they'll be an unstoppable duo. He recalls the letter. This kid is gonna be S-rank, no doubt. Denabo is already picturing the glory. Royal Academy equals magic baby. But just as he's ascending to Cloud 9, a frantic assistant bursts in, clutching a clipboard for dear life. Sorry to interrupt. First round stats are in, discussion over. Everyone locks eyes on the blue hologram screen. Alright, let's see the numbers. Show us the data. The results load up. Swordsmanship 1, 367. Magic 227. Summoning 152. The entire room gasps. That gap is massive. Swordsmanship has over 1,000 students. Even the candidates outside are holding their breath. Magic only has 200. The difference is laughable. It's a total blowout for the sword department. While the students gossip, the head of swordsmanship ignores the noise and scans the leaderboard. She spots the name she wanted and bursts out laughing. I knew it. She's number 1. But Denabo, he's doom-scrolling through the magic list, face-twisting. He can't find the name. He scrolls up and down, panicking. Yo, why isn't the kid on my list? The others are confused. For real. What about Sidrane's letter? Even Ingrid checks her database. He's not in theology either. They're starting to sweat, terrified they fumbled the bag. They turn on the messenger girl like a pack of wolves. Is the list bugged? Is anyone missing? The poor girl is shaking in her boots. She checks her notes. Actually, there is one candidate who registered for the freelance major. Silence. Denabo and Den are stunned. Ingrid and Esther whip their heads around. Freelance. Did they hear that right? The council room goes dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. They're staring at each other like the system just crashed. The girl thinks she's in trouble, so she stammers out the rest. And, out of 6,000 participants, Den got the highest score. She reads the data nervous. Boom, mic drop. Esther's eyes bulge out of her head. What? The room descends into chaos. Den is number 1. But while the professors are losing their minds inside, Den is outside touching grass. The sunset paints the world red as he chills. Been a month already, he thinks. Time is speed running out here. That duel with Layla feels like yesterday. The first exam came and went. Now, it's just the waiting game. Honestly, the test was mid. Too easy. He's zoning out when a sweet voice suddenly cuts through the air. Yo, results are out. What's your rank? The girl with pink hair rushed over looking totally pressed. Den looked up from his screen, cool as ice. His smartwatch projected the academy entrance results, rank 1. Den smirked, flexing the holographic display. Top of the food chain, baby. Layla looked like she was about to explode. I knew it was you. She was fuming, literally shaking with rage. You cheat, that top spot was mine. Her amber eyes blazed like literal fire. How did you even pull this off? Did you hack the system? Den thought back to the mountain of books his sister sent total info dump. Sis really came in clutch with the notes, no cap. But Layla wasn't buying it. I read those too, but military tactics was straight up impossible. Den stayed silent. How could he tell her he had a cheat code? In his past life, he was a legendary soldier, a god of war on the battlefield. The memories of blood and steel burned behind his stoic gaze. Layla kept yapping, oblivious. Like, what does a 14-year-old kid know about war strategy? You've never even seen a goblin. Den shrugged, cutting her off. Honestly, that part was light work. Kind of fun, actually. Layla's jaw hit the floor. Excuse me, are you even human or just a monster in disguise? Not just tactics. Art, music, even the Greenic Empire's history. Den's grin was pure arrogance. I guess you could say those are my specialties. He thanked his lucky stars. Years of grinding on the battlefield gave him skills no textbook could teach. Layla suddenly switched gears. Wait, where are you taking the second exam? Den tapped his chin, pretending to think. 3 locations, I think. Layla blinked, her brain buffering. Wait. 3. You can't be serious. You actually applied for the free major? She realized she'd been played. Hands on hips, she raged. Spill it. What else did you pick besides alchemy and summoning? Den just laughed, shouldered his staff, and walked off like a boss. He threw a wink over his shoulder. You'll find out soon enough. Layla looked ready to throw hands. You jerk. Come back here. The sunset painted them both in blood-red light, matching the fire in their hearts as night began to fall. Twilight soaked the world in crimson shadows. The normies had gone home, but the 2 rivals lingered in the hotel courtyard. Layla chased him down, desperate for answers. Why the free major? Den, it's suicide. It makes 0 sense. Den stopped and looked her dead in the eye. Because I want it all. His answer was so ridiculous she gaped at him. The pass rate was practically 0, but Den looked unbothered. He smiled, radiating pure confidence. Free major lets you take any class you want until graduation. No limits, no boundaries. I can even research with the professors right away. Layla sighed, looking at him like he was a lost cause. You're delusional. Nobody applies for that because it's a trap. Then a thought hit her. Wait, are you just dodging me? You don't want to be in my class. Did you tank the application on purpose? Den shut that down immediately. No cap, that's not it. Layla narrowed her eyes, still Suze. So you actually think you'll pass? Besides alchemy and summoning, what's your secret weapon talk? Seeing her about to go nuclear, Den let out a dry laugh. Should I tell her the sun rose on a new day, flooding the Royal Academy in golden light? The stage was set. The plaza was packed with hopefuls. Finally, the real test begins. Den steeled himself. To unlock the free major, there was only one path. He had to ace 4 different major exams. Summoning alchemy magic. The difficulty spike was insane compared to basic mana circles. It was basically impossible. What is this kid thinking? Inside the faculty room, the professors were buzzing. Ingrid reviewed the files, the tension palpable. Usually kids struggle to pass even one major. Aiming for the free major is madness. Professor Denabo nodded in agreement. Just pick magic or alchemy and be done with it. After a heavy silence, Den Piñazo, head of summoning, adjusted her glasses. The free major has existed for 2 centuries. Ingrid sipped her tea, looking tired. Yet the pass rate is basically non-existent. Professor Denabo smirked mysteriously. It wasn't always this hard. Hundreds of years ago, the academy was desperate for talent. Back then, the kingdom was burning. War was everywhere. Young warriors flocked here to get strong. It was the age of conquest. They needed bodies for the meat grinder. He sighed. Anyone with a pulse and talent was accepted. But now, the standards are sky high. Students play it safe, sticking to their one trick. Nobody risks it all anymore. Ingrid frowned, setting her cup down. Then why keep the free major? It's a ghost department. No applicants, no graduates. Denabo was ready for that one. It's a symbol. It proves that only the absolute monsters of the Empire can conquer this academy. It's the foundation of our prestige. Den Piñazo exhaled sharply. A symbol. Even if it's gathering dust. She stood up, slamming a stack of papers down. I ran the numbers. In the last century, only 2 people passed. One dropped out. The other was the former emperor himself. The stats were terrifying. Ingrid grimaced. So basically, unless you're a god-tier genius, you're cooked. But Den Piñazo cut in. What about the youngest son of war hero Archon? Dinabo's eyes lit up. Ah, the Sugrest bloodline. With that DNA, my expectations are high. The house of Sugrest was legendary. The father was a war machine. Even with white hair, the old man's aura is suffocating. And the mother, she's just as terrifying. Their eldest daughter wrecked the rankings here too. A family of monsters. But the youngest son, he could be the real deal or just an arrogant brat. The room went quiet. Denabo chuckled nervously. Maybe we just let him in on potential. Absolutely not, Den Piñazo snapped. We are professors, not gamblers. Denabo stared into his tea, defeated. Hope and worry clashed in the air. Could this kid actually back up his ambition? Unaware of the drama, Den Sugrest stepped through the academy gates, ready to conquer. Confidence level 100. The second exam stage was straight-up picturesque nature vibes. Massive trees and grass looking greener than money. The judges, Professor Denabo, Den Piñazo, and Ingrid. They sat behind the big desk, mean-mugging the white-haired teen walking up. He dropped his intro, I'm Den, applying for the Royal Academy's freestyle major. The trio immediately switched to strict teacher mode. Denabo eyed him down and asked, You realize what applying for freestyle actually means? Right, kid? Den dipped his head, letting his bangs hide his eyes, classic mysterious protagonist move. He looked deep in thought before replying, Of course. I know I gotta pass all 3 major exams to get in. Seeing his chill reaction, the judges thought he was bluffing or scared, so they softened up a bit. Can't scare off the talent, right? But the vibe was still heavy. Ingrid asked, Your name's Den. Look, it's not too late to bail. Den looked up, genuinely confused. She explained, I have mad respect for Count Saurus. He's the Empire's GOAT instructor. I don't want to see his son get cooked and sent home. Her brown eyes narrowed, trying to pressure him into quitting. She didn't want him ruining his future over some youthful clout chasing. Den caught the drift. He swallowed his annoyance, keeping it ice cold but respectful. Thanks for the hype, Professor, but I came here to go all out. Seeing he wasn't budging, the judges went silent. If he was gonna fold that easy, he wouldn't be standing there. After a tense standoff, Denabo sighed like he was dealing with a headache. Fine. You asked for it. He started reading the Riot Act one last time. Listen up. 3 tests based on the majors. Fail even one and it's game over. Instant elimination. Den just lowered his gaze, totally unbothered. Understood. Ready then? Denabo looked at Den Piñazo, who'd been silent the whole time. We're starting with the summoning department. No cap. Round 2 for the freestyle major was officially live. No takebacks now. Den and the professor stepped onto the field, facing off. The lady in purple with hair to match Den Piñazo from summoning. She crossed her arms, sizing him up like he was a bug. Den scanned her stats. Professor Piñazo, Empire's top-tier summoner. Legend says she pulled off 3 double-rank summons. She's basically a raid boss. She caught his stare, gave a slight nod, and dropped the quest. Simple rules. Impress me using anything related to summoning. Go. Just as expected, a freestyle test with no meta. Den couldn't help but smirk. Then he did something that had everyone shook. He reached out toward Piñazo. In that case, teach, can you summon a beast for me? She blinked. Excuse me, a summon? He repeated it while she looked at him like he was crazy. Yeah, any beast is fine. This wasn't in the script. The other judges were floored. Ingrid lost her composure completely. Yo, what is happening? A student ordering the teacher to cast even Denabo was confused, watching the scene with dread. He looked at the kid's confident grin. He looks like he's already won. Is this a trap? Since he hadn't cast anything yet, they thought he was just all talk. You want to see my summon bet? Piñazo thought for a second, then laughed, turning to the open field. Bold move, kid. I like it. You got taste for the exotic. With everyone watching, she warned, "Don't blink." Den watched as starlight began to pool beneath her feet. Green energy surged from her outstretched arm, mana wrapping around her like a glowing aura. She started chanting the ancient codes. The light flared up, dancing like spirits. Her eyes snapped open behind her glasses, glowing purple. She shouted into the void, "Sace, answer the call." Boom. Massive energy rippled out, tearing through the air. A blurry silhouette began to materialize. Power spiraled into a vortex, ripping open a dimension. A sonic boom hit the bystanders, sending people flying and screaming. Pure chaos. Ingrid and Dinabo's eyes bugged out, seeing the mana output. Pinasso wasn't holding back. Ingrid froze, staring at the monster spawning in. She was stuttering. That's... On the field, the mana mist cleared to reveal a massive beast with fur white as snow. It snarled. Red eyes with black sclera nightmare fuel. Professor Pinasso's summon raised a clawed hand, raw magic dripping off its frame. Killing intent flooded the arena. Its tail whipped around. One hit from that would level a building. The beast opened its maw and let out a roar that shook the earth. A frenzied summon. It screamed at Den, louder and fiercer this time. The sound waves alone were terrifying. Den watched the shockwaves barreling toward him. Damn, that roar is nasty. It was the most savage beast among the rank 4 summons. A human like him should have been blown away, but he stood his ground. The beast didn't wait. It attacked everything in sight blindly. Den stopped acting cool and got serious. "I thought this entrance exam would be but this is actually fire." He smirked, his soul igniting with battle spirit. The monster loomed over him. Pinasso crossed her arms. "There. I summoned what I wanted. Your move, kid." Den stayed silent. The crowd started panicking. "That's Ezra, the wildest rank 4 beast. Even night squads get cooked by that thing." Ingrid was shaking. "What are they thinking?" Den started walking forward. Pinasso flinched. "Hey, what are you doing? Stop. If you provoke Ezra." The beast growled, locking onto him. "You said prove it any way I want, right?" She was sweating bullets. "Yeah, but not by getting yourself deleted." He just held out his hand. "Relax, fam. I got this." Pinasso was speechless. Ezra roared again, eyes glowing blood red, staring down the tiny human. Suddenly the beast's eyes narrowed. Tail dropped. Ezra lowered its massive body and... bowed. "Good boy." The judges were shook. "What the actual... You're bigger than Fanfu, huh?" Den petted the monster like it was a house cat. Pinasso's mind broke. The vicious Ezra was acting like a puppy. Then she saw it. A faint glimmer connecting Den to the beast. A mana thread. Thin, barely visible, but controlling everything. It wasn't just submission, no cap. The beast's hostility completely vanished, replaced by a smile as it closed its eyes. Dinabo thought he was tripping, like this had to be a dream. Even seeing it IRL, his brain refused to process the glitch he was witnessing. Ingrid screamed, "Is that innate resonance? That's absolutely fire." The entire crowd stood there, jaws on the floor, totally shook. Meanwhile, Dean Pinasso was deep in thought, trying to calculate the impossible. Did this kid just hack the system? Did he analyze the mana threads instantly and mirror them to create a link? She lowered her gaze. No way. That kind of tech doesn't even exist yet. This had to be the ultimate taming method. It triggered a memory from her childhood of a prodigy who was absolute OP, someone even her master used to glaze. Dean Pinasso's eyes swirled with heavy emotions. If he's got that kind of talent, his future is going to be legendary. She stepped up to Den, making it official. "Your ability is verified 100%, she smiled. "You've got the heart of a lion. Cold judgment and cracked mechanics." Den listened, hope rising in his chest. "There's no doubt about it. You passed." Ingrid and Dinabo shouted in unison. Big agree. The corner of his lips curled up as the spotlight hit him. "Thanks." Suddenly a voice cut through the hype. "You speedran that in 30 minutes. Layla looked salty. "Guess that makes you the top dog, Mr. Valedictorian." Den shot back. "What's the deal? I heard you crushed it in swordsmanship too." "Nah, you're the real MVP today." He tried to hype her up. "Chin up. They threw a whole party just because we didn't fail, remember?" She looked like she was about to cry, ignoring the food. "You eat. Get those gains." She sighed internally, shook to her core. She never expected the skill gap to be this massive. It was like standing next to a natural disaster. A force of nature. That's exactly what he felt like. Watching Layla walk away, Den called out, "Layla." Just then the Duke pulled up. "She wants some space. Let her be." Den frowned, a bit worried. "Don't trip over it. Layla's tough, she'll bounce back." The Duke smiled. "By the way, did you hit up your dad? The Count must be flexing on everyone right now." Den bowed his head. "Yeah, the whole squad is hyped." The party was still lit in the background. Getting into the free major, that's top-tier status. Everyone in the room was stunned. "The exams are done, so just chill and rest up before the real grind starts." "Yes, sir. Thanks to you, I had a great time here." The Duke asked, Right, have you thought about your custom gear from the blacksmith? Den kept it real. I was thinking about a sword, but I haven't locked it in yet. The Duke raised a brow. Why's that? Den explained, my stats are still scaling. I'm growing too fast to commit to a blade right now. I'm gonna wait for the right moment since this is a rare drop. The Duke nodded, liking the logic. Smart play. No need to rush. We'll keep it on hold. Suddenly a man approached the Duke with urgency. Sir, the Duchess needs you. The Duke looked up, his expression shifting. Understood. I'll head out first. Den watched them leave, biting his lip as the vibe got heavy. The Duchess's condition was still dragging on. He remembered Layla's words. Symptoms are mild right now, but it's not like she's getting buffed or anything. It had been like this for years. Den's face showed pure empathy. It was a tragic situation. He tightened his lips, as someone who never saw his own family suffer like that. It was a pain he couldn't fully unlock. He muttered, should I go comfort Layla? 2 days later. Morning sun bathed the castle in gold. The campus was buzzing, everyone dripped out in fancy ceremonial gear. They gathered in the courtyard for the main event. What's up, Royal Academy freshmen? I'm Homer, your principal. Looking at this year's survivors who made it through the Battle Royale, I can tell the Empire's future is looking bright. The crowd listened in silence. All of them were high-tier talents. Smiles broke out as the glaze session continued, but then he dropped the bomb. Especially among this batch, we have some absolute monsters. We even have a student who cracked the code and got into the free major, something only 2 people have done in a century. This student got the green light from the heads of magic theory and summoning. The crowd went wild. No way, free major, that's insane. Who is this guy? He must be absolutely broken. Homer looked down at his list and then announced the name. Representing the freshman, valedictorian Den. Step up. Den's face was stone cold, like he expected this. The voice boomed, Den front and center. The crowd was shook when they saw him. That kid got the free major, i.e., what kind of RNG blessings does House Soars have? Den kept his cool, not saying a word. The VIPs on the balcony were whispering too. You see Den down there looking majestic? Yeah, I see him. The kid's the valedictorian. Butler Mean was hyping up Akon Soars. You raised a beast, Akon. Akon scratched his head, acting humble. Compared to you, I'm mid. Butler Mean closed his eyes, looking a bit salty. Don't talk to me about raising sons. It's a total scam, no ROI at all. He sighed, defeated. My daughter's big day, and those 2 are ghosting us. Oldest is deployed, youngest ran away. He patted Akon's shoulder. You got 2 daughters, though. That's the dream. I'm actually jealous. Akon looked awkward. Wait, don't you have Layla? Hearing that name, Butler Mean went silent. He looked down at Layla in the crowd. If only the madam knew, it would be nice. The professors in front of the principal were chatting. Has Den been vibing with summons since he was a kid? Soares replied, yes, Professor. Dean Panasso added, it's definitely a passive skill he was born with. She frowned, sweating a little. Kid's a literal monster, she thought. This unassuming guy is doing things veteran summoners can't even dream of. Denabo nodded. Professor with Den's sync rate. Do you think he could pull a summon from beyond the horizon? Beyond the horizon lay a different server entirely, creatures that lost connection with this world 100 years ago. She mused. Let's see. It's possible the summons on that side might actually choose him. The ceremony started moving along. Homer stepped down. So you're the famous Den? He handed Den a certificate. I hope your talent hits legendary status at this academy. Den smiled. I'll keep that in mind, Principal. The students were still gathered in the yard. The atmosphere settled into silence. Den held the diploma, thoughts racing. Finally made it to the academy. Took a while to get here, but I'm not going to waste this new game plus. This life I've been gifted. His eyes overflowed with happiness as the blinding sun hit him. The real grind starts now. Inside the main lecture hall, the architecture was bougie as hell. A man spoke up. Intro is over. We're taking a break before the next segment, so grab some food and chill. Whispers erupted everywhere. A familiar voice cut in. Listen up, Den. People are going to be targeting you from now on. It was Layla. Good or bad intentions, watch your back. If anyone offers you a deal, think twice before you click accept. She whispered to Den. He replied, yeah, I got it. The noise level spiked. Don't reject us. Join the squad club activities or the meta here. Join our guild. Den shut them down. Sorry, not interested. They were aggressively recruiting. Haha, fresh meat, grab the redhead over there. That's the SSR rank rookie we need, Layla groaned. Ugh, the seniors are spamming invites during break. Den lowered his eyes. He remembered his older sister saying the clubs were actually kind of fire. Everyone was going crazy over him. Find the Soars kid. No, we have to draft him into our club. Layla panicked, seeing the mob zeroing in on her friend. They're all hunting you down. What do we do? Before Densaurus could even respond, she grabbed his hand and immediately dragged him away. Where are we going? First, we gotta escape the aggro zone. Some jacked guys screamed out, Den join the bodybuilding club. Get those S-tier aesthetics. Immediately after, a blonde guy dashed in. Yo, rookie. How about the Map Exploration Society? If you join now, we unlock new regions. Another girl shouted her pitch. Our astrology research club was basically a gathering of the server's top-tier players. But the two of them just booked it escaping the mob like they were dodging aggro. Running beside him was Butler Mean's daughter, and losing a VIP NPC like her not an option. Layla screamed at the top of her lungs. Ugh, I'm dipping, count me out. No cap. She and the guy felt exactly like prey being hunted in a high-level zone. He thought he was used to kiting enemies, but this was a whole new level of chaotic. Being the rank 1 top student is actually exhausting. Mid, honestly. Suddenly, a massive figure with long hair strode down the hallway like a raid boss. That was none other than Kentus Refuel. Two students started gossiping immediately. For real though, I heard the second he retired as a Royal Knight, he snagged a professor job. Bro is an absolute unit, a living legend. Kentus Refuel definitely heard the glazing, but he chose to stay silent. But there was one thing giving him a massive headache. He kept walking through the academy's noisy chatter annoyed. It was that glitch in the system, the first free major student to enroll in 15 years. This job was supposed to be his AFK farming spot. Just write a thesis occasionally, do the bare minimum, and vibe. But now, that chill life was officially cooked. These two students were yapping way too much. Looks like he's prepping for class. If I were him, I'd be raging right now. Kentus Refuel ignored the background noise, his lips pressed into a thin line as he spoke. The rookie orientation was finally over. He closed his eyes, feeling totally drained, and thought, this is garbage. Why did a student have to pass the entrance exam right now? The timing is trash. Kentus Refuel bumped into Den by pure coincidence. The kid was looking down deep in thought. The professor broke the silence. You're Den, right? Den glanced to the side before bowing his head respectfully. Hello, Professor. Good to meet you. All right, let's head inside. The two quickly entered the room, and Kentus Refuel sat at the head desk of the free major department, lost in thought. I grinded so hard to get this easy position. I came here to rest, not to actually teach. Trophies and medals lined the glass cabinet, collecting dust. I'm sick of babysitting nights. Finally, Kentus Refuel spoke up. Why did you apply for the free major class? Den answered instantly, zero hesitation. To do whatever I want. Sandbox mode. Didn't you plan on switching to the special major? Den kept it real. Yeah, I don't want to fumble this opportunity. The professor's lips tightened. If he stays, I have to actually mentor him. Is there no other way? Kentus Refuel's eyes locked onto a sword in the corner of the room. Wait a minute. He didn't take the swordsmanship exam. The reason he skipped it? Probably because his stats are trash, right? Strategy locked in. The professor asked, Hey, do you know anything about sword arts? Swordsmanship. I'm not trying to flame you, but since you're in the free major and I'm your professor, I need to at least know what level your sword skills are at. Din quickly realized the professor was checking his specs. He thought, why bring up swords all of a sudden? I get the vibe I'm not welcome here. Den replied coolly. It's not that I don't have an interest in swords. Hearing that, Kentus immediately jumped on it. Perfect. Then let's run a quick diagnostic test. Den nodded. Understood. The professor was celebrating internally. Nice. He took the bait. Then he said aloud, All right, follow me to my training hall. The professor had a scheme. He had the authority to fail a student. He just needed to prove the kid's sword skills were mid and kick him from the server. Inside the armory, Kentus gave him free rein. There are tons of swords here. Just equip whatever you want. Den kept his composure and followed instructions. Yes, Professor. But Den was low-key confused by the scene. Swords were piled up randomly, and there was actual trash on the floor. Why is the training hall looking like a dumpster fire? Den started feeling like something was sus. Even if there haven't been free major students, this neglect is next level. He hesitated, looking at the massive loot pile of different swords. Which one fits my build? He didn't really have a criteria for judging a good blade, so he just walked over and grabbed one. The professor assumed he would dual wield to compensate for low skill. But this is enough. Den was supremely confident that his choice was valid. Yes, this blade will do. The condition Kentus Refuel gave sounded simple enough on paper, but the professor's power level was no joke. If you can manage to hit me with that sword just once you pass. He was setting requirements for himself rather than the student. It was a flex to show off his benevolence and talent. It won't be hard. I'll nerf myself and only move within a 2-step radius. Den's eyes lit up shining like blue crystals. He was ready for the quest. Okay, I got it. Kentis was also looking forward to the show. Good, let's start the match. However, the professor still felt a lingering doubt. It was Den's aura, too calm, too unbothered by the handicap conditions. Is he actually confident? Seeing the bright smile on Den's face, Kentis thought, is there some other mechanic I'm missing? Den gripped the sword and dashed straight at Kentis. He wasn't just fast, the determination to win was written all over his face. The professor was shook, the blade tip was already less than a hand's width away. Kentis dodged the strike, but his mind was racing about the kid's stats. Whoa, that speed is insane. How did a kid with this agility end up in the free major? With just a single sword, Den unleashed a phantom blade dance. Every cut was powerful, decisive, and lethal. Somehow, Kentis still had time to think even as the blade nearly sliced his face open. What the hell is this? The professor couldn't slack off for even a second. Kentis raised his own sword, but he stuck to the rules. He didn't move past the two-step limit. Even with Den rushing him down, how could Kentis stay chill when the blade was constantly grazing him? 1 millisecond late and I'm cooked. This sword style, it's unnatural. Is he just a button-mashing noob who knows how to swing? His feet braked just in time. Otherwise, he would have hurt the professor. It was supposed to be a simple test, but Den's intensity and Kentis's defense kicked up a storm of dust. Heavy breathing came from Den's position. He was fighting with everything he had. Kentis was feeling the fatigue too, and suddenly he started analyzing the kid's background. This kid moves like a soldier on a battlefield, no cap. This isn't the stance of a noble or a trained knight. The professor held his ground in that tiny circle. Meanwhile, Den was spamming attacks from every angle. His swings were crisp and heavy, looking exactly like a veteran warrior's. Kentis only raised his sword to parry the incoming DPS. He had zero intention of countering. Den's combat skills looked messy, but his method of attacking from all sides, actually super effective. The professor panicked as Den's skills flashed right across his eyes. He almost didn't block in time. The way Den fought it was like he was using a clone jutsu splitting in two. Every strike radiated overwhelming power. Kentis was stunned that the kid could switch positions so dizzyingly fast. I can't believe this. I'm a level 6 master and I have to focus this hard. The professor had to be frame perfect with his dodges while questioning his own reality. Am I really fighting a 14-year-old? Every move Den busted out left Kentis flawed. And he doesn't even need dual blades. The professor's feet only dared to micro-step to the side to evade. Den lowered his center of gravity, sliding 1 foot back. He was charging up for a dash attack. Suddenly, the professor grimaced. His expression twisted, looking totally different from his usual chill vibe. Wait, this stance looks familiar. It took him back to a place where a blonde warrior walked through an army. A battlefield where countless arrows pierced the earth. That warrior was Kentis back before he became a professor. But Kentis had been shocked by a scene of someone else soloing an entire squad. It was insane. I didn't know the Dream Empire had a player that cracked. Relying on his experience, he boldly guessed that guy was definitely smurfing, hiding his identity. But that person wore no medals, no flag or guild symbol of a knight. Even though Kentis had been there a long time, he couldn't process it. He just watched the warrior's back as he left right after the final sword slash struck down. He had wondered endlessly who that mystery player was. Snapping back to reality, the duel between Den and Kentis showed no sign of ending. Their sword tips were aimed right at each other. But then the unexpected happened. My blade was literally hovering over Professor Kentis's heart, yet my mind was drifting into the clouds. Why was I zoning out in the middle of a deathmatch? Bro, get it together. A victor's smirk curled on Den's lips. The guy was already OP, but he lived for the flex. Sheathing his sword with zero effort, he dropped the bomb. So, Professor, pretty sure I passed the vibe check, right? The air turned dead silent. Kentis gritted his teeth, eyes squeezed shut, absolutely cooked by a mere teenager. His own blade lowered slowly, but his knuckles were white-knuckling the hilt in pure frustration. Trying not to lose his cool, the professor finally had to face reality. You passed. While the grown man gasped for air, Den wasn't even breaking a sweat. The math wasn't mathing in Kentis's head. Without the handicap, I would have been destroyed instantly. Even a Royal Knight title is mid compared to this kid's raw talent. Den exposed his true power level the moment he signed up for this specific day. It hit him. Then this kid wasn't just good. He was a glitched-out genius. Even with the handicap, he stood toe-to-toe with a level 6 master. No cap, the kid is a monster. After that clash, memories flooded back into Kentis's brain stuff. He'd totally ghosted. Now it all made sense why this kid had zero interest in the swordsmanship department. He was already playing a different game. Standing in the arena, the professor was shook by Den's potential. With stats like these, why dodge the sword major? But nobody was ready for the MC's simple, wholesome excuse. Because my fam would be big sad if I didn't. Kentus looked like his brain just disconnected from the server. Excuse me. He wanted to press for info, but the words got stuck in his throat. Kentus instantly pulled up the receipts on Den's family background. The whole bloodline was cracked. Dad, a Grandmaster of Theology. Sisters, Masters of Magic and Summoning. Was this kid trying to triple class into everything, just to live up to the hype? Seeing the professor lag out in deep thought, Den decided to move things along. Prof, did you confirm my enrollment, or are we just chilling here? About your major choice. I guess it wasn't a lack of confidence in your sword skills. Kentus realized he had completely misread the situation. All right, fine. Get out of here. I'll send the notification ASAP. In battle, he was a demon. As a student, he was an angel. Bet. Thanks, Professor. Kentus watched him go, looking salty either from the loss or the burning curiosity about Den's true power cap. Kentus stood frozen like an NPC staring at Den's retreating back. Even as the kid reached the exit, the professor wondered if he'd let his emotions mess up the grading scale. What a disaster. Do the other department heads feel this stressed? Kentus tried to regain his composure, but he was low-key raging. His master plan to kick the kid out and live a lazy life just went up in smoke. He squeezed his eyes shut, replaying the data in his head. Who is that kid really? Suddenly, a flashback from his warrior days hit him like a truck. Kentus focused on a distant memory. He stood frozen, watching a scene of absolute carnage. A single voice cut through the aftermath of a one-man army wiping out hundreds of rebels. Den didn't even turn around back then. His eyes were locked on the setting sun, the dying light reflecting off a battlefield of bodies. Back in the present, cold sweat dripped down Kentus's face as the terror set in. Hesitating, he finally whispered the forbidden name. Agric. The image of the legendary warrior overlaid perfectly with the student. It's him. It's actually him. Meanwhile, on the campus grounds, the student body was buzzing with gossip about the entrance exam. Den's sisters were no exception. Claire asked again, skeptical. You seriously cleared the test? No cap. Den hesitated. Yeah, I think so. Claire cleared her throat, crossing her arms in deep thought. Seuss. Very Seuss. Professor Kentus isn't the type to hand out passing grades like candy. Den stood there, sweating bullets. Unbelievable, she muttered. She remembered how Kentus once ghosted the headmaster himself. Frowning, she added, that man only shows up to work like once a year, but the headmaster summoned him this time. He hates drama. Den nodded. Yeah, he definitely gives off leave me alone energy. Claire agreed. Exactly. That's why I'm shocked you survived. Suddenly, she stepped into his personal space and grabbed his arm. She checked his shoulder, leaning in with big sister concern. Thank God you didn't get folded. Den laughed. I'm good, sis. She let out a sigh of relief, her worry melting into a warm smile. Den thought she doesn't care if I'm a genius, she just wants to make sure I'm not dead. Yeah, I'm okay. And that right there is why she's the best sister. While they were vibing, someone came sprinting toward them in full panic mode. You could hear the voice before you saw the person. It was Arabella. OMG, Den, I was looking everywhere for you. Oh, you're with Claire. Hearing the noise, the siblings turned around. Den beamed. Big sis. Arabella flashed a blinding smile at them. So the baby of the family passed the test right. The three of them standing together was causing a massive scene. The mob of students nearby started whispering and pointing. Yo, check it out. The Soret trio is assembled. Just Arabella and Claire alone are top tier. But now the little brother is outshining them. What kind of OP genetics is this? Scene change somewhere deep in the city. Macau was yapping nonstop. I'm Macau. I run the whole dorm situation here. Dorms are split into 3 tiers based on your rank. The VIP zone is Dente 1, named after the OG Emperor. They walked down the path, Den nodding along to the exposition dump. Got it, Den replied softly. Macau caught the nod and kept going. Student Den, since you're the top fragger of the free major, you get the penthouse suite. Cafeteria, gym, library, all premium, plus a private lounge and magic projection room. He paused for dramatic effect. And we've got the secret gear. Hearing that weird phrase, Den side-eyed him. Secret gear. What kind of shady bonus item is that? Macau twirled a key on his finger. It might not happen, but if your grades tank, you get evicted. Just so you know. Arabella and Claire stayed here too, by the way, but only until graduation. Den wasn't surprised. Figured as much. My sisters are legends. Macau held up a key labeled 705. Here, your access pass. Den took the key with both hands. Macau added, we give you a spare, so if you lose it, ping me immediately. Den nodded, staring at the medal in his hand. Understood. Macau dropped a warning. Watch your back. There are some unique characters in this dorm. Not villains per se, but definitely chaotic. All right, go check your room. Any issues, call logistics. As Macau left, Den stood in silence, letting out a mental sigh. Should I go check the spawn point? He stepped into his new home. Den scanned the area. Dung, this place is bougie. He looked around as he walked. But why is it dead silent? Suddenly he froze. His instincts screamed danger. The vibe is off. Huge school, 0 staff, 0 guards. Den walked for a while and didn't see a single soul. It was like a ghost town. Something's wrong. It's like everyone just despawned. He stared intensely at the door ahead, voice dropping to a whisper. What the hell is going on here? Den flared his mana to scan the area. Blue sparks danced around him like constellations coming to life. Time to expand the sensory range. The blue aura pulsed, wrapping around him. He closed his eyes, letting his perception flood the castle. Scanning, scanning. He picked up a weird energy signature. Brown aura. The smell of oil hit his nose. The hum of engines. The click of gears. Den's eyes snapped open. It's a trap. He realized what was happening, and a savage grin cut across his face. Standing alone in the hallway, Den chuckled darkly. I see how it is. The classic welcome ceremony. He was spot on. A bunch of seniors were in a control room, watching the new blood on a screen, waiting for the show. Seeing the target freeze, confusion rippled through the room. Why'd he stop moving? Does this guy have spidey senses or something? Ran threw his hands up. Yo, Arnold, you think he sniffed out the trap? Arnold pushed up his glasses, his voice dripping with arrogance. No shot. Absolutely impossible. This was Arnold Julius, the eldest son of the prestigious Baron Julius household, a third year in the marksman division. He pointed at the screen, flexing his master plan. The Julius family are the OG hunters. We've been the best in the game for centuries. My traps are S-tier, no cap. Someone else looked nervous. But isn't this kind of dangerous? Arnold nodded, dismissive. Relax. I took out anything that could actually kill him. I'm just gonna clown him a bit. He smirked, imagining the victory. Just wait. He's gonna pass out from fear. This rookie debut is gonna be legendary. He stared at the monitor with a cruel grin. He's gonna look so pathetic when he gets here. But another guy wasn't buying the hype. Are you sure about this, bro? That's the Soares family we're talking about, Arnold scoffed. So what, everyone gets hazed? It's tradition. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut in from behind him. But he's the top scorer in the free major. This might go differently than you think. It was Priscilla Neliel, the stunning fourth-year genius from the neurology department. She continued, her eyes glued to the screen. His older sisters are total monsters. If he cleared the free major, his specs are probably off the charts. Arnold whipped around, jaw-dropping. Huh. You saying my trap is mid? A guy with brown hair cut in. Nah. But you sound kinda shook right now, Arnold. Arnold insisted his setup was flawless. Don't laugh, it's impossible. He adjusted his glasses again, thinking, there's no way. I used high-level stealth magic. He can't see it. I even greased the gears so it's silent. Suddenly, Den took a step. The whole room gasped. He's moving again. Check it out. Is that so? Move it. Den looked up, a faint smile playing on his lips. Starting with a tripwire amateur hour. Just a light touch would trigger it. He reached out. Or maybe a mana projectile. Something was rigged to the ceiling. The moment the door opened, the trap sprang, a container dropped and shattered, unleashing a torrent of liquid. Freezing green water splashed down. But Den stood like a statue. One more step, and he would have been soaked like a drowned rat. Too bad this cheap trick couldn't fool his eyes. He glanced at the puddle and clicked his tongue. Kinda mid. Expected more water. Suddenly, a hidden panel slid open, spewing out thick brown smoke. The hallway instantly filled with a noxious haze. Den pinched his nose. Ugh, this smell is rancid. Almost sent me to the afterlife. Gross. What a childish prank. He stared at the vent pumping out smoke. Meanwhile, the seniors started freaking out when they saw him standing there completely untouched. What the hell? He spotted it. Priscilla glared at Arnold. Yo, Arnold. You said this was foolproof. You said he'd never catch on. The redhead chimed in, confused. How are we failing already? Arnold stammered, sweating buckets. It's just a coincidence. A fluke. Priscilla felt her blood boil. A fluke. Are you serious right now? Arnold nodded frantically. Yeah, I went easy on the first one, that's all. He clung to his delusion. Just wait. The next part is gonna cook him for sure. The redhead looked at the screen. Yeah, must be a glitch or something. Ran added, let's trust the process. Priscilla just sighed, looking totally done with them. Inside, Arnold was panicking. Why do I feel so anxious? Meanwhile, Den stepped over the mess and kept walking. He sighed. The second trap was just as sloppy. Should I just smash the whole thing? Den shifted into a combat stance. As he stepped forward, mechanical fists shot out from every angle, aiming to crush him. But Den didn't flinch. He flowed like water, weaving through the punches effortlessly. He kicked off the wall, launching himself forward like a bullet. Feathers rained down as a distraction. The moment he landed, wooden spikes slammed down from the ceiling, trying to cage him in. But with his god-tier agility, he slipped through the gaps with zero effort. The seniors watched in awe. No cap, that's the Soar's bloodline for you. I heard his sister's debut was legendary too. Arnold's jaw hit the floor as Den danced through the obstacles. My masterpiece. Even Priscilla looked shook. Arnold started pacing, clutching his head. It's like he can see the future, Ren whispered. Arnold, did you really think that basic stealth would work? Damn it! Arnold gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. He clenched his fists in denial. It's not over yet. He can't dodge the final boss. Priscilla broke her silence. What is the final trap? Arnold cackled maniacally. Just watch and learn. Back in the hallway, a massive red dragon materialized in front of Den, roaring. Beside it stood a giant goat, with twisted, wicked horns. Den eyed the monsters. Summons seriously. The dragon roared as if confirming it. Den nodded slightly. Okay, not bad. You guys actually put some effort in, but something felt off. The vibe was weird. He looked at the dragon's feet. They were glitching, slightly blurry. Its wings clipped through the wall without leaving a scratch. I knew it. Just illusions. Den chuckled internally. These guys are so sloppy it hurts. All bark, no bite. A normie would have run away by now. As the beasts lunged, Den stood his ground. Why dodge? A fake blue mana flared to life in his hand. His eyes narrowed. I just need to sever the mana flow. The seniors watched the screen, confused. Yo, why isn't he running? Is he crazy? He looks way too chill. Then someone pointed. Wait, look, he's charging up. He's gathering mana. Arnold felt like he'd been struck by lightning. He trembled, cold sweat soaking his back. Did he figure out it was an illusion in 1 second? No way. That's impossible. Priscilla crossed her arms, glancing at Arnold, who was frozen in shock. You're cooked. Meanwhile, Den unleashed his gathered power. Slash. A blade of pure energy tore through the air, aimed straight at the red dragon's neck. Next up was the goat beast. Den sidestepped the attack and unleashed a flurry of strikes. The illusions shattered into pixels. Too easy. The blue aura around his hand faded. Now. Where are the rats hiding? He looked directly at the hidden camera. Time to meet the designer. Panic erupted in the observation room. Run, he knows. Priscilla bolted for the door. It's an Ezra Wolf move. Why is a high-level monster here? Ran sprinted past her, screaming back, Arnold, you scumbag! Do something. A massive wolf beast blocked their path, growling. Arnold scrambled backward, terrified. I didn't summon that. That's not my trap. The beast roared, ready to kill. Arnold hit the deck, screaming like a banshee. Suddenly, Den strolled in, looking down at the pathetic seniors trembling on the floor. A massive beast loomed over her, ready to strike. So this is where you guys were hiding. Anna looked up, trembling like a leaf, and stammered, The new student. She screamed in panic. If this thing is your pet, do something, we're cooked. My bad, sorry about that. Let me handle it. Den didn't waste a second. He raised a hand, blue aura exploding around him like a glitched server. He muttered a spell under his breath. A warp gate ripped open behind the monster instantly. Chains of blue light erupted, wrapping around the beast. It didn't stand a chance. The light dragged the screaming monster straight into the void. And just like that, it vanished. Only a spark of light remained. Arnold stumbled, his legs turning to jelly. Gone, was that? Just an illusion? Roy Ian took a deep breath, fixing his composure. He sidestepped smoothly. Well, the entrance ceremony is ruined. He extended a hand toward Den, flashing a perfect, noble smile. Welcome, new kid. I'm Roy Ian Valentine, third-year alchemy department, sole heir to the Valentine Marquisate. Roy gave a thumbs up, checking Den out. Not bad. You've got the height and the face. The ladies are gonna lose it. Guess that's just natural for us, right? Den paused, thinking it over before shaking the guy's hand. Yeah. Nice to meet you. Inside, he was confused. What is this guy yapping about? He looked at the chaos in front of them. Roy kept hyping him up. You're insane at dodging traps, though. No cap. Heard you got into the liberal arts major. Is that why Arnold's traps didn't work? Poor Arnold looks devastated. Arnold turned away, scratching his head awkwardly. Why am I catching strays right now? Damn it, how did this turn on me? Roy continued the intros. That guy is the heir to the famous Juliet Hunter clan. He probably designed this whole dungeon of traps. Den smirked, a thought crossing his mind. So that kid is the mastermind. Interesting. Roy spun around to face the others. Hey guys, don't be rude. Come say hi. The 3 students behind him stepped up slowly. Right. Roy pointed at the girl. This is Priscilla, 4th year theology. Pro tip, don't mess with her. She wants to be a cleric, but she's kinda... Priscilla cut him off instantly. Kind and beautiful, her voice dropped to sub-zero temperatures. Greetings, I am Priscilla Neliel, the abandoned child of the family. Since I'm in theology, marriage is off the table. Den flashed a blindingly handsome smile. Understood. Please take care of me. She looked at Den, eyes widening in pure shock. The moment she touched his hand, Priscilla gasped. Wait. What the hell? Why is your mana so OP? She couldn't believe it. Den looked way too young for this level of power. This isn't mana a kid should have. It's monstrous. Roy stood there, jaw dropping. Say what? Priscilla ignored him, staring at Den. This level? It's actually broken. Arnold stayed quiet, finally speaking up. Is he really that goated? Priscilla didn't answer. She just stared at her own hand, trembling. Unbelievable. Yeah. Arnold side-eyed them, feeling salty. Just showing off with more mana. Whatever. The redhead stepped between Den and Priscilla. Yo, Den. Priscilla scowled, clearly annoyed. Don't cut in line. The guy ignored her completely. I'm Skull Hasbro, second-year martial arts. I'm built different from those club posers. My physique might look scary, but don't get it twisted. Den heard muscles, and immediately thought of those two gym bros from earlier. Ah, must be the same breed, Skull explained passionately. Muscles are key, but martial arts isn't just about flexing. If you're interested, hit me up. I'll show you the true path. Den nodded, his eyes drifting over to Arnold. Just one person left, huh? Arnold crossed his arms, turning his nose up arrogantly. Priscilla saw him sulking with his back turned and called him out. Arnold, introduce yourself. Don't be mid. Roy laughed. Is he salty because of the traps? Arnold kept his eyes closed, ignoring the teasing. Is that really why? So petty. After a second, Arnold changed his mind. He spun around and shook Den's hand aggressively. I'm Arnold, Den smiled. Let's get along. But Den was analyzing him. Maybe he's sad I destroyed all his hard work. Should I glaze him a bit? Den decided to compliment him while dropping some knowledge. Those were actually solid traps. You clearly know your triggers and mechanics. But the biggest issue was... Arnold's eyes snapped open. What? Den ignored Arnold's disbelief and dropped the tech. Next time, don't use F6 break. Mix F3 silver with D6 break. A 40-60 ratio is the meta. It lowers the luminosity, making it way stealthier. Arnold listened, realizing Den was actually spitting facts. That actually makes sense. Den continued. Other than that, anyone else would have been cooked by your traps. Priscilla's jaw hit the floor. She watched Den schooling Arnold. Who is this guy teaching Arnold about traps? That's wild. Someone interrupted. Intro time is over. Den, let me show you to your room. The whole squad walked down the hallway. Den thought to himself. These guys are chaotic, but interesting. At least I made some solid friends. Mood lifted. He watched them laughing ahead. They were bickering back and forth. Arnold yelled, frustrated. You guys heard him. He said my traps were fire. Priscilla teased him. Aw, look at you being cute. Arnold raged. I'm not a kid, stop treating me like one. Den smiled, entertained. Later outside Layla Academy, Den screamed. What 6 specialized classes this semester? Are you insane? Den stared at Layla, shaking his head. There's only 3 majors, 2 classes each, plus general ed. You're killing me. Layla looked unimpressed. So what? No sleep for the wicked. She put a hand on her hip, pointing at him. You're taking extra general electives too. You're gonna crash and burn. Forget sleeping, bro. Layla got serious. Usually first years only have 4 classes. Think about it. Can't you drop the first one? Den smirked, seeing an opening. Is that even allowed? That's why military science got added to the 2 general classes. Layla remembered checking his schedule earlier. She had looked at it like he was an alien. Wow, you're savage. I'm terrified of military science. My GPA tanked first semester because of that class. It's hardcore. She snapped back to reality, crossing her legs. Guess that's top student behavior. See you later in swordsmanship class. I gotta hit up my general lecture. Den was curious. What general class are you taking? Seeing his interest, she winked and pulled out a thick book. Understanding Cosmetics and Skincare. Den paused, processing. Girls really are a different species. He laughed. Typical. Den waved goodbye. Got it. See you in class. Behind him, whispers erupted. Everyone had heard the rumors about Densaurus. Why is he here? Is he actually attending lectures? The students gossiped loudly. No way, really. The Count's son. He looks kinda cold, doesn't he? I think I get what you mean. Den sat in the front, frowning. Seriously talking about people right in front of them. I can hear everything, you idiots. Dean sat down, slamming his book on the desk. He flipped it open. Introduction to Military Science. He had skimmed it before, so he knew the basics. Based on what I read yesterday. Some of this is legit, but some of it, complete trash. Totally opposite of reality. Makes sense. If theory matched reality perfectly, no one would ever lose a war. Den's eyes darkened. But they teach this because the basics matter. Deep in thought, the noise of the class suddenly spiked. The chaos snapped Den back to the present. Professor Francisco Gabos stomped into the room radiating pure raid boss energy. His voice boomed like thunder. "What are you clowns doing? Sit down and shut up." He slammed his hand on the desk, silencing the chat instantly. "Sup, everyone." Then Francisco flipped the script and introduced himself. "I'm Francisco Gabos. I'll be teaching military theory. Just call me Professor Gabos. No cap." Next came roll call, the usual boring tutorial stuff. Once that was done, the real lesson began. Den sat in the backhand on his chin, completely locked in. Judging by the professor's scarred face, the guy had definitely seen some real PvP action. Den smirked internally. This might actually be fire. Finally, a class worth my time. Francisco paused for dramatic effect. You gotta dive deep into military theory to survive on the battlefield. Soldiers are chaotic variables, so a commander always has to balance clutching the win against the lives of their squad. Theory is the meta. You have to base your moves on theory to even understand what's happening in the chaos of the field. And by spotting the glitches in reality, you figure out how the theory actually works. Francisco scanned the room, dropping a challenge. "I'm curious, how many of you actually have elite potential? Tell me what's the most OP factor in war." Before the sentence ended, a hand shot up. Gabos's eyes locked onto the student. It was Den. Francisco nodded. "All right, let's hear it. What's the play?" Den didn't hesitate, dropping the answer cold. "Supply chains." The class gasped. They didn't expect Den to cook like that. The professor nodded, impressed. "Bingo." Francisco continued his lecture. "Victory, conquest, upgrades. None of that happens unless your supplies are secured." He looked at Den with a grin. The whole room went silent. Interesting. Barely 5 minutes in, and this kid is already scoring points. Francisco crossed his arms, deciding to test Den's limits. "Okay, smart guy. Do you know the 3 golden rules of logistics?" Den answered instantly, confidence level maxed out. First, strict military management. The supply line from HQ to the front isn't just physical distance. The system itself is massive. If even one person gets greedy, corruption spreads like a virus. That leads to a supply diff, and then you're cooked. Den recalled his past life, the memories of failed logistics vivid in his mind. Most issues come from shady middlemen, even if the shipment starts off safe. Francisco was loving this. Correct. Dean kept his cool and continued. Second, standardization. If the specs, amount, and weight of supplies are uniform, you can mass produce that stuff. It's a huge buff for rapid distribution. Frontline units can maintain their combat power without getting nerfed. As soon as he finished, the hall erupted in whispers. Den was spitting facts they hadn't even heard of. They'd never seen this in the textbooks. What is he talking about? That's not in the wiki. Francisco chuckled internally. What in the world? He asked again. Spot on. And the last one, Den speedran the answer. Local production. The longer the war, the more the first 2 rules break down. Supply quality hits rock bottom. He remembered seeing villagers grinding day and night to grow crops. He laid out the harsh reality. Soldiers on the field have to figure it out themselves. Self-sufficiency is the only way. It's mid-quality, but it provides a safety net when the main supply gets cut. These weren't guesses. They were things he had witnessed with his own eyes in the hell of war. The image of fresh cabbages shining in the sun grown by desperate hands. The entire lecture hall was holding its breath, scared to miss a single word. The students' eyes were popping out. Their jaws hit the floor. Den was dropping knowledge way above their pay grade. This guy is insane. Francisco was vibrating with excitement. He'd found a diamond. Excellent. That was an S-tier answer. What year are you? Den replied calmly, first year. The professor blinked, totally stunned. What, you're a freshman? Looking at Den standing there with that calm OP aura, Francisco thought. How does a rookie know this stuff? He stepped off the podium, walking closer. Strict management, standardization, and local production? Francisco felt a seed of suspicion. That is veteran-level wisdom. Real battlefield XP. As someone who hasn't been to war, how could you possibly know that? Cornered Den realized he needed a cover story fast. He decided to cap. My dad used to tell me war stories. Francisco raised an eyebrow. Your dad, who are you? Den introduced himself. Den Sogret. The professor's eyes went wide. Den Sogret. A cold sweat broke out on Francisco's back. That aura. It feels familiar. You're the son of the Blue Gale. That explains everything. Francisco recalled the legendary sight of Den's father facing down a monster horde. If he's from the Sogre clan, he must be the student who got in on the free major track. It made sense why he carried himself with such unearned confidence. Francisco marveled. No wonder his level is miles above the other freshmen. He spread his arms, addressing the room. Did you all hear that? The core of military theory is exactly what Cadet Den Sogre just said. Applying textbook knowledge to the messy reality of the field. The students were hanging on every word. That is the ultimate goal of this course. Francisco shot a glance at Den, evaluating him. Den Sogret. It's been ages since a monster like this showed up. Den felt the professor's gaze and looked back. Their eyes met game, recognizing game. Francisco turned away. All right, moving on. Class dismissed for a break. Everyone gathered in the massive academy courtyard. Den looked annoyed, muttering to himself, "Man, I almost got drafted into the graduate school right there." He recalled Francisco cornering him after class. "Do you want to pursue advanced military research?" Den had been suspicious. Recruiting a freshman immediately after one class, the professor was way too thirsty. Den remembered his sister's advice from childhood. If anyone tries to sweet-talk you into the Imperial Academy graduate program, reject them and run. Big Sis really came in clutch with that tip. Den pondered for a second. The prof doesn't look like he'll give up easily, though. He shook his head, clearing his mind. Focus on the current quest. He pulled a map out of his pocket. Still haven't unlocked the full map of this place yet. It's too big. His finger traced a path. The meet-up spot with Layla is at the Central Fountain Plaza. He spotted a shortcut. Oh, found it. He looked up and stepped into the fog garden. Cutting through here is the speedrun strats. The garden was magnificent, looking like something out of a fantasy palace. But it was called the Fog Garden because visibility was always nerfed like a permanent weather debuff. Even when it was just cloudy, you couldn't see 5 feet in front of you. It was a massive maze that most people avoided so they wouldn't get lost and end up walking in circles. Den looked around at the birds chirping on the branches. Huh. Rumor has it ghosts spawn here at night, he smirked. Doesn't look as scary as my sister said, though. He looked up at the blue sky. Great weather, I made good time. But as he approached a gate, a desperate scream pierced the air. We'll see. Help someone, anybody, a voice cried out in terror. Please save me. Den spun around, confused. Huh, another player. He locked onto the direction of the scream. A strange noise echoed from the depths. Without hesitating, Blake bolted like a gale-force wind. His mom's words were etched in his soul. If someone's in trouble, you save them. Period. Being a hero was just his vibe. He figured he had time before the next class to clutch this rescue. With that mindset, Blake blitzed forward, a blur too fast for the naked eye. The desperate cries for help grew louder. Save me! Blake ripped the door open, pulling the victim from the darkness. The guy clutching his backpack like a lifeline stammered. Thanks, man, I thought I was cooked in there for real. Blake scanned him for injuries. You good, bro? Any damage? The kid hugged his gear, looked up through massive round glasses and grinned. Just low on stamina, but I'm Gucci. I'm Ernest. Ernest Dillon, first-year exploration department. Blake slid his hands in his pockets, skepticism written all over his face. Huh, you're an explorer major, but you got lost. That's kinda mid. Ernest laughed it off awkwardly. I just got too hyped and wandered off on autopilot. Blake wasn't buying it. That excuse was total cap. How hyped do you have to be to lose all sense of direction? Baron Dillon's house in the west, right? Blake asked. The crest with the ship and sailors. Ernest's jaw dropped. His family pride flared up instantly. No way you actually know us. What kind of clan is it? Blake mused. Obviously the goats of exploration, right? Exactly, my ancestors mapped the unknown seas and lands since day one. Blake sized him up from head to toe. The kid looked frail. Definitely not the physique of a dungeon crawler. Seems like a heavy legacy for you to carry, though. Ernest scratched his head, dropping his bag. I'm shook, you know, my fam. What's your handle? I'm Blake. Ernest's eyes bugged out. Wait. The rookie who got into the freelance major after 55 years. Blake scratched his cheek. Yeah, that's me. Ernest pushed up his glasses, absolutely buzzing. This is legendary luck. I've been dying to meet you, no cap. Blake chuckled awkwardly. Ha ha, chill out. But as he observed the fanboy, Blake's internal radar pinged. There was a mark on Ernest's neck. He said he wasn't hurt, but Blake's hunter instinct saw the truth. Ernest's hands were battered. His clothes were disheveled, hiding bruises and old scars. Ernest was still geeking out, but Blake's mood darkened. Those weren't adventure scraps. Those were defensive wounds. Is someone messing with you? Blake thought, but asked aloud. So you farming this garden for XP or what? Ernest nodded, zero hesitation. Yeah, exploring is my dopamine hit. To me, it's not just this garden. Everything new is a quest waiting to be cleared. This maze, random people, weird items. It's all content. He flexed his inventory binoculars, a compass, and enough survival gear for an apocalypse. That's a lot of loot for a school walk, Blake noted. They squatted down as Ernest explained his main quest. My goal is 100% map completion of the academy. He pointed to the sky, dropping the voice to a whisper. And this misty garden is the final boss zone. Think about it. Cloudy skies plus thick fog. The RNG here is definitely rigged. Blake's eyes widened. Valid point. You find any lore yet? Ernest sighed, defeated. Not yet, but I swear there's a hidden faction controlling this zone. Isn't this place famous for being impossible to decode? Blake asked. Ernest's energy spiked again. Exactly. But what if it's not just hard? What if there's a glitch preventing anyone from solving it? Blake leaned in. A glitch like what? Ernest frowned, looking dead serious. We can't perceive it yet. Imagine a power source generated by unknown assets or an invalid target, like the lost artifacts of an ancient kingdom. Or summon beasts from beyond the server boundary. Blake smirked. Ancient kingdom loot. Now that sounds like a tier 1 drop. Ernest beamed. Right, you get it. I need to crack this Easter egg. Then reality hit Blake. Oh snap, I'm gonna be late for class. Ernest panicked, looking like an NPC with broken pathfinding. He scrambled to pack his gear, but suddenly the sky opened up. A torrential downpour slammed into them. Crap, rain! They sprinted for cover under the eaves. Ernest spun around, eyes wide with terror. Blake, we are so cooked. Rumor has it rain triggers the fog event here. Blake blinked. Say, what does that mean? The exit is bugged. The rain hammered down harder. Yes, we're gonna lose our coordinates. Ernest pulled out his compass. The needle spun wildly, totally glitching out. Cold sweat ran down Ernest's face. It's over. Game over. He announced the bad news. Compass is bricked. Movement is impossible. Blake frowned. Can't you use an exploration skill to bypass it? Ernest gripped the compass head, hanging low. It's that damn unknown force we're soft-locked. My body feels like it has a movement penalty. What do I do? Then he froze, jaw hitting the floor. Blake analyzed the situation. Unknown force. Soft-locked. Ernest trembled. The debuff is getting stronger. Sorry, Blake. I dragged you into this. Chill out, Blake said calmly. Let's wait for the lag to pass. A thick fog rolled in, swallowing them. But Blake felt something weird. Wait, this mana signature. Why does it feel familiar? Instead of draining him, the fog was buffing his stats. Blake looked at his hands, shocked. I feel OP right now. Is this? Ernest sat in a puddle, sobbing like a noob. It's over. Blake is gonna get deleted because of me. Suddenly, a blinding blue light erupted, cutting his pity party short. Ernest peeked through his fingers and gasped. Raw power swirled around Blake in a perfect controlled orbit. The pressure was insane. It washed over Ernest like a physical wave. A shockwave blasted Ernest back. Blake! He shielded his face. This mana. It's god tier. Slowly, the aura retracted back into Blake. Is he dispelling the fog? The energy lingered in the air like static. Blake, what kind of hack was that? Blake didn't explain. He just stood up. Let's bounce, Ernest. Blake looked at him with main character energy. I think I unlocked the map. Ernest blinked, brain rebooting. For real? How did you? Blake just smirked at the stunned boy. I might just clear this whole dungeon. The rain kept pouring, unrelenting and heavy. This place is secret. I can see it. Blake took point, cutting a path through the storm. The blue aura shimmered around him like a shield. Ernest followed, mind racing. What is happening? This fog has stumped Grand Mages for decades. But Blake is walking through it like it's a tutorial level. With every step Blake took, the mist parted automatically. The path became crystal clear in his wake. Ernest couldn't deny it. This guy is built different. Suddenly Blake halted. Ernest, we're here. Ernest looked around, confused. Legit. We found the exit, but it wasn't the exit. Ernest gasped. Wait. This is the center of the misty garden. A mystical lake lay before them. The magic fountain, Ernest whispered, staring at the structure. The heart of the maze. Blake tilted his head. So, what's the drop rate on this thing? Ernest put on his best mysterious face. Obvi, most students risk the misty garden just for this. Then he hit me with a surprise question. Wait, you seriously don't know the lore about this place? I shot back. Lore, is that even a thing? Ernest started spilling the tea everyone whispers about. Legend says if you reach the center before the fog clears, you'll get a reunion with the person you yearn for most. I mentally rolled my eyes, sounds like some cheesy romance cap. But one thing bugged me. How is this fountain's magic still active? Just getting here was a grind. How does it even run? Ernest froze, caught off guard. You're actually right. My gaze locked onto the water cascading down the fountain. I sized up the massive structure. Unless someone's constantly topping off the mana, there has to be a power source way more OP hiding somewhere. Maybe it doesn't even need a refill. Ernest muttered under his breath. A power source. If that's the case, this whole garden might be one giant mechanism. I nodded. Exactly. The layout here is way too twisted just for aesthetics. That sounds legit. Ernest hyped himself up. Right. If the garden is the machine, this magic fountain must be a legendary ancient artifact. I recalled his words from earlier, thinking the fog was definitely part of the system. I reached out, letting the water run over my hand. This sensation. No doubt about it. I slowly closed my eyes, feeling something deep inside my core react like dapping up an old friend. But then a thought hit me. My body froze, and my eyes snapped open. I finally had the answer. This is ancient magic. My gaze landed on a string of weird symbols I'd totally missed before. I reached out to trace them. Ernest watched me, his jaw dropping. Hold up, that's the ancient secret language. I looked at him skeptical. Secret? Ernest nodded furiously. Yeah, it was blurry before, so I wasn't sure, but touching it confirms it. That's the language of the Lost Kingdom secret. I was actually impressed. You actually know this stuff? Ernest scratched his head, looking bashful. Of course I'm from the Dillon family. We specialize in ancient tongues. It's clutch for explorers. To prove his point, he touched the secret runes and mumbled, "It'd be super mid to reach a ruin and get stuck because you can't read the manual." He pulled a brown notebook from his jacket. I haven't maxed out my language stats yet, though. He spun his pen with a grin. But I've been grinding this skill since I was a kid. Ernest smirked. Let me try to crack the code. I chuckled at his work speed. Ha ha, your explorer instincts are totally kicking in. Ernest mumbled as he translated. Let's see. This word means qualified. And the next one is this world. His pen scratched against the paper like crazy. Yeah, that's it. His excitement suddenly shifted into pure focus, his hand moving faster than light. Ernest lowered his voice. So if we combine them? Then he beamed. Dem, I cracked the code. I asked, what's the intel? Ernest held up the notebook filled with scribbles. Those who are qualified shall prove their power. I repeated the words, stunned. Qualified. Prove. I thought to myself, qualified. Does it mean ancient arts? Somehow the closer I got to the center, the more familiar the vibes felt. Ernest grinned. Interesting, right? Qualified usually refers to ancient arts users, but no way a player like that exists now. I smiled. Thanks, Ernest. You came in clutch. Then Ernest's eyes went wide as saucers. He saw ribbons of blue light coiling around me. Ernest couldn't hold back. Dem, what are you doing? I ignored him, squinting at the lights. They say ancient runes store power in their very shape. I remembered my bracelet. If I trigger this item... I raised my hand. The light ribbons surged into the bracelet, and just as I thought, mysterious characters began to glow on the metal. I smirked, satisfied. Calculated. I extended my hand again and the light streamed back out. The secret runes seemed to gain life, gently shifting and dancing. They morphed into new shapes, then transformed again. Suddenly the ground shuddered beneath us, like a stampede of horses was tearing through. The vibration ramped up, toppling the stone pillars on the fountain. Ernest frowned, panicking. What the hell, this quake is insane. The fountain started sinking into the ground. It picked up speed, dropping like a stone. Ernest stared at the destruction, shouting, Dem, what did you actually do? The fountain is straight up disappearing. I kept my mouth shut and smiled. Perfect. I got the right answer. A massive gust of wind blasted us. Ernest thought, what the actual... He was totally lost. Did the fog trigger the ruin that easy? Then his eyes locked onto the mana flowing around the bracelet on my wrist. It hit Ernest like a truck. The qualified one was me. Suddenly, a blue object inside the sinking fountain flared up. I shouted, Ernest, look, something's glowing in the center. We both stood there, jaws on the floor. Ernest gasped, it's gorgeous, like a massive gem. That has to be the power source running this whole setup. I voiced my theory. That thing is probably the culprit behind all the weird glitches in this garden. Ernest whispered, that's fire. I raised an eyebrow, anticipation building. The soft blue light kept pulsing. I raised my voice. Time to check out these ancient arts, yeah. I stepped into the center of the circle. Raising my hand, I felt the raw spiritual energy brushing against my palm. I frowned slightly, assessing it. This is ancient mana. It matches my own power perfectly. Suddenly the energy surged, overflowing like a broken dam. Ancient text flashed in the air, catching me off guard. Ah, this is Arcona. The civilization that got wiped out. This is their legacy. I was stunned by my own capabilities. This is crazy. I can understand ancient languages that I used to be blind to. This is the real inheritance of the Magic Kingdom Arcana. I absorbed the power into my core. But out of nowhere, a sharp pain spiked in my chest. I gritted my teeth, trying to tank the sudden agony. Damn my heart. It felt like invisible claws were tearing my heart apart. Something was forcing its way inside. It feels like it's expanding, cutting off my blood flow. A strange vision flashed before my eyes. This circle is... After analyzing it, I realized it was a core and a circle. It reminded me of ancient mages. Their roles were total opposites, so possessing both was nearly impossible. I kept thinking. Because of the low efficiency and the physical backlash, magic swordsmen usually end up with heart disease. That explained the reaction my body was having. Snapping back to the present, I walked across the school grounds telling myself, that's why I don't want to create a circle that can only cast magic. But do I even have a choice? Ernest noticed my mood immediately. Damn you good, you look like you're cooked. I forced a natural smile. No worries, just got some heavy stuff on my mind. Ernest suddenly pressed me. Real talk though, you don't know how shook I was. Did you absorb that power earlier? He recalled the scene, totally confused. The fog, the runes, it all seemed linked to you. I couldn't give him a straight answer yet. Ernest was dying of curiosity since he saw the whole thing go down in 4K, but it's safer if we keep our distance. I just laughed it off with a lie. I just followed a guide my sister gave me. I don't know the deets. Ernest sighed. Oh, is that it? Well, if you figure it out later, you gotta put me on. I agreed instantly. You got it. Ernest looked ready to invite me somewhere. Yo. I'm feeling like a legit main character today. Hey Ernest, you down to crack the Academy's secrets with me or what? Den asked with a grin. Bet. If we find anything OP, we split the loot deal. Ernest agreed, but Loki Den's mind was already wondering if other spots had those hidden magic circles. Suddenly, Ernest dropped a reality check. Bro, don't you have class? Den panicked. Oh snap, Layla. He dabbed him up real quick. My bad, got a blast. He sprinted off like his life depended on it. Later, Ernest just watched him shrink into the distance, shaking his head. That dude is built different, no cap. Exploring with Den, that sounds straight fire. Meanwhile, Den was moving at Mach speed, asking himself, wait, hold up. Why does moving feel so effortless right now? He noticed the mana in the air was vibing with him perfectly. The circle and the core, they're not fighting each other anymore. Usually the circle nerfs the core's output, making it mid. But Den's footwork was getting lighter, and his speed, it was reaching god-tier levels. He could pump out infinite mana and feel zero recoil. A smirk crept onto his face. Nah, it's actually the opposite. He started decoding the system. The mana is cycling through the circle and feeding the core, making it way more pure. He channeled that energy into his legs and zoomed. This is actually broken, I gotta tell Big Sis. A sec later, he pulled up to Houston Ward. Layla was already there, hyping it up. So this is the famous spot everyone's yapping about. Look, Den the entrance. Den's eyes went wide as she pointed out the legendary mana curtain. Magic curtain, Den asked. Layla went into lore mode. It was made by Saul, a legendary mage who graduated from here. They open it once a year for the rookies to flex their talent. She added that walking through it triggers different colors. It changes based on your mana tier. Den nodded. Oh, I get it. Originally, it was anti-cheat software to catch dark wizards sneaking in. But since dark wizards got deleted from history, they repurposed it. Den had one question, though. What's the color tier list, Wachi? Layla broke it down. No talent, no color. Basic is yellow, decent is blue. But if you're absolutely cracked, it glows red. You really did your homework, huh? Layla grinned. Duh. I want to know the meta before I start playing. Then she dropped some tea. Your sisters all got red, by the way. She stepped ahead of him. Watch this. She walked into the curtain with zero hesitation, and the air turned crimson. Boom, red. Layla cheered. Dean gave her props. Sheesh, that's wild. She smirked. I mean, I'm built like that. Den cracked his knuckles. All right, my turn. He stepped into the magic field, calculating his odds. I should be red too, right? He clenched his fist, feeling the hype. I absorbed ancient mana, so I should be OP. But then, the light turned gray. Everyone froze. Huh, gray, is the system bugged? That's not even a rank. Layla gasped. Why do you always have to be so weird? Den just laughed it off. Haha, true. But inside he was thinking, yo, what actually just happened? Cut to the classroom. The NPCs were gossiping hard. See his badge? Isn't he from finance? Why's a money guy in the magic class? How should I know? Maybe he's just auditing. Just then, the man himself strolled in. A classmate ran up immediately. Yo, what's good? Teton asked. Arthur, why are you here? Arthur replied. Just got some business after class. That's Arthur Diamond, a fifth-year senior and a total sweat. He was scouting the competition. Is that interdisciplinary kid here yet, Den Sogress? The student stuttered. He said he's taking this class, but I haven't seen him. Arthur frowned. Really, he should be here. He gave the kid an order. Bring him to me the second he spawns. He's Arabella's little bro, so I gotta pay my respects. The kid nodded. Yes, sir. Suddenly the hallway exploded with noise. Everyone turned to look. OMG, he's a total Chad. Look at those emerald eyes. And that's Layla Thormian with him, right? Layla nudged him. Must be nice being the main character, huh? Arthur spotted him and smirked. Oh ho, finally. He walked up with fake enthusiasm. Pleasure to meet you, Den Sogress. Saw you at the opening ceremony. You really stand out. He scanned Den like a predator. Den thought, who is this guy? He's acting like we're besties. So he hit him with the cold shoulder. Okay, but who are you? Did the magic department forget to teach you basic manners? Arthur's face went dark. Den didn't care. If you got beef, introduce yourself first, bro. Arthur was fuming inside. This arrogant little punk, the crowd gasped. Did he just roast Senior Arthur? Oh, he is so cooked. Disrespecting a senior, his social life is over. Arthur snapped, dropping the nice guy act. I came here out of respect for your sister, and this is how you act. Have you ever thought about how your trash attitude reflects on your family's name? Den shrugged. Nope, never crossed my mind. But honestly, you're the one being rude here. Arthur ground his teeth. You have no idea who you're messing with. Arthur was panicking internally. I gotta put him in his place, or I'll look weak. Arabella will understand. He raised his hand, mana flaring. Looks like you need a lesson in hierarchy. Tension spiked until a deep voice boomed. What is the meaning of this? Arthur switched up real quick. Professor Nothing just saying hi to the freshies. It was Department Head Denabo. Is that so? Save the socializing for later? Arthur turned to leave, whispering, You got lucky. Layla leaned in. Den, watch your back. That guy is bad news. Arthur wasn't done. He whispered to his goon, Take him to that place. The minion hesitated. But that's Arabella's brother. Is that safe? I'll handle her. Just do it. Back in class, Professor Denabo pulled out a crystal device. Intro day, so we're keeping it chill. This is a practical combat class, so we need to measure your mana levels first. The students got hype. A mana meter, I've seen those online, Denabo instructed. Place your hand here and push your mana into it. Waves of pure energy exploded around the measurement gauge. The professor didn't miss a beat. Time to reveal your true power levels, your mana rings. Jaws hit the floor when the students saw the professor's stats. 18 rings, that's S-tier status. Denabo pointed to the glowing circles. Quantity matters, sure, but see how dark they are. That's the real flex of high-level mastery. He dropped some wisdom to kill the tension. Some of you might show 0 rings today. But don't trip, it doesn't mean you're trash. Your awakening might just be loading. The crowd murmured in agreement. True, some of us are still grinding for that first ring. Denabo cut through the noise. That's exactly why we don't rely on raw stats alone. He gestured to the bored eyes sharp. You signed up for this elite class. So knowing the basics is the bare minimum. He pulled out a box filled with small spheres. We'll use these orbs to test your mana control accurately. Den narrowed his eyes, sensing the challenge. Sensory orbs, huh? Mana flared as Denabo levitated the spheres with a gesture. Your mission, psychokinesis. Show me you can dominate these objects. He flicked his wrist effortlessly. Just like this. The orbs danced through the air, obeying his will perfectly. The class went wild, witnessing a master at work. Yo, that control is insane, absolute perfection. While the mob simped over the moves, Layla wasn't impressed. That's barely a warm-up, she scoffed. Even basic skills are OP if the user isn't mid. Inject mana, take control. For rookies like us, 3 orbs is the limit before burnout. Layla turned to Den with a smirk. Bet you could handle a whole squad of them. Suddenly, Denabo's voice rang out. Arthur, step up and show these noobs how it's done. Arthur grinned. Say less, Professor. I got this. Arthur was buzzing with excitement. Time to humble that arrogant punk. Den shot him a side-eye full of boredom. Let's see if his skills match his ego. Arthur strutted up and powered up the device. Boom rings materialized instantly behind him. The students gasped, totally shook. Arthur is actually goated. He's already hit the 4th circle. That mana color is deep too. Denabo patted his shoulder. You've leveled up significantly. Arthur bowed, faking humility. Just following your meta, Professor. Denabo turned to the class, hyping him up. Most don't hit 4 rings until graduation. But your senior is built different. The praise just kept coming. He's a true prodigy. You all need to take notes. While the class whispered in awe, Arthur stared ahead, his internal monologue running wild. Hold your applause. I'm just getting started. Den Grace, I'm about to show you the massive gap between us. He focused, silence falling. Mana wrapped around the orbs, launching them into flight. The students watched their eyes wide. Arthur wasn't just talking smack. Bro is controlling them like it's nothing. They tracked the floating spheres in disbelief. No shot. How many is he juggling right now? Sweat trickled down Arthur's face. I'm maxing out my mana output. He shot a glare at Den. How's that taste, rookie? The crowd erupted. Fire. That's Arthur for you. Absolute legend. Denabo nodded approvingly. Solid work. Take a seat. Yes, sir. Arthur walked back wearing a toxic smirk. Denabo scanned the room. By the way, if your mana tank is empty, nothing moves. If you're scared of being exposed, you can bounce right now. Dead silence filled the room. Nobody bet. Let's get this show on the road. First row, you're up. Den and Layla chilled in the back, analyzing the scene. Layla rolled her eyes. They call this orientation, please. It's just a public roasting session to rank our power levels. Den nodded coolly. Exactly. Welcome to the hierarchy. Students lined up to touch the orb. The first one shouted, Mana circuit connected. Let's go. The second guy got cooked instantly. Bruh, why isn't it working? The third one failed even harder. The orb clattered to the floor. Professor Denabo sighed. Tragic. Well, next up, it was Den's turn. Denabo's interest peaked. You destroyed the entrance exam with a perfect score. Don't disappoint me now. Let's see what kind of monster is hiding inside you. Den smirked, radiating main character energy. He placed his hand on the analyzer. Boom! Blinding blue light erupted, swallowing him whole. But instead of a power level, a system error flashed red cannot measure. Layla and Arthur froze. What the hell does that mean? The whispers started instantly. Is the machine glitched? Did he break it? 0 mana means 0 result. But an error. Den stayed calm. Is my ancient magic messing with the tech? Denabo frowned, questioning reality. This device has 100% accuracy. It sniffs out smurfs and liars instantly. But unmeasurable, I've never seen this bug before. He cleared his throat loudly. Must be a system overload. Let's skip to the practical test. Show us your control den. On it, Professor. Arthur let out a cocky laugh. Huh, I knew he was a fraud. Totally mid. Den stood before the box of spheres. Can't read my stats? That's a shame. Time to switch gears. Let's see if this theory actually holds up. He closed his eyes, raising a hand. Azure energy flared to life. He poured his power out. And every single orb in the box shuddered. They shot into the air. The entire class lost their minds. Did he just lift the whole inventory? No freaking way! The high score history is only 5 orbs. One of Arthur's lackeys screamed. All of them? Is this guy insane? Arthur looked like he'd seen a ghost. How is that even possible? Layla just sighed, facepalming. Here he goes again. I'm not even surprised anymore. Just Den things. Den analyzed the situation coolly. I didn't expect to lift the whole stash. Guess absorbing that ancient mana gave me a serious buff. He tweaked his mana flow with surgical precision. A confident grin spread across his face. All right, let's give them a real show. The room went dead silent. Denabo's eyes widened. What am I witnessing? Is he arranging them? He's drawing with the orbs. The spheres locked into place high above. A collective gasp swept the room. It's a lion and a snake. That's the Soares family crest. Den stood tall, flexing his control. Denabo was absolutely cooked. Even Arabella couldn't pull off a feat like this. Layla stepped forward. All right, move over. My turn. Chill out, Den. Denabo looked at him with pure respect. Incredible work. Even Lord Sitting, who never took a student, would be proud to claim you. Den bowed respectfully. Thank you, Professor. Arthur's teammates shouted, panic rising. Wait, hold up. The former Tower Master's disciple. No wonder he's in the Elite Major. He's cracked. He turned to Arthur, trembling. Yo, Arthur, we're cooked. This guy isn't normal. He might actually diff you. Arthur snapped, veins popping. Shut your mouth, I'm trying to think. That guy panicked and apologized instantly. Arthur clenched his fist, rage simmering beneath his cool facade. Damn it. The Sogre's bloodline is built different. Why are they all such freaks of nature? With that level of power, the old plan is trash. He ground his teeth in frustration. Real talk. If I start a beef and get clapped, my rep is finished. I'll be the laughingstock. If I can't dominate him with skill, I'll have to own him another way. Arthur turned to his lackey's, eyes cold. We need to draft him into the student council. Once he steps into my territory, controlling him will be a breeze. He'll be dancing in the palm of my hand. His goons hesitated. But boss, he's just a freshie. Yeah, a first year in the council. That's never happened in history. Even we can't get in, Arthur sneered. But who actually cares? Rules are meant to be broken right. The lackeys dropped their jaws, totally shook. Arthur continued, eyes gleaming. Trust me. With him on board, the magic department's clout is gonna skyrocket. He smirked, a dark plan forming. And obviously my fame and career are gonna level up too. Scene shift. Inside a private office, a voice echoed. Perfection den Sogris. Thank you, Professor. Professor Denabo leaned back. If I knew about your potential sooner, I would have grilled the other staff to get you into the mage division immediately. Den nodded humbly. I'll grind my hardest, sir. Doesn't matter which department I'm in, the background characters whispered. Y'all hear that? The mage division better watch their backs. He's coming for the top spot. Denabo slapped Den's shoulder with a heavy thud. If you ever have free time, swing by my office. Den beamed, playing the part. You got it, Professor. Meanwhile, in the academy hall, Layla stared at him, bewildered. How do you do that? How do you pull off these impossible feats? Den grinned, scratching his head. Honestly, no clue. Just luck, I guess. Layla rolled her eyes. You think you're the main character or something? Den pointed out. Hey, you levitated 5 orbs too. That's top tier. Hearing that from you just makes me salty. Scene shift. A flashback showed Layla matching his feet, floating 5 orbs with a smug grin. But Den was confused. Why does she sound so pressed? Suddenly Arthur's squad rolled up. Yo, Den. I saw your skills out there. He put on a fake friendly mask. Sorry about the bad vibes last time. Can we chop it up for a sec, private talk? Den narrowed his eyes. He did a full 180 after seeing my power level. Moments later. The Student Council. Yeah, the Royal Academy Student Council. A vision of the elite group appeared, standing tall in the campus center. We run the policies. We control the budget. We have clout and insane perks. Students whispered about their authority to punish and approve events. Arthur dropped the sales pitch. Do you realize what you're sleeping on? Getting a seat at this table is the ultimate dream. Everyone else is dying to get in. Spend 5 minutes here and you'll see this offer is straight fire. Think about it. Opportunities like this are 1 in a million. Den glanced over. Layla was grinding her teeth, face twisted like a hissy cat. He thought, why is she so triggered? Suddenly, Layla grabbed his arm. Den, if we don't sprint, the tarts are going to be sold out. Move it. Den caught on instantly. Oh snap, I almost forgot. Arthur panicked. Hey, where are you going? I'm not done talking. Den flashed a grin over his shoulder. Sorry, man, prioritizing the important stuff. Huge clutch by Layla. Her timing is god tier. Arthur shouted after them. I'm not giving up. I'll get you on my side, Den. Layla stomped away, fuming. That guy is such a pain. He's desperate to recruit you. But listen, if you join them, you're just walking into a trap. He wants to turn you into his personal pawn. Den chuckled. Thanks for the save back there. Layla's frown deepened. More importantly, did he just treat me like an NPC? He didn't even look at me. Den laughed helplessly. Wait, that's why you're mad. Layla looked away. I mean, it's probably because your talent is just broken. That test today proved you're OP, Den teased. Oh, finally admitting it. Layla stuttered. Whatever. It's facts. Den changed the subject. By the way, are the tarts actually real? Layla's eyes lit up. Duh. This is the Royal Academy. If a dessert exists in the Empire, we have the best version of it. Den pumped a fist. Bet. Let's feast. Scene shift. Professor Denabo and Arthur stood in the shadows. Denabo asked, Arthur, did you find Den? Yes, he's extraordinary. The professor smirked. Huh. He might even gap Arabella in raw potential. Arthur's eyes widened. Is he seriously on that level? Denabo shrugged. Magic is abstract, but raw talent, it's not impossible. Arthur felt a chill. OMFG. You think he beats my idol, the senior I worship? Denabo added quickly. Anyway, Arthur, just turn a blind eye to his quirks. Take care of him so he joins the mage class. Arthur dug his nails into his leg. Tch. Everyone is simping for him. They're all blinded by his flashy moves. He spoke up. Actually, I tried to recruit him for the council, but he curved me. What? Denabo looked shook. Did Arabella get to him first? He's too talented to lose. The air grew heavy. Arthur hesitated. Professor, about my recommendation letter. The professor smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Things are a bit complicated right now. Don't rush it. You have 2 years left, right? Someone like you will definitely get a tower recommendation before graduation. Arthur forced a smile, but internally he was raging. Bastard. You said the exact same thing last year. You think I don't see through your lies? Denabo's thoughts were just as dark. If I send you to the tower now, I lose my favorite toy. Besides, I heard you're the psycho who severed 2 mage towers in the past. Arthur cut the tension. Fine. I'll handle Den myself. Good. I'm counting on you, Arthur. Arthur walked away seething. Damn it. He's got me by the throat. Like it or not, I have to obey this old geezer. Back with Den. He carried a massive loot bag chatting with Layla. Yo, is the path to the cafeteria always this packed? If a club has no members or no clout, it gets disbanded. Den marveled at the crowd. This is the first time I've raided so many events. Layla flipped her hair. Well, we did sweep all the prizes. The bag was stuffed Monostone's lunch coupons, convenience store vouchers. Den pulled out a scroll. And a treasure map. Layla grabbed it, eyes wide. What is this? Den replied. The MC said it was bought at an auction in Arkander. Layla's expression transformed into a sparkly squirrel. Arkander. That's legendary tier. Den smiled at her reaction. Yup. Dad told me about that place. The Arkander auction house collects the rarest loot in the Empire. And the best appraisers verify everything. My old man wasn't capping Arkander auction house is strictly for high rollers. They bagged the rarest loot in the Empire and their top appraiser literally built different. Only top-tier loot was on sale, jewelry dripping with shiny rubies. Layla was hyping it up. Yo, check this mint condition. Is this a legit Academy treasure map? Layla. I heard this academy is full of hidden Easter eggs. Den gripped the map thinking Ernest would totally vibe with this. He headed straight for the lecture hall, finally navigated the massive campus. Here it is, history class. He sighed. Inside, the NPCs were yapping away, a mix of students from every faction. He felt low-key relieved. Thank God the butler gave me the walkthrough earlier. Suddenly, Ernest pulled up from nowhere. Yo, Den, we meet again. Den blinked, surprised. Ernest, you're in this class too? Ernest grinned, hyped to see him early. First years all gotta take this history course, no cap. I was scouting for you everywhere, bro. Finally found you. How you been? He threw an arm around Den. Den replied, same old grind. Long story, I'll spill the tea later. Ernest was chill about it. Bet catching up with the homies is always a vibe. Den started, actually, Ernest, I gotta tell you. But suddenly a squad of randoms blocked their path. They rolled up looking for trouble. Huh, is that Ernest? Ernest froze, unable to speak. Den didn't know these clowns, but seeing Ernest's face, he knew it was bad news. The pressure was heavy. Ernest's expression switched up instantly, shaking like a leaf. Why was he looking so terrified? The leader, Braun, smirked like a total creep. Yo, Ernest, stoked to see you here. Been a minute, huh? Ernest's fear spiked to max level just hearing that voice. Braun's words were laced with poison. Den stood back, analyzing the situation before making a move, calculating the odds like a pro gamer. Ernest looked like a soldier with severe PTSD. He stammered, hello. Braun faked being hurt, looking for a reason to bully him, legitimately. You should have DM'd me you were enrolling. I was here first. Even Den could smell the cap. Are they friends? Nah, looks more like trauma and a toxic habit. It was ingrained in him. Ernest bowed his head like a coward, apologizing for nothing. Sorry, I didn't know. Braun took the opening and grabbed his head. To an outsider, it looked like friendly roughhousing. But Braun whispered, you little rat, how'd you get in? Thought you flunked out. You used to be so soft. Den watched silently as Ernest took it. The guy was acting exactly like a servant. It was pathetic. Braun laughed, dropping orders. Perfect timing. I'm too lazy to hit the cafeteria. Be a pal and go grab me a sandwich. Ernest gasped. Huh. Right now. Braun saw he was still weak and pressed him. What you gonna say, no? Behind him, his squad of lackeys looked down on Ernest like he was dirt. For once, Ernest grew a spine. I'm with a friend, so it's kinda awkward. Braun was shook. Oh, this kid actually has guts now. Ernest actually used an excuse to dodge the bullying. Braun finally noticed Den, who had been AFK observing this whole time. Friend, you got friends. Braun switched targets, turning to roast Den. Look at this tough guy. Den stayed silent. Braun, used to bullying weaklings, sneered. What department you in? Hanging with losers like Ernest, you must be mid too. Den smirked internally. Dunno what clan this clown is from, but he acts just like the rats on the battlefield. Disgusting. Den didn't even bother looking at him. Why waste breath on a Nepo baby who thinks he's the main character? Seeing Den mute, Braun barked, Hey, trash cat, got your tongue. Just then a proctor saw the group of jocks crowding the smaller kids. He yelled, Hey, what are you doing? Class is starting, move it. Braun switched up instantly, acting like a good student. Oh, yes, sir. We're going. Before leaving, he whispered a threat. See you later, newbie. We got lots to talk about. Ernest looked ready to pass out. The squad walked off laughing. School life just got interesting. Den glanced at his friend. Ernest was trembling uncontrollably. His legs gave out. Den caught him just in time. Ernest, you good? Ernest looked ashamed. I'm sorry. This is all my fault. Den cut him off. Who are those clowns? You know them. Watching them leave, Ernest whispered. They're from a noble family back home. They bullied me constantly. I knew they were here, but the campus is huge. I thought I could avoid them effortlessly. Sorry I dragged you into my mess. Ernest apologized again. Den just patted his shoulder, cool as ice. I'm good, bro. Don't trip. You head to class first. He tried to give Ernest space, but seeing Ernest's pale face staring at nothing proved the trauma was deep. Den was actually worried. Look at you, what did they do to you? He stepped up. Don't worry, I'm rolling with you. Ernest panicked. With me? No. I'm good. Den stared him down. You want to face those scumbags alone? That's just asking to get cooked. Ernest looked stunned. Ernest hesitated. Den cut in, brimming with confidence. You saw my power level earlier, right? What are you stressing for? Ernest flashed back to that moment. He had to admit it. Yeah, Den is cracked. He stood there dumbfounded. Den decided for him. It's settled. We ride together. Silence means yes. But then Braun showed up again. The fake nice act was back. Wow, so peaceful. Hey Ernest, feeling nostalgic yet? Den snapped. Are you really his friend or just chasing him for clout? Braun raged. He already hated Den for ignoring him earlier. His servant actually said no because of this guy. Who the hell are you tagging along like a lost puppy? You got a death wish. Den glared. Right back at you. Braun looked insulted. Ha. This rando thinks he's hard just cause he got into the academy. He decided to flex his status. You ignorant peasant. The Sorer family you heard of us. I'm the heir to the strongest clan in the West Empire. Got it. Den picked his ear, totally unbothered. Sorer never heard of him. Ernest gasped. That was a blatant disrespect. Braun's minions jumped in. Did you hear that disrespect, Braun? You gonna let that slide? Braun roared. Wreck him. The goons grinned, ready to throw hands. It was a beatdown on a sunny day. They walked up casually, mocking Ernest. Pick better friends next time. Now we gotta beat you twice as hard. Ernest shook, screaming, Stop, we gotta run, Den. No matter how strong Den was, Braun was dangerous. He's a certified sword genius since birth. Den's interest peaked totally unbothered as the ops closed in. A swordsmanship genius sounds kinda fire. Ernest, I'll leave one for you. Knock him out, no cap. Ernest froze, stammering. Wait, me. Den's voice dropped cold as ice. You gonna shiver in fear forever. That's mid-behavior. Ernest couldn't say a word. Mind racing. Den was moving different today. Suddenly, Braun charged in. Ernest screamed, Den, watch out! Braun smirked, pure malice in his eyes. Look at all that confidence. He swung a heavy haymaker. You're cooked. The fist connected, smashing Den's handsome face aside. Ernest yelled in panic. Den! Braun laughed like a maniac. He flexed drunk on his own power. How's that taste, you dog? Awake now? Grinning at the damage, he wound up for another strike, looking to finish the job. I ain't done with you. But this time, different story. Den caught the fist midair like it was nothing. His expression was dead calm even with the fresh bruise. Braun gasped. You blocked me! Den just smirked, looking dangerous. My turn. Suddenly one of Braun's goons tried to play hero channeling mana for a sucker punch. He aimed a heavy right hook straight at Den. Ernest's heart was pounding out of his chest, but Den, he just leaned back, dodging the hit with zero effort. It was like he was toying with a child. A playful glint sparked in his eyes, lips curling into a savage grin. Before the guy could react, Den clenched his fist. Muscles coiled like steel cables. Bam! A perfect body shot to the ribs. The goon gasped, eyes bulging out of his head as the air left his lungs. He stumbled, legs turning to jelly. He tried to stay up to save face, but Den wasn't having it. Moving faster than the eye could follow. Den delivered a crushing low kick to the knee. A sickening crack echoed. The guy crumpled to the dirt, screaming in agony amidst the dust. His face went ghost-white terror, replacing his pride. The blitz was so fast the crowd couldn't even process it. Their jaws hit the floor. Den spun toward the next victim, eyes sharp as daggers. He rushed in, unleashing a flurry of hands, ending with a savage uppercut from hell. It slammed into Purple Hair's jaw. Clack. His teeth smashed together. Brain-rattling, vision blurry. Den didn't let up, slamming his shoulder into the guy's chest. Purple Hair staggered back, losing his balance. But the beatdown wasn't over. Den raised his hand, blue mana swirling violently around his palm. A magic circle flared to life. With a sharp breath, he unleashed a blast of raw power. Boom. The shockwave sent the goons flying, tumbling across the dirt like ragdolls. Braun's crew was gasping, totally cooked. Den followed up with precision strikes, dropping them one by one until they were all writhing on the ground. Braun stood there, frozen. Eyes wide, mouth agape. He realized he messed up. A cold spike of fear started drilling into his chest. Damn, Den thought, rubbing his chin. That hit harder than I expected. Is this the ancient mana core putting in work? He glanced over at Ernest. His friend looked like he'd seen a ghost eyes popping out. Ernest's stuttered voice trembling. Bro. What just happened? Braun stared at his squad, face down in the dirt. His expression darkened pure rage mixing with embarrassment. Useless trash. Absolute NPCs. He was shaking with fury. One goon tried to sit up, coughing up dust. Braun, this guy, he's built different. He's not normal. Braun snapped. Shut your mouth. You got folded by a first year, are you kidding me? Then Den turned to face him. Eyes mocking, smirk lethal. You still want smoke? You talk a lot for someone with zero game. That insult hit the target. Braun's face twitched, eyes bloodshot. Excuse me, what did you just say? Slickback tried to intervene, sweating bullets. Braun, stop. Chill. He's OP, look at that mana control. But Braun wasn't listening. He shoved his ally aside, roaring in anger. Coward, you letting these kids clown us, move. Braun raised his hand, summoning a chilling blue mana circle. It expanded, twisting into a dark void that swallowed the light. Den stood his ground, unbothered but earnest. He was losing it. Ernest shook violently. No way. Don't tell me. From the void, Braun pulled out a gleaming steel sword. Real steel. He grinned like a demon. We're out in the boonies. No witnesses. You messed up, kid. You made me bring out the heavy artillery. While Ernest hyperventilated, Den tilted his head, intrigued. That blade actually looks decent. But Ernest was spiraling. We're cooked. He pulled a real blade. This is bad. Den narrowed his eyes, analyzing. This guy's reckless. Ignoring Academy laws, bold move. Braun turned to them, voice dripping with menace. You know when the fog gets thick, people tend to go missing, permanently. Slickback was sweating buckets now. Braun, is this safe? If we get expelled, it's over for us. Braun roared. Shut it. Just beat that loser and his friend to a pulp. Slickback nodded nervously. Fine. The two goons charged at Den. Ernest panicked. Den, what do I do if you fight Braun? Den cut him off, voice steady as a rock. Chill. Those guys are mid. You can take them. Ernest's eyes went wide. Was Den serious? You've been running dungeons. Your legs are strong. Just land one solid hit. Ernest was still shaking, but a spark of courage ignited in his chest. The goons screamed. You're dead meat. Instantly, Den sprinted off, moving with the agility of a cheetah. Braun flushed red. Trying to kite me. You actually know tactics. Den glanced back, grinning. Less talking, more running slowpoke. Left alone, Ernest clenched his fists, hard hammering. He's right. I can't be a coward forever. Slickback stepped up, laughing. Ooh, look at those scary eyes, trying to protect your boyfriend. He cracked his knuckles. Just take the beating and dip, kid. I'll make it quick. Ernest frowned, fear vibrating through him, but he held his ground. What would Den do right now? The image of Den dominating the fight flashed in his mind. He locked in. No more running. Slickback threw a heavy punch at Ernest's face. Ernest jerked his head back. It grazed him, stinging sharp, but he was still standing. Head spinning, Ernest locked in. Voice shaky, but no cap, he declared, The old me, he's history. That loser is dead and buried. Ernest's fist clenched instantly, and with every ounce of strength he threw a haymaker straight at the slick hair guy's face. Bam. The goon's face got rearranged, eyes popping out like he saw a ghost, but Ernest wasn't done yet. He unleashed a combo, venting years of trauma with every hit. A symphony of punches rained down until the bully wobbled and face-planted, hard, groaning on the floor. Total KO. Even with the W secured, Ernest was shaking, legs like jelly, lip trembling, but that feeling in his chest, pure fire. He took a breath to calm down, then clenched his fist, voice thick with emotion but full of pride. I actually clutched it. Watching from the side, Den smirked, a look of pure approval washed over him. His vibe was chill but dangerous. Looks like your last homie just got folded, Braun. That line hit Braun's ego harder than a truck. Braun spun around, face red as a tomato, stuttering in disbelief. Cap, ain't no way. But the reality check was brutal. His last boy was eating dirt, curled up and crying. Braun shrieked, voice cracking with rage and shame. You got diffed by that total failure? Den ignored the tantrum, eyes drifting to the garden corner, where two dusty brooms lay forgotten. A mischievous glint sparked in his eyes and a savage grin formed. Jackpot. I just found my weapon. He thought, a wild idea cooking in his brain. Zero hesitation. Den grabbed a broom, twirling the rough wood like a legendary spear. Braun burst out laughing, fully triggered. Bro, are you for real? You think you can step to me with a cleaning tool? Den's smile was ice-cold, eyes flat. For a mid-tier scrub like you, this is overkill. That roast cut deep, sharp as a blade. Braun's face went dark, veins popping as he roared. You arrogant little punk, I'm gonna delete you right now. I won't unalive you, so chill. Braun charged like a hurricane blade, flashing with killing intent, eyes burning with revenge. He gripped his steel, screaming, I'll just leave a nice scar so you remember who's boss every time you look in the mirror. The sword slashed the air, aggressive and wild. But Den, he was in the zone, sidestepping every strike like he was dancing through raindrops. The blade sliced the air inches from his skin, cold wind hitting him, but his heart rate flatline. Zero fear. Braun was sweating buckets, losing his cool. This guy's stats are broken. Den stayed unbothered, eyes sharp, downloading Braun's attack pattern. Voice steady, Den dropped the bomb. Your moves are basic, too predictable. That triggered Braun hard. He snapped, face twisting like a demon. You dare trash my sword skills, who do you think you are, the Duke's son? Den frowned, feeling the broom vibrating. He's channeling mana into the blade. Den realized, heart skipping a beat as the stakes went up. This wood is gonna snap soon. Braun rushed in again, sneering, you're just a rat caught in a trap. What are you gonna do with a stick against steel? Braun was raging red, but Den stared him down like he was looking at a glitchy NPC, cold, emotionless. Suddenly Den clenched his fist. Brilliant blue mana flooded the broom like a glowing river. The wood hummed with power, and Den's speed went god mode. Moving so fast, Braun's eyes couldn't even track him. Before the bully could blink, a wooden nuke slammed into his chest with the force of a sledgehammer. Braun gagged, clutching his chest, eyes bugging out in shock. He did that damage with a broom. His brain couldn't process the L he just took. Before he could reboot, Den landed a finisher that sent him face-planting into the dirt. Dust flew everywhere. The sword clattered away. Ernest stood there, jaw on the floor, pogging in real life. They saw some there. Insane. He one-shotted Braun. Ernest's heart hammered against his ribs. I knew Den was OP, but this is broken tier strength. Den loomed over the fallen bully, eyes, piercing voice commanding. Get up. Run it back. You pulled that blade, so you better be ready to fight till the server shuts down. He paused, a heavy shadow crossing his face. My old man taught me, if you draw steel in a duel, you better be ready for the game over screen. Braun lay there, hugging his stomach, sweat and tears mixing on his messy face. Internal panic mode. This guy is built different, he screamed, voice squeaky with terror. Who even are you? Den dropped the name like a mic drop, clear and heavy. Den Soares. House of Count Soares. First-year independent study department. Braun's soul left his body, face turning paper white. Count Soares, wait. You're the monster rookie. The genius who soloed the entrance exam 55 times over. Den shrugged casually. Guess my intro lagged a bit. Braun screamed internally, drowning in despair. I am so cooked. No wonder he has that main character energy. Braun mumbled, trembling. But why is a top tier hanging with a noob like Ernest? Den stepped closer, shadow looming over him. So what's the move you drew your sword and lost? Should I just delete your account right now? Braun scrambled back, clutching his chest, sweating bullets. What are you saying? Den continued, sarcastic but freezing cold. Real talk, this wasn't a fair 1v1. But you brought a sword to a broom fight. The words were sharp enough to cut glass, making Braun shake. Terrified, eyes wide with horror, Braun thought, he's not bluffing. This guy is actually gonna end me? No hesitation. Braun hit the deck, bowing so hard his head cracked the floor. My bad, I'm sorry. If I knew you were a Soares, I never would have tried it, I swear. Den cut him off, voice frosty. You still don't get it, do you? He pointed at Ernest, eyes stern. You're simping for the wrong guy. Apologize to him. Braun pivoted instantly, grabbing Ernest's hand like a desperate beggar. Ernest, bro, I'm sorry, legit, my bad. I'm seriously sorry for all the toxic stuff I did. Please just let it slide. Ernest stood, frozen, heart thumping. The flashbacks of the abuse hit him hard. Years of getting grieved and humiliated. The guy who was his nightmare boss battle was now groveling in the dirt, shaking like a pathetic loser. Ernest felt a knot in his chest, part rage, part shock. Den turned to him, voice low. Ball's in your court, man. Beat him till you feel better or accept the apology and move on. Your call. Ernest bit his lip, mind racing. He looked at the sweaty, desperate mess that was Braun. Braun kept yapping. Yeah, punch me, I deserve it. Ernest closed his eyes, fighting an internal war. I really want to sock this guy to vent, he thought, fist trembling. But then he took a deep breath, opened his eyes and spoke with new authority. Braun, next time run a fair 1v1 with me. Then I'll forgive you. Braun looked up, sweat dripping, eyes wide with shock and relief, stammering out, for real. Ernest didn't look back. His voice was ice cold. Then I'm dropping it. Den stood there, nodding with a smirk, his eyes gleaming with pure satisfaction. You handled that like a boss, Ernest. They walked off, leaving Braun on his knees. The guy looked absolutely cooked. Ernest glanced at Den, his heart swelling with mad respect. Voice trembling, he whispered, Thanks, Den, seriously. Den just smiled, his gaze warm. No sweat, bro. But just as they took a few steps, Layla popped out of nowhere like a jump scare. Her voice dripped with sass. Den, I've been waiting forever. I had to scour the whole map to find you, no cap. Den turned around, startled, but quickly flashed a grin. Oh, hey, Layla. She rolled her eyes, then spotted the wreckage behind them. Bodies laid out everywhere. She raised a brow. What's the tea, you throwing hands again? Den shrugged, totally chill. Just some NPCs trying to start beef. Layla looked curious. Start beef with you. Who's got a death wish? Den glanced back at Braun. The guy was sitting there, soul left his body completely shook. Layla realized who it was and burst out laughing. Her eyes sparkled with savage amusement. Out of everyone in the server, he picked you. Bro is actually cursed. Braun spotted Layla from afar. His heart dropped straight into the abyss. Cold sweat dripped down his face. Duke Thormian's daughter is walking over here. I am so done. Den spoke up, voice smooth. They said he's some sword genius or whatever. You know him. Layla crossed her arms, letting out a scoff. Nope. Talk about mid. I couldn't care less. She turned to Ernest, who was standing there like a background character. Who's this, though? Ernest scratched his head, looking down, his face burning red. Den jumped in. This is Ernest, freshman in the Discovery Department. Ernest nodded furiously, stuttering. Pleasure to meet you, Lady Thormian. Layla laughed and waved him off. Stop with that. Calling me lady is max cringe. Just treat me like a normal friend. Ernest nodded, a relieved smile breaking through. Got it. Layla leaned in, curious. So, Discovery Department. Your fam is legendary for exploration, right? Isn't that the vibe? Ernest's voice grew steady. Yeah. Ruins, secret dungeons, treasure hunting, archaeology. All that good stuff. Layla's eyes lit up. She clapped her hands. Wait a sec. We should totally show him the loot we found. I bet he knows the lore behind it. Hearing map, Ernest frowned, intrigued. What map? Den grinned, eyes twinkling with mischief. The one we snagged from the club event. Kind of a bonus drop. Ernest's eyes went wide. Say what? I heard rumors someone pulled a treasure map. That was you guys. His eyes were glowing like he just pulled an SSR item. Layla watched him, amused. Bro just switched personalities real quick. Den shrugged, teasing. Guess he's obsessed with artifacts. Fanboy behavior. Ernest was hype. All right, let's move somewhere low-key first. Holding the map, Ernest locked in, his brows furrowed in deep focus. This map is cracked, complex levels high. Deciphering this at a glance impossible, he muttered to himself. Instead of the whole academy, it pings a specific location. Layla pointed at a spot. What's that glitch? Ernest replied, voice deep in thought. Weird text running everywhere. I can read the characters, but the syntax is garbage. Is this a pattern? Layla looked restless. So what's the move? Ernest's eyes flashed with analysis. First, we gotta find the dev who made this. There's no standard meta for this kind of code. But if we know the creator, we can figure out their logic. Den rubbed his chin. So brute forcing it right now is a no-go. Ernest nodded. But one thing is absolute. The location. It's inside the academy grounds. However, this architectural style, it's from the beta version of the school. Den and Layla shouted in unison. So it's close by? Right, Ernest continued. The problem is this style uses Saul's secret magic code. Layla gasped. Saul, the legendary mage, the founder. Den added serious mode on. Then that magic is basically dead tech, right? Saul didn't have any apprentices. Ernest looked surprised. You know your lore, Den. Layla sighed, stressed. I knew it would be hard, but this is expert mode. Ernest didn't stop. The key is finding the map maker. That's how we unlock the cipher. Den grinned, pure excitement. Once we crack it, it's just a loot run, right? Layla nodded at the vision. Her eyes sparkled. That sounds fire. I've always been carried by my fam. This is my first solo queue adventure. Ernest nodded, hyped. I want in on this raid too. Den smiled to himself. These two are way too eager. This quest is gonna take time though. Ernest handed the map back. Den blinked. Wait, shouldn't you keep it for research? Ernest smirked confidently. I'm good. Downloaded it to my brain. Den and Layla dropped their jaws. No shot. Is your memory that OP? Ernest scratched his head. For some reason, I'm just cracked at maps and codes. Den laughed. That's a cheat skill, bro, Layla teased. Bet exams are easy mode for you. Den took the map. All right, hit us up if you need backup. Ernest nodded, beaming. Thanks. This is my first time partying up with someone other than my dad. I'm genuinely happy. Layla giggled. Let's go grab food. Team founding party. Den and Ernest agreed. Sounds lit. They walked off, laughter echoing through the campus. Scene changed, nighttime. Dormitory. Den's voice was thoughtful. Crazy day today. Gotta organize my inventory. He started cleaning his messy room. His gaze softened as he picked up the egg from Clay. Important family drops go where I can see 'em, he muttered, then frowned. But where do I put this egg? Can't shove a living thing in the corner. Suddenly the egg vibrated. A faint light pulsed from it. Den jumped, heart pounding. Yo, why's it glitching out? He watched closely, voice trembling with hype. It hasn't done this in 7 years. Is it the academy air? He shook his head. Nah, the mana density here isn't much different from my room. His eyes widened. Wait, is it the ancient mana I absorbed in the garden? Den slammed the egg on the table. This is insane. It triggered instantly. Alright, let's juice it up. Today's the hatching day, baby. He focused mana surging from his hands like a flood, flowing straight into the egg. It shook violently. A blinding light exploded, illuminating the room. Den grinned like a maniac, heart racing. It's devouring my mana. I've been feeding it for 7 years. Just how deep is its mana pool? Panic hit him. I can't do this here. The room's gonna collapse. Den grabbed the egg and sprinted to Klee's lab. Seeing the vibrating egg, Klee screamed. OMG! The reaction is off the charts. What did you do to it? Den panted, gasping for air. It keeps vibrating, even without my mana. Klee stared at the egg, then froze. Wait, isn't it dorm roll call time? Missing roll call is a death sentence. Scene change dorm. Hallway. 3 shadows approached. The center figure spoke with authority. I am Anbeck dorm president. Roll call starts now. Seeing the inspection squad, students scrambled out of their rooms. The atmosphere was heavy. You could cut the tension with a knife. At the Royal Academy, roll call isn't just a formality, it's absolute law, no cap. In the corner, a blonde guy whispered, sounding totally stressed out. Yo, where are Priscilla and Den? Are they trying to get cooked? Do they not know it's roll call time? He swallowed hard, dreading the -1 discipline point for being late or 2 for ghosting completely. 3 strikes and you're doing slave labor. Ghost twice, you're evicted from the dorms. Another student stammered back, I saw Den cleaning his room earlier. Anbeck, the dorm head, looked ready to murder someone. His ice-cold gaze swept the crowd. Silence fell instantly. Dente Hall, 9th floor. He announced, his voice sharp as steel. Y'all are in for a bad time today. The blonde guy frowned. What's his deal? But internally he was thinking, why is he so pressed today? Anbeck pointed at the holographic screen above like a boss. According to the mana surveillance footage, Anbeck said coldly, it's funny. We saw resident Priscilla dip from the campus 5 minutes ago. But the system claims she's still in her room. The students' faces went pale. She's cooked, they thought. Game over. Anbeck marched up to a door and shoved it open. His eyes scanned the room like a predator hunting prey. We usually don't check physically, he growled. But the meta just changed. New rules. The students shuddered, looking like they'd seen a ghost. Damn, a discipline storm is coming. After checking a few rooms, Anbeck spoke up. The rest of you seem legit. Dorms are clean enough. But Priscilla. That's a 2-point deduction for absence without leave. Spread the word. The assistant nodded nervously. Understood, sir. Anbeck narrowed his eyes suspiciously. And the new guy, don't tell me he's skipping his very first roll call. A student squeaked out, no way. He's gotta be in his room, I think Den is just unpacking. Anbeck smirked, totally unbothered. We'll see about that. He kicked Den's door open. Boom, there was Den cleaning up. Sweat dripped down his forehead, boxes everywhere. Den scratched his head and gave an awkward smile. Oh, my bad. Was too busy grinding on this cleanup, lost track of time. Anbeck's expression softened. Fair enough. It's your first day beginner mistake. As soon as Anbeck left the scene, cut to Claire's lab. She screamed, that's the MK1 illusion artifact. Den just grinned. His eyes sparkled with main character energy. Most NPCs won't spot the difference. The projection is linked straight to the image generator. Claire frowned, shook. That tech is notoriously hard to use. Remote connections usually lag like crazy. One glitch and you're busted. Den shrugged, cool as ice. Calculated risk. I tested it. As long as they don't zoom in, we're Gucci. Claire shook her head, looking at her brother with a mix of worry and awe. You've got guts, kid. They both turned to the egg on the table. It was vibrating violently. A dim light pulsed from the shell. Claire murmured, how's the egg doing? It's vibing with your mana. Hatch rates are looking high. Usually these things react but never hatch. Just getting a reaction is an S-tier achievement. Din's eyes lit up. So what's the play? Do I just keep dumping mana into it? Claire rubbed her chin. Spirit beast eggs are full of unknowns. Putting it in a stabilizer is too risky, but we can't stop now. This lab is the safest spawn point. You've got the stealth barrier up to hide the mana signature, right? Den nodded, serious. True. Can't have this thing popping out in public and causing a scene. Claire took a deep breath, eyes fierce. All right, let's do this. Your mana is pure, but I'm adding a filter just in case. Den started channeling his power into the egg. Sweat began to bead on his face. Is it still hungry? It's draining me dry. What the heck is inside this thing? Claire watched closely, thinking anyone with cash can buy an egg. But hatching it, that's a whole different game. You need perfect frequency resonance between user and beast. You need insane RNG luck. Claire looked at Den, impressed. Just how OP is this kid's potential? I knew he was built different, but seeing it live is wild. Suddenly, crack. The surface of the egg splintered. Spiderwebs of fractures spread across the shell. Den's heart hammered against his ribs. "Sis, you seeing this?" Claire stepped closer, voice trembling. "It's happening just a little more." Den gritted his teeth, pouring every ounce of mana he had. "Let's see what kind of mob you are." The cracks widened, and a blinding blue light exploded. Pure raw energy shockwaved through the room. Den and Claire had to shield their eyes as the intensity faded, revealing a tiny creature with delicate wings and shimmering golden horns. The pressure knocked Den back, and he collapsed, gasping for air. Claire rushed over. "Den, you good?" He gave a weak thumbs up, grinning. "I'm good. Just a mana hangover. But look, something actually came out." Through the fading smoke, a tiny purple dragon appeared. With golden horns and big round eyes, it sat on the table before taking flight, looping in the air. It was illegally cute. Claire's jaw dropped. "Wait, is that a wyvern?" The dragon chirped and spat a few tiny sparks. "It breathes fire too," Claire panicked. "Don't just sit there. Get close to it now. Some beasts imprint on the first person they see. That's your summon, go claim it." Den stepped forward, heart racing with adrenaline. Mixed with excitement, he looked at the little dragon and laughed softly. "Up close, you're actually pretty adorable." The dragon tilted its head, staring at him with curious eyes. Den smiled warmly. "Yo, nice to meet you." He held out his hand. "I'm Den." The dragon didn't recoil. Claire cheered, eyes sparkling. "Clutch, you did it, Den, the link is secured." Den beamed a massive grin on his face. "Yeah, this little girl is super cute." The dragon let out a happy trill. It zoomed over and landed gently on Den's hand like a bird. Claire leaned in, eyes wide. "You're actually a beast tamer. How is that so easy for you?" "Let me see." She inspected the dragon, then froze. Her brows furrowed. "Hold up. Something's glitchy." Den's heart skipped a beat. "Huh, what do you mean?" Claire scanned the dragon on his hand, her voice dropping low. This looks like an entity summoned from the outer world." Den's eyes widened. "Are you serious?" Claire nodded gravely. "Dead serious. Only the chosen few can pull a summon like this. Even I only managed a half-spirit, and the youngest in our fam pulls this. It's a legendary drop den." Den stared at the dragon. "So, this isn't a native spawn from our world," Claire explained, deep in thought. "Most summons are local, even the babies. But I've never seen stats or textures like this little one. Closest match is a wyvern, but the details don't align." Den looked down at the dragon, eyes soft. "Doesn't look that special though, right? So, nobody knows what she is." Claire nodded. "We're going to have to research this from scratch. There's no wiki for this creature." Den frowned. "A new species—" As they talked, the dragon yawned, flapped its tiny wings, and puffed a small flame in protest. Den laughed. "Of course a weirdo like me gets a weirdo pet. Destiny, I guess. Is this some kind of lost ancient art?" Klee pointed at the shattered eggshells scattered across the floor. Her voice was dead serious. "Listen up, guard these fragments with your life. Some mythical beasts devour their own shells to absorb the mana." Din nodded, locking in. "Got it. So what's the play here?" Klee rubbed her chin, her expression shifting to pure business. "Step 1, total surveillance. Record every single detail. What does she crave? What ticks her off? Sleep cycles, growth spurts, I want the full data set." Den furrowed his brows and let out a heavy sigh. "Damn, that sounds like a whole grind." He gazed at the dragon, his eyes burning with sudden resolve. "But honestly, totally worth it. I don't know what she is yet, but my gut tells me I gotta protect this little one." Klee cut in. "Yo, are you planning to keep her on U247? People are gonna freak out if they see a literal dragon. Why not stash her in the lab?" Den shook his head, his voice steady. "Nah, that won't work. We can't hide her forever. Besides, if I get busted, my sisters will clutch it up for me. She'll feel suffocated if she's locked up in here." Klee's eyes lit up with a spark of genius. "True. In that case, let's flip the script. Use this chance to make your official debut." Den blinked, confused. "Desiotros Spal debut, you mean the Summoner's Seal?" Klee smirked. "Exactly. You might be a rookie, but your potential is S tier. With this summon by your side, it's the perfect time to flex your skills." Den rubbed his chin height, building up. "You know what, that's actually big brain. Let's get to work." Klee turned to him. "You signed up for the summoning class, right? Orientation is tomorrow with Professor Timurik Piano. Perfect timing. If you pop off in that class, you could snag a special approval." She placed a hand on Den's shoulder, eyes full of trust. "Usually the requirements are insane, but you're built different. I know you'll crush it." Den grinned, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "Special approval, huh? Now that sounds like my kind of challenge." He thought to himself, what should I name this little menace? Scene shift to the next day. A blonde guy slid up to Den. "Yo, where were you last night? You ghosted the roll call." Den gave a nervous laugh. Had some urgent business to handle. The guy frowned. How'd you even dodge the check? Priscilla got caught instantly. Den winked. I've got my ways, bro. The guy nodded, laughing. The Sogret family is full of surprises, no cap. Den asked curiously. My sister, too. The guy nodded enthusiastically. Obvi, your sisters are literal legends of Dente Hall. Ask any resident here, they'll tell you the horror stories. Den mused, a smirk playing on his lips. Is that a flex or a roast? The guy patted Den's shoulder. Anyway, I'm the only one who knows you snuck out. Your secret's safe with me. Den nodded. Thanks, man. The guy waved and walked off. Back in his room, Den flopped onto the bed, exhaling deeply. Thank God. We're finally safe. But what was Priscilla thinking walking out like that? The little dragon popped out of his shirt, zooming around the room, wings flapping wildly. Den chuckled. Someone's hyped today. She spat out a few tiny embers, making Den shake his head in awe. This creature really is something else. Scene shift to a hidden corner. Den stood before a secret gate, muttering, Found it. Sis said the main entrance is locked down. This is the only way out. He touched the protective mana barrier and frowned. They wrapped the whole dorm in a mana shield. How am I supposed to bypass this? He focused, sensing the mana flow. There has to be a glitch in the system somewhere. While Den analyzed the barrier, the little dragon fluttered nearby, spitting fire like a chaotic toddler. Suddenly, a spark hit the barrier, causing the whole shield to vibrate violently. Den's jaw dropped. Yo, how did you do that? Back in the room, Den watched the dragon, thinking hard. Is her fire hacking the mana code? Whoa, that's actually sick. This girl is an OP summon for sure. The next day, Den and Eric strolled through campus. Den looked unusually cheerful. Eric raised an eyebrow. Happy. Are you serious right now? Who named it that? Den laughed. I think it's friendly, easy to say. Unless you got a better idea. Ernest stared at the little dragon, deep in thought. Let's see. She's cute, but the name needs more aura, more gravity. He brooded over it for a while, but came up empty. Den chuckled softly. Bro, it's not that deep. Suddenly Ernest stopped dead in his tracks. How about Canis? Den turned, eyes lighting up. Oh, that sounds fire. What's it mean? Ernest explained, mystery. Pretty fitting, right? Den nodded, satisfied. Looking at the dragon, he declared, From now on, your name is Canis. Time blurred past like a speed run. Scene shift to Bermuda's Hall, a magnificent structure named after a legendary scholar. Bermuda's the place where the arcane secrets of summoning echoed. Students had already gathered, eyes sparkling with a mix of hype and anxiety. The atmosphere was buzzing like an overloaded mana reactor. In a shadowed corner stood Degron, the guy from Den's turbulent childhood memories. His heart pounded like a war drum as he recognized Den instantly. His eyes flashed with shock and bitterness, as if an invisible dagger had pierced his chest. That bastard. He stole my summoning contract. After the utter humiliation at the family banquet, I crumbled under the mockery of the crowd. Now we're barely clinging to our noble status. Yet twisted fate forced him to face Den here. His gut twisted thoughts tangling like a mess of wires. He's taking the summoning class. Why now of all times? Degron ground his teeth. I have to avoid him at all costs. His face tightened, sweat pouring down like rain. Suddenly a booming voice erupted behind him like thunder in a clear sky. Yo, Degron, retaking the class again. Degron jumped, answering awkwardly. Ah, yes, Sunbei. A massive guy with muscles carved like a war god stood there. He slapped Degron's shoulder, grinning like the morning sun. Come on, don't sweat it. Everyone retakes a class or two. This is my second round for this subject alone. The senior flexed his track record. His voice carried the weight of a general on the battlefield. Just treat it as an easy A-rank grind. We'll crush these rookies like bugs. Degron nodded mechanically, forcing a smile to keep the senior happy. Moments later, Professor Tamarick Piano entered. He moved with the elegance of an ancient noble, silencing the chaotic room instantly, as if he'd cast an AoE mute spell. He stood before the podium. His voice was deep, resonating like the roaring ocean. We begin with the absolute basics of summoning theory. This is the lifeline for anyone daring to walk the path of a summoner. This theory will be on the summoner certification exam, so you better lock it in. His words sent ripples through the class, students whispering anxiously. One student's eyes went wide. OMG, he's so strict. I heard that exam is harder than plucking stars from the sky. Tamarick overheard, nodding slightly, his gaze cold as ice. Naturally. If you qualify, you can attempt the special admission test. But be warned, it's not a walk in the park. A student shouted out, voice trembling. Professor, what are the unlock conditions for the special admission? Tamarick smirked, eyes gleaming like a mage about to drop a forbidden spell. I knew you'd ask. Feast your eyes on this. He waved his hand, and a blue holographic screen materialized in midair like a portal to another dimension. One summon a rank 5 beast, or higher, using a seal. Two maintained the summon for over 30 minutes. The students stared at each other, disbelief written all over their faces. It was an insurmountable wall. Summoning a rank 5 beast with a seal impossible. Even a rank 7 was enough to drive someone insane, let alone holding it for 30 minutes. Tamarick didn't let them catch their breath. His voice struck like a hammer on an anvil. Finally, you must display a unique factor sufficient to pass. Even if you clear the first 2 stages, without that X factor you fail. You need to leave a mark that cannot be erased. The class exploded in shock, the air heavy with impending doom. It was absurd. The first 2 conditions were already God-tier difficulty. And now, a subjective criteria, has anyone ever actually cleared this? Even Den pouted, his eyes sharpening like a blade as he analyzed the situation. So basically, if the professor vibes with you, you pass. If not, you're cooked. Tamarick watched the panic unfazed. He'd seen this show a dozen times. He chuckled internally, eyes glinting with a scheme. Now, do you understand? So why is the special admission exam labeled impossible? You need recommendation letters from at least 2 top-tier pros, no cap. The students froze, looking like NPCs lost in a glitched dungeon. Tamarick eyed Den like a hawk, calculating his stats. His eyes shine like a mage scanning for loot. Denso Grace, the interdisciplinary kid, I heard he linked with a tier 4 Ezra, but without seeing the receipts I ain't buying it. House Sogras probably pulled strings to fake his stats. I need to test this kid myself. His voice crackled with mocking heat as he addressed the room. First objective, survive the standard exam. If you can summon, it's an easy dub, but don't get cocky. But for first-year noobs, it's basically a death sentence. The silence was loud as the students exchanged panicked glances. Digron gulped, sweating buckets, his heart hammering like a war drum. Tamarick scanned the room, thoughts dripping with disdain. These rookies are shook. They've only touched theory. A twisted grin spread across his face as he prepared to roast them. His voice boomed like a boss battle intro. 0 summoners among the first years, talk about a mid-generation. His gaze locked onto Den like a sniper scope. Den felt the pressure instantly. Den's pulse spiked. He's calling me out. You want a show, fine. Refusing to be intimidated, he stood up, his vibe shifting to pure steel. I'll take that shot, Professor. The declaration hit the room like a stun grenade. The air turned instantly frigid. Tamarick's eyes lit up like he just found legendary loot. Oh, finally a player. Name and class. Den replied, calm as a frozen lake. Yes, I'm Denso Grace, first-year interdisciplinary. Tamarick nodded. Ah, the dean mentioned you. Said you had S-tier potential. Den waved it off, smiling breezily. If the dean says so, who am I to argue? Tamarick stiffened, analyzing the boy's aura. This kid, neither arrogant nor humble. His words cut sharp. The professor dropped the pleasantries. Rumors are wild, but your stats sound glitched. Can you prove it right now? Den nodded. His eyes burned with unyielding fire. If you want it, I'll deliver. But if I clutch this, will you write my recommendation letter for the special exam? The entire lecture hall went dead silent. The tension was heavy enough to crush bones. Tamarick blinked, voice trembling slightly. A rec letter for the special exam? You realize the weight of that ask? Den stood firm, unshakable as a mountain. I need to prove I'm OP right here, don't I? Tamarick frowned, skeptical. And if you choke, Den smirked, radiating god-tier confidence. Defeat isn't in my skill tree. A vein popped on Tamarick's forehead. He held back his temper, thinking, the audacity. Even his sister wouldn't dare be this bold. Deciding to humble the brat, Tamarick boomed. Bet, get down here. Nail this, and the letter is yours. Easier said than done. The students erupted like a chaotic chat room. Is he insane? He's not even a summoning major. Is House Sogras full of lunatics? Tamarick dropped a final icy warning. Fail, and you're cooked. Still want in? Den didn't blink. Let's go. Tamarick grinned, anticipating the fail compilation. Perfect. I have a blank summoning seal right here. Din stepped up to the podium, heart pounding like a bass drop. Wasn't planning to flex this early, but no choice. Time to use the whole kit. He gripped the white card fingers tightening around Destiny and poured his mana in. He whispered, voice ancient and commanding. Answer my call. The air shattered. A magic circle blazed to life, erupting in neon blue light from the center. A colossal wolf burst forth, majestic as a mythic beast. It radiated an aura so sharp it felt like physical blades. One cold glare sent the students trembling, like NPCs facing a raid boss. No way. Is that a tier 5 summon? He did that with a blank seal, that's hacks. In the shadows, Digron stood paralyzed. His heart skipped a beat as he recognized Genfu. He grit his teeth, the memory of Den snatching the contract playing back like a nightmare. Ignoring Digron's internal meltdown, Den turned to the professor, confident as a general. Professor Genfu has arrived. Tamarick stood, frozen sweat forming on his brow. Internal screaming ensued. How did he pull this off with a trash seal? Did he forge an instant pact? What kind of sorcery is this? He forced himself to regain composure, eyes narrowing. Even so, he can't maintain this for 30 minutes. He cleared his throat, masking the shock. Not bad. But the second condition isn't so easy. Den didn't want to waste time. He smiled savagely, eyes sparkling with strategy. True. I don't want to waste class time. How about I show you something wilder? Tamarick raised an eyebrow, curious as a cat. Excuse me. What do you mean? The class buzzed with confusion, eyes glued to Den. What's his next move? Is he trying to break the game? House Sogris is built different. Degran felt a wave of anxiety. The third condition demands uniqueness. What's his play? Every eye in the room locked onto Den. Not a single frame could be missed. Tamarick nodded. Proceed. Den unleashed his aura blue energy, exploding outward like a supernova. It wrapped around Genfu like magical armor. He chanted a spell that sounded like forgotten code from another dimension. Genfu's massive frame lifted into the air, mana blazing, burning like a celestial inferno. The class watched in horror as Genfu mutated. Muscles swelled and claws sharpened into divine blades. Den's friend gasped. That's ancient magic. The room turned to stone statues. The wolf roared like a prehistoric apex predator, shaking the walls. Only fifth years should have this tech, and he's not even a summoner. Genfu's roar faded into a heavy silence. Den smirked at the professor. Is this special enough for you, sir? Tamarick was cooked. His brain stopped working. Holy. He performed a linked enhancement. The rumors weren't hype. They were warnings. His jaw practically hit the floor. How does a rookie have this kind of firepower? Den almost laughed at the professor's glitched face. Even I'm surprised by the output. Teacher must be losing it. Den petted Genfu. His gaze was gentle but proud. Tamarick coughed, voice cracking. Yes. That was definitely special. We'll discuss the letter later. Den beamed. Understood, Professor. Degran swallowed hard, terrified. He's leveled up way too much. He's a monster. The class slowly returned to reality. But Tamarick couldn't look away from Den. Den walked off thinking, Claire's gonna love this story. That's one recommendation letter secured. Should I hit up Professor Den Finasau for the second one? The bell rang. Tamarick sighed. Class dismissed. The students filed out, buzzing with excitement. The energy was electric. Suddenly a voice called out. Den Grace. Den turned, spotting familiar red hair. Degran Tai Genfu's ex-owner. Degran scratched his You remember me? Yeah, I flunked and repeated the year. Den eyed him suspiciously. You here for a rematch? Why the soft tone? Degran stuttered, sincere. Honestly, I saw you earlier. I wanted to ghost you, but I was trash back then. I want to apologize. He bowed 90 degrees, humble as a squire. Den smiled comfortably. That's ancient history. We're good. Degran's face lit up. For real, so I can keep studying here. I'm not here to start beef. Den smirked internally. He's terrified I'll snitch and get him expelled. He slapped Degran's shoulder, keeping it cool. Relax, homie. Everything's Gucci. No hard feelings. Degran lit up the relief washing over him. Thanks, Den. You're a real one. Need anything, just ask. Suddenly a weird lump shifted under Den's shirt. Crap, Den realized. Canis is awake. The little glutton is hungry. He turned to Degran, playing it smooth. Yo, you're in the summoning department, right? I need to cop some gear. Be my GPS for a sec. Degran nodded, eager to prove himself. Bet we're hitting up Oates and Ben. It's my go-to spot. He started yapping non-stop. 2 alumni set this place up like 35 years ago. They got everything. Den just decided to listen. He seems legit sorry, Den thought, his gaze softening. No point being an enemy. Suddenly, Canas popped her little head out of his collar, eyes wide and sparkling like jewels. Chill out, little miss, Den whispered, pushing her back down. They headed to the shop, the golden afternoon sun filtering through the leaves, vibing with the warm atmosphere. On the way, Degran shot him a curious look. So what exactly are you looking for? Just tell me your summons rank and I'll handle the rest like a pro. Just need some grub for it, Den replied. Degran stroked his chin, trying to look big brain. Oh, say less. That's my specialty. I used to run compatibility training. This is gonna be a breeze. What species are we talking about? Den hesitated for a split second. A wyvern. Internally, he shrugged. Well, Canas basically looks like a wyvern, so not technically a lie. Diet should be similar. But Degran lost his mind. A wyvern. He shouted, hype levels off the charts. A rank 3 summon, are you for real? Seeing him bugging out, Den quickly signaled him to shut it. Keep it down, Den hissed. It's still a baby. Keep this on the low, all right? Degran's eyes went wide, totally shook. At the same time, Canas started wiggling around under Den's shirt again. She let out tiny squeaks. If I get busted, I know exactly who snitched, Den thought darkly. It's definitely on Degron. But the guy was still geeking out. A hatchling wyvern. Soft food is the move. Even though their small wyverns eat like beasts. Give it a week and it'll be tearing into meat. Den nodded, impressed. Bro is actually a genius. How in the world did he fail the entrance exam? They stepped into the shop and the vibe was immaculate. Shelves were stacked with glowing magical artifacts. Degron scanned the aisles with laser focus. He snatched 2 bags of feed. Bingo. This one has 17 ingredients, and this is a soft milk blend. Cop both. Den took them grinning. You're a lifesaver, man. Seriously, I would have been cooked without you. Degron frowned slightly, confused by the modesty. Wait, that's all you need. Anything else? Den shook his head. Nah, I'm good. Bro, we're already here, Degron insisted. Check the inventory. There's some OP gear here. Den shrugged. Fair point. Let's look around. They strolled through the aisles surrounded by a treasure trove of magic. Glowing robes, buff potions, and wands that sparkled with pure mana. Den stopped dead in his tracks. His eyes locked onto a magnificent staff. Yo, he whispered, hyped. Now that looks fire. Hold up, a voice barked from the side. That ain't for rookies. Try to wield that without mastering summoning and you'll get hit with a mana curse. Stay back. A warning sign screamed, danger, do not touch. Newbies beware. We are not liable for damage. Degron nodded nervously. He's right, Den. That staff is for 4th-year elites. Touch it and it'll drain your mana dry. But Den wasn't listening. Drama queens, he thought. The more you say no, the more I want to do it. Ignoring the noise, Den reached out. New kid, don't, it's suicide, the shopkeeper shrieked. But it was too late. Den's fingers closed around the cold metal. The orb at the tip exploded with blinding light shining like a captured star. Den smirked, feeling the pull. Oh yeah, you're thirsty for mana, aren't you? He flooded the staff with his energy, feeling the power surge. The shopkeeper's jaw hit the floor. What the actual hell did he just stabilize it? He filled it with mana instantly. Even with mana, controlling that thing is impossible. Den just smiled casually. Bet this costs a fortune, huh? Degron stared at him like he was an alien. Den, I knew you were cracked, but this is god tier. The shopkeeper stomped over, hands on hips, but his anger was gone. Are you seriously a first year? I've never seen anything like this. Name's Denso Grace, Den said smoothly. Claire's little brother. The shopkeeper flinched his tone, doing a 180. Oh, the top student of the interdisciplinary department. Even Claire couldn't handle this staff in her first year. I underestimated you. My bad. Den suppressed a laugh. Wow, talk about a switch-up. Dude flipped faster than a pancake. So, you taking it? Den shook his head, placing the staff back. Nah. Looks like a hassle, and honestly, its mana capacity is mid. Excuse me, the shopkeeper gaped. This is for 5th and 6th years. It feels like trying to pour an entire ocean into a teacup, Den thought. Not worth it. I'll just take the food. The shopkeeper muttered. The Gracia kids are built different. Your sister was the same. Den raised an eyebrow. Oh, what about her? Everyone was dying to hold it, but Claire passed. Said it looked tacky. Den nodded. Yep, that's my sister, all right. He paid and walked out with Degron. Why are geniuses always so weird? The shopkeeper sighed. Outside, Den found a quiet, hidden corner and carefully pulled out the food bags. He set them down before Canis, who was wiggling like crazy. Seeing the tiny wyvern with eyes like sparkling gems, Den chuckled. Is it bussin', slow down, you're gonna choke. But Canas ignored him, diving into the food with happy squeals, savoring every melting bite. Her little tail wagged furiously. Den checked the time. Next class is basics. Layla said I got 5 minutes. Got a sprint to the dorms. Suddenly a loud crash shattered the peace. The sound of breaking glass echoed from a nearby alley. Den froze. The hell was that? He muttered. A voice dripping with malice floated out from the shadows. You little punk! Lower your head, I want him crushed. Another voice laughed cruelly. Pathetic coward, can't even speak after a few hits. Den narrowed his eyes. A bad feeling twisted in his gut. You got lucky yesterday, but today you're cooked. A weak, trembling voice answered, filled with defiance. I'm not afraid of you anymore. Den stopped cold. Wait. That voice. Ernest. He whipped around, eyes sharpening. There he was. Ernest cornered by 3 thugs looking absolutely wrecked. His hair was a mess, glasses cracked, limbs shaking. But his eyes burned with spirit. The leader, a redhead, scoffed. Did you hear that he says he's not afraid? His lackey cackled. Talks big for someone shaking like a leaf. Ernest clenched his fists, teeth grinding. These scumbags, they waited until I was solo to jump me. One of the bullies stepped forward, arrogant as hell. Who wants first dibs? Nobody's coming to save him. Another grinned wickedly. My jaw is still throbbing from the last time he hit me. The 3 bullies closed in, aggro levels maxed out. Ernest, terrified but trying to clutch it up, roared, "Stay back." The trio burst into mocking laughter. "Ha ha! Look at this loser trying to throw hands. Got lucky once, and now you think you're hard." Despair crashed over Ernest like a wave. "It's over. I'm completely cooked." But right at that moment, footsteps echoed from the distance, heavy with purpose. A calm voice, dripping with sarcasm, cut through the tension. "Back for another beatdown." The blonde bully turned around, his eyes widening in horror as he recognized the new player. He screamed, panic cracking his voice. "It's a Shogun's den," ignored their shock completely. He strolled forward with main character energy, smiling casually as he waved. "Yo, Ernest." Seeing Den, Ernest looked like he'd just found a legendary item. His eyes lit up, voice shaking with emotion. "Den." As Den stepped into the light, the bullies started whispering frantically. "What is going on here? You said nobody was coming," one of them hissed. Another replied, "Forget that, just get your weapons ready." Den glanced at the mobs, muttering internally. "What a drag." He scanned the area. No witnesses around. Perfect. Time to teach these NPCs a lesson. Instantly, mana exploded from Den's body, sending a shockwave of fear through the bullies. In a heartbeat, countless spears materialized in the air, locking onto their targets. One bully shrieked, "What the hell is that? He's a mage too." The buzzcut guy trembled, realization hitting him. "Wait, isn't the Shogres clan famous for spear arts?" The redhead screamed back, "You idiot, did you forget? His sister is the legendary Arabella Shogres." Beside them, Ernest gasped in awe. Den stood beneath the hovering spears, eyes cold as ice. "Make your choice. Back off quietly like good little boys, or get absolutely wrecked." The bullies' faces went pale, sheer terror flooding their systems. Suddenly, the wall beside them shattered, riddled with holes as if invisible spears had struck it. The ground exploded next. The bullies dropped to the floor, face down, screaming in agony. Ernest, still shaking like a leaf, approached slowly. "Thanks, Den. I'm still trembling, no cap." Den smiled warmly. "As long as you're safe, that's what matters." Then he added, "Ernest, let's start grinding together from now on." Ernest rubbed his sore arm, confused. "What?" Den replied. "You said you wanted to take down Braun, right?" Ernest nodded, laughing awkwardly. "Yeah, that's the dream." Den continued. "So I'm gonna help you level up." Ernest just smiled. "Haha, I'm always relying on you to carry me." Later, the two walked across the campus grounds. Den turned and asked, "By the way, have you joined a guild or club yet?" Ernest shook his head. "Nope. I looked everywhere for an exploration or archaeology club, but nada." Den frowned. "I thought there'd be one for sure," Ernest explained. "There's a map research society, but it's a mandatory class, not a club. I checked the map analysis clubs, but they're just fronts for lazy students to slack off." "Totally mid." Den rubbed his chin, thoughtful. "Seems like everyone just wants the easy life." Ernest nodded in agreement, then asked, "But why bring up clubs? You planning to join one?" Den shrugged. "Everyone's recruiting so hard it made me wonder if it's actually important," Ernest explained. "They say you have to choose carefully. Once you join, you're locked in for 2 whole years," Den scoffed. "That's stricter than I thought. One wrong pick and you waste 2 years." The courtyard was filled with signboards for various clubs, from the Gourmet Dessert Society to the Book Discussion Group. Suddenly, Den stopped dead. He turned to Ernest with a wild idea. "Let's just start our own club." Ernest blinked. "What? What kind of club?" Den replied. "A club where we do whatever the hell we want." Ernest was still confused. "What does that even mean?" Den explained. "We can train, explore ruins, grab food when we're bored, just total freedom, lawless vibes." "What do you think?" Ernest's eyes sparkled. He agreed instantly. Hanging with you is always a blast." But then reality hit him. "Wait, will the system even approve a club like that?" Den smirked confidently. "Don't worry, I've got a clutch plan." Ernest nodded. "If you say so, I believe you." "But what sparked this idea?" Den laughed. "All these club invites are annoying. I keep having to turn them down. None of them pass the vibe check, so I'll make my own." Ernest asked, "If I join, can I learn spear arts or swordsmanship?" Den smiled. "Obviously. That's a guarantee. You might even unlock a hidden talent." Ernest cheered. "That's fire. We're gonna learn so much from each other." Then he remembered something. "But don't we need at least 3 members to form a guild?" "Right," Den nodded. "We've got Layla," he continued. "Speaking of her, let's go recruit her right now." Scene changed to the club registration office. The trio walked and talked. Ernest asked, "We just submit this form here and we're good, right?" Layla was hyped. "Sounds easy. Fill it out quick." Den glanced at her, thinking. Classic Layla. She ditched the dessert club, just to roll with us. Layla turned, beaming. "The dessert club meets every week to taste sweets. It would have been perfect." Den nodded. "We can do that too if you want. I wouldn't say no to some tarts." Ernest chimed in. We can do whatever we want, Den added. If you want to network with seniors, that's cool too. But sticking with Ernest is the move. Hearing that, Layla looked satisfied, grinning ear to ear. The three filled out the application form and took it to the office for verification. Suddenly, Layla shouted. What? The rules got nerfed. A blonde girl adjusted her glasses and explained. Yeah, the academy has over 3,000 clubs now. Most are dead inactive, a nightmare to manage. So, starting this year, you need approval. Not just a notification. Den frowned slightly. What do we need for approval? Layla sighed. Oh, come on. We are so cooked. The blonde girl continued. You need a recommendation letter from an official professor. Should I give you a template? Den nodded. Yeah, hand it over. The three left the office. Layla groaned. We're level 1 freshmen. Where are we supposed to get a recommendation? Ernest agreed. For real. We haven't even met any professors yet. Layla continued. We can't just pick a random teacher and ask for a signature. Den smiled mysteriously. Actually, I have someone in mind. Layla and Ernest shouted in unison. What, who? We're just freshies, they'll look down on us. Here. Den flashed a confident grin. Just trust the process. Ernest and Layla stared at him speechless. Scene change to the office of the freelance class professor Kentus. Den sat down pitching the club plan. After a while, he thought to himself, damn it. He said he'd listen, but he's playing hard to get. Kentus spoke up. Why did you come to me? Den replied. Professor, honestly, we want to start a club. Kentus looked surprised. Oh, sounds interesting. What kind of club? Den smiled. A club for sword training, academy exploration, and fun adventures. But we need approval. We need a recommendation letter from a professor. Kentus raised an eyebrow. A recommendation? Den nodded. Yes, we're looking for a truly great professor to ask. Hearing this, Kentus froze slightly, thinking. Looking for a professor? You came all the way here to tell me that, you little brat, do you think there's a better professor than me? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Kentus smiled. Haha, isn't there a professor right in front of you? Why look further? I will recommend you myself. Den acted hesitant. You're always so busy, Professor. I don't want to be a burden. Before he could finish, Kentus interrupted. Busy or not, I can do this much. What do I need to do? Den smiled. Really? Then please sign here. He quickly pulled the application form from his jacket. Kentus happily grabbed the pen and signed. My only student wants to start a club. Of course, I have to support it with full force. Den bowed, hiding a smirk. Thank you so much, Professor. Finessed. Den linked up with the squad immediately. Layla was absolutely losing it. No shot. I can't believe we bagged that recommendation letter so fast. You tight with the professor or something. Ernest couldn't even get a word in edgewise. Flexing the letter, Den smirked. Total finesse job. I just faked some interest in sword arts and charmed my way into his good side. Ernest nodded. Hey, a W is a W. Layla was pounding her chest, hyped out of her mind. So we're actually doing this for real. Den nodded. Just gotta file the paperwork now. Easy. Imagining the club going live, Ernest was geeking out. This is gonna be fire, I swear. Layla shook her head in disbelief. I thought we were cooked, but Den made it look like a tutorial level. Clap. Den whipped out a blank paper. All right, time to name this bad boy. What's the move? Ernest sighed. Naming things. That's a whole villain arc right there. It's gotta be iconic. Represents the whole brand, Den said. Layla agreed. Yeah, no mid-names. Nothing cringe or childish. They both started stressing, clutching their heads. What's the vibe, though? Den smiled, seeing them lock in. But suddenly movement. He looked down. Brocanis, you waking up right now? The little dragon was wiggling under his shirt like crazy. Den started sweating bullets, whispering, Not the time, little homie. Ernest asked, Den, you got a name cooked up? Den panicked, whatever works. Layla squinted. Excuse me, you started this whole thing and you got 0 ideas. She pointed a finger at his chest. Yo, what is that lump? You good trainer. Den's internal monologue went crazy. I'm cooked. I haven't even dropped the lore on them yet. It's, complicated, Den stammered. Their eyes were glued to him. Layla pressed him. What are you hiding? Pop. His button flew off and a dark shadow zoomed out. It was Canis, the chaotic dragon whelp was loose. Ernest and Layla's jaws hit the floor. Den forced a smile. Whelp, there goes the secret. GG. Layla pointed accusatory finger out. Is that a summon? Why was it in your shirt? Don't tell me Klee's egg actually hatched. The dragon purred on Den's shoulder. Pure vibes. Den nodded. Yeah, hatched recently. Name's Canas. Ernest waved. You, Canas. Long time no see. Layla snapped. Ernest, you knew about this and didn't spill the tea. Den deflected immediately. Focus, guys. Club name is priority. They brainstormed on the walk to the registry. Cut to the registry office. The blonde registrar looked at the paper like it was trash. Magic Exploration, Summoning Spear Arts, and Sword Arts Club. Are you for real? The trio just smiled awkwardly at the absolute word salad. You sure you want this on your record? She asked. Den nodded. Yeah, lock it in. Stamp. Approved. Outside, Layla turned on Den. You are never naming anything again. That was tragic. Den shrugged. I thought it was decent. Layla raged. It was trash, literal garbage. Ernest tried to save the mood. Relax, we can rebrand later. No biggie. Scene changed to Professor Tamurek's office. The Dean of Summoning walked in. Hope I'm not crashing the party. She sat down smooth as silk. How's the grind? Find any cracked students lately? I worry the staff is getting overworked, she said, voice sharp. But I heard rumors. There's a student who's absolutely smurfing in your class. Tamurek stuttered. Yeah, true. News travels fast, he thought. Dean Panasso sipped her tea. I heard your class is popping off because of him. I won't micromanage you, though. Just curious. Tamurek replied instantly. No, of course you're the dean. Nothing is hidden from you. He put his cup down, sweating. There's a student turning heads. Better than Key, even. Dean Panasso smirked. Den Grace right, I personally approved his admission. You promised him a rec letter. Yeah. Tamurek nodded. Correct. She continued. Since the special admission needs 2 letters, I'll write the second one. Tamurek gasped. You personally? She laughed. He's got talent. I can't just sleep on that. Tamurek's mind raced. This snake. She's trying to monopolize him. He clenched his fist. She plays dirty. I underestimated her greed. Dean Panasso spoke up. Something wrong. Professor. Tamurek flinched. Nope, we're good. She stared into his soul. Is that so? Show me the letter when you're done. We need to be on the same page here. Tamurek frowned, heart pounding. Obviously. She got what she wanted. Dean Panasso stood up. I'm out. Watching her leave, Tamurek grinded his teeth. His hand shook with rage. You think I'm just gonna let you run the show? She wants Den for herself, but I ain't letting that slide. I'm snatching that prodigy first. Cut to campus. Den was walking. Just Empire history left today, right? He sighed. Got time to kill. Maybe grab a tart. Suddenly a shadow approached. Den. He turned to see a blonde girl he didn't know. Who are you? He asked. She replied. Messenger from the top. Dean Panasso, head of summoning, wants a chat. Her smile gave him weird vibes. Not Tamurek. Why does the big boss want to see me? The blonde answered, just about the recommendation letter. She wants you now. Let's roll. Den nodded. Oh, the letter. But internally he was alert. Random summons Suze. Something's off. The Imperial Academy, where the best and brightest grind for glory. But behind the scenes, it's a toxic battlefield. It's not just grades, it's a power struggle between professors. A department's clout decides their budget and gear. It's pay to win, basically. Sword magic and summoning run the game. They get the bag. A professor's rep is tied to their students' performance. It's all about stats. In the dean's office, Pinazzo stared out the window. I'm tired of being third place. Can't let those other departments diff us forever. She schemed. If I get that kid, we could gap the magic department easy. Professor Kentis is the issue, but his sister Clay is here, so Den can't exactly ghost us. I just need him hooked on summoning. The opportunity is right there. A voice interrupted. Professor Den is here. Pinasso replied. Send him in. She put on her best smile. Academy is crazy, right? Den, with your skills, I bet everyone wants a piece of you. Den played it cool. Nah, I'm just a noob. Still learning the ropes. Approaching it like a true freshman. Pinasso nodded. Humble. I rate that. Any subject caught your eye yet? Den chuckled. Ha ha ha. Nothing specific. I just want to be OP at everything. Pinasso nodded. A jack-of-all-trades mindset. I like it. You know why you're here. Den shook his head. No clue. She continued. Word is you did something legendary in Tamurek's class. Summoned Genfu and nailed the link boost. With moves like that, I can't ignore you. She grinned. You're too good for the basics. You should take the special exam. Den realized the play. Thanks for the glaze, Professor. Tamurek and I agreed to write your rec letters. Writing a letter for a student outside her major unheard of. First time I've done this, but you're built different. She leaned in, eyes sharp. So why not main the summoner class? Think about it. Den blinked. Summoning. She nodded, admitting the truth, this kid was already too OP for any normal class. But that just made her want to flex her mentorship skills even more. Den rubbed his chin, thinking, the summoning department must be down bad for talent if the head honcho is begging me. He replied, thanks teach, but I already formed a squad with the homies. Professor Pinasso froze. Excuse me already. The new rules are stricter than a ranked match. Den smirked. Yeah, it was a grind, But Professor Kenta came in clutch with a recommendation letter. Pinaso's eyes nearly popped out of her head. She muttered under her breath, "That lazy NPC Kenta, he never even shows up for meetings, but he beat me to the punch." Her fist clenched, practically shaking with saltiness. He dared to ruin my master plan to draft this prodigy. She took a deep breath, forcing a smile. "Well, congrats on the club, I guess. Swing by my lab sometime, I've got some legendary loot you might like." "Gotta bait the hook first," she thought, adding aloud, "I have rare items, like unhatched spirit beast eggs. One of those could buy you a whole castle." Den flinched instinctively, checking his jacket. "Oh snap, I'm literally carrying one right now." He replied, "Spirit eggs bet I'll pull up." Pinaso smirked. "Don't stress about the recommendation letter. Me and Professor Tamarick have got your back. Ask me anything about the exam." Den beamed. "You're a real one, Professor." She grabbed a cookie, munching thoughtfully. "Have a snack while we chat. This looks fire." As she chewed, she whispered to herself, "Tamarick is definitely plotting to steal him too. I need to speedrun this letter. I can't wait to see their faces when they realize who he is." The next day, Clay approached Den. "Yo, Den. Professor Pinaso just DM'd me." Den blinked. "Wait, she messaged you?" Clay nodded. "Yeah. After she sent the recommendation, the Summoning Association immediately hit her up. They're sending examiners to the academy, like right now." Den paused. "That fast?" he muttered. "They're not wasting any time. They definitely want to recruit me." Clay's eyes went wide. "Professor Pinaso is simping hard for your talent. How did you get on her good side? She's usually super toxic." Den laughed nervously. "IDK, maybe just because I'm top of the leaderboard." Clay got serious. "Anyway, you're about to get called in. Back in my day, we had to summon 3 beasts at once, maintain them, and execute a buff link." Den screamed, "3 at once, I'm cooked." He whispered to himself, "Sis passed that special exam at 16. She's a monster." Clay continued, "Yeah, but nobody knows the meta for this year's exam. It's a mystery. But with Pinaso's recommendation, you've at least got the qualifications. But watch out, the association has major internal beef." Den tilted his head. "Beef?" Clay explained, "You might not know, but Pinaso rejected their offers multiple times, so the higher-ups are salty. They won't let her student get an easy win." Den frowned. "So they're gonna buff the exam difficulty just to spite her great." Clay nodded. "High probability. But I'm not worried. If you let some boomer drama tilt you, I'd be disappointed." Den smiled confidently. "Don't worry, sis. I'm not gonna choke. I'm not getting caught in their traps," he thought. 2 days later, the association's inspection squad arrived, led by Chairman Elga. He spoke up. "Long time no see, Professor Pinaso." She replied, "Still alive and kicking, I see." Elga nodded. "So, just how cracked is this student you recommended?" Pinaso kept her cool. "Sorry, Chairman, but his stats are too insane to ignore." Elga sighed. "You should have just taken the seat in the association when we offered. We could have handled this smoothly." Pinaso laughed it off. "You know me, I care about the academy." "Yeah, right," she thought, grinding her teeth. "You think I don't know you just want more political clout? Your greed almost got me killed on those reckless raids." She turned around. "Follow me. Let's walk and talk. We can chat on the way." Elga nodded. "Fine." He thought, I'll play along since the letter is official, but this kid better not be mid." As they walked, Elga asked, "So the kid is Den Sogris Clay's little brother?" Pinaso nodded. "Yep. The Sogris bloodline is definitely doing the heavy lifting." Elga continued, "I heard he summoned a Tier 5 Genfu and linked it, and even pulled off a multi-link in the interdisciplinary exam." Pinaso nodded. "No cap, it's all true." Elga turned to her. "That kind of skill is actually broken." It shook the whole association. Even for a Sogris surpassing the veterans this early, is he on Gadarin's level already? Pinaso smirked mysteriously. "I won't say he's at Gadarin's level yet, but you'll understand when you see the gameplay." Elga narrowed his eyes. "We're going to judge him strictly. The special exam is no joke." Pinaso nodded. "Understood." The arrival of the Summoning Association had the whole school buzzing. One student gasped, "Yo, the association is here, why, what's the tea?" Another replied, "Word on the street is Den Sogris got a special invite." A third student cut in, "Wait, that freshman, who went viral in Tamurik's class, the one who buffed the beasts." A jealous guy shouted, "This is insane. Is there anything related to summoning that this guy isn't goated at?" Moments later, Pinaso and Elga arrived at the summoning department. She smiled. "All right, this is the boss room." Elga glanced at the department crest and muttered, "Good, let's go in." Inside the exam hall, light filtered through the cracks illuminating the massive chamber. Den stood in the center of the arena and announced, "I am the youngest son of Count Arkan Sogris, Lord of the South, and head of House Sogris. My name is Den Sogris. It's an honor." As he finished, a confident smirk played on his lips. Elga thought, impressive. Hard to believe he's only 14 with that kind of main character energy. Now I see why they rushed the recommendation. Elga stroked his chin. I am Elga, chairman of the Summoning Association. I've heard the hype about you. People praise you, but this vibe check won't be easy. Den didn't flinch. I'm ready to grind. This old man is faking the friendly act, Den thought. Nothing good comes from that smile. Elga turned to his assistants. Cut the chatter, start the event. Everyone get ready. The two aides bowed. Yes, sir. Pinasso, standing in the back, frowned slightly. I wonder what kind of twisted quest the chairman cooked up. Looking at Den, Elga announced, pass or fail, it all depends on my judgment. If you have a problem with that rage, quit now. Den replied instantly, I accept the terms. Elga continued, 0 tolerance for cheating. If we detect any hacks or unfair play, the results are void and your license gets banned. Remember that. Den kept his poker face. Understood. Elga nodded. Good. Then let's see what makes you so special. He raised his hand high. Let the exam begin. The assistants surrounding Den triggered their magic. In front of each one, a summoning circle materialized. Instantly, the circles began sucking in mana from the surroundings to charge up. Den watched closely. This pattern is that... Suddenly, a weird noise resonated from the circles. Boom. A massive wave of energy exploded, swallowing the entire arena. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. Both Den and Professor Pinasso felt the shift instantly. Pinasso's thoughts raced. He's activating the magic circle, that means it's happening right now. Waves of raw mana spiraled toward Elga like a storm gathering strength. The chairman's eyes snapped open. Answer my call. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of power exploded from the glowing rune. Emerging from the light was a nightmare made of muscle, a ferocious beast with the head of a lion. Sensing the insane mana pressure, Den kept his cool. Just as I calculated. The chairman's power level is absolutely broken, but I didn't think the exam would be on this scale. Den's eyes widened as he locked onto the creature. This thing isn't just a mob. Its danger stats are off the charts. Lightning crackled around the beast, charged with enough mana to flatten a normal hunter. The sheer presence of the monster screamed, game over. It was terrifying. From the sidelines, Pinasso lost her composure and screamed, impossible! That's a tier 3 summon. It's an Antares. The Antares clenched its fists and let out a roar that shook the heavens. The beast's mana flared, kicking up a blinding dust storm in the arena. Fighting to stay standing against the pressure, Den gritted his teeth. This gravity is insane. Now I get why Big Sis was stressing over me. Watching the summon, Elga crossed his arms, a smug look on his face. Since you're a genius kid, this difficulty level should be a breeze for your rank, right? The old man frowned slightly. Use whatever weapon you want. Your quest is to subdue the Antares. By any means necessary. Den stared down the savage beast while Elga continued. This is the requirement for the special admission test. Seeing the setup, Pinasso clenched her jaw. She was fuming. That old geezer just wants to see him fail. He's trying to cook him in front of everyone. Elga's voice dripped with challenge. But with your OP talent, you've got nothing to worry about, right? Of course, if you're scared, you can rage quit right now. Den didn't flinch. His answer was instant. No. I'm sticking to the plan. Elga smirked, satisfied. Good. I'll give you a moment to prep your loadout. Den reached into his subspace inventory. He searched for a moment before nodding. Perfect. I've got just the item for a boss raid like this. He pulled out a weapon, his grip tightening. The spear Dad gave me for my 7th birthday. Finally time to unbox this bad boy. He analyzed the beast's frame. It's huge, which means big hitboxes. I'll go for a speed build, hit and run. Elga raised an eyebrow, impressed. A spear user. That's definitely the Sogre's bloodline showing. The chairman glanced toward the corner of the arena. Professor Tamarick and a squad of students had just arrived to spectate. Seeing the monster, Tamarick's jaw literally dropped. He stammered, completely shook. What the hell is this, putting a student against a tier 3 entity? That's overkill. Hearing the familiar voice, Pinasso glanced back. Looks like Tamarick is here. He's definitely going to object to this madness. But Elga ignored the noise. Don't worry. The kid is locked in. Let's begin. Elga's expression darkened as he pointed forward. Antares. Eliminate the enemy. The command was absolute. The Antares gnashed its teeth, eyes glowing a demonic red. It launched itself at Den with explosive force. Den stood his ground, calm amidst the chaos. All right, bring it on. The beast closed the distance in a blink, claws slashing through the air. But Den's spear mastery was on another level. He parried every strike with god-tier precision. In a blur of motion, he dashed behind the monster. The playful look was gone from Den's face. He was fully focused. No cap, he was taking this seriously now. Elga's eyes nearly popped out of his head. His heart hammered against his ribs. Even Pinasso, usually the queen of cool, was stunned. Her face was a mask of pure shock. Next to her, Tamarick was speechless, his eyes sparkling with a mix of disbelief and pride. The students were losing their minds. They screamed in unison, hyped beyond belief. "Oh my god, did you see those frames? What was that movement?" The arena erupted with noise. Back in the fight, Den was terrifyingly calm. He stomped the ground, creating a sonic boom, and spun his spear to stabilize. He was ready for round 2. Facing the behemoth, Den's eyes shined with confidence. A smirk played on his lips. Internal monologue, check. That hellish training arc actually paid off. His confidence blazed like a wildfire, burning away all fear. The Antares roared in frustration. The sound was like thunder vibrating through everyone's bones. Its eyes burned with hatred. No hesitation, it charged again, throwing a massive haymaker. The punch carried enough force to delete reality, but Den was ice cold. He didn't even blink. Just as the attack was about to connect, he sidestepped smoothly, missed him. The fist smashed into the ground, sending debris flying like shrapnel. The floor cracked like an earthquake hit it. The crowd held their breath, hearts pounding out of their chests. The Antares was seeing red now. Its rage spiked as it realized Den was dodging everything. The beast spun and unleashed a flurry of blows, speed blitzing the boy. But Den flowed like water, neutralizing every hit. As he danced through the danger, he thought, "Whoa, Tier 3 is no joke. For something that size to move that fast, that's actually impressive." But the admiration only sharpened his focus. Suddenly the Antares froze. Its eyes flared with infernal light. It opened its maw and let out a roar that threatened to swallow the world. Rings of fire manifested around its arms, swirling violently. It condensed the energy into a massive fireball. The heat was scorching, baking the air instantly. Up in the stands, students shivered, sweat dripping down their faces. But Den He was the definition of chill. He spun his spear. It was poetry in motion. Mana flowed from his core into the weapon, igniting it with a pale blue aura. The Antares hurled the giant fireball straight at him. A tsunami of flame rushed forward. Den didn't dodge. He raised his spear, using it as a shield, standing tall against the inferno. The firelight illuminated his face. His eyes were locked in, unwavering. Pinasso screamed from the stands, voice trembling. "Is he tanking that directly? Is he crazy?" She froze, terrified. Beside her, Elga stroked his chin, deep in thought. Even with mana reinforcement, taking an Antares hit head-on, that's suicide. Looks like this speedrun is over. His voice was low, anxious, but curious. Suddenly, Den shifted his stance and torqued his spear. Boom, mana exploded from him in a blinding flash. With a single, decisive strike, he shattered the fireball. The flames vanished into smoke. Den stood there, breathing steady. But internally, sheesh. That was clutch. Loki almost got cooked there. Relief washed over him as his heart raced. Facing the Antares, his grip on the spear tightened. His gaze hardened, total focus mode. He thought, bet, time to wrap this up. He dropped into a crouch, looking like a leopard ready to pounce. Pure mana surged from his core, flooding into the spear. The weapon hummed with energy. Moving at god-tier speed, Den blitzed toward Antares. The beast clocked him instantly, slamming a massive fist into the earth to crush him. The ground shattered. Debris flew everywhere, but Den's movement was too clean. He sidestepped and appeared right at Antares' blind spot. His spear flared with light, driving straight into the monster's gut. Den's eyes went ice cold. A memory of his master flashed in his mind. "I'll use the technique he showed me. Focus the mana. Concentrate it all at the tip for a single point detonation." He channeled every ounce of power into the strike. The spear pierced Antares, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. The beast howled in agony, a sound that shook the arena. But Den didn't let up. He gripped the shaft tight, refusing to withdraw. Mana gathered at the tip once again. Boom! A second blast tore a massive chunk out of the monster's torso. Seeing the damage, a smirk tugged at Den's lips. He knew he had this in the bag. He kept the pressure on, making Antares scream as its body convulsed violently. Up in the VIP box, Tamarick was sweating bullets. Fists clenched tight. He was stressing, but low-key proud of his students' raw power. Even Elga couldn't hide the shock eyes wide with respect. The students went absolutely feral. That was fire. The spirit beast couldn't even block it. Look at that mana output. The applause and cheers were deafening, the hype levels off the charts. But suddenly, red mana surged around Antares' wound. It was regenerating the destroyed flesh in seconds. The monster threw its head back and roared. The rage-filled scream shook the heavens. Its eyes snapped open, glowing blood red. It smashed the ground again, splitting the earth and kicking up a dust storm. Sensing the danger, Den dashed back, but then his eyes went wide. Panic hit his voice. "My spear." The weapon was still lodged in Antares' body. It was vibrating violently, signaling a catastrophic reaction. Meanwhile, Kentus rushed in from the hallway, dripping sweat and cursing under his breath. "Damn it! Did I miss it?" Why host the exam in the middle of nowhere? Heart pounding with a mix of anxiety and annoyance, he slammed the door open. The scene inside made him freeze. Jaw dropping, eyes wide. He gritted his teeth, staring at the high-level mana barrier. His voice trembled in disbelief. A barrier for a basic test. What the hell did they summon? Inside the ring, Antares roared at the sky, a sound that tore through the air. Its eyes were boiling with rage, shooting red beams straight at Kentus. The teacher turned pale, heart skipping a beat. He clenched his fists, screaming in outrage. What a rank 3, Antares. Terror and excitement made him shiver. In the arena, Antares ripped Den's spear out and tossed it aside. It clattered across the floor, leaving deep gouges. The wound was still dripping blood, healing slowly. The beast growled, locking its bloodshot eyes on Den. It looked ready to devour him whole. Den stood his ground, internal monologue running. It tanked that hit and kept standing. This thing is a total tank, he nodded. A confident smirk returned. But the spear isn't gonna cut it anymore. He waved his hand, eyes flashing with a new plan. Sorry, Dad, but I gotta switch to the sword. Instantly, Den drew the blade from his hip, steel gleaming under the lights. Mana flared as he narrowed his eyes. Smile sharp as a knife, he declared. Let's start round 2. The crowd gasped. Elga stroked his chin, intrigued. Haha, switching to a sword. Beside him, Professor Piñasso nodded thoughtfully. It makes sense. This is an independent exam. Unexpected tactics are part of the game. Elga nodded, but his eyes betrayed his shock. True, but the scary part is how chill he is. He stands like a veteran who's survived 1,000 wars. The students whispered feverishly, hearts racing. Standing in the back, Kenta squinted, pride swelling in his chest. Now, he stated firmly, we're about to see what this kid is really made of. Antares charged, eyes murderous. Its fist ignited, creating a massive ring of scorching fire. But Den, he didn't even flinch. He stood like a mountain, calmly parrying every strike. The skills of a master swordsman were on full display, finesse and speed that were simply OP. After a flurry of exchanges, Den hopped back. Not bad, he thought, impressed. In just a few weeks it evolved from strength to speed. It's actually reacting to my moves. Antares didn't let up, launching a frenzied assault. But Den wasn't some scrub. He kept his cool, deflecting every blow with precise swordplay. Spotting an opening, Den slashed the beast's arm, but the blade bounced off. Damn, he muttered. Both arms are coated in fire. Sword aura won't pierce that. Antares sped up, raining punches like a storm. Den's mind raced. I want to crush this thing with ancient magic. But there are too many eyes watching. Gotta do it the hard way. On the stands, Professor Pinasso went pale. Chairman, this is getting too risky. If a student gets cooked, we're all done for. She raised her hand to trigger the emergency recall, but Kentus stepped out from the shadows. Hold up, he interrupted, voice deep and steady. Just watch. Pinasso jumped, spinning around. Professor Kentus, when did you get here? Kentus smiled, eyes shining with trust. I get why you're stressed, but Den's got a strategy cooked up. Back in the ring, Den kept swinging, parrying Antares' blows. There, he spotted a gap. His eyes flashed. A magic circle blazed into existence beneath his feet. Mana exploded. Den engaged turbo mode, blitzing Antares with a barrage of slashes. Deep cuts tore into the monster's thighs, making it howl in agony. The beast lost its balance, flailing wildly as fire erupted around it. Elga gasped, losing his composure. Did he just combo sword arts and magic in a split second? Kentus nodded, grinning like he won the lottery. Looks like we should have summoned something way stronger for him. Elga's face darkened. He clenched his fist. Damn it. A tier 3 summon was supposed to fail him. He's completely shattered my expectations. His heart raced, half fury, half awe. In the arena, Antares opened its maw. Rings of fire gathered. It was charging, a wipeout mechanic. Den just smirked. One last desperate move. You really are a tank. He clenched his fist, eyes blazing with resolve. I wanted to keep this low-key, but it's time to wrap this up. Suddenly, 3 mana-forged spears materialized above his head. He stared Antares dead in the eye. With the job done, a smug grin curled on his lips. He was ready to drop the finisher. The arena air was thick, heavy enough to choke on as the whole world held its breath before the clash. It was the tier 3 beast against Den's explosive magic. Sensing the threat level spike, Antares threw its head back and let out a roar that shook the server. Thunder rumbled as it opened its maw. A pillar of scorching fire blasted straight for Den, melting everything in its path. But right before impact, Den's counter was already live. 3 mana-wrapped spears launched at Godspeed. Antares froze, eyes wide, with 0 time to dodge. The energy from the spears collided, triggering a massive mana explosion that rocked the entire foundation of the arena. The spears pierced straight through, leaving 3 gaping holes in Antares' body. The monster was launched backward like a kite, with a cut string howling in agony as its HP hit 0. Den stood center stage, eyes cold, a satisfied smirk playing on his face. His heart beat steady, but his soul was roaring with the thrill of a perfect victory. He maintained that icy composure, looking like a veteran of 1,000 wars. Up in the VIP stands Professor Pinasso, turned to Elga, her face pale and voice dripping with panic. Chairman, this exam was absolutely twisted. Kenta, standing behind them, narrowed his eyes. His voice was deep but challenging. Twisted? What are you implying? Professor Pinasso's eyes flashed with rage. She snapped back. I don't care how OP he is, making a freshman solo a tier 3 regeneration beast. You think that's balanced? Elga felt the heat and tried to laugh it off. Haha. But the results were clutch, right? His casual tone only poured gas on Pinasso's fire. She screamed, furious. Clutch! It's going in the history books. A freshman using spear arts, magic, and a forced spirit linked to dominate a tier 3 beast that's illegal build diversity. The crowd fell silent, hearts racing as her words sank in. Down below, Den casually stored his weapon in his subspace, acting like he hadn't just soloed a nightmare. Elga and Kentas exchanged worried glances. Their minds were blown. That finishing move was a server-clearing event. Suddenly, Den walked up to the fallen Antares and reached out, shocking the entire audience. The stands erupted in whispers. It was a reaction to pure power. Den had established a forced link with Antares, suppressing its aggro completely. Tactically and visually, it was a flawless run. Professor Pinasso wasn't done venting. If this leaks, people will say we rigged the test to fail him on purpose. Elga was cornered, sweating bullets. He tried to explain, Professor Pinasso, I had safety protocols ready. But his excuses didn't cool her down. She stood up, voice accusing, and yet you sat there doing nothing. While Den faced that monster head-on, Elga stammered, that is, well. Before he could finish, Pinasso glared daggers. As a professor, I can't ignore this negligence. Mr. Chairman, Elga gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, I'm cooked. My entire scheme just went down the drain. Kenta stood in the back, eyes closed in deep thought. He muttered, impressed, I knew the kid was a genius, but he's actually built different. From the start, Den moved more like a Grandmaster Knight than a student. Kentas and Pinasso both looked at Den, determination sparking in their eyes. I have to recruit him as my student. After the dust settled, Elga stepped up, voice booming. The test is over. To Den Sogres, who crushed this special exam, we officially grant the title of Summoner. Along with this badge, we expect you to flex your talents as a Summoner of the Empire. Take it. Den accepted the badge, bowing slightly. Pride shimmered in his eyes as he looked at the gold badge etched with arcane runes. He muttered, a gold badge. This is legendary loot for a special exam. Actually looks pretty fire. Holding the badge high, Den didn't hesitate. He channeled a massive surge of mana into it. Answer the call. Instantly, mana erupted from the badge, shooting a beam into the sky and forming a giant magic circle. A tide of energy flooded out, and something launched itself into reality. The crowd gasped. Elga's eyes bugged out as he yelled, what is that? On the field, a creature with long ears and stubby legs appeared. It was a bunny. The system interface popped up, Antoma. Tier 4 summon, support type. Massively buffs the summoner's physical stats. Den looked at the rabbit and grinned. He laughed. High specs and it's kawaii, I'll take it. He knelt down, whispering softly, good to see you again, Antoma. The atmosphere suddenly got awkward. The audience was stunned silent by the unexpected cuteness overload. Professor Pinasso looked at Kentas, who was equally frozen, and thought, looks like the server just crashed for everyone. She glanced at Den, mind racing. With this many witnesses, the academy is going to be chaotic. True to her prediction, the campus was already buzzing. A student shouted, is that the guy who soloed the special exam? Another replied, shocked. What is up with the Soares family bloodline? At this rate, he's gonna gap his sisters. Meanwhile, Den, Ernest, and Layla were walking through the courtyard, absorbing the attention. Ernest turned to Layla, looking lost. Layla, the math isn't mathing. Is this even possible? Layla crossed her arms, confident and cool. Don't try to understand it. Just accept it, and you'll get used to it. He's basically from another world. Ernest switched topics, excited. Oh right, I finished decoding the map. Layla's eyes lit up. No cap. You're actually cracked at this. Den chimed in, calm, but hyped. Since it's decoded, should we hold the first club meeting? The squad got excited. Layla cheered. Bet I was getting bored anyway. Ernest clenched his fist, happy. I'll try to decode faster next time. Suddenly, Den kept his poker face, but thought, honestly, I'm curious about it too. He turned to the group. Professor Kentas summoned me. I gotta dip. Catch you guys later. He turned and walked away, radiating main character confidence. In the training hall, Kentas was waiting. He looked up, serious. That monster is a nightmare. An Imperial summoner once called 2 of them, and it was a massacre. Just 2 took down 3 knights and 10 soldiers. Den blinked, thinking, I remember that lore. Rumor has it Kentus was in that raid. Kentus stepped closer, eyes sharp. And yet you cleared it without a scratch. Den scratched his head, playing dumb. Just RNG luck, sir. Kentus shook his head. Being too humble is a nerf kid. In my opinion, switching to the way of the sword is your true meta. Den was startled. This guy has high perception stats. Kentus paced slowly. You're only 14, but your swordplay has the skill and grit of a veteran. He paused, voice dropping low. So I'm asking you, do you want to officially learn the sword under me? The question hung in the air. Den's gaze hardened, heart pounding with a mix of hype and pressure. He took a deep breath, ready to answer and change his destiny forever. And that wraps up Season 1. If you want to know what happens next, stay locked in. Let's wait for Season 2 of this masterpiece. Thanks for riding with us this whole time. Much love, fam. But right now in the post-credits scene, Den sat in his room writing a letter. Dearest Mom and Dad, hope you're good. The summer heat is coming and today was interesting. Is the youngest son still grinding away at academy life, you bet. I finally crushed Professor Kentus's swordsmanship class. The theory alone, total game changer. Coming here was the clutch play of the century, no cap. My blade work is finally leveling up. It's time to hit the forge and craft some real steel. He paused, pen hovering over the paper. Oh, and Ernest. He finally cracked the code on that map. Turns out L. Hankston himself designed it. Far east of the academy beneath the abandoned Ama Hall. Legend says a god-tier artifact is hiding in the Saints' catacombs. He reread the letter and hesitated. Is this too much intel? Better not spill all the details. It is a forbidden zone after all, but there's a massive glitch in the system. The undead. When I told the squad, they lost it. Undead. They were sweating buckets, totally cooked. That's nasty, Den, I continued writing. I almost bailed, not gonna lie. But then Priscilla stepped in. The alchemy queen herself saved the day. We pulled up to her spot. She looked at us like we were insane. Excuse me, you want me to raid a forbidden zone? Are you trying to get deleted? Listen up, noobs. Smash the core and they drop. But first you need my buffs. Deal signed. The raid began. Immediately trash mobs swarmed us at the entrance. Priscilla screamed, Den, shatter the core, now. I dumped all my mana into one strike, boom. Just as expected. Priscilla's holy buffs were absolutely broken. OP as hell. We cleared the room effortlessly. And Layla. Her sword skills have ascended. Attack, defense. Our synergy was flawless. No scratches. We survived the darkness and reached the dungeon's heart. Jackpot. I pointed at the ancient seal. Layla gasped. Is that actually from 300 years ago? I nodded. That's the one. The treasure. The loot the Emperor desperately craved, but couldn't touch. The word treasure hit different. The whole squad was buzzing with adrenaline. And there it was. A crimson gem pulsing with overwhelming energy. I grabbed it, hyped out of my mind. First major W for the club. We were bringing home the glory. Everyone was too wired to sleep. But we caused a massive scene. The whole academy is flipping out. Probably should lay low for a bit. As for the gem, big reveal, it's an ancient mana core. Obviously my mana capacity just skyrocketed. Absolute power up. He stopped writing. I'll spill the tea in person. Until then, I'm trusting Big Sis. Suddenly Layla's voice shattered his focus. Den, stop AFKing. We gotta go stat. We don't have time to clean the club room. Snapped back to reality. He grabbed his backpack. You're okay. Coming chill. After that day, Priscilla joined the squad. 4 members strong. But they keep roasting the club name. Everyone was waiting outside. Ernest grinned. Let's roll. Priscilla crossed her arms. Making a senior wait. Bold move. Layla added, yeah, we're booked and busy, dude. Taking all the heat, Den laughed nervously. My bad. Had to clear some inventory. Let's move. They split the chores as they walked. Den stepped up. I'll carry the heavy stuff today. Layla smirked. Duh, you're the tank, aren't you? After some debate, they settled on the name Nam Man. Meanwhile, in the Magic Tower, the legendary 24-hour exam. No food, no sleep, solo run. Open book, but brutal. Only the strong survive this nightmare. Professor Denabo gazed out the window. He sighed deeply. But Den, he speed ran it. He read my mind perfectly. His problem-solving god tier. His situational analysis is terrifyingly good. I feel bad for the other students. But I need that kid in my department. Badly. He turned around. Report. How's the mission? Arthur stepped out of the shadows, hesitating. He keeps rejecting the student council invite. If he joined, he wouldn't just be a member. He could run this place. Decide the future policy of the academy. The professor sighed again, looking at the sky. I see. So even a 5th year couldn't recruit him. Internal monologue. Damn it, this kid is unpredictable. He has zero ego, no thirst for clout like the others. My predictions were totally cooked, but he won't escape me. I'm locking him down. Cut to Arabella's lab. Den, is Arthur still simping for you? I nodded. Yeah, it's getting annoying. She slammed her hand down. That toxic professor never changes. Same as my era. I scratched my head. He tried to groom you too. She nodded furiously. Yup, even promised me the student president seat. Student president sounds like a flex though. She sighed. That professor is a predator. He collects talented kids to turn them into his minions, especially ones with no connections. It's a trap for anyone chasing a career. That's why. Arthur is basically his lapdog, I cut in. So I just ghost him, right? She nodded. Exactly. He's dangerous, Den, a master manipulator. He knows how to own people. If you get involved, you'll become his puppet, so watch your back. Whatever he offers, reject it, instantly. I grinned at my fierce sister. Got it. No deals with the devil. Suddenly the door burst open. Arabella jumped. What the... The squad barged in. Layla held up a strange orb. Den, you hear? Look at this nightmare fuel we found. Ernest dragged this out of the Forbidden Zone. Can you analyze it? Arabella's eyes went wide. What the Forbidden Zone? You guys actually went there. The trio smiled awkwardly. Internal scream. I buried my face in my hands. I literally told you guys to keep a low profile. Sorry, sis. I turned to Ernest, trying to deflect. Wait, aren't the guards strict since the Aimer raid? Ernest grinned like a protagonist. Relax, Den. An adventurer laughs in the face of danger. I rolled my eyes. Yeah. You live for the drama. Yo, isn't that straight up dangerous, though? Ernest dipped his head, acting all shy but grinning. Look, I get why you're tweaking, but the adventurer blood in me is literally screaming, go. I can't just sit here and chill. Watching his best friend Den thought to himself, ever since the Ima Sanctuary raid, Ernest has really leveled up his attitude. It made sense, though. We're talking about Saul, the only legend rumored to have smashed through the 9 shackles after the Iraq Demon Kingdom fell. A place built by a genius like that, any adventurer would be drooling over the loot potential. Layla stepped up to Arabella, holding out a crystal orb. Senpai, you gotta check this out. It's fire. Arabella looked at the girls and let out a heavy sigh. You guys are literal chaos magnets, I swear. Seeing them acting, Sustin called out, Yo Layla, what are you holding? Did you jam something into the mana detector? Ernest scratched his cheek, looking guilty. Okay, no cap. I couldn't sleep last night, so I kinda took a stroll into the Forbidden Zone. You know Saul's lab is in there, right? I kept hearing these weird-ass noises coming from inside. Sounded like heavy machinery cranking up, like something was being built. It gave me the Ickman total goosebumps, and I swear I heard human voices too. Den cut him off. So, what's the big deal? It's a restricted area. Guards patrol there all the time. Hearing voices isn't weird. Ernest frantically scratched his head. Nah, fam. It wasn't just guards. I'm 100% positive. The most sus part, my backup mana detector went off. Like actually pinged. Hearing that, Den flinched. Say what, that's impossible. After Saul died, they moved everything to the Memorial Museum. That lab should be emptier than a noob's inventory. Nothing should be emitting mana. Ernest nodded vigorously. Exactly. Which means there's something inside Saul's lab that the system or the school is keeping on the down low. Mana waves, huh? Arabella analyzed the orb, her expression serious. Ernest, you actually cooked with this one. There really is something in there. Ernest blinked, caught off guard. For real, senpai? Arabella nodded. Yeah, and it's not some mid-tier energy either. Look at the data I pulled up. Everyone stared at the holographic charts, absolutely shook. Den grabbed a sheet to inspect. Arabella continued. These fluctuations match a sample I have. Well, not 100%, but close. I filtered out the noise. Den studied the paper before looking up. So, what's the verdict? Arabella narrowed her eyes. Inside that building, there's something absolutely massive. The 3 friends gasped in unison. What massive? Arabella didn't blink. You heard me. This kind of signature only comes from something with OP mana levels. You said you barely caught the signal right. Something is definitely jamming the waves. It's being cloaked from the outside world. Whether it was Saul or someone else, we don't know. Den stepped in, eyes sharp. One thing's for sure, whatever it is, it's valuable enough to hide. Arabella crossed her arms. Basically. And from what I know, the guards don't even enter that place. They never step foot inside Saul's lab. I used to speedrun sneaking into the Forbidden Zone when I was bored. Priscilla's eyes went wide. Wait, seriously. Arabella just winked. Den felt a sweat drop. Even my sister was a rebel. Then again, he thought no one could resist the allure of Saul. The guy was the GOAT. He was a mage who was simply built different in his youth. She continued. I don't know what they're hiding, but If it's connected to Saul, it's gonna be game-changing. Could be Saul's personal monocore or something even more broken. The hype in the room instantly skyrocketed. Ernest clenched his fist, pumping himself up. If that's true, this is gonna be legendary. Layla tilted her head. But why keep that stuff in an empty lab? Beats me. But Ernest was clutch today. He found this purely on gut instinct. Ernest beamed at the praise. Thanks, Senpai, you're the best, she smirked. So Rookie, what's the plan if you find it? Meanwhile, Den was locked in deep thought. But chances are it's not a legit monocore. If it was, I would have sensed that power the second I entered the zone. So, what the hell is in there? Seeing him zoning out, Layla nudged him. So, leader, what's the move? I know you said to lay low, but this signal is too juicy to ignore, right? Priscilla added. Even if you say no, Ernest is gonna YOLO it anyway. Den nodded. Facts. At least if we go together, we can dodge the surveillance. But we're going in blind. Who knows what mobs or traps are inside? You guys really down for this? They answered with eyes full of fire. Layla winked. You know it. Our squad is OP, remember? Ernest grinned. Plus we got Kane with us. Priscilla tightened her gloves. And I'm not planning on being dead weight. Den mentally facepalmed. I expected this from Ernest and Layla, but even Priscilla is hopping on the bandwagon. Arabella sighed, seeing her brothers struggle. Looks like there's no stopping this train. She grabbed something from her desk. Fine, if you're gonna be stubborn, take these. Everyone stared at the scrolls. What are these? She explained. Emergency teleport scrolls. You know the drill. If things get hairy, don't lag, rip them open immediately. It'll warp you straight back here. You'll get a temporary stat debuff from the shock, but it beats getting a game over, right? Layla's eyes sparkled. Whoa, you're giving us these rare drops, Priscilla bowed. Thank you. Arabella's face turned serious. Just remember, enter the Forbidden Zone, get suspended. Get suspended twice and you're kicked out of the academy permanently. Got it? The realization instantly killed the vibe. They gulped. Yeah, we got it. Den stepped in as the hype man. Don't sweat it, sis. We'll be fine, she scoffed. Don't just talk a big game. Then she softened. Just come back in one piece, okay? And tell me everything you find. Later, back at their base, the squad spread a map on the table to plan their pathing. Ernest pointed to a spot. Here's our entry point. There's a blind spot in the surveillance right here. We'll exploit that glitch to ghost our way into the building. Den nodded, impressed. Ernest, you're actually big brain for this. Operation starts in 2 days. Check your gear and memorize the route. Ernest continued. We need to spam anti-tracking powder as we move. And when we get there, Kane, you're up. We need you to bypass that high-level mana barrier without triggering alarms. Your flames are the key, Den nodded. Bet. I'll be ready. Priscilla frowned. One plan is risky, though. We need a plan B for when things go south. Instead of just panic spamming the scrolls, we need specific protocols for different scenarios. She started laying out the tactics. Layla nodded, a fierce spark in her eyes. Bet. That sounds solid. Priscilla, always the prepared Sunbae, tightened her gloves. The MC took command, his voice steady. All right, squad, listen up. Here's the meta for our battle formation. I'll take point and scan for mana signatures. Ernest, Layla, you guys cover our 6. Priscilla, stay mid. You're the glass cannon, can't get you ganked. The team nodded, locking in the strategy. He turned to the ranger. Ernest swapped to the short bow. We need rapid-fire support, not heavy DPS right now. Ernest smirked, adjusting his quiver. Say less. I'll cover you. The MC's vibe instantly shifted to serious mode. Main quest objective, 0 detection. We don't know what kind of boss mobs are lurking inside. Ernest, however, was buzzing with chaotic energy. He grinned. Yo, the unknown just makes it more hype. Layla shivered, clutching her arms. Just keep the ghosts away for real. Setup complete. The MC checked the party status. Everyone good to go. We move, they answered in unison. The MC's grin widened. Time for the Nam-Man Club to crash the server. After a quick rotation, the squad reached the perimeter of the Forbidden Zone. Camping out meant getting eaten alive by bugs. Layla groaned, slapping her arm. Bro, I'm getting cooked out here. This sucks. Ernest checked the clock. Chill 20 minutes till their shift rotation. What kind of NPCs try to sneak in here? They're gonna get banned. The guards stood like statues. Layla frowned, peering through the brush. Why is the aggro radius so packed with guards today? Ernest whispered. Rumors were true, they doubled the defense. Probably 'cause of our last raid. Layla panicked. So are we soft-locked? Ernest shook his head. Nah, their stamina is low. There's a lag in their rotation. I know the path with the least mobs. Let's ghost. Immediately the squad sprinted after Ernest, moving like shadows in the night. Inside the walls, the shift change triggered. The soldiers yawned, stretching their limbs. Finally. This patrol is mid as hell. I was AFK, standing up. Another guard grumbled. Why the lag? Everyone else dipped already. While the NPCs chatted, the squad flanked them from behind with assassin-tier stealth. They moved with such speed that the wind displaced. A soldier sensed a glitch and spun around, eyes wide. Nothing. He frowned. "Yo, you hear that?" "Hear what?" his buddy asked. The guard shook it off. "Must be the wind." "Whatever." Shift over, they logged off. "All right, GG, see you tomorrow. Security is airtight. No rats getting in." Ironically, 4 huge rats just glitched through the firewall. The squad bypassed the perimeter and headed straight for the old chapel, down to the dungeon level. Ernest pinged the map. "Watch your step-boss room entrance coming up." After navigating the dark, they stopped before a massive, imposing gate. Den scanned the area. "This the spot." Priscilla nodded, impressed. Ernest's pathing was clutch. Good call letting him lead. Then the MC looked up, sensing something off. A mana barrier shimmered above them. Ernest analyzed it. It buffs up closer to the core. Saul really spammed defense on this place to stop intruders, but Den frowned, his eyes narrowing. "Nah, that ain't it." He stepped closer to the barrier. "This energy signature, it's not Saul's style. It feels wrong. It's a different build entirely." Layla blinked, confused. "For real?" "How can you tell?" Den explained. "Saul is OG server history. This barrier. It looks like fresh patch content." "Wait." Ernest paused, the realization hitting him. "So another player broke in and set up their own base to hide something." Den nodded grimly. "Exactly. Whatever is inside is high-level danger." Priscilla hesitated, glancing back. "Should we abort the run? Is it too risky?" Layla cut in instantly. "Abort, no shot. We're already here." She argued. "Maybe an academy admin set it up." Ernest countered. "Nah, this screams illegal player activity. If the admins found a Saul relic, they wouldn't hide it behind a firewall like this." Layla punched her palm, furious. "So someone else is farming my loot. That treasure is mine." Then she corrected herself, seeing their looks. "I mean, we're here for exploration, right? Not stealing." Den nodded. "Right, but these guys are camping. If we run into them, it's going to be a toxic PvP match." Layla sighed. "If they're hostile, we might be in trouble. We might get wiped." Den smirked, looking at his team. "Maybe. But the Nam-Man Club creates the meta. We're OP when we stack together, right?" Internally, he thought cool speech. "But honestly, I just want to see the loot." The squad's morale bar instantly filled up at his words. Ernest looked ready to cry tears of manliness. Layla grinned. "Den's charisma stat is maxed out, no cap." Priscilla sighed but smiled. "If the kids are going, I have to carry you so you don't feed." "I'm in." Layla and Ernest beamed like they just pulled a UR character from a gacha. "Squad ready?" Den asked. "Let's clear this dungeon." Fear lingered, but the grind didn't stop. Kanaz, their spirit ally, unleashed flames that melted the barrier like butter. The seal crumbled under the heat. Inside, a trap-filled hallway straight out of a nightmare difficulty raid. They barely dodged the mechanics, sweating bullets. Finally, past the trap spam, they entered the main zone. Layla gasped, her jaw dropping. What is this map I didn't expect?" A whole castle underground. The room was chaotic, cluttered with loot boxes, wine barrels, and supplies scattered everywhere like a messy inventory. Ernest pointed out, "Look at the rations. Someone's definitely base camping here." Den scanned the area, eyes sharp. "Weird. No active hitboxes. Feels abandoned." Layla asked, "Academy research team?" Priscilla shook her head. "RNG says no. Look closer at the gear. Admins use standard issue gear. This stuff. It's a mix of black market items and random loot. Totally illegal. They wouldn't hide it like this." Den agreed. "Priscilla's right. This is a third-party server. Let's loot the area before the owners log back in. Split push. Check everything." Den crouched, hand on the floor. Whoa, massive mana flow underneath. What's the source? It's surging like a ley line. Suddenly Ernest pinged the map, waving frantically. "Den, get over here ASAP." Layla pointed. "Hidden path behind this wall." Huge find. Now they could track that OP mana signal straight to its core. They descended into the depths. A blinding mystical glow hit them. "No shot," Layla whispered. A mana stone the size of a house loomed before them. "That's a world boss drop-level stone." Den analyzed it, his heart racing. Confirmed. This aura. It's Saul's legacy. The energy was suffocating, raw power radiating in waves. Ancient runes circled the stone. What kind of ritual were they prepping for with this much juice? Who was pulling the strings? Suddenly Ernest froze, his face pale. "We're cooked. Hostiles incoming." The proximity sensors just tripped. Panic mode engaged. Even Den, the guy with the strongest mental fortitude, was completely shook. High above them, a squad of strangers just pulled up to the church entrance. One goon barked, "Speed run this." The other 3 replied in sync, "Roger that, boss." They rushed inside with insane speed. The captain warned, "Focus. We're only here to farm the mana essence from Saul. That glory is ours." The mob shouted, Bet. After navigating the maze, the group finally reached the boss room deep in the basement. Staring at the glowing mana stone, the blue-haired captain smirked. We made it inside safe, no cap. He turned to his minions. Sweep the room. If anything looks sus, report it ASAP. The two lackeys nodded. Got it. They turned back toward the stairs, but after a few steps, one let out a heavy sigh. Finally, we can chill for a sec. Greenhair asked, we gotta camp here for 2 whole months. The other replied, maybe longer. At least our inventory is stocked with food. So, that's not an issue. But the moment he took another step, boom. He tripped a wire den squad set up, triggering a rain of iron spears from the ceiling. Total ambush. They couldn't even react before the spears smacked them, sending them tumbling down into the darkness, screaming in pain. Hearing the chaos, the captain spun around, roaring, "What's the situation?" After tumbling down the stairs like ragdolls, the two goons slammed into the door with a deafening crash. Suddenly, a purple-pink mist started flooding the room from the inside. It wasn't normal smoke. The captain squinted. "What kind of gas is this?" A minion gagged. "It's poison gas." He whipped his head around, screaming, "Captain, this is..." The captain's eyes went wide. He waved his hands frantically. "Fall back. It's a trap." But his orders came too late. Den's squad clapped all 4 of them instantly. 0 difficulty. Ernest started looting their bodies and whistled. "Whoa, there's more loot here than I thought. A logbook, some silver coins, and random junk. Plus, something hidden in a back pocket." Den stared at the unconscious bodies, his mind racing. Who are these clowns anyway? They were definitely hunting Saul's mana stone, but are they Academy staff? Or maybe... Priscilla cut in her eyes, locked on something. Den, check this logbook. It's major intel. Den grabbed the book and started reading. During the essence extraction phase, keep 2 extractors running at all times. When progress hits 60%, add a 3rd one. If the magic circle glitched, pause and reinforce immediately. Check the attached schematics. Reading this, Den frowned. Essence extraction. Priscilla murmured, "Sounds sketch as hell." Den nodded. "Yeah, extremely dangerous." Ernest interrupted, holding up another item. "That's not all. These guys have a full map of the continent." Den raised an eyebrow. "A continent map?" Layla gasped. "That's classified Imperial data. Civilians aren't allowed to have that," Ernest theorized. "Think they're part of a rebel faction." With all these red flags, Den was deep in thought. Too many things weren't adding up. Then he noticed it. Den's eyes widened as he zoomed in on the captain. Something was glowing inside the guy's mouth. Den rushed over. He snatched it right out of the captain's jaw. Staring at the pill, he muttered, "Just as I thought. A suicide poison. My mom taught me about these. Standard issue for assassin guilds and shadow orgs. Used to silence members so they don't leak secrets if they get caught. Brainwashed to self-delete on command. What kind of twisted organization operates like this?" Meanwhile, Priscilla was still analyzing the notebook. Suddenly, she pointed at a page. "Guys, look at this. There's a manifesto written here." The squad gathered around, stunned. It read, "For a new world. Rule 1, security is priority. It matters more than your own life. Rule 2, we act to change the world. Rule 3, never ask about another member's identity. We are one, yet we are separate." The list of cult-like rules went on. Priscilla frowned. "This part is the most sus. There are coordinates here. I don't know the exact spot, but it's definitely near the academy." Den asked, "What's at 34.58? Ernest stroked his chin, calculating the numbers. Then his eyes lit up. "Wait, if it's that location..." Den looked at him. "You know it." Ernest nodded grimly. "Yeah, it's the logistics transport route near the back gate." Layla pieced it together. "So that's how they infiltrated," Ernest confirmed, "most likely. There has to be a traitor inside the academy helping them." The plot was thickening by the second. Den took charge. "A secret society trying to farm Saul's essence. What do they want with that power? Whatever. Plan B. Pack everything into the subspace inventory for evidence. We need to analyze this later. We'll report this to the academy director and the guards." He paused, a mischievous grin forming. "But it'd be a waste to leave empty-handed, right?" The other 3 blinked. "Say what?" Den's eyes narrowed, looking at the prize. "Let's snag the mana stone. If we leave it, these creeps will just get it eventually. Better we hold on to it than let some mystery villains use it." Later, the goons started waking up. One screamed, "Captain, wake up, we're cooked." The captain groaned, clutching his skull. "My head, why are you screaming?" A minion pointed at the mana stone. It was dull gray and lifeless. The mana stone is empty." The words hit the captain like a truck. "What? Are you trolling me right now?" He cursed, "Damn it. It had to be those guys who set the traps." But before he could figure it out, The academy guards stormed the basement surrounding them. A guard shouted, "Freeze! You dare trespass on this sacred ground, you're not going anywhere." The intruders panicked. How did the guards get here so fast? The lead guard barked, "Cuff them all, don't let a single rat escape." The captain grit his teeth in despair. Damn it. Seriously. Did the organization sell us out? As the intruders were dragged outside the guard, Captain sighed heavily. I'm going to lose my mind. Decades of peace, and now this Forbidden Zone drama. He pointed at the captives. Did the intruders spill anything? A bald officer reported back. They aren't talking, sir. Tight-lipped. We might need persuasive measures. The three intruders looked defeated but stayed silent. The captain waved his hand. Beat some sense into them. Finish the prelims and throw them in the interrogation room. The bald guard saluted. Sir, yes, sir. But the captain was sweating internally. This is a disaster. We doubled security and 5 rats still slipped in. I'm definitely getting a pay cut. Or fired. Suddenly a soldier sprinted in, out of breath. Captain, the Magic Ministry's investigation team is here. Hearing they arrived this fast, the captain jumped out of his skin. Why is he here already? He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, cursing internally. Damn it. I never thought that lazy professor would actually drag himself out here personally. Donavo listened to the full report and summed it up. So let me get this straight. You heard a noise, found the mana barrier shattered, and caught the intruders inside. Is that right? The captain nodded firmly. That's correct, sir. Donavo rubbed his chin, thinking hard. Sus. Saul's barrier isn't some cheap glass. Breaking it requires serious OP power. If they were that strong, why'd they get caught so easily? The captain shook his head, looking just as confused. Beats me. I can't wrap my head around it either. By the way, we found this in their inventory. Want to take a look? Donavo eyed the object in the captain's hand. A book. He reached out and grabbed it. He started scanning the pages, searching for clues, but he came up empty. It's sealed with high-tier magic. Only authorized users can unlock this bad boy. But someone brute-forced the seal. The captain's jaw dropped. Say what? How is that even possible? Donavo tucked the book into his coat. I'm taking this back to the lab. Might be some hidden encryptions on it. The captain laughed nervously. Haha, sure thing. I only got a glimpse, but these guys look like they belong to some shadow organization. Donavo's eyes narrowed dangerously. A secret organization, huh? The captain continued. We also found a massive mana stone in the basement. Things taller than a grown man. Donavo was shook. A mana stone down there. That basement was supposed to be empty. We thought it was weird too. Why would a giant mana stone be chilling in a restricted zone? Donavo made up his mind. Take me there. I need to see this with my own eyes. Scene shift to the academy. The courtyard was buzzing with gossip. Yo, did you hear the Forbidden Zone is glitching again? Guards are running riot. Another student chimed in. Man, it's been crazy lately. Total bad vibes. Hearing the rumors, Priscilla sighed, looking defeated. Jeez. The whole campus has been in chaos since yesterday's mess. He turned to her. Priscilla, you dig up any info? She nodded. Yeah. Word is, the Magic Ministry squad has already started grilling the intruders. Even Professor Donavo pulled up to the scene. Ernest jumped in. If Donavo's there personally, this situation is definitely not mid. It's serious. Layla whispered. We really stirred up a hornet's nest this time. He smirked. It's already on the daily news feed. Wanna see? Ernest grabbed the paper and gasped. Bruh, already news travels faster than light. The headline screamed, Restricted Zone breached. 5 intruders under interrogation. Guards take full responsibility. He watched from the back thinking, if Donavo is involved, he definitely knows this isn't just some random prank. He spoke up. But if the ministry is handling it, we should be clear, right? Priscilla sighed. Yeah, but they're ruthless. They'll use every spell in the book to make those guys talk. Layla panicked. What if they snitch on us? Ernest flashed a reassuring smile. Chill out. We wiped our tracks. Claire and Slate. Priscilla regained her confidence. Honestly, the academy should thank us. Without us, those creeps wouldn't have been caught. He nodded. No cap. Those guys are clueless about us. Let's just lay low for a bit. He turned to Ernest. You got the loot from their inventory. Ernest nodded. You know it. Here's the analysis data. Check it out. He thought to himself, tracing their steps might lead us to another treasure. Maybe even Saul's legendary essence. Fast forward a few days. The academy was in shambles again. This time, the royal investigation team had arrived. Royals rarely visited, but this time, they brought an army. Knights lined up with flags waving. It was a flex like no other. Standing before the giant door, a man voiced his doubts. But this vibe is mad sus, no lie. That guy is Delphine, the 4th Royal Knight Commander, and he looks rattled. He said an intruder ghosted the Aina Church, and now randoms are Camping out in Saul's lab, Donavo stepped up like, yeah, this is super weird. They tried tracking the trail, but honestly, there cooked no results at all. Delphine side-eyed him. What about the barrier? A female professor answered, we're investigating, but so far, nothing. No glitches, no cracks. Delphine sighed, frustrated. What a pain. Especially since this is Hangston's tech. He turned his sharp gaze behind him. What's your take on this, Your Highness? The red-haired youth was the third Prince Edward. He looked clueless, stuttering. I don't really get it. Delphine turned away, dismissing him. Understood, sir. Donavo's eyes went wide. Wait, the third prince is here. Why would he bother coming to a dump like this? Edward closed his eyes, deep in thought. Then he opened them, staring at the door. Is that a melt mark on the barrier? It was faint, barely visible. The surface looks weird. Like it was melted down and patched up. Whoever did this is a genius. Donavo explained Saul's barrier. It was built to last centuries. No one has ever cracked it. Delphine nodded. Facts. A perfect fortress, and yet it's been breached. Edward spoke up from the back. That means even the royal barrier could be cooked. Suddenly Edward's eyes widened. A strange energy wrapped around him. Sweat poured down his face as he clenched his hands to stop the trembling, Delphine noticed. Your Highness, are you hurt? Edward rubbed his arm. Nah, I'm good. Just some usual aches. Delphine looked worried. Please, if you feel off, tell us. We can bounce. This investigation matters, but your health is top priority. Edward shook his head. No. I'm here because I want to be. I'm not quitting. My hand is fine. Donavo watched them calculating, the prince and the commander together. We need to tread carefully, Delphine advised. Maybe step out for a breather if it gets bad. Just let us know. Edward nodded. Yeah, sure. Delphine walked out thinking, poor guy. Known as the useless prince. Can't even control his own hands. If only he had a healthy body. Edward stood there in silence. He looked down at his trembling hand. Damn it. Always something getting in my way. But I can't hesitate now. I need clues. I have to find it myself. Sorry, Delphine. Meanwhile, Delphine barked orders. 0 traces. You said it happened around 5 a.m. Donavo nodded. Yes, right before sunrise. That's when it went down. Delphine asked, Mana detection. Donavo bowed his head. Nothing, sir. Delphine's face went dark. Tear this place apart. Suddenly a soldier burst into the room, gasping for air like he'd just run a marathon. Captain Massive Crisis. The prince. He's gone ghost. Delphine nearly jumped out of his skin. Say psych right now, he was literally just here. The soldier stammered, explaining how the prince vanished the second they blinked. Delphine's face went red with rage. You absolute clowns, I'm surrounded by NPCs. He spun around, barking orders. Shut everything down. Cancel the investigation. We need to find His Highness A.S.A.P. The soldiers snapped to attention, roaring, Sir, yes sir, inside. Delphine was spiraling. His stats are garbage tier. Why would he pull a stunt like this? Meanwhile, Edward was sprinting deep into the academy woods, lungs burning. I have to clutch this investigation, he thought, grit in his teeth. I need my father to finally notice me. I'm done being invisible. I might have 0 talent, but I'll grind until I level up. I refuse to be a useless prince anymore. Deep in the Bonya forest. Den's squad was already hard at work sweating it out. Den was locked in focusing on his mana flow while Ernest and Layla ran weapon drills. Layla frowned, calling out, Your stance is cringe, Ernest. You're gonna get toppled. Fix your base. Ernest immediately adjusted his footing. Is this the vibe? He asked, sweating. Layla nodded, flashing a smile. Way cleaner. That's valid. Watching them grind, Den couldn't help but smile. Looks like Ernest is finally getting used to the hardcore training menu. Layla's carrying him no cap. With them distracted, Den could fully focus on micromanaging his own mana. He flexed his fingers. Effortlessly complex magic circles spun into existence around him, glowing with raw power. He stared at his hands, feeling the hum of energy. Finally, he whispered. 2 mana loops complete. I even pulled off the 4-layer structure. This great sage magic is actually cheat level. But suddenly his eyes widened as his perception shifted. A strange energy caught his attention. Every time I stack 4 layers, my vision glitches. I can see the mana flowing inside people. It's beautiful. I wonder what else I'll unlock next time. Just to test it, he whipped up a condensed mana bomb, letting it hover. He sent it zipping around Ernest and Layla's heads like a drone, making Ernest jump. Whoa, was that wind? Layla stared at Den, eyes wide. Yo, Den, what kind of spell was that? Den shrugged. Just a wind bomb. Compressed air, basically. Ernest's jaw dropped. That's insane. I've never seen a mana concentration that dense before. That's legendary tier, Layla added, shivering. And it was a 4-layer construct that's terrifyingly OP. Den eyed the floating sphere of destruction. I'll just yeet it gently, he muttered. He spun the mana bomb around his body, building momentum like a pitcher winding up. He launched it toward the tree line. He meant to go easy, but the projectile broke the sound barrier, tearing through the air with a screech. Suddenly, a chill ran down everyone's spine. Someone is there. Before they could react, a deafening boom rocked the forest. Dust and debris exploded outward as ancient trees were snapped like toothpicks. The blast zone was flattened, instantly pure devastation. Layla screamed over the ringing in her ears. Den, you heard that too, right? There was someone in the drop zone. Cold sweat poured down Den's face. Yeah, I heard it. We are so cooked, he cursed internally. I thought this server was empty. We gotta check it out, now. Watch out, Layla warned. If we hurt someone. Rewind a few minutes. Edward was prowling through the undergrowth, scanning for clues. He stopped, looking around. For real. The academy has a forest this massive. The students here must be living their best lives, vibing with friends. A pang of jealousy hit him. Must be nice. If I wasn't born a prince, could I have been just a normal student? My heart's racing just imagining it. He shook his head violently. Stop. No more Delulu thoughts. Focus on the mission. Find the intruders. Suddenly, noises from deeper in the woods caught his ear. He crouched. What's that, other people? He peeked through the bushes to see Den's squad going hard at training. Edward's eyes lit up. Students grinding out here. They look my age, but their skills are cracked. Layla finished a set and turned to the dark-haired boy. Rate my form. The transition felt kind of mid. Den circled her like a pro coach. It's your footwork. Slide the back foot when you pivot. Layla nodded. Bet. Let me run it back. Watching from the shadows, Edward froze. Did she just say Den wait? Den Sograth. The rookie everyone is hyping up. That's him. Den Sograth. Even the royal family knows his name. Admitted to the top research department in 4 fields. Meanwhile, I can't even do basic stuff. He's a genius among geniuses, yet he's out here grinding like a newbie. If I was here, maybe I could have been part of a squad like that. Just laughing and learning. Suddenly, a high-pitched whine pierced the air. Something was coming straight at him at Mach speed. Edward's eyes widened. Yo, is that a... Den's mana bomb slammed into the earth nearby. Boom. The shockwave obliterated the trees, turning the peaceful clearing into a disaster zone. Edward got absolutely ragdolled. The blast sent him tumbling backward, dirt flying everywhere. He lay there stunned, trying to process how he almost died. A scream of pure agony ripped from his throat, echoing through the trees. Realizing they'd hit a person, the trio sprinted over. Ernest looked panicked. Bro, you alive? Den looked ready to pass out from guilt. My bad, I swear, I thought nobody was here. Edward was curled up on the ground, groaning in pain. Ernest squinted at the dusty clothes. Hold up. That drip. Isn't that the Royal Investigation Squad uniform? Layla gasped, covering her mouth. Wait, are you a royal knight? Den scratched his head, sweating bullets. No, Layla. Look closer. His analytical mind kicked into high gear. Royal uniform. And that distinct red hair. That's the signature trait of the Ernest bloodline. Den's voice shook. No way. Are you... royalty? The realization hit the group like a truck. Terror washed over them. Edward, struggling to his feet, glared at them, dusting himself off. He looked furious. You absolute morons, Edward shouted. Den immediately dropped to one knee. I am Den Sograth, son of Count Sograth. Greetings, your highness. I apologize profusely. I have committed a grave error. Ernest dropped down too. Ernest Dillon, son of Baron Dillon. First-year magic department. Layla followed suit. Layla Thurman, eldest of Count Thurman. First-year swordsmanship. Please forgive us, we're cooked. But Edward's anger suddenly evaporated. A grin spread across his face. Chill out. I'm not hurt. Just caught off guard. His eyes sparkled. Actually, this is kind of lit. I'm happy to meet you guys. Den Sograth, you're basically a celebrity. And Dillon, your fam, is legendary in exploration. And Thurman, you took the W at the Denton Cup, right? I watched the finals. You were fire. Layla blushed, bowing lower. It's an honor, your highness. Edward waved his hand dismissively. All right, enough with the bowing. Stand up, all of you. They scrambled to their feet. Yes, your highness. Ernest looked confused. I'm glad you're okay, sir, but why are you out in the boonies like this? Layla chimed in with a shrug. This spot is totally off the grid. Even the other students barely come here. That's why it's the perfect grind spot for leveling up in peace. Edward narrowed his eyes, acting all soothes before stammering. Actually, I rolled up with the Royal Investigation Squad, but I tried to solo explore the map and, got completely lost. No cap. You guys know about the glitched out events at the Langston dorms, right? We're trying to debug that mess, but zero clues so far. It's trash. Ernest shot back sharp as a blade. So you're here to investigate for real. We picked up on some weird vibes, but it's hard to say for sure. Den side-eyed the prince, his mind racing. They actually sensed something. A regular NPC shouldn't be able to detect that glitch, but they sound low-key insecure about it. Connecting the dots. Ernest dropped the bomb. Wait, so the anomaly, was it actually discovered by your highness? Edward nodded slowly. You could say that. Layla and Ernest flinched. The prince leaned in, whispering, "Damn it, this whole mess is linked to us." Layla hissed back, "If we get exposed, we are absolutely cooked." Den stood there scanning Edward like he was reading a stat sheet. He's different from the top-tier older princes. He's our age. Rumor has it he's just a basic normie with zero specs. No special skills, just mid. But that doesn't add up. We spread anti-tracking dust everywhere. He shouldn't have been able to pathfind his way here. Plus, he clocked the anomaly that everyone else missed. No way he's just some random mob. Is he smurfing? Hiding a secret OP ability under that innocent look. Sensing the tension, Edward flashed a disarming smile. Chill, I told you. I just took a wrong turn and ended up here. This academy map is way too confusing. Ernest pressed him. Then you better bounce like now. Your squad is probably turning the map upside down looking for you. Though let's be real, they're probably lost in this massive maze too. Edward stalled, checking the time. Actually, since I'm already here, spill the tea. What's the meta like at this academy? Ernest and Layla froze in their tracks. Say what? You want our lore? Den watched him quietly. Prince or not, he's just a teenage noob at heart. Locked in the castle server his whole life. It makes sense he'd be curious about the vanilla playthrough. Edward asked, "So what were you guys grinding just now?" "Training." Ernest nodded. "Yeah, it's quiet here. Best spot to farm XP." But Den's instincts were screaming. Something sus. This prince, his presence feels heavy. Like mana is choking the air around him. Can mana even flow like that? I need to analyze this further. Meanwhile, inside the academy, the royal guards were in full panic mode, scrambling like headless chickens. Clara. He's not here. Damn it. Move to the next zone. Students watched the chaos, whispering, "Yo, is that the Royal Investigation Squad? What's the drama? They looking for loot or something? Did they catch the perp?" "Nah, bro. If they did, the Magic Corps would be here, not these guys." This vibe is tense for real. Elsewhere, Captain Delphine was sweating bullets hunting for Edward, but the search yielded zero results. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Trash luck. He's nowhere. Where the hell did he spawn? We don't even know who the boss monster is behind this mess. The prince is solo with that injured hand. If he runs into a PKer, getting fired is fine, but if he gets deleted. Suddenly, a voice broke his spiral. A soldier rushed in. "Captain, we got a ping on the radar." A witness saw someone in a gold-trimmed cloak heading for the outer forest biome. Delphine spun around. "For real, bring that witness in ASAP." He barked orders, moving with purpose. "All units to the outer forest. Priority 1 is the prince's HP bar." "Sir." "Yes, sir." As Delphine sprinted, his mind raced. The forest. Why go to that high-level zone? Don't tell me he actually found a clue. Back with Den's squad. Edward sighed, looking defeated. Must be nice. If I wasn't born into this royal guild, maybe I could have just played the game normally. No clan responsibilities. I swear the devs must hate me. Den stepped forward. "Your Highness, no disrespect, but I gotta ask something." Edward blinked. "Shoot. What's up, Den?" Den's eyes locked onto the prince's arm. "That hand. It's hurting like hell, isn't it?" The question hit a critical spot. Edward flinched, his internal alarm ringing. No way. How did he decode that? Layla frowned, confused. His Highness's hand. What's the deal? Edward instinctively hid his arm behind his back. You're glitching." "You're wrong," Edward stammered. Den didn't back down. "Am I because from my POV?" Layla cut him off. "Den, stop spouting nonsense." Edward was sweating buckets, staring daggers at Den. Den held the gaze for a beat, then let out a heavy sigh. "Fine. If you don't want to talk about it, I'll drop it. I'll wipe my memory cache of everything I saw today." Edward hesitated. "This guy, did he actually diagnose my condition?" Layla tried to save the mood. "Ignore him. Den acts like a weirdo sometimes. Please don't ban him." But Edward shook his head. "No. He's right on the money." Ernest and Layla froze, their jaws hitting the floor. "Wait, for real." Edward stayed silent for a moment, staring down at his right hand. "My right hand. It's basically bricked. Useless." He looked at Den with intensity. "How did you spot the bug?" Den broke it down. "To be exact, I didn't see the injury. I saw the mana flow. It's trying to reach your hand, but it's getting firewall blocked." Edward gasped. "What you can see, mana flow. With your bare eyes," Den nodded. "Yeah, Caught a lucky buff from an artifact I merged with. Lie. It's actually ancient mana, but I can't leak that info. That's a legendary tier skill, Edward marveled. So you know the cause? Den shook his head. No, I can't see the source code. But I know why you're taking damage. The mana is supposed to flow into your hand, but it's getting blocked at the wrist and backfiring. A hand that mana can't reach. It's basically suffering necrosis. Den stepped closer, voice serious. Your Highness, mind telling me how this happened? The question hung in the air. Edward looked down at his trembling hand. After a long pause, he opened up. It started when I was level 1. Spawned in fine, but then it just happened. I couldn't even equip a spoon until I was 7. Couldn't hold a pen until 10. Sword training, horse riding, impossible. Everything a prince needs to main, I couldn't do. Magic was out of the question. Every attempt was a fail stack. I've been living like a glitch. A shameful excuse for a prince. I couldn't let anyone know. Den processed the info. So he's been nerfed since he was a kid. That's why his reputation is so low compared to the others. Beside them, Ernest and Layla were shaking like leaves. Layla managed to whisper, "But, Your Highness, are we seriously hearing this tea right now?" Ernest whispered, totally shook. "You're really spilling a secret, that huge..." Edward just smiled. "It's chill. I figure you guys won't snitch. Besides, the vibes are immaculate today. Those royal doctors and mages were absolutely useless, couldn't find a thing. But I finally figured it out." He looked straight at Den. "You trust me, don't you?" Den smirked, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Bet. A member of the Sogres clan never caps. Besides, you'd have to be a legendary scammer to hustle a whole prince." The playful shade made the corner of Den's mouth twitch. Inside, he was screaming, "What kind of twisted joke is this guy on?" Edward stared at his own palm, his expression darkening. "People noticed the power fading from my hand. No cap, sooner or later this thing is going to be worse than useless." Then he locked eyes with Den, burning with determination. "So, can you fix it or not?" The request was so out of pocket that Den needed a second to buffer. His two friends stayed silent, too scared to even breathe. After a beat, Den bowed his head. "Sorry, Your Highness. I ain't a healer." Edward's face fell, the disappointment hitting him like a truck. He sighed, resigned. "Fair enough. It definitely wasn't going to be a walk in the park." But then, Den flipped the script. "However, if Your Highness wants, I can give it a shot." He said it with the confidence of a main character. Edward's mood instantly did a 180. "For real? Then send it. Right now. If you fix my hand, I'll do literally anything for you." Den raised an eyebrow, locking in the deal. "You sure about that? If that's your wish, I'll try to remix the mana flow. But keep it a buck. If I fail, you might actually die." The words hung in the air, freezing Edward in place. He stuttered. Excuse me." Den didn't flinch. "If I botch this and hurt Your Highness, I'm definitely getting executed for assassination. But I got way too many years left to live and stuff to do. So, if I clutch this and fix your arm, how exactly are you going to pay me back?" Den's bold demand made Edward pause, his brain working overtime to process the audacity. The two friends looked like their souls had left their bodies. Edward finally asked, "You trying to make a contract with me right now?" Den nodded, cool as ice. "Yup. I don't do vague risks. But if the loot is legendary, that's a different story." Den's savage honesty left Edward stunned for a hot second before he burst out laughing. "A contract with me? You're the first person to ever try that. You're built different, Denso Grace." The prince grinned. "All right, bet. Denso Grace, if you fix my hand, I'll grant any wish you drop on me." Den's eyes lit up like he just pulled an SSR item. "No cap, Your Highness?" Edward nodded. "On my honor. This hand is going to be bricked soon anyway. Worst case scenario failure just speeds up the inevitable." He stepped closer, putting a hand on Den's shoulder. "Just do your thing. If we fail, I'll leave a note saying you're innocent so you don't get cooked." The casual way he talked about death made the trio awkward. Den stayed silent for a moment, then nodded. "Let's run it." Edward beamed. "Awesome. Thanks, man." Seeing the prince this hyped, Den thought this might be the biggest event of my life. If I win, it's a massive W. If I lose, absolute disaster. I have to succeed. Failure isn't an option. Den took charge. "First off, get comfortable, Your Highness." Edward obeyed instantly. Den analyzed. "He's been controlling mana since he was a kid. He's confident, but I've got that ancient mana flowing in me." Den moved behind the prince, gripping his right arm with both hands to scan the situation. He whispered, voice low and focused. "All right, I'm going in." The second he spoke, a surge of mana flooded from Den's core, diving straight into Edward's body. He carefully navigated the prince's internal flow. But the moment their mana clashed, boom! A violent shockwave exploded from within. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, the search party was scrambling. Inside the dense tree line, a voice called out, What's the status on your side? Another replied, blocked. Giant cliff face. We can't get through this way. A soldier sprinted up breathless. Captain, too many paths ahead. We're spread way too thin. Captain Delphine's eyes narrowed dangerously. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, we don't have the numbers to split up here. Suddenly his gaze snapped toward the deeper part of the woods. No way. What is that vibe? He instantly raised a hand, signaling the squad to go stealth mode. His hand tightened around his sword hilt. He drew the blade, dropping into a combat stance. His face was stone cold. Move. Silent and deadly. The squad ghosted toward the source of the anomaly. Something was definitely off. Within minutes, they were closing in on Den's location, but Den's sensory range had already picked them up. The group turned to look. Delphine emerged from the shadows, eyes radiating pure murder. You scum! What do you think you're doing to His Highness? He charged, roaring. Get away from him, you filthy rats! The sheer killing intent terrified Den's group. Layla gasped, Knights, we're surrounded. Den panicked internally. Oh snap, they're closing in. I need to explain. Instinctively, he summoned a swirling aura of mana in his hand. But Delphine didn't hesitate for a split second. He lunged at Den, ready to end him. You dare lay a hand on the prince! The speed was god tier. Den gasped, he's too fast. I'm gonna get folded. Just as the steel was about to slice into Den, Edward threw himself in between. Stop it, Delphine. Seeing the prince alive, the captain froze mid-strike. Your Highness... Seeing the fire in Edward's eyes, Delphine slowly lowered his weapon, calming down. Your Highness, are you good? Do you have any idea how stressed we were? Edward replied, Chill out, I'm fine. The captain pressed on. Why did you come this deep into the danger zone? And who are these randoms? Edward waved it off. I was just investigating and got turned around. I'll explain everything on the way back. He glanced at his arm, thinking the feeling is different. It actually worked. He turned to Den with a warm smile. I'm heading out. Thanks for the clutch. Den bowed respectfully. I only did what I could, Your Highness. It was an honor. On the march back, after hearing the full story, Delphine spoke up. So that kid is Count Sogres' son? Edward nodded. Yup, and he's my savior. Delphine looked confused. Savior, isn't that a bit much? Edward explained. He did something legendary for me. So tell me, what kind of gift should I drop on them? Delphine frowned, skeptical. A gift? What do you mean? He thought they might be nobles, but you literally just met them today. Edward rubbed his chin, mumbling. Basic rewards are mid. I want to give them something actually OP. Then a light bulb went off. Oh, he turned to Delphine. What about that thing? He leaned in and whispered the details. Delphine's eyes went wide with shock. Your Highness. Edward scratched his head, looking a bit shy. Think that's appropriate? Delphine asked. Isn't that way too extra? Just making a friend has him this hyped. Edward laughed, beaming. Compared to what Den did for me, this is nothing. Yes. Send word to the palace. Bring everything here right now. Forced to play along, Dem grit his teeth and replied, loud and clear. As he watched the guy walk away, humming a tune like he owned the place, the gears in Dem's head started turning. Actually, this might be a W. With the heirs of Count Sogres and Duke Thormian involved, the alliance between the crown and the great houses just leveled up. It's a massive power boost for His Highness No Cap. Scene changed to 1 week later. We got summoned to the royal palace. Sitting across from us in the reception room, Prince Edward broke the silence. Dem, my arms fully healed. 0 side effects. Thanks a ton. Dem bowed with perfect etiquette, replying, That is a relief, Your Highness. Then the prince gestured to something beneath the table. Take a seat. I prepped a little something to show my appreciation, so don't leave me hanging. This is what you guys deserve. 3 servants entered, each carrying a sleek small box. The moment they saw the items, Dem and the crew's eyes went wide. Your Highness, is this? Edward nodded, dropping the bomb. That's right. It's a royal token. Usage is simple. If you ever get into a jam, just flash this badge and consider it handled. Holding it in his trembling hands, Ernest gasped. Are we actually allowed to keep this? It's too OP. Edward nodded. Obvi, it's yours. Ernest grinned. Thank you so much, Your Highness. The prince waved him off. Cut the formal stuff. Just enjoy the day, all right. The trio responded in unison. Yes, Your Highness. Then they dug into a royal feast that was straight fire. Meeting the prince today, total unexpected luck stat boost. But the identity of the intruders remained a mystery. No suspects, and the case went cold. Fast forward a bit, midterms finally hit. Dem stood in the courtyard, letting out a long sigh. Finally, the exams are over. He turned to Layla. How'd you do? She replied with confidence. Major subjects were a breeze, and the general eds were pretty mid. I think I aced it. Meanwhile, Priscilla clenched her fists, aura flaring. I wish this world would just burn down. Why was the test so hard I literally memorized the scripture? Dem's sweat dropped thinking to himself. Turns out theology isn't a walk in the park even for a saintess. Ernest tried to clutch it up with comfort. Hey, at least it's over, Dem added. We're free now. Good job, everyone. We've got a few days off to recharge. What's the move for the break? Ernest grinned. I'm thinking of joining the bodybuilding club. Gotta focus on the gains. Layla looked at him like he grew a second head. Excuse me, you. Priscilla stroked her chin, analyzing. Guess you realized your stats were lacking after those combat simulations. Huh, you know what needs to be done. Ernest flexed. Bet. Just wait for the results. Priscilla warned, don't get yourself wrecked. Layla touched her cheek softly. I think I'll head home for a bit. My mom's been wanting to see me forever. She turned to Dem. What about you? He hesitated for a second before replying, I'll probably hit the library and grind some more skills. Layla was shook. Studying right after exams. Are you for real? He shrugged. Not like I've got other quests to do. Wait. A memory unlocked in his mind. Number 3's words just reminded me of something from when I was 7. The Duke gave me a gift, a badge for the Thormian smithy. I need to craft a new sword, so I might as well cash that in. Seeing him still in work mode, Layla sighed heavily. Haven't heard you talk about that in ages. Priscilla added, you really never stop grinding. Suddenly Dem looked at Layla. Actually, scratch that. Layla, I'm coming with you. Her face lit up. To my place, say less. But why the sudden switch up? Dem scratched his head, looking a bit shy. I just figured I wanted to check out your family's legendary smithy. Realizing he was just there for the gear, she smirked. You're probably the only guy on Earth who'd call visiting a duke's estate just checking it out. Still, she found it kind of funny. Ernest jumped in, eyes sparkling. Yo, can I tag along the Thormian smithy? That sounds like a tier 1 experience. Layla turned to him. You 1 and 2, sure, the more the merrier. On the road, Ernest was low-key freaking out. The Duke Thormian's household, I'm nervous as hell. Layla gave him a warning look. Just don't touch anything, got it? Ernest nodded rapidly. Of course I'll just look with my eyes. Layla turned back to Dem. It would have been fire if Priscilla could have come too, but top student in the holy department gets no breaks. Dem replied, can't be helped. Heard she got summoned to the temple. From the back, Ernest asked, Layla, what's the ETA to the Thormian territory? She replied casually, only about an hour by carriage. Ernest's jaw dropped. That close, I live way out west. It takes a whole month on horseback to get there. Oof, my bad. Must have been a grind to get to school. Then she looked at Dem. What about you? Dem replied, took me one day. My family set up a teleportation gate. Layla looked flabbergasted. A teleportation gate? You seriously used one of those to get here in a day? Dem nodded. Did I not mention that? She pouted. This is the first time I'm hearing about this flex. She thought for a second. Makes sense, though. I bet your sisters use it too, right? They help you out a lot at the academy. Man, I'm actually jealous. Then she sighed, looking bored. Ugh, I wonder what my brothers are up to these days. Watching her, Dem thought to himself. Come to think of it, she's never dropped any lore about her siblings before. Curious, he asked, Layla, what are your brothers like? She paused for a few seconds before answering. My oldest brother is actually the GOAT. He used to play with me all the time before he moved to the east. But my second brother, he just loves to troll me. Gets on my nerves so bad. Listening from the back, Dem smiled slightly. Sounds like she's super loved by them. Ernest stepped up with a question. Does your second brother live at the mansion too? She waved her hand dismissively. Nah, he's way too chaotic. One day he just up and left home, and now nobody knows which corner of the world he's in. He claimed he went out to train or whatever, but that sounds sus to me. Deem asked, he ran away from home. She nodded. Yeah, ever since he became a knight. He's always lived away from us. Honestly, I don't get his vibe at all. Ernest chimed in. So he's a young knight. Your family's stats are seriously cracked. Layla scratched her head, laughing awkwardly. Big bro is a grinder, but the second one is a wild card. Dem analyzed the situation internally. Succession wars are pretty standard in noble PvP, but the Thormian clan doesn't seem that toxic. Maybe there's some deep lore I'm missing. Suddenly, they spotted someone approaching. A man stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Young miss, you've arrived. Layla blinked in surprise. Sir Asma placed a hand over his heart, smiling warmly. Long time no see. You good heard you were coming home, so I rushed over. Guided by Asma, they moved out. Soon they stood before the massive doors of the Duke's mansion. Seeing the kids, Bert welcomed them. Come on in, everyone. The moment she saw her dad, Layla sprinted over. Dad, seeing his little girl healthy, Bert teased her. You've leveled up your height since I last saw you. How's life at the academy treating you? It's awesome. I've been grinding the books too. You're gonna be shook when you see my grades. Bert laughed. Haha, I can't wait. Then Bert noticed Dem. Well, look who we have here. Haha. Dem stepped forward and bowed. Duke, it's been a while. Great to see you. The Duke nodded approvingly. You look way more buffed than before, kid. Ernest Dillon stepped up with that premium etiquette. An absolute honor to meet you, Duke. I'm Ernest Dillon. The old man stroked his chin, buffering for a second. Wait, you're the guy Layla keeps spamming me about. The Dillon family dug up half our best loot. He turned to his daughter. Layla, your squad is actually high tier. She flashed a peace sign, grinning ear to ear. No cap, Dad. I only hang with legends. Sensing the awkward silence, the Duke waved his hand. Quit standing there like NPCs. Let's head inside. We threw a little welcome bash for you guys. Den's eyes lit up. For real, that's fire. Thank you, sir. The Duke led the way. Den turned to Layla, priorities straight. Yo, those tarts from last time were legendary. Tell me we're eating good tonight. She dropped an okay sign. Way ahead of you. Strawberry tarts, on deck. Trust me, you're gonna love it. Inside the mansion, the vibe was immaculate. Nobles everywhere. The main trio wasted no time crashing the party. Den moaned around a mouthful. Bro, it's been ages since I had food this bussin'. Eric scratched his head. Okay, now I get why Layla was hyping this trip up. Layla sighed mid-bite. Sucks that Senior couldn't make it. Eric shrugged. Next time the whole squad pulls up. Suddenly Den's radar pinged. He spotted a group of dudes in the corner. Yo, Layla, who are the guys in matching skins? She glanced over. Oh, those are our family knights. Dad invited them to check the vibes. Word on the street is they really wanted to see you. Den blinked, caught off guard. Me seriously, but his gut twisted. Why is my spidey sense tingling right now? Suddenly a trio of knights approached, aura flaring. The redhead stepped up. Den kept it cool. Nice to meet you. Layla's told me about the crew. You guys are the Duke's elites, right? Cantus smirked. That's us. And we've heard a lot about you, young master. Big honor. Mind if we have a little chat? Den nodded, masking his suspicion. Bet. What's up? Layla jumped in to glaze them. The Thurman Knights are top tier in the Empire, second only to the Royal Guard. Every rookie is dying to get recruited. Cantus looked amused. I heard your family's squad, the Sogre's Knights, are pretty cracked too. Den nodded. Yeah, we main the spear. My old man developed the techniques on the battlefield and it just kind of evolved into a full-blown order. Only dedicated spear corps in the Empire. Cantus narrowed his eyes. We've always been curious about your meta. I bet your skills are OP, right? Den laughed nervously. Nah, I'm mid at best, but Layla wasn't having it. She started flexing for him. Den is literally a cheat code. Even if you all jumped him at once, you'd get cooked. Cantus froze, his ego bruised. Is that a fact, my lady? The knights started murmuring. All of us, Cap. No way. Den winced, thinking Layla. Please stop setting me up for failure. They huddled up, then bowed with intense pressure. Well then, Master Den, we humbly request a 1v1, or a 1v all. School us, please. Den panicked internally. Wait right here, right now. Why is my bad luck always on point? Layla cheered. Don't worry, you'll clap them. Show 'em what you got. The knights grinned like predators. Den sighed, realizing he was trapped. Fine. If you guys insist, let's run it. Moments later, they were at the training grounds. No warm-up, a knight charged with a massive broadsword. Den didn't even flinch. With god-tier agility, he parried the strike. Then he flipped the switch. His movement became liquid death. He parried every single attack like it was nothing. The sparring match turned into a highlight reel. The spectators gasped, watching him go goblin mode. Den stomped the ground, shattering the momentum. He spun his spear, launching a counterattack. One by one, the knights got folded. Weapons went flying. It was a speed run. Cantus's jaw hit the floor, unable to process the gap in skill. Den slammed his spear into the earth. He stood tall, radiating main character energy. The ref shouted, "Winner Den Sogra's absolute domination." Later, Layla and Den were cooling off in the garden. She gasped. Wait, Dad gave you a gift? Den nodded. Yeah, some ancient tomes. Layla explained. I told him you were a nerd for ancient languages. Guess he actually listened. Den grinned. No way, that's clutch. The Academy library is restricted, so these books are huge for me, Layla smiled. Better you read them than letting them collect dust. Den paused. Hey, where'd Ernest go? He went to the artifact vault with the butler, she replied. He was geeking out. Den's eyes went wide. For real, I want to see. Layla laughed at his energy. Bro, aren't you tired? Chill for a sec. We're on vacation. Den shrugged. I'll rest after I hit up the blacksmith tomorrow. They strolled, soaking in the garden vibes. This is the life, Layla sighed. Finally, home with the fam. Dad was low-key fanboying over your spear skills. People might think you're his biological son. Den chuckled, but then he remembered something. But his vibe changed when I mentioned your second brother. What's the tea on that? Layla's face fell. Silence stretched between them. That's what has me pressed, she admitted. Big bro writes, but my second brother radio silence. Dad won't say why, it's super sus. Den thought. No contact, no explanation. That's a massive red flag. Suddenly the bushes nearby rustled. Layla froze. Hold up. Did you hear that something moved? Den felt it too. Yeah, I sensed it. Instantly Mana swirled around Den's arm, ready to blast. He glared into the shadows. Come out before I drag you out. Silence hung in the air. Then a voice floated from the darkness, dripping with amusement. All right, chill out, hero. Layla gasped, her eyes widening. Wait, that voice. A figure leaped out, dusting himself off. Damn, so tense. I was just watching my little sister hang out with some random guy. He smirked at the duo. Long time no see, little sis. It was Delwood Thurman, the Duke's second son. Den's eyes narrowed as the pieces clicked. Don't tell me. He stared in shock. This guy is her brother. Tension spiked as the siblings locked eyes. Layla unleashed a storm of fury on her brother, a barrage of punches flying his way. Bro, are you crazy? She screamed, her voice trembling. Do you have any idea how terrified I was? How could you do this? You ghosted us, zero contact for real. Delwood just stood there, tanking every hit like a sandbag. He winced, pleading, Okay, my bad, that actually hurts. But Layla wasn't done. She roared, You crossed the line. I waited years for a sign, even Big Bro sent letters, but you. Nothing. Delwood grunted as her fist connected with heavy impact. Oof, damn sis. Your stats definitely leveled up. Someone's been grinding. That comment just poured oil on the fire. Layla's aura flared and she launched another combo. Yeah, I got strong enough to wreck you today. Seeing her about to lose control, Den stepped up to intervene. Chill out, Layla. That's enough. Just as her fist was about to land another critical hit on Delwood slipped past her guard with insane speed. In a flash, he pulled her into a tight embrace. His voice turned serious. I'm sorry, Layla. I never forgot our family. Not once. I had my mission. I know I left you solo and I'm sorry. I'll spill everything, so just breathe, okay? Feeling her brother's warmth after all those cold years, Layla's defenses crumbled. Tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to spill. Her voice trembled. For real. You didn't just abandon us. Never, Delwood replied instantly. You guys were on my mind 24/7, I swear. Watching from the side, Den narrowed his eyes, catching a vibe from the brother's conviction. Once the emotional storm passed, Layla wiped her face. Fine. Spill the tea. Where were you? What happened? Delwood folded his arms, shooting a sharp side-eye at Den. Look, he started, can you give us some room, family business? He turned to leave, but Layla was too quick. She snatched his arm in a vice grip. No way. Den stays. He's clutch and knows how to keep his mouth shut. Talk. Den's eyes went wide. He didn't expect her to vouch for him like that. Layla, it's cool, I can bounce, Den stammered. But Delwood studied him for a beat. Wait. You're Den Surgrace, right? The rumors are loud about you. They say a monster rookie just joined the academy. That signature silver hair. Didn't realize you were close with my sis. Our clans go way back, actually. If Layla trusts you, you must be legit. But this intel stays here, got it? Den felt a bit awkward, crashing the reunion, but nodded solemnly. Understood. On my family's name, my lips are sealed. Solid, Delwood nodded. Let's rotate to a safer spot. They moved to a secluded corner of the campus. Delwood sank onto a bench, letting out a heavy sigh. Here's the truth, he began. I've been deep in the Rinnick Empire this whole time. The name hit them like a truck. Den blinked, stunned. The Rinnick Empire. Are you serious? What? Layla gasped. That's enemy territory. Why would you go to a hellhole like that? Delwood's gaze darkened. I went to find a cure for Mom. She's been bedridden too long. I've been chasing leads since I was a kid. Every clue pointed to one place, Rinnick. Hearing that he walked into the lion's den made Layla's blood boil all over again. So you just infiltrated a hostile nation, she snapped. Do you have a death wish? Den stayed silent, but his mind was racing. This is way heavier than I thought. Political dynamite. Why didn't you tell us? Layla cried. We could have raided it together. Why solo it? Delwood shook his head. I had zero options, Layla. I had a window to get in, and I wasn't going to put a target on our family's back. Besides, look at me, I made it back in one piece, didn't I? His casual tone only made Layla want to punch him again. Are you kidding me right now? She stepped forward, fists clenched. Den saw the red flags and stepped in immediately. He blocked her path. Hold up, let him cook. Let's hear the rest. Layla took a deep breath, forcing herself to cool down. Fine, so why return now? Delwood paused for dramatic effect. I found the cure recipe, but the mats, they aren't in Rinnik. Layla frowned, confused. If they aren't there, and then they're here in the Antong Empire. Delwood nodded. Exactly. I've got new leads to track, but while I was in Rinnik I uncovered a dark truth. Mom isn't sick by natural causes. It's a curse. The word hung in the air like a blade. Den and Layla froze. A curse, life force drain tremors coughing up blood. Delwood listed off. And those purple marks on her back, it all matches. It's a textbook high-level hex. Layla's face went pale as the reality set in. Someone cursed Mom? Delwood sighed. I didn't want to believe it either. Curses don't just spawn. Someone targeted her. Layla's eyes flashed with rage. Who would do that? Delwood shrugged helplessly. Take your pick. Our clan has plenty of enemies. He stood up, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Listen, Layla. We'll hunt down the caster later. Right now, the priority is breaking the curse. Hope shimmered in Layla's watery eyes. Can we really save her? She whispered. Yes, Delwood said firmly. I have the ritual. Most of the ingredients are basically red dirt, easy to farm. But there's one key item. The bottleneck, he grimaced. It's called Rosina's Tear. Layla tilted her head. Rosina's Tear, never heard of that drop. It's a legendary tear material, Delwood explained. Capable of dispelling almost any curse. Rumor has it it's hidden in the Haverox Mountains, the buffer zone. Havors. Chalbrosumv. Both Den and Layla exclaimed. That place was a nightmare zone. Yeah, Delwood confirmed. Hidden deep inside some ancient ruins, and guarded by an ancient guardian. Den's ears perked up. He caught himself before speaking, thinking, ancient ruins that smells like a hidden scenario. I'm going after it, Delwood declared, his voice full of resolve. I know it's dangerous, but I have to. Layla immediately shut him down. What? No way. You're going solo. What about our knights? Delwood smirked. I'm practically a 5-core mage now. Well, technically 4-core, but still OP. If we march an army there, it'll trigger a war between the empires. Stealth is the only play. Layla wasn't having it. I don't care how strong you are. I'm not letting you go alone. Delwood sighed. I'm not suicidal. I'll prep first. Den, who had been analyzing the situation, finally spoke up. If we're talking ancient ruins, I know someone who's basically a wiki for that stuff. Delwood raised an eyebrow. Oh, who? Den grinned. Looks like my club is going to carry this raid. They went to find Ernest. Hearing the details, her eyes lit up. Whoa, an ancient entity and ruins serious. Could be a massive discovery if we pull this off, Den said. You down? Ernest was practically vibrating. Down, I'm already there. Let's go. Seeing these two rookies so hyped, Delwood chuckled. Haha, you kids have zero fear, huh? Then, his face turned serious. Look, I love the energy, but this is a high-level zone. It's not a field trip. One wrong move and you're cooked. Den shot back with a smirk. Maybe. But walking into Haverox solo, that's way more dangerous, no cap. You can't always solo level forever, fam. You need a party. Layla backed him up immediately. Facts. The Dylan bloodline is literally built for exploring. If you go out there solo and get lost, that's a massive L. Delwood hesitated for a second before mumbling, no cap, but... Watching his hesitation, Den started analyzing the situation. Bro's mental state is probably cooked right now. I can't even imagine the grind he went through lurking deep in enemy territory just to find a cure for his mom. To secure the intel and make it back in one piece. This guy isn't some mid-tier NPC, he is legit. After thinking it over, Delwood finally nodded. Bet. We can roll out as a squad, but this mission is top secret. Zip your lips before, during, and after. The trio was hyped to finally reach an agreement. They shouted in unison, say less, with business handled. Delwood pulled out a box that looked absolutely bougie. Placing it on the table, Layla was confused. What is this? He smirked. A present. Open it. Suspicious of the random loot drop, Layla narrowed her eyes. Trying to buy my forgiveness with gifts? I'm not letting you off the hook that easy. Her savage attitude made Ernest raise an eyebrow. Damn, Layla is actually tilted, huh? Den saw him about to pour gas on the fire and shut him down. Chill, bro. She was way scarier earlier. Layla slowly opened the box, muttering, if this is some mid-garbage, I swear. But the moment she saw the item inside, she froze. Wait. Is this Mom and me? Inside the box lay a custom-crafted figurine of her and her mother. Delwood nodded. Real talk. I commissioned a master crafter in the Rinnik Empire back when our family was at its peak. I made it to remember the days when Mom was healthy. Do you vibe with it? Staring at the statue, a storm of emotions hit Layla like a truck. Nostalgic core memories unlocked in her mind, and tears began to well up in her eyes. She shyly whispered, It is beautiful. Her reaction hit Delwood right in the feels, while the two homies in the back smiled seeing the wholesome moment. It feels like Mom is actually okay again. Thank you, bro, seriously. She rushed forward and hugged him tight. He patted her back, whispering, "Nah, I am the one who should be thanking you." Silence filled the room, broken only by quiet sobs. Thanks, Layla. Meanwhile, back at the main party, Duke Thormian scanned the area. He frowned. Hold up. Where did all the VIPs go? Did they dip? Cutting to the outside, Delwood had already equipped his cloak ready to ghost the party. Layla was confused. Can't you stay? Don't you need to see Dad? But he shut that down immediately. Sorry, Layla. I don't know what is about to go down next. I will greet Dad next time. Just trust me on this. Here's my contact code in this crystal. Hit me up whenever. I will be in the Empire for a bit longer, so if you need backup, I will pull up instantly. She looked downcast. Fine, but don't get cooked out there. He nodded. For sure. I will be back before you know it. Then he rummaged through his inventory. Oh, almost forgot this. He handed over a small pouch. Take this loot. It will help suppress Mom's symptoms. Make sure she takes it regularly, and keep this on the low from Dad. She was surprised but nodded. Got it. I will take care of Mom. Mission accomplished, he turned to the boys. She is in your hands now. Watch over my sister for me. When I get back, we are hitting the mountains together. Ernest gave a thumbs up. You know it. Travel safe, man. With that, Delwood turned around. He launched himself over the mansion gate with insane agility. I'm out. Stay safe. Layla watched his silhouette vanish into the night, feeling the heavy vibes. He is really gone. Ernest tried to comfort her. He will be fine, Layla. That guy is ridiculously OP. But suddenly Den's instincts flared up. He stared in the direction Delwood went. He turned to Ernest. Cover for me and keep Layla chill for a sec. Ernest was confused. Huh. Where are you going? Den replied. Left something in the room. Be right back. Ernest nodded. All right, go ahead. I got Layla. The silence of the kingdom was suddenly broken by frantic footsteps. Delwood was moving fast, his internal monologue racing. These guys are persistent. Can't believe they tracked my location. Luckily, they don't know I came from Duke Thormian's place. They must have been camping out here while I was inside. I need to bounce through the secret route. Exposing myself as an agent of the Antelope Empire before leaving Druidic was a massive rookie mistake. How much longer can I clutch this? I have to repay my debt to Mom no matter the cost. Suddenly, he skidded to a halt. He stared at the path ahead. It was a dead end. He was cornered. Damn it, he cursed. Instantly, countless shadows emerged from behind, locking onto him. One of them spoke up. You left a trail a mile long, kid. They had him surrounded from all sides. He gritted his teeth. Is this really game over? Realizing running was no longer an option, he dropped his loot bag. He scanned the area. At least 10 hostiles ready to jump him. Just by looking at their stance, he knew these weren't casuals. They were high-level assassins. This was bad news. Delwood wasn't weak, but he wasn't delusional. Soloing this mob was impossible. If he got lucky with RNG, maybe he could take down 2. But even then, he would definitely get fragged. He ground his teeth in frustration, knowing his survival rate was basically 0. Still, he wasn't about to rage quit. He drew his blade. In his heart, he apologized to his sister for breaking his promise. Seeing the Duke's son refusing to surrender, the assassin leader ordered the squad to delete him. The hooded figures rushed Delwood with lethal intent. Their speed was glitchy fast. Seeing the entire mob aggro on him at once, fear finally choked him. The numbers were too overwhelming. For a split second, he wanted to flee, but he scrubbed that thought from his mind and locked in. Bracing for the inevitable deathmatch, he mustered every ounce of courage, but regrets weighed him down. If he had known the server would be this hostile, he had mentally apologized to his dad earlier. But now, with the enemy closing in, he was terrified of dying before making things right with the old man. Just as the blades were about to land, a miracle happened. Out of nowhere, high-velocity mana bullets blasted the swords right out of their hands. Disarmed by an invisible force, the assassins started panicking. They screamed to their leader, "We are taking fire, mana projectiles." They couldn't believe their eyes, wondering who was carrying the Duke's son. Last they checked, Delwood was a solo player with no party members. The assassins were completely baffled, unable to compute how anyone could bypass their traps and reach this spot. While their brains were lagging trying to process the situation, the prodigy himself materialized behind them like a ghost. At first, he was silent, but then he decided to announce his presence. He mocked them for being sloppy amateurs. Hearing the voice, the hooded figures spun around, and that is when they realized they were facing the one and only Den Sogris. They didn't recognize his skin yet, so they demanded his identity, acting tough like they actually stood a chance. But let's be real. Our main character found these clowns hilarious, straight up telling them their names were irrelevant since they were about to get deleted. He dropped that line with max confidence, and you already know he was about to sweep the floor with this trash. The scene cuts. A moment later, we see Den squatting down looking bored while the hooded assassins are laid out flat on the ground around him. It was a total no-diff victory for our boy. He didn't even break a sweat. But Delwood was absolutely shook. The Duke's rebellious son admitted he never expected Den to pull up out of nowhere and clutch a save like that. Our MC explained he had a bad feeling something was about to go down, so he shadowed Delwood just in case. Either way, the ops were taken care of, so it was all good. He suggested they needed to dispose of the bodies fast because it would be a major headache if rumors about an assassination attempt started trending. Dean explained how he managed to arrive with such perfect timing. But Delwood's brain was still buffering. He couldn't believe this genius prodigy beside him was only 14 years old, and he had no clue how Den managed to get this close. Especially since the assassins had traps set up everywhere. That's when Den decided to drop some lore. He revealed that he actually learned the art of assassination from his own mother. Turns out his mom was one of the most legendary assassins the Empire had ever seen. She taught him how to disable traps and infiltrate enemy lines, which was exactly why he ghosted past their defenses. Like it was nothing. Delwood was flabbergasted hearing this backstory. He went silent for a second, realizing this kid was way more overpowered than he initially thought. With that in mind, he admitted he would have been straight up cooked if Den hadn't arrived at that critical moment to save his life. Those hooded figures were the same ones who had been griefing Delwood non-stop, and he never imagined this would be the way he finally escaped their clutches. And now he finally understood why his little sister hyped this guy up so much. The Duke's son tried to thank our boy profusely, but Den just brushed it off like a boss, assuring him it was no big deal. However, Delwood kept yapping about how Den saved his life. These stalkers had been tailing him ever since he crossed the border, and they were the main reason he couldn't stay with his family any longer. The rebellious heir still had no clue how they kept finding his location. While he was busy complaining, Den was silently connecting the dots. From his experience, when the enemy has wall hacks like this, there's usually something planted on the target. To confirm his suspicion, he activated his special vision to scan Delwood's body. He swept his gaze from head to toe over Layla's brother, looking for any magical tracking device that was giving away his position. After a quick scan, he finally spotted a mana ring hidden right under the sole of Delwood's right foot. That's when he dropped the bomb, telling him he knew why the haters couldn't leave him alone. He told Delwood to check the bottom of his shoe immediately. As you can imagine, the guy was confused, having zero clue what Den was on about. Regardless, he quickly grabbed his shoe to check, and the moment he saw the tracker, his eyes nearly popped out of his skull. That's when Den broke it down for him. He explained that the object hidden under his shoe was a mana receiver. Delwood stared at the glowing blue ring for a few seconds, struggling to believe this was real. Den saw the confusion written all over his face, so he decided to educate him. He explained that these mana receivers are standard kit for assassins. They're tiny, so the target doesn't notice, but the tracking signal is insanely strong. Seeing how long the assassins had been tailing him, Den guessed the bug had probably been planted on Delwood way before he even crossed the border. It all made sense to the rebellious son now, but he still couldn't wrap his head around how Den spotted it so fast. It had been on him for days, and he never even noticed. The prodigy didn't mind explaining the details. But first, he insisted they destroy the receiver immediately. Delwood agreed and ripped his shoe off. While he was doing that, Den assured him the assassins would be flying blind for a while now. He told him he could finally chill. Naturally, the rebellious son felt a massive weight lift off his shoulders, knowing he wasn't being tracked 247 anymore. However, he knew he had to move differently from now on. Hearing this, our boy felt a bit disappointed, because he realized Delwood was still planning to continue his solo run. Feeling worried, he finally asked Delwood why he was so obsessed with going alone when he knew the server was this dangerous. The question caught him off guard, so he paused, trying to remove the tracker for a second. He turned to Den, who suggested it would be way smarter to visit his dad before grinding out the rest of the journey. He reminded Delwood that he could easily tell his older brother everything and get the family to carry him, but the rebellious son wasn't buying it. As far as Delwood was concerned, his dad, the Duke, probably thought he was pathetic. The old man wanted him to lead the family, but he dipped immediately after graduation to wander the world. This disappointed the Duke massively, and now Delwood believed the man wouldn't trust a single word coming out of his mouth because he was such a letdown. As for his brother, that guy had even less ambition than him. That's why he was currently stuck in some remote eastern region. Too busy fighting monsters to care about anything else. So Delwood didn't think he could rely on someone like that for backup. With that mindset, Delwood decided that playing solo was actually the easier play right now. He was determined to finish his quest alone, declaring he would gather all the materials needed to cure his mom and prove himself to the family. He told Den straight up that it wasn't the time to drag anyone else into his mess. Of course, our main character understood where Delwood was coming from and respected his decision to keep his plans on the low. Anyway, he finally pried the mana receiver off his shoe sole, officially breaking free from the assassin's radar. He thanked Den again, admitting he owed the prodigy a huge debt, and swore to pay it back one day. Hearing this, Den just smirked and accepted the offer, happily stating he wouldn't hesitate to call in that favor later. Den then handed him his contact code. He told Delwood to hit him up if he needed help with anything. After all, he needed to stay alive to pay back that debt. The rebellious son agreed, took the card, thanked Den one last time, and promised to keep it safe. This was basically another goodbye between the two of them. But before dipping, he asked Den to look out for his little sister. Our boy was going to do that anyway, so he told Delwood not to stress about it. They exchanged one final smile before parting ways. As Delwood resumed his lonely grind, our boy decided to keep today's events a total secret from Layla. If she heard about this, she would definitely try to chase after Delwood, and the rebellious brother knew that better than anyone. He obviously didn't want that, so he was banking on Den to keep his mouth shut. After Delwood set off, our boy thought it was probably time for him to head back too. So he turned around to return to the Duke Thomian estate. The very next day, at the manor, we see Layla's mom suddenly feeling way better than before. The girl went to check on her mother and was super relieved to see the woman actually eating normally for the first time in ages. Den was hyped at the news, a grin plastered on his face, seeing Layla actually happy for once. And yeah, no surprise, her old man was absolutely buzzing when he got the update too. While she was at it, she dropped the tea about her rebellious brother to the Duke. The old guy tried to act all stoic and unbothered, but let's be real, Layla could tell he was low-key dying to know more. Hearing that, Den flinched, total shock written all over his face. He definitely didn't expect Layla to spill the beans about Delwood's little visit to her dad so soon. Instant panic mode. He started sweating, asking exactly what she told the old man, but Layla just waved it off, swearing she kept it low-key. She literally just told him Delwood stopped by to drop off some meds. In her mind, it wasn't even a big deal, so she couldn't figure out why Den was tweaking over it. Changing the subject, she reminded the genius prodigy they had a major mission today. At first, Den looked completely lost. Bro had no clue what she was yapping about. Instead of explaining, she just told him to get moving. That's when she dropped the bomb. They were heading straight for the legendary Thorn Forge right now. It finally clicked. That was the whole reason he tagged along to her place. The scene cuts and boom, our boy and his guide finally pull up to the forge. The Thorn Clan's forge isn't just a workshop, it's a beast. No cap, the place is so massive you could mistake it for a whole town. Layla kept it real, admitting the forge is so ridiculously huge that the area around it basically evolved into its own little village. But here's the kicker, despite taking up all that real estate, Layla revealed there's only a handful of blacksmiths actually crafting gear in there. You'd expect an army of smiths hammering away 247, but nah. The whole operation is run by a select few grandmaster craftsmen. Quality over quantity always. Because of that, security is tighter than a drum. You aren't getting in without a command token, period. With that grim reminder, the guide finally led Den to the main gate. This is where the magic happens. Den was shook by how locked down the place was, wondering if even Layla had the clearance to step inside that fortress. Big L for her, even though she's a thorn, she can't just waltz in without her dad. And our boy knew for a fact she didn't have a token on her. The realization hit him like a truck. He'd have to brave the forge solo. Suddenly the nerves started kicking in hard. He was banking on his favorite guide having his back inside. But Layla dropped another truth bomb. She's literally never set foot inside the forge herself, so her tagging along wouldn't have helped anyway. Meanwhile, Ernest was just standing there salty as hell that Den got to go in, and he didn't. Even the Duke's daughter was a little green with envy knowing Den was about to cook up a god-tier weapon. Still, she hyped him up to go in alone. Realizing there was no other way, our MC steeled himself. He told them to hold tight, promising he'd speedrun this dungeon and be back in a flash. The genius prodigy stepped into the legendary Thorn Forge as the guards cleared the way. Once inside, he strutted down the path like he owned the place. Anyone watching would think he had a GPS map in his head. The young hero scanned the area, confirming his suspicions. The scale of this place was absolutely insane. After feasting his eyes on the high-tier gear hanging everywhere, he started fantasizing about what kind of OP weapon he was going to score today. But his confident stride froze. Something felt off. A low rumble echoed through the air, shaking the ground beneath his feet like an earthquake. Panic spiked in his chest for a second. Just as he was about to lose his cool, he looked up and saw a massive shadow looming over him. That's when it hit him. That terrifying earthquake. It was just the footsteps of this absolute unit approaching him. A hulking, hairy blacksmith slammed to a halt right in front of Den. The guy was gripping a hammer the size of a car, looking like a literal raid boss. While Den stood there paralyzed with fear, the giant finally spoke, asking if this shrimp was the one with the Duke's token. Meet Vulcan, the hammer-wielding beast of a smith. Den was too cooked to even speak. Our boy's brain couldn't compute that a human being could actually be this massive. After rebooting his brain, he finally managed to stutter out a reply. He introduced himself as Den, explaining he snagged the clan head's token way back when he was a kid. He tried to be polite, saying it was an honor. But guess what? Vulcan already knew exactly who this genius prodigy was. He'd heard the rumors about Den's crazy talent. Vulcan was curious, knowing the Duke doesn't just hand out tokens to random NPCs. Hearing that our boy felt a mix of pride and curiosity. Still shaking in his boots a bit, he summoned enough courage to politely ask the big guy to look after him. Den was tripped out by how casually this guy talked about the Duke. But seeing Den's polite act, the giant decided to give the kid a reality check. He told Den straight up, your noble status worthless here. As far as Vulcan is concerned, there are only two types of people in the Thornforge blacksmiths and everyone else. Even royalty gets zero clout here. The only exception is the Thorn bloodline, and even they have to prove they aren't mid before getting respect. Big guy made it clear Den wasn't getting any VIP treatment. Our MC realized instantly that dealing with Vulcan was gonna be a grind. The giant had an aura of skill so dense he didn't fear kings. Den concluded this guy wasn't just a smith. He was a legendary craftsman. Advice delivered. Vulcan barked at Den to follow him. As they ventured deeper, the forge somehow seemed to expand, becoming even more colossal than the outside suggested. This entire section was built to fit Vulcan's massive frame. He dropped some lore on Den, revealing his heritage half-human, half-dwarf. That info floored the kid. Apparently, mixing those DNA strands resulted in this tank-like build. Vulcan basically told him to view it as a unique character build. With a glint in his eye, he warned our boy, make one joke about the appearance, and you're cooked. Obviously, Den had zero death wish. He wasn't about to roast the guy holding a hammer bigger than him, so he promised there'd be no drama. Looking at the half-dwarf, our MC could tell the guy had seen some things. Now that they were cool, Vulcan asked the million-dollar question, what did the kid come here to forge? Den admitted he was still buffering on that decision. He hadn't picked a specific weapon yet, but he knew one thing: this gear had to be absolutely busted, which is why he was being so careful. Vulcan agreed with him, nodding at the wisdom of the choice. But the old smith had clocked something else. The scent of metal clinging to Den was undeniable. So he pressed the kid on what he really wanted, revealing that his nose was OP. Just by the scent he could tell exactly how a weapon was forged. And the shape of it too. It was obvious to him that our boy was already packing a high-tier spear and a dagger. He knew for a fact Den didn't need duplicates. Of course our main character was absolutely shook. Someone who could identify gear stats just by smell, that was a cheat code. No cap, that skill was god tier and 100% accurate. Den was impressed and had to give the man his flowers immediately. In response to the glaze, the giant blacksmith welcomed him into the inner sanctum. He led the way into a massive forge where everything was XL size. Since our boy already had the spear and dagger slots filled, Vulcan suggested they switch it up. How about a sword? Den was instantly intrigued, but looking at the towering workbench, he couldn't even see the top. He also knew his dad would probably lose his mind if he came home with a blade. Den agreed to the idea but pointed out he was still in his growth spurt. Wielding a full-sized sword right now might be a bit awkward. He voiced his concern, but Vulcan shut that down instantly. The master smith wasn't worried about something as trivial as height. He flexed that he could easily craft a new one later when Den grew up. That's just what a true craftsman does. Vulcan was doing a great job selling this, a sword from this legendary forge. The young genius started calculating the odds. Swords were basic, sure, but that was also why he hesitated. However, that was the weapon he mained in his past life. Den realized if Vulcan cooked this right, he could reclaim the glory of his prime form as a swordsman. The potential was sky high with zero downside. He decided to cash in his free pass for a custom blade. Vulcan was hyped to hear it. He assured our boy that he made the clutch choice. But first, they had work to do. It was time for the best part, picking the materials. Den could choose whatever he liked. His heart started racing as he fantasy drafted the perfect ore in his head. Vulcan signaled him to follow. Our boy walked deeper into the workshop, totally solo. They arrived at a VIP section of the forge, where Vulcan unveiled a massive shelf of treasures. Gems and minerals of every color were lined up like trophies. Den's jaw hit the floor. He asked Vulcan if all this loot was actually up for grabs. The half-dwarf grinned and dropped a bomb. Every single mineral known to the world was in this room. Hearing that sent the prodigy into overdrive. He asked if he could roam free and inspect the goods. It was the only way to make the best pick. Vulcan gave the green light. Den zoomed to the other side of the shelf where the sparkly stuff was. Some of these stones looked like straight-up SSR items, but a few specific ones locked his attention. When Vulcan noticed him camping at that spot, he praised the kid for having a legendary eye for quality. Den was mesmerized by the glittering stones, and he actually recognized the metamaterials. These weren't just rare minerals. Some were things he hadn't even seen with his own eyes before. Our boy was suffering from success, too many options. They all looked fire. While he was debating his life choices, he focused on a massive blue rock called Terragung. It was light, durable, and reflected impact damage. Vulcan gave him the rundown, hoping to speed up the process. He explained Terragung was meta for armor, not weapons, but here's the gag. There wasn't even enough of it to make a full suit. That's how rare it was. Definitely not the vibe Den was looking for, so Terragang was out of the running. Den pointed to a massive red crystal on the shelf to get the lore on it. The second Den reached out, Vulcan screamed, "Don't!" That rock was toxic. He identified it as Arsenano. The giant blocked Den's path. He warned the kid he'd need hazard gear just to handle that sparkling death trap. Again, not the quality our boy needed. He definitely didn't need a sword that would poison him. Arsenano was too dangerous, so he passed. But as he turned away, his gaze snapped from the red ore to something else. A black glass-like rock sitting on a pedestal like a lonely king. It was distinct isolated, and Den was instantly down bad for it. Den rushed over, dying to know what it was. He asked for the name, but the half-blood hesitated. The smith's face went completely stone cold. It was like he hated that Den found it. Regardless, he dropped the lore. It was called Arconum. Our boy froze at the name. He was absolutely shook. This mysterious black material was a mineral from the ancient magic kingdom of Arcona. He wasn't sure, but Vulcan confirmed the theory. It was metal excavated from the ruins of the royal castle. The blacksmith spilled all the tea, telling the Sogre's heir just how impossible this find was. The ruins were dust, and almost nothing remained of that era except this. This glass-like material was actually metal, but nobody could figure out its purpose or stats. Of course, that just made our boy more curious. He asked Vulcan why they were still clueless about Arconum. The smith explained the tragedy: the mineral couldn't be melted or analyzed. With current tech, it was invincible. No one could smelt it or test it, so it was basically just a rare collector's item. Den was stunned. Vulcan told him to move on because Arconum was literally unusable. Our boy asked about the demon ore next to it. Found only in the deep veins of the Havaris Mountains. The big guy kept lecturing, but Den zoned out because the Arcanum was calling him. It whispered, "Take me." And while he was trying to process the vibes, he noticed the Arcanum vibrating. Even Vulcan saw it. The ore was reacting to Den. He couldn't believe his eyes. Before the smith could even panic, a spiritual link snapped into place between our boy and the ancient ore. Vulcan watched in horror as a strange energy sphere lit up the room. Power was building up, and the smith had zero clue what was about to go down. Could this phenomenon actually be real? In all his years grinding at the Thomaron smithy, he'd never seen the Arcanum or glitch out like this. No cap. To him, this vibe was straight up mystical. He turned to the young prodigy beside him. And honestly, Den, our main man, looked just as shook as the giant blacksmith. Den was totally lost in the sauce. Why was the ore reacting so hard he hadn't even laid a finger on it? He was just standing there. But this crazy scene triggered a sudden realization. The Arcanum ore, it was actually forgeable. The conviction that this was the god-tier material for his blade solidified instantly. Vulcan, still reeling from the shock, nodded in agreement. The giant admitted he could smell a metallic scent that wasn't there before. That was the green light. He finally believed crafting with this ore was actually possible. Even though no one had ever tamed Arcanum or crafted a blade from it, this was now the meta strat. Vulcan stared at Den, totally bewildered, wondering just who the hell this kid really was. After witnessing that insane reaction from the ore, Vulcan was hyping himself up to forge this weapon, ASAP. Wasting zero time, he snatched the glowing rock from the pedestal. He hesitated for a split second before asking Den, "You serious about making this sword, kid?" The blinding grin on the boy's face said it all. Vulcan decided to get to work right then and there, swearing to craft the piece himself. Hearing that Den got unmatched hype and told the hammer-wielding giant, "I'm counting on you, boss." At this point, you'd think our boy was about to cop the most OP sword ever created in the Thomaron smithy. But reality checked them real quick. For some reason, that encounter was a one-time event, the first and last time the Arcanum ore would flex its magic like that. Every forging attempt after that was a total flop. No matter how hard they tried, the Arcanum refused to melt. The whole process was bricked, stuck in a loop of stress and failure. Then boom, something else suddenly liquefied the ore in an instant. Turns out the MVP was the breath attack from Canis. Cut to the present, and we see Den back outside the smithy. He'd reunited with the squad, and everyone was dying to know the tea from inside. Layla couldn't hold back her curiosity, asking, "So what's the final verdict?" Den spilled the beans about the stubborn Arcanum ore and how his wyvern-like pets basically clutched the win. When Layla asked about the end result, he revealed they had sealed Canis's flames inside a magic item. It was obvious those flames were the only thing with enough DPS to melt the ore. He left the fire burning in there so Vulcan could keep grinding on the sword. Massive W. Layla was super hyped hearing this. It wasn't Canas's first rodeo, but it was fire to see the little guy pulling his own weight. This little side quest to the forge turned out to be a banger. Den was about to secure an Arcanum sword guaranteed to be absolute aesthetic and broken stats-wise. It sounded insane to her, but facts are facts. However, Den decided it was time to dip because they had to rush back to the academy. The squad agreed, but on one condition. They had to grab lunch first. Den smiled, promising they'd feast. 1 week later, back at the academy, we catch Den and the gang prepping for a major event. A new tournament was dropping. This was for the top-tier sweats only organized by the royalty themselves. The whole academy was buzzing with energy. First up, students got the notification for this year's Royal Academy Monster Suppression campaign. Candidates from every department were being pushed to sign up. The raid would be led by the Royal Fourth Night Order. The loot pool was massive, sure, but the real hype was the chance to flex their skills in front of the royal family. After reading the notice, Den and the crew started sweating. The competition was going to be toxic mostly because of the rewards. But then Layla realized the Fourth Night Order sounded mad familiar. That was the squad led by the third prince's personal bodyguard, the guy they met in the forest. Priscilla immediately flashed back to Sir Delphine mentioning this specific unit. Layla confirmed it, and the group started connecting the dots on these weird coincidences. Priscilla excitedly asked if the raid location had been leaked yet. No official word yet, but she heard from a classmate in the Holy Department that it's going down at some ruins near the capital. Ernest's eyes lit up like high beams the second he heard ruins. He started yapping about an abandoned site where excavations stopped, now a dungeon for monsters. High chance that was the spot. Priscilla sighed, revealing the Holy Department was auto-drafted, so she was cooked, she had to go. She looked drained before the quest even started. Den comforted her, saying they needed her heals for the injured fighters. Layla then turned to Den asking, "Are you gonna hop on this monster suppression train or what?" Den stayed silent for a sec, calculating. Then he replied, "Priscilla has to go regardless. Ernest is definitely signing up just to geek out over the ruins. And Layla, you need to farm some real combat exp. Nothing beats real raids for leveling up, so we should all roll out together." He confirmed he was joining the party. The group was hyped. The whole club was pulling up. Ernest was tweaking with excitement, so Den had to check him. "Don't get cocky. We're facing real mobs, and the selection test isn't going to be a walk in the park." Ernest nodded, getting the message. His combat stats were mid, but his lore knowledge on ruins was S tier. Den believed his friend definitely had a shot. He suggested the squad start a special training arc immediately to prep for the test. Ernest was down bad for it, suggesting they link up after school. Layla was itching to show off her skills, and they grinded non-stop until the deadline. A few days later, the wannabe hunters gathered at the hall for the suppression squad tryouts. This was the main event where only the absolute units would get picked. Students formed a massive queue ready to sweat their hearts out to impress the royal knights and nobles. During the exam, everyone flexed their builds, swordsmanship, magic, even summoning. Giant pets to throw hands. After the first round, the leaderboards dropped to see who qualified. Right after, the professors were summoned to a heated meeting at the Imperial Honest Conference Room. They were beefing hard over which division Den belonged in, swordsmanship, magic, summoning, or even spear arts, since he pulled up with a spear during enrollment. While everyone was losing it, the third prince stepped in to interrupt the chaos. He spoke softly, noting that arguments like this rarely end with a W. He asked everyone to chill, flashing a nervous smile. He admitted Den must be a truly cracked student to have all these high-ranking adults fighting over him. He turned to Sir Onet for confirmation. The massive knight verified that the hype was real. The kid was a certified prodigy. Specifically, Den had taken the exams for all 4 departments and scored the highest points in history. Unprecedented stats. The prince stood up, declaring that this beef wouldn't end no matter which squad he assigned Den to. So, he cooked up a solution that was fair for everyone. The professors, sweating, asked what it was. The prince smiled and replied, "There's only one way to properly utilize a glitched ability like his. Let him join my personal special ops unit." A few days later, right when the suppression team was moving out, we caught up with our boy. Time to see how that final decision played out. The roster for the campaign was locked in, and every player involved was gathered outside, strapped up and ready to deploy. The schedule was basic, but brutal. They'd be camping at the ruins for 2 days to grind monsters, securing the area while putting the students' combat skills to the ultimate test. The professors were straight up praying for 0 casualties this time. But let's be real, events like this are high-key dangerous. It's so risky that some families banned their kids from joining entirely. It doesn't matter how OP your potential is if you get cooked by a monster. The vibe was suffocatingly tense, which makes sense. This wasn't a simulation anymore. This was real war. Priscilla shouted from the back line, making sure her voice cut through the noise. She urged everyone to stay sharp because the healing squad couldn't clutch every save if they got careless. It wasn't just advice, it was a warning. Her mana pool wasn't infinite, and she couldn't heal everyone at once. Even Den felt a knot in his stomach thinking about the chaos waiting ahead. Since the raid party was splitting up, he knew he couldn't carry his friends this time. That meant everyone had to lock in and watch their own backs during this operation. Just then, Priscilla tried to buff everyone's morale. She told them not to panic. She was confident that the Night Squad would act as the ultimate tank line for the Academy students. That's how the system works, so she didn't want them freezing up in fear. Even though casualties were a possibility, she was trying to keep spirits high while reminding them that this quest was no joke. Hearing about potential death had Ernest and Layla sweating bullets. Meanwhile, Ernest, with her low constitution stats, started wondering if she was actually going to survive this trip. Before the panic debuff could stack, Den stepped in. He warned the club members not to try hard or go solo once the raid started. He kept it real: if things get hairy, just run immediately. That reminder chilled them out a bit, knowing Den would still try to support them from a distance. They promised to stick to the plan and not do anything stupid. But their huddle was cut short as the knights arrived. The commander demanded attention, ordering everyone to report to their designated squads and move out immediately. He urged them to fulfill their roles and dropped a heavy final instruction: don't die. That simple command sent shivers down everyone's spine. It's hard to stay calm when your bodyguards sound like grim reapers. The anxiety was peaking for everyone, except Den. He didn't flinch. In fact, he looked hyped to start grinding. Turns out the prince pulled some strings. Den was placed in the Royal Direct Unit, separated from his crew. Layla and Ernest got sorted into the combat squad, and they were ready to throw hands. Ernest the Explorer was put in the recon squad, no surprise since that's her best build. Priscilla and Ariel joined the healers, waving goodbye to the rest of the club. As everyone marched out with their gear, the scene shifted to Riwasan. The students descended the mountain path. After a while, Den broke the silence, telling Sir Hilderon he had a question. The knights signaled him to speak. Den pointed out the briefing said they'd head west to reach camp in half a day. So why were they cutting through the east right now? Sir Hilderon, vice commander of the 4th unit, was impressed by Den's sharp instincts. He praised the kid and admitted they were indeed taking a detour. Then he told Den to gatekeep that info from the other students. Panic spreads fast. Den promised to keep his mouth shut, so Hilderon dropped the truth bomb. Monster activity was detected in the west, their original destination. A massive horde of at least 300 beasts was swarming toward the ruins, according to the patrol scouts. Den found that number alarming, and not just because of the size. These monsters usually played solo. They rarely grouped up like this. Seeing hundreds of them rushing one location was a massive red flag. Hilderon admitted it was weird, but claimed the ruins themselves had a passive effect that drew monsters in. Den was shook. He'd never heard of that mechanic before. What kind of cursed dungeon were they walking into? But Hilderon swore that no matter how many mobs gathered, they'd be deleted by the knight's power. Den nodded along. He was glad the knights were confident, but he couldn't shake the bad vibes. They were walking straight into a monster magnet. If they didn't clear the area fast, this situation could go from mid to catastrophic real quick. His internal monologue was cut short when a knight announced they'd reached the campsite. Hilderon ordered the camp set up immediately to beat the sunset. The knights got to work. Time flew, darkness fell, and the forward base was established. But Den and his crew weren't chilling with their squads. They snuck into the woods for a strategy meeting. Ernest pointed out the terrain was trash for defense. Camping on a hill left them totally exposed. Den agreed, but with this many people, their spawn point options were limited. Layla asked if they were going to be okay. Den admitted he couldn't promise a win this time. He suggested setting up a strict watch rotation to prevent an ambush specifically facing Riwasan. He kept the 300 monsters intel to himself to avoid a total meltdown. Ernest stared toward the mountain, feeling a chill. Suddenly, Den felt movement under his shirt. Canis was bugging out. Then the little dragon burst into the air like he'd just picked up a hostile scent. Layla asked what was up with his pet. Den replied, "I honestly don't know," but hinted that the little guy was definitely sensing a threat. Priscilla and Ernest saw that Canas was on high alert. Ernest insisted they shouldn't ignore a dragon's instincts in the wild. Something big was going down. Priscilla told Den to report it to Sir Hilderon ASAP, but Den hesitated. He wanted to verify the threat first. The dragon kept staring at the mountain, trying to communicate a danger they couldn't see. Finally, Den caved. He told the squad to watch Canis and went to face the vice commander alone. He stormed into the tent and dropped it straight. "We're about to get hit." Hilderon scoffed, thinking Den was just a rookie panicking over nothing. He explained the route change again, claiming the mobs were already at the ruins. Then he demanded proof. Den couldn't reveal his dragon, so he capped. He claimed they found fresh tracks and droppings nearby. Hilderon just rolled his eyes, doubting monsters would dare attack such a large force. "Whatever happens, we'll handle it. Go sleep it off." But when Den doubled down, Hilderon's patience snapped. He yelled that Den was still just a student, no matter how high his stats were. He flexed the Empire's elite army and ordered Den to drop it and get out of his face. Den returned to his crew with the bad news. Priscilla looked defeated, fearing a wipe. But Den smirked and said, "This is actually a good thing." While they looked confused, he explained, "We warned them. Now we have a valid excuse to go rogue."